Chapter 311. Midnight. The thick clouds in the sky completely covered the moon, and most of the residents of Uli City fell asleep. The street lights became the biggest source of light in the dark night. General, are we setting off? In the inner city of Uli, in a military camp less than 4 kilometers away from Naya Manor, the adjutant asked in a low voice. The commander of the military camp was Martin, General Lisbon. He was about 45 or 46 years old, tall and strong, with brown hair, but his temples were slightly gray. At this moment, he looked at his adjutant and whispered, "Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready, from the action to the aftermath. All the necessary materials are over-prepared, and even enough body bags are prepared." Lisbon asked again, "Do the soldiers know their mission?" "The soldiers are about to eliminate a group of corrupted counselors who have been bewitched by the dark demons of the outer plane, and the leader of this group of corrupted counselors is Naya. This is all the information the soldiers know, nothing more." Lisbon nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, then start the action." The straight-line distance of 4 kilometers can be crossed in 5 minutes at most by more than 3,000 elite sky warriors. After arriving at the destination, they will send Naya's manor, and all the stubborn counselors hiding in it to hell in less than 10 minutes. After that, all the corpses will be cleaned up, all the blood will be washed away, and even the damaged houses will be simply repaired. When the sun rises the next day, everything will be exactly the same as usual, and the missionaries of light will appear on the streets again. The Light God clan will enter the Republic of the Sky, and any voice against the Light God clan will be drowned in the endless glory of God. Following the general's order, 3,000 soldiers took up their weapons, quietly left the barracks, and began to march to their destination. They were worthy of the title of elite, and the speed of the march was fast and quiet, like a leopard running wildly in the dark, and even the dogs on the street were not alarmed. Everything went well in the first 3 kilometers. But when they approached the last 1,000 meters of Naya Manor, an accident occurred. Tut, 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 tut. I don't know when many fortifications appeared on the street, and many soldiers were stationed behind the fortifications. The weapons of these soldiers actually emitted blue fire that was very different from the Nawat muskets, and the sound was completely different. The group of soldiers who rushed to the front were hit one after another without being careful. They rolled to the ground without a word, and their movements were uniform, just like wheat being harvested in a wheat field. The soldiers behind were startled and immediately retreated into the darkness and hid. Hide, hide, find a place to hide. There is an ambush ahead, and the firepower is very fierce. Mage, hurry up and see what's going on. After a little chaos, the elite sky warriors quickly stabilized their positions, and the detection mages also figured out the situation ahead. Report to the commander, the block ahead has been blocked by an army of about 1,000 people. They have blocked all the roads leading to Naya Manor, and are carrying very sophisticated firearms. Our soldiers' armor has no defensive effect at all. The commander at the front immediately contacted General Lisbon in the rear, and informed him of the abnormal situation. Lisbon was slightly surprised and immediately asked, "Have you figured out whose soldiers they are?" "I have. Looking at the army number, it should be the city guards of 1,000 Captain Armonk." 1,000 Captain Armonk is not a well-known name. The city guards he led are far less powerful than the elite in the inner city, not to mention that their number is only 1/3 of theirs. General Lisbon immediately said, "Pull them out." "Yes, General." In the dark night, the two troops began to exchange fierce fire on the streets of the inner city of Uli. Bang 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 is the sound of the Nawat musket. 2222 is an unknown weapon with blue flames. Boom, boom is a flying strange weapon that belongs to the Legion of 1,000 Captain Armonk. It is very powerful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. This is the spell of the elite sky battle wizard, who desperately attacked Armonk's soldiers. The night was dark, and the effects of spell attacks could not be seen clearly, but every battle mage felt that the battle spells that used to be very useful did not work so well tonight for some reason. The performance was also very intuitive. They had clearly released a large number of attack spells, but the opponent's attack frequency had hardly changed. It seemed that they were throwing gorgeous tricks instead of powerful battle spells. But no matter what, the 3-to-1 military strength temporarily covered up the difference in the losses of both sides. The two sides were still very fierce, and for a while, no one was able to tell who was better. In the void, the Lord of the Moon, Shar, moved slightly closer to the mortal world to observe the battle situation of the army at close range. After watching for a while, she found that something was very wrong. The casualties of the elite sky warriors were much higher than those of their opponents, reaching an astonishing 20-to-1. It took 20 elite sky warriors to kill one Armonk warrior. It could also be seen that as the casualties increased, the combat effectiveness of the elite Sky Warriors became weaker and weaker, and the casualty ratio became higher and higher. It was only a matter of time before they were finally defeated. Once the Sky Guards were defeated, and the Armonk warriors returned to defend Naya Manor, the raid plan tonight would fail directly. Shaw immediately said, "Light assassins, take advantage of this moment and rush into Naya Manor." 36 light saints turned into streams of light, and took advantage of the chaotic time of the two armies' exchange of fire. Relying on the power of legendary strongmen, they began to forcefully break through the defense line formed by the Armonk warriors. However, Shaw once again underestimated the attack power of the Armonk warriors. These guys have amazing defense power, and the blue fire in their hands has even more amazing attack power. The first wave of Saints of Light tried to break through, but immediately suffered 3 deaths and 1 serious injury. The remaining Saints immediately gave up the idea of breaking through. The full moon warrior Adali immediately reported the battle situation to Shaw. "Master, the opponent's attack is too terrible. It can break spells and armors, and it is numerous and accurate. The strength of a single attack is above Legend 5. Our defensive magic weapons can't stop it at all. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have fallen to the ground and bleed." As soon as the voice fell, there was a sharp whistle, and a light and shadow flew towards Adali's hiding place at a high speed. Adali had seen the huge power of this thing, and immediately shouted, "Hide!" He immediately used a displacement spell of flowing light and phantom, and his body turned into a white cold light, quickly moving away from the hiding place. Boom! There was a violent vibration behind him, and a wave of air mixed with mud and metal fragments hit Adali's back violently, knocking Adali directly out more than 20 meters, and slammed into a stone wall. Adali felt a sharp pain in his back, and his whole body was almost falling apart, but he didn't dare to stay, and immediately turned over and hid in a remote alley. After hiding, he immediately checked the damage, and found that all his defensive magic tools were scrapped. The light iron mail armor he was wearing was inlaid with many sharp metal fragments, some of which were deeply embedded in the gaps of the mail armor, and pierced his skin. Looking at his previous hiding place, 2 of the 4 Saints of Light died on the spot, and the other 2 were also seriously injured, vomiting blood in large mouthfuls, and it seemed that they would not live long. He felt chilled by what he saw, and couldn't help shouting, "Master, the defenders are too strong, there's no way to fight." Shar saw it, of course, watching the Saints she had carefully trained being killed by a group of soldiers. Her heart was bleeding, and at the same time, a blazing rage emerged. "We can fight! I lead the way, and you charge behind." At the same time, he contacted the Lord of Judgment Godfrey. "What are you hesitating about? Follow me to lead the way." "Yes, Shar." Godfrey immediately rushed out from his hiding place. 2 void gods, a powerful 12th level god, and a 9th level god, approached the 10th magic ring of the mortal world together. The 2 relied on their own great power to forcibly squeeze the already fragile magic ring of the mortal world to a high degree of deformation. The ring of magic shook violently, greatly affecting the souls of mortals. For a moment, the warriors of both sides who were fighting fiercely in the mortal world had to temporarily cease fire because of the violent shaking of their souls. "Take advantage of now," Shar shouted. The masters personally charged forward, and Adali naturally rushed forward with all his strength. He took the remaining 28 Saints of Light, seized the opportunity to pass through the fortifications built by the Armonk warriors, and rushed to the Naya Manor 1,000 meters away at the fastest speed. At the same time, groups of hidden darkness also surged rapidly, hiding in the shadows reflected by the magic light inspired by the Saints of Light, silently and lightning fast following the Saints of Light. For legendary strongmen, a distance of 1,000 meters is almost the same as what is in front of them. With a sprint, the Saints of Light rushed to the outside of the wall of Naya Manor. Shar shouted, "Quick, hurry up and kill everyone in the manor. Killing all the most prestigious and toughest members of the Sky Republic will make the Republic's staunch fighters lose their backbone, and they will be divided, disintegrated, and eliminated one by one." But as soon as the voice fell, a huge light golden defense barrier suddenly appeared on the main building of the manor. This barrier is extremely thick, more than 1 meter thick at a glance. It is also extremely condensed, showing a crystal texture similar to that of a solid crystal. At the same time, in the yard in front of the main building of the manor, a tall figure slowly emerged. It was Rosen. And he was alone. He looked at the 29 Saints of Light, who rushed into the manor and laughed. A group of hypocrites, who claimed to be bright finally showed the essence of the devil. As soon as Shar saw Rosen, she immediately said, "It's him, the Emperor of the Natural Empire. Everyone, kill him at all costs." I thought the other party would hide carefully, so I only regarded him as the second target, but I didn't expect that the other party would charge forward, so of course I would treat him as the primary target to eliminate him. Because as long as this man is killed, with the power of the Sky Republic, it is no match for the Light God clan. Adali led the charge without hesitation. He is a warrior, and his weapons are two scimitars. At this time, the scimitars are flowing at high speed, turning into moonlight. This moonlight followed Adali's charge and rushed towards Rosen at a high speed. This attack has a name, called Moon God's Gaze. The intensity is focused to Legend 15, and the scale is even more astonishingly huge. Not to mention mortals, even ordinary void demons will die on the spot after being hit by this attack. At the same time, the other Saints of Light also took action. There are 10 Moon Saints, half of whom are full Moon Warriors, charging with Adali. The other half are Moon Mages, who are summoning the Moon Fire. There are 15 Flame Saints, most of whom are mages, and they use the single flame curse on Rosen at this time. Finally, there are 4 Sun Saints. Together, they use the spell Wrath of the Sun on Rosen. At this moment, every saint used all his strength. In the void, Shar was not idle either, and saw Rosen's soul connection point at the 11th ring. Condensing a long-handled soul moon blade, she stabbed it with all her strength. Facing this famous and powerful mortal emperor, she did not dare to hold back any strength. She also believed that with the joint attack of everyone, not to mention a mortal, even a Tumen of Legend 14 would have to retreat. But the next moment, Rosen actually disconnected the magic ring connection and dodged Shar's attack. At the same time, he gently waved the magic staff in his hand, and actually summoned a great force. From Shar's perspective in the void, she saw the power of the Saints of Light crashing into Rosen like a raging tide. But after Rosen waved his hand, this raging tide was like hitting a reef on the seashore, and rolled back directly. Among them, Adali rushed the most fiercely, so he hit harder. He flew back along the original path, hit the ground hard, and smashed the floor tiles with a crash. The remaining force continued to retreat in the mud. So, his body was like an iron plow, pulling a 5 or 6 meter long gully in the mud. Then, he lay motionless in the mud, and his life or death was unknown. Looking at the other 28 Saints of Light, some flew backwards, some fainted, and no one stood up. Shar's eyes suddenly widened. How is it possible? A total of 29 Saints of Light attacked together, and the attack that broke out in an instant was so fierce that even she did not dare to face it head-on. Now, this mortal emperor waved his hand, and repelled it casually. How did he do this? Is he still immortal? But Shar was not disappointed yet, because she still had a special force hidden in the dark. But after waiting for a second, her hope was shattered, because she saw those traitorous Saints of Godfrey. 19 Saints of Judgment, not one less, all present. They surrounded the body of the natural emperor and constructed a spell barrier of extremely amazing strength. At a glance, Shar knew that even she would have to spend some effort to break it, which would definitely be enough to resist the attack of the Knight of Night. Maybe it won't last long, but judging from the terrible means that the natural emperor had shown before, if it delays for a moment, the Night Knight will repeat the fate of the Light Saint. So, the raid plan has failed. For a moment, Shar was a little lost. But she was a huge god after all, and she came to her senses after a moment. The opponent's strength was far beyond imagination, and the void was not safe either. I had to leave quickly. She had a strong sense of crisis in her heart, and had a premonition that if she didn't escape immediately, she would be killed by the opponent. Although she was very sad about the loss of the Light Saint, she couldn't save herself, so she didn't care about saving the saint. She turned away from the 11 rings. But as soon as she moved, she found something wrong. There was a strange force dragging her body. It felt like diving into a dense group of chaotic power. The resistance to moving forward was very large, and the faster the speed, the greater the resistance felt. What's going on? Shar was confused for a moment, then she understood. Oh no, the 11 magic rings are going to converge. The 11 magic rings in the mortal world are scattered and incomplete, so the gods and demons in the void can enter and exit freely. But now, I don't know what method Rosen used, but he actually made up the 11 magic rings. Once the magic rings converge, she will be completely trapped, and with the opponent's means, she will definitely die. Shar sprinted towards the sky with all her strength. The resistance became greater and greater, and her speed became slower and slower. She could also feel that the void above her head was becoming more and more blurred, as if a cloud of fog was gathering. Ah! Shar screamed with all her strength, using 12 points of her strength, and her speed increased again. If she continued to struggle so fiercely, she might really be rushed out. Rosen's mind moved. Godfrey. At some point, The Lord of Judgment Godfrey had escaped from the 11 rings, and this time he was watching Shar struggling to escape from the void outside the ring. He looked at Shar and shouted, "Don't panic, I help you." Shar also saw him, and her mind relaxed. Her desperate lone wolf-like fierceness suddenly faded a lot, and her explosive power also weakened a lot. She shouted, "Help me!" Godfrey stretched out his hand to her. Shar was delighted and reached out to grab Godfrey's help. Just as she was about to catch him, Godfrey suddenly swung his arm, dodged Shar's hand, slapped Shar's face hard, and pushed down with all his strength. Godfrey's soul size was less than 1/15 of Shar's. Under normal circumstances, this blow would be like tickling. But at this moment, most of Shar's strength was fighting against the restraints of the 11 rings, and she was already at the end of her strength. She thought she had received help from her allies, and her desperate spirit was gone, but what she got was betrayal. This made her fall into the abyss. Crack, crack, crack. The 11th ring was completely retracted. Bang. Shar hit the wall of the 11th ring, causing it to emit bursts of dim light, but she herself was also repelled by the huge force, and fell from the sky like a broken-winged angel. "Go for you, traitor!" Shar screamed hysterically, wishing she could eat this bastard alive. Outside the 11th ring, Godfrey looked at the trapped Shar, with a very complicated expression on his face. "Shar, I'm sorry, but I have to do this." "Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, but when I think of you having this day, I really want to laugh." "Ha ha ha, just wait for your master to torment you, ha ha ha." Godfrey laughed more and more crazily. Mortal world? After successfully catching the Moon Lord Shar, Rosen turned his head and looked at the darkness in front of him, and said loudly, "Alamani's Knights, I found you. I don't want to make enemies with the great Lord of the Night, but I am not afraid to do so. So if you want to fight, then fight. If you want to retreat, I will let you leave." In the dark night, the condensed shadows paused for a while, and then an old female voice came out. "Your Excellency has mastered the power of the freezing ring, and is willing to let my saint go, so our previous feud will be completely over." With these words, the shadows retreated quickly. After a while, the fluctuation of phase transfer came from the outskirts of the city. No more, no less, exactly 10. The Night team left very straightforwardly. Rosen breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at the Saints of Light in the Manor Garden. "Scholars, take off their weapons, and capture them all." The Golden Scholars looked at Rosen with great respect, and carried out Rosen's orders meticulously. Soon, Rosen had 29 more legendary prisoners. He finally looked at Shar, who was trapped in the 11 rings. He was half happy and half worried. He caught it, but the fish was a little big. The exact soul strength of Shar was 12.2, and the soul size was 15.8 times that of Godfrey. Rosen was quite calm in binding Godfrey. It was a bit difficult to bind Shar, and he couldn't do it without the help of the Heart of Eternity. For him now, the fish in the net was too big and full of strength. It was not difficult to kill it, but it would take some effort to catch it alive. If he was not careful, he would be slapped in the face by the fish's tail. It's not fun to get slapped by such a big fish. Chapter 312. Wah wah wah. In the air of Naya Manor, wisps of light emerge from time to time. The light has no source, like fog and smoke, and it looks very strange. At the same time, the magic circle in this area also has various vibrations. Ordinary people will feel inexplicably dizzy when they are in it, or even faint directly. If they stay there for a long time, they may even die of soul shattering. Legendary strongmen can bear it, but after a long time, they will also feel uncomfortable all over. The most terrifying thing is that this is a global, magic circle level vibration that ignores any defensive spells. Everyone leave immediately, retreat at least 2 kilometers. All residents within 2 kilometers must retreat. Azuna, you take half of the scholars to protect the safety of the Sky Counselor. Sid, you take the other half of the scholars to look after these seriously injured Light Saints. Godfrey, you go to help the Armonk Legion and completely wipe out the power of the fallen counselor. Rosen firmly suppressed the struggle of the Moon Lord while issuing various orders. When evacuating, Naya passed by Rosen, her eyes full of worry. "Rosen, be careful." As a legendary wizard, she could of course see the battle in the void, and also saw the powerful void god, who was trapped in the 11 magic rings, but still rampaged. While she was shocked, she was also very worried about Rosen's safety. Rosen smiled at her. "Don't worry, Master Naya, I know what's going on." Other Sky Counselors also passed by Rosen, and everyone looked at Rosen with a shocked look. The Nawat people have been fighting against the void creatures for nearly 1,000 years, and are well aware of the horror of the powerful void gods. And Rosen, The wizard emperor from another dimension imprisoned him with his own strength, and even had the energy to chat. Such magic power was unheard of, far beyond their understanding of magic. Soon, the entire manor and the 2-kilometer area around the manor became a no-man's land. In this area, only Rosen and the Moon Lord Shar, who was trapped in the 11 magic rings, were left. When the personnel retreated, Rosen was not idle. He gradually increased the power output intensity of the Heart of Eternity. Most of it was used to strengthen the 11 magic rings and build a 500-meter diameter, fully enclosed, stable magic ring area. The other small half of the power was used for himself. On the surface of his body, he formed an ultimate soul giant shield with a scale of 12,000 Rosens. This spell is not only huge in scale, but also directly connected to the Heart of Eternity, and can be supplemented by the power of the Heart of Eternity at any time. Therefore, as long as the opponent's attack does not reach the level of breaking the shield with one blow, then unless the power of the Heart of Eternity is exhausted, you will never want to touch Rosen. And with the nuclear fuel inside the Heart of Eternity, it can run continuously for 20 years at the current power. For the current level of magic in the mortal world, Rosen at this moment is simply a god. After making all the preparations, Rosen thought about it, and his elemental body, soul, and the artifact he carried entered the 11 magic rings together. The process of entering the 11 magic rings is very strange. All the surrounding scenes have not changed, but they are coated with a layer of colorful light film similar to bubble film. This makes the whole world look a bit dreamy. This colorful light film is the embodiment of the magic rules of the 11 magic rings, which has many wonderful characteristics. One of them is to allow legendary souls, with the strength of 11 rings, to exist independently from the elements. With the support of this rule, Rosen can use certain techniques to allow the soul to temporarily leave the body. Of course, this technique is extremely complex and extremely dangerous. Rosen is still experimenting, and has a long way to go before he can fully master it. In fact, he is not going to leave because he has a better way. Based on the same rule, Shar's soul also materialized into a human form. The range of the 11-ring cage is only 500 meters, and Rosen soon saw Shar. She is very tall, nearly 2 meters, wearing a helmet on her head, wearing exquisite silver scale armor on her body, and holding a huge, detailed long-handled moon blade in her hand. Because the 11 rings are completely converged at present, the decay speed of the soul into mana has greatly increased, and mana will quickly decay into various other powers. The surface of Shar's body is covered with a thick layer of silver light fog, and the fog is also mixed with a large number of fine platinum lightning. At this moment, the Moon Lord, who is in the image of a violent female warrior, was swinging her moon blade fiercely, trying to split the wall of the 11 magic rings. This was also the source of the previous magic ring vibration. But her efforts were completely in vain. The reason was very simple. Because the power output of the Eternal Heart currently reached 500,000 Rosens per second, and the intensity was very close to the field of high-energy magic. Not to mention Shar, a powerful god, who had just started level 12. Even Rosen himself could not break the ring wall. Maybe there was no legendary life in this world that could break it. It was like on Earth. No matter how strong a person was, he could never stop a galloping 100-ton dump truck with his own physical strength. Not long after Rosen appeared, Shar found him. She immediately changed her target, and rushed towards him with a long-handled moon blade. Bang! The moon blade slashed Rosen's shoulder fiercely, but was blocked by the soul shield on the outer layer of the shoulder, causing only a few light and shadow ripples to appear on the shield. The ripples only lasted for a while before returning to calm, and the slight damage on the shield was immediately restored to its original state. Shar did not give up and attacked desperately. Rosen stood there and let her attack, and carefully felt her power. The current soul scale is 27,000 Rosens, and the peak is estimated to be 31,000 Rosens, which is slightly worse than Dryden, but not much. With the help of the moon blade weapon, the maximum attack strength reaches Legend 16. The scale of a single attack is 900 Rosens, and the attack frequency is 3 times per second. Such a strong attack power can easily crush any mortal legendary strongman into powder. If Rosen faced Shar alone without the aid of magic weapons, he would not last even half a second and would be killed in one go. However, if the void is compared to the ocean, and a powerful void god like Shar is compared to a deep-sea whale weighing hundreds of tons, then Rosen, a mortal, is driving a soul giant ship with automatic driving capability, nuclear power, and a displacement of tens of thousands of tons. Rosen's body is certainly not strong, but the soul giant ship is invincible. 10 minutes later, Shar finally ran out of strength. Because of the continuous and fierce attacks, and the lack of power supply, her soul size dropped to 15,000 rosens. Most of these 15,000 rosen souls are the basic structure of void life, just like the body of elemental life, and can no longer be consumed. At this moment, she also clearly realized the huge power gap between the two sides. She leaned on the long-handled moon blade, lowered her proud head, and behind the helmet, her silver eyes revealed an incredible light full of frustration. Are you a true god? Even the great ones would not dare to stand still and let her attack. Rosen smiled faintly, looked up and down at the true soul of the Lord of the Moon, and sighed. He does look good, but his brain is not very good. Shar gritted her teeth and wanted to argue, but finally sighed. You defeated me, everything you say is right. Rosen asked, do you know why Godfrey betrayed you? Because he hates me. Rosen shook his head. He does hate you, but not to the extent of betrayal. I ordered him to do so. My order is effective because I erased Galmir's soul mark and stamped it with my mark. In other words, he is now my loyal servant. Shar was shocked. So, are you really a true god? Galmir is the supreme demigod, and no one can erase his soul mark unless he is a true god. The other party's repeated guesses twice in a row made Rosen's mind flash slightly, and a thought flashed quickly. No one in this world has ever seen the true appearance of a true god. Since powerful gods have firmly guessed that I am the true god, then I am the true god, right? This world is very interesting. Very few people have the ability to find out the truth, and most people only believe what they want to believe. As long as your performance perfectly matches his guess, he will firmly believe it. So, Rosen stood up straight, with his hands around his chest, his chin slightly raised, his eyes slightly looking down, and he let Lai Fu control his expression, so he showed a kind of indifference that was not life. Yes, I am the true god. Such a performance was really horrifying. Shar's soul was shaken, and she took a step back involuntarily, and the light on her body flickered. She knew the greatness of the true god, because Gal Miller had described the power of the true god to her many times. Gal Miller said that the true god can control the magic ring, and the natural emperor in front of him can control the magic ring. Gal Miller said that the power of the true god is endless, and the power of the natural emperor in front of him is indeed endless. Gal Miller also said that in the eyes of the true god, the empty life and the mortals are all insignificant and dispensable. And the indifferent expression shown by this natural emperor, just now, is a great existence that is high above. Everything fits the description of Gal Miller, so she firmly believes that the natural emperor in front of her is the true god. Facing the true god, the pride in her heart completely lost its support, and she could no longer hold on. Her body slowly slid down with the long-handled moon blade, and finally knelt on the ground. Rosen did not expect that this simple sentence would be so lethal, but he remained calm. Shar, I need you to serve me. This is true, because he is currently unable to enter the void freely for a long time, so he wants to find a group of void life to help. Shar seems to have lost the spirit of resistance. She lowered her head. Your Majesty, it is my honor to serve you. Rosen's eyes flashed, and he smiled lightly. Mortal, I see the unwillingness in your heart. You are still trying to resist me. I didn't. Shah denied it immediately. Rosen's smile deepened, but his dark eyes were dim. Maybe someone told you that although the true God is great, he is not perfect, nor is he without flaws. As long as you pierce the weapon into the heart of the true God, and cut off the head of the true God will also fall, right? Shar's face showed a trace of fear. No, no one has said that to me. In fact, there is. Because Gal Miller also said that the true God is also a life, just a higher and stronger life. The true God is difficult to kill, but it is not impossible to kill. There are two ways to kill the true God, either use a magic weapon to attack, or take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and attack the opponent's vitals. Shar didn't have a magic weapon, but her arrogant personality made her not want to give up so easily. So, she thought about risking her life and trying to kill the god. Unfortunately, her thoughts hidden in the most secret place in her heart were seen through by the other party at a glance. This made her clearly realize the power of the true God. She thought to herself, it seems that the true God has a very terrible mind-reading ability. I have to hide my thoughts more carefully. Even now, she still doesn't want to give in, and still wants to fight to the end. As a powerful god, she also knows many secret methods to hide her thoughts, and she immediately used them secretly. On the other side, Rosen immediately felt the change in Shah. He found that there were some subtle changes in the soul fluctuations read by Lai Fu. Although information can still be read from these soul fluctuations, this information has no logic. This is obviously unbelievable. He looked up and down at Shar, and exclaimed, Mortal, You still don't intend to obey me? Char gritted her teeth and said, as a warrior, I never have the word surrender in my choices. Either win or die. Rosen was secretly happy. Good, good, it's interesting to subdue such a warrior. It will be of great use in the future. After a little thought, he had an idea in his mind. First, I have to trample on her dignity. Raising his hand and grabbing it, the power surged out, and the long-handled moon blade in Char's hand flew into Rosen's hand. He looked at the weapon carefully and gave his evaluation. A legendary soul weapon made of low-energy spirit essence, with a strength of legendary 16, which is not bad, but it can only exist in the void and is far from strong enough. While speaking, Rosen took out the natural scepter and knocked it on the long-handled moon blade with a little force. When the light shone, the natural scepter was intact, and this powerful legendary 16 soul weapon collapsed into spirit essence fragments on the spot. The spirit essence fragments fell on the 11 magic rings, and gradually decayed into mana and various powers at a slow speed, emitting a faint glow. Char stared at the natural scepter in Rosen's hand. Artifact? Yes, this is the artifact. Or, it is a high-energy spiritual essence creation. Low-energy spiritual essence and high-energy spiritual essence are the classifications drawn by the high-energy magic laboratory after rigorous research. Low-energy spiritual essence is essentially soul power, which can only exist stably in the void outside the ring and the incomplete magic ring. It forms various void objects. High-energy spiritual essence, however, reunites the differentiated soul and magic power under high-energy conditions, and finally condenses a powerful element. This high-energy spiritual essence is very stable and solid, and can ignore the barriers of the void and the magic ring and travel freely between the two. In Rosen's opinion, if there is a true God in the world, it is likely that the body is composed of high-energy spiritual essence. Back to the topic. After Rosen removed Char's weapon, he had another thought. The huge soul power followed his will and condensed a spirit that looked exactly like him next to the main body. The essence of this spirit is a legendary 19 soul transformation. It cannot exist independently from Rosen, and the distance cannot exceed 1 kilometer, and Rosen needs to maintain its delicate spell structure at all times. This leads to its low combat effectiveness, and Rosen basically does not use this spell to fight. But from the outside, the spirit looks exactly like Rosen. After the spirit appears, its delicate spell structure is maintained by Lai Fu, and Rosen's mind focuses on controlling the actions of the spirit. So, the spirit is alive, while the elemental body is motionless, like a sculpture. The spirit walks to Char's front, and raises his hand to take off Char's helmet. Sha immediately raised her hand, and grabbed Rosen's spirit's wrist to stop him from doing so. But her actions were all in vain. Because Rosen's spell not only had a strength of Legend 19, but also had an extremely large scale of 20,000 Rosens. But Sha was very weak at the moment, and had no power to resist. So, the spirit ignored Char's obstruction and took off her helmet. Under the helmet was a beautiful and unruly face. Perfect and proud phoenix eyes, long silver eyebrows flying into the temples, a straight nose, and a tightly pursed mouth, showing a sense of indifference from a superior position. After taking a look, Rosen nodded and commented, "She looks really good." The spirit raised his hand and gently stroked Char's cheek, which felt smooth and delicate, almost exactly the same as the touch of the elemental body. A trace of surprise appeared in Char's eyes. "What do you want to do?" Rosen laughed, leaned over to Char's ear, and whispered softly, "The Void God is actually immortal, or immortal in the form of a spirit. What mortals can do, gods can do too." This was said by Adela. Rosen had never tried it, but he was very curious and planned to take this opportunity to experiment today. Char was not stupid. She understood Rosen's words at once, and was shocked and angry. "If you humiliate me, I will not submit to you." Rosen laughed. "How do you say that? If I don't humiliate you, you are willing to submit?" Char was stunned and silent for a long time, then said, "Whatever you do, as long as you don't kill me, I will definitely fight to the end." Rosen began to do the experiment. After a detailed and rigorous experiment, he came to 3 conclusions. First, in the void, the body composed of low-energy spiritual essence and the mortal body composed of elements behave very similarly, with almost no difference. At least, he can't feel the difference. Second, the fact that the Void God is the sole projection of the Abyss life should be true, because the body of the Void God is exactly the same as that of a mortal. Third, the elemental body can indeed work with the spirit body, but the risk is very high, because the Void God cannot enter the magic circle, so the elemental life needs to enter the void. This puts high demands on the ability of the elemental life. If the ability is insufficient, it is easy to be plotted by the spirit body. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect, and practice proves that Adela did not lie to him. Rosen couldn't help thinking, it seems that I have to study the body structure of the void god carefully. When I have studied it thoroughly and my power is strong enough, I will go to Adela to have fun. Of course, this is a matter for the future. Back to the present. Rosen said to Shar, I ask you one last time, are you willing to obey? Shar let her long hair down and sat on the ground with her legs curled up. Her face was very complicated. If I don't want to, will you kill me? Of course not. While speaking, Rosen waved the natural scepter in his hand. My patience is limited. If you don't take the initiative to obey, then I will force your soul to be enslaved. Shar sneered. Is there any difference? Even if I obey, won't you still brand my soul? There is no difference in form. But if you take the initiative to obey, I will give you more autonomy. Otherwise, you can only be my slave. At this time, Shar completely recognized the reality, and she sighed. It seems that I had no choice from the beginning. That's right. After a few minutes of silence, Shar said reluctantly, I am willing to obey you, your majesty. Very good. In the previous experiment, Rosen had exhausted Shar and had a deep understanding of her body. At this moment, he was no longer worried about her resistance. He picked up the scepter of nature, tapped Shar's forehead, and began to engrave the soul mark. Shar's soul was much stronger than Godfrey's, and the mark was more difficult and painful to engrave. It lasted for more than an hour. And this Lord of the Moon was indeed strong in character, and he actually endured it without saying a word. After the mark was engraved, Rosen poured the power of faith into her weak body to restore her strength. After the strength was fully restored, Shar knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Great your majesty. Rosen took a look, his heart moved slightly, he put away his spirit body, and used his elemental body to walk behind him, and started the final elemental spiritual interaction experiment. Shar said in shame, Your majesty, you are such a bastard. Through the brand, Rosen could feel that Shah was in a very complicated mood. There was joy, anger, and unwillingness. All kinds of emotions constantly washed over the soul brand that had just been engraved, constantly wearing away the strength of the brand. After feeling it carefully, he came to a conclusion. 20 years later, she should be able to break free from my bondage. To be on the safe side, I will strengthen the brand once every 10 years. After the experiment, he carefully helped Shar put on the spiritual armor, and began to arrange tasks at the same time. Now, you and Godfrey will continue to stay inside the Light God clan and act as my insider. The reason why he was able to win the battle tonight was mainly because he had laid out in advance. After this battle, the Republic of Sky has gained a firm foothold, but the Kingdom of Glory and the Holy Sant Empire still have to fight. He will continue to provide weapons for the subsequent wars, but the Nawat people will have to fight the wars themselves. On the other side, Shar didn't know what Rosen was thinking, so she responded respectfully. Yes, master. Rosen immediately reduced the output power of the Heart of Eternity, and the 11 rings that had converged redispersed. Shar regained her freedom, and immediately flew into the sky. Soon, Shar met Godfrey, who was waiting in the void. Godfrey saw everything clearly in the void, especially the process of Shar's great loss of composure due to the experiment, which made him feel very happy. He had only one thought, haha, you have come to this day too. At this time, seeing Shar coming over, he smiled and greeted her. How was it? Did you have a good time just now? Shar smiled coldly at him, rushed forward and slapped him, sending Godfrey flying. Godfrey immediately howled miserably, Master, save me. Rosen would not let Godfrey die. Shar, as both of us are my servants, we should love each other. Shar was speechless, and only used her knife-like eyes to gouge Godfrey. Godfrey was frightened and shouted, Yes, yes, we should love each other. Shar became more and more annoyed, turned to Rosen, and said coldly, Your Majesty, I absolutely do not want to work with this despicable villain. Rosen actually looked down on Godfrey, so he said, You are the superior, and he is your subordinate. If he doesn't listen to you, beat him until he obeys you, but don't beat him to death. Shar was satisfied. I understand, Your Majesty. Then you go. Shah carried Godfrey, and quickly returned to the Moon God Palace on the Silver Moon. Rosen watched him go away, and breathed a sigh of relief. He felt a little uneasy. He was pretending to be more and more powerful, but his ability was not keeping up. He felt like he would be struck by lightning at any time. Now that he was pretending to be a real god, he felt very weak. So he decided secretly, once the Nawat matter is resolved, I will immediately start to study high-energy magic with all my strength. Chapter 313. The capital of the Kingdom of Glory, Naveland, the Great Temple of Light. The operation failed? At midnight, the Sun Saint Terania received news from the city of Ulai. The reporter of the news was none other than the Lord of the Moon, Shar, and the Lord of Judgment, Godfrey. Shar has returned to the Moon Court. Although Rosen replenished her strength afterwards, she had fought for a long time and experienced many setbacks and humiliations, and her eyebrows were full of fatigue and frustration. Yes, the operation failed completely. All 36 saints were lost, and all our internal contacts in the Sky Council were pulled out. In the entire combat team, only Godfrey and I managed to escape successfully. Terania was shocked when she heard this, and asked quickly, "What about the Night Knight? Didn't the Night Knight take action?" The Night Knight was also defeated. We greatly underestimated the support of the Natural Empire. Terania was more and more shocked, and a sense of terror arose in her heart. Because of this battle, they sent out 80% of the combat saints in the Nowet Plain. Although there are still many light saints, there are less than 10 combat saints. In other words, in terms of legendary combat power, the light saints have already taken a clear disadvantage. She couldn't help asking, why is this happening? There must be one or two of the 36 light saints who can escape, so how could they be completely wiped out? Terania really couldn't figure it out. Because we stepped into the trap carefully designed by the Natural Emperor. Shar said so, and her face was a little subtle when she said so. But Terania was in shock at the moment, and the image in the soul window was not very clear, so she didn't notice this little abnormality. Shar's reply also made Terania slightly relieved. She subconsciously thought that this failure was due to tactical mistakes, not absolute strength. There are always winners and losers on the battlefield. As long as the two gods of light are still there, there is still room for salvation. I know, your majesties, take a good rest. I will contact the master first and report the situation to him. After disconnecting from Shar, she immediately began to pray. After a while, her mind was slightly shaken, and she felt a familiar huge will coming to her heart. She knew that she had received a response from the master, and immediately began to report the specific situation of the raid. Atuman listened silently. After Terania finished her report, Atuman asked, "What do you think?" Terania had already thought about it, and immediately reported her thoughts at this time. "Master, although the loss was heavy this time, we still have the Kingdom of Glory, and the Holy Sant Empire firmly in our hands, and the armies of the two countries are still under our command. I personally think that we should temporarily adopt a strategic defensive position against the Republic of the Sky. At the same time, we should increase the cleansing of resistance forces within the two kingdoms to completely control the two countries. In this way, we can at least occupy the land of the two countries. After the situation in the two countries is completely stabilized, we will continue to squeeze the living space of the Republic of the Sky based on the land of the two countries, forcing the other side to make mistakes and show new opportunities for victory. And taking a step back, even if we still fail to defeat the Republic of the Sky in the end, or even be defeated by it, the continuous civil war between the three countries of Nawat will greatly consume the power of the Nawat Plain. Even if the three kingdoms are finally unified, they will still be a broken and weak country, and it will take at least 100 years to recover their strength. The fundamental purpose of the Light Protoss occupying Nawat is not to develop Nawat, nor even to rely on Nawat's power. The Light Protoss wants to fundamentally contain Nawat, and make it fall completely from the position of the beacon of the mortal world. As long as this strategic goal can be achieved, victory or defeat at the tactical level is a trivial matter. Atuman nodded in agreement. "You are right, then do as you say. The God Realm will also send a group of new combat saints to ensure our combat effectiveness in the legendary field." The Master's approval made Terania secretly relieved. She whispered, "Master, the natural empire of the Daratan Plain has developed extremely rapidly in recent years, and gradually began to possess amazing power that surpasses Nawat. If it is not contained, it may become very terrible." Of course, Atuman knew this, and even knew much more than Terania. He was also far more afraid of the natural empire than Terania. But the problem is that he is also very clear that with the power of the Light God clan, they are no longer the opponent of the natural empire. Of course, he will not show his weakness in front of his servants, so he said in a cold tone, "I have a solution for this matter, you don't have to worry about it, just focus on Nawat affairs." "Yes, master." After disconnecting, the Sun Saint Terania immediately began to regroup. The Lord of the Sun Atuman was not idle either. He was very cautious and meticulous. For any failure, whether tactical or strategic, he had to thoroughly understand every detail. However, Terania's report did not satisfy him. So, he contacted Shar, the supreme commander of the raid, through another Sun Saint. Shar, I want to know the detailed battle process. Shah shrugged. Didn't I tell Terania everything? No, it's not enough. The part about the Night Saints is still unclear. I want to know how the Night Saints were defeated. Shah had already thought of a rhetoric. I'm sorry, Atuman. I really want to tell you, but I can't tell you because I didn't see it. The situation was very critical at the time. Natural Emperor Rosen was trying to trap me with a terrible soul cage. I was trying to get rid of the shackles, and had no time to pay attention to the battle in the mortal world. However, I vaguely saw that the Night Saints didn't seem to really participate in the battle, but I don't know the specific situation. Maybe you should ask the great Alemanni. Shar's tone was full of fatigue and impatience, and she seemed not to want to be disturbed. Shar is also a powerful god, and her status in the Light God clan is second only to Atuman. Considering her proud character, and the fact that she must be in a very bad mood after such a big defeat, Atuman did not bother her anymore. He started to think of ways to contact the Lord of Night, Alemanni. The Light Realm and the Night Realm are far apart, and the Void God cannot use the phase shift technique based on the magic ring, so naturally he cannot use the phase shift technique to communicate. Therefore, Atuman could only use the Mortal Saints as a relay station. After more than 4 hours, Atuman found a Night Apostle with the help of a Sun Saint, and finally contacted the Lord of Night. Great Queen of the Night, I heard that your saints did not really participate in the war, which is inconsistent with our agreement. Alemanni was silent for more than a minute before she slowly spoke. Atuman, my servants have tried their best on the battlefield, and even stood on the edge of the abyss of death. However, I really couldn't help, so our agreement is invalid. Seeing what Alemanni said, Atuman immediately had no reason to question. He thought for a moment and said, if you can tell me the details of the battle at that time, then our agreement will still be valid. Alemanni replied, Atuman, I won't take advantage of you, because I don't know much about the situation on the battlefield. The only thing I can tell you is that the Natural Empire has mastered the power of manipulating the magic ring. Although the means are not mature yet, it is no longer a great existence that can be easily dealt with. Manipulate the magic ring? Even with Atuman's tall legendary 14 soul, he was shocked by these 4 words. He immediately asked, how to manipulate the magic ring? Deform, penetrate, or perfect? It is the perfect magic ring, which is also the most terrifying one. Atuman's mind was shocked. After a long silence, he spoke, thank you very much for the information you told me, and thank you very much for your advice. I will consider it very carefully. After disconnecting, Atuman stayed on his sun throne and fell into a long meditation. A thought lingered in his mind. Do I need to wake up the master? The perfect magic ring is the ability of the true god. The Natural Empire has such an ability, which means that it has begun to master the power of the true god. In other words, the Republic of Sky was equivalent to getting the support of a true god. Perhaps this true god had not fully grown up, but it was enough to reduce the chances of the Light God clan to a very low level. If they wanted to compete with the Natural Empire, they would have to possess the power of a true god. But Atuman was a little hesitant, because his master Gondler did not sleep because he was bored. He was injured and needed to sleep to recover. There were still 20 years left before his scheduled awakening time. If he was awakened in advance, he would definitely be greatly angered. If the other party was unhappy, he would be punished terribly. After a long period of thinking, Atuman gave up the awakening plan. The first reason was of course fear of punishment, but the more important reason was that he was not without room for resistance. Because before the master fell asleep, he left him a powerful artifact to deal with unexpected situations. Now, it was time to use the artifact. He got up and came to the door of the treasury of the Sun God Court. He pushed the door open with a bang, and a dark corridor appeared. Walking along the corridor did not become dark, but gradually became brighter, and a large number of free red light balls began to appear in the air. When you reach the deepest part of the corridor, the whole corridor becomes dim red, and the light is so strong that you can hardly open your eyes. In the place where the light is strongest, a beautiful one-handed sword is slowly floating. The one-handed sword has no scabbard, but a dark golden angel hilt, a translucent material, and a metallic red blade. A line of ancient runes is written on the ridge of the blade, which means Ragnarok, the extinction of all things. Atuman concentrated his mind and raised his hand to take the sword in his hand. Rosen, if you dare to appear on the battlefield again, I will let you taste the sharpness of the sword. Chapter 314. Ulai City, Sky Parliament. As the temporary host of the Parliament, Master Spin loudly announced the important issues passed by the Parliament. The proposal to rebuild the Nawat Republic was officially passed, with a total of 117 votes, 78 in favor, 30 against, and 9 abstentions. The controversy is still great, but no matter what, the vote was passed. From this moment on, the Sky Republic is officially renamed the Nawat Republic, and the Sky Parliament is officially renamed the Guardian Parliament. The first Guardian Grand Mage of the Guardian Parliament is Rosen Saxon, the Emperor of the Natural Empire from the Natural Plane. With these words, Rosen, wearing a Nawat-style Grand Mage robe, strode to the seat of the Guardian Grand Mage and sat upright in the highest position of the entire Parliament. As a Guardian Grand Mage from another plane, his Guardian power is incomplete. He has the right to supervise important national issues and a limited supreme veto power. Limited means that the power is valid for a maximum of 3 times within a year, and it will be invalid after expiration and cannot be accumulated. Therefore, he must use it with caution. But he has no executive power. In fact, even so, this clause still becomes the biggest source of controversy in the bill. But there is no way. Rosen's power is too strong, his contribution to the Republic of Sky is unparalleled, and he has always claimed to be a disciple of Saint Fenmont. In the original Sky Council, there are a group of staunch followers. At the same time, the weak Nawat Republic does need various war assistance from the Natural Empire. Under various factors, the proposal, which sounds very outrageous at first, was finally passed by a majority vote. After Rosen sat down, Master Spin's voice sounded again. The Guardian Council will appoint 3 executive masters, namely Master Naya, Master Santiago, and Master Joshua. All 3 masters are Nawat people, and their basic soul strength exceeds Legend 3. They are the strongest legendary masters in the Sky Council. The 3 stood up and sat in the 3 seats in front of Rosen. These 3 seats are lower than the seat of the Guardian Master, symbolizing that they accept the supervision of the Guardian Master. Master Spin continued to announce the second important topic loudly. The topic Light Demon was passed unanimously. This topic clarifies the following 3 points. First, the so-called Light God clan is essentially a group of carefully disguised void demons. Second, the Light Demons, as well as the mortals and mortal kingdoms that follow the Light Demons, will all be enemies of the Nawat Republic. Third, in the years to come, the Nawat Republic will make every effort to recapture the former capital of the Republic, Nadlin, and expel the Light Demons and all forces related to the Light Demons from the Nawat plane. Listening to these words, Rosen thought to himself, finally, we have unified our thoughts again. Knowing who the enemy is, the next thing will not be difficult. Nawat has been fighting against demons for nearly 1,000 years, and the country, from the top to the bottom, has a very effective set of fighting experience against demons. As long as the mind is not confused, Nawat will always be the nightmare of the void life. The first priority of Rosen, the Guardian Wizard, is to ensure that the Nawat Republic is clear-headed. The second priority is to help the Republic when its current power is the weakest. The means of assistance is also very simple. Military assistance is enough. Currently, there are 3 confirmed assistants, which are 3 individual weapons that have been verified on the battlefield, namely the Flame Sword, the Whistling Spear, and the God of War Armor. A few days ago, the specific results of the night battle between the 2 legions have been counted. 1,000 ordinary trained city defense soldiers faced 3,000 of the most elite sky warriors of the Republic, and the final loss was 23 to 1,689. It was simply a crushing defeat. Therefore, these 3 individual weapons became very popular and were recognized by the military of the Sky Republic as powerful weapons that could change the strategic direction. In this regard, Rosen did not say much, and he provided whatever the other party wanted. As for the powerful continental warfare weapons such as supersonic unmanned explosive aircraft, apocalypse tanks, 200 inner diameter war cannons, metal storms, super death ray arrays, and magic ring oscillators, he did not mention a word and regarded them as nothing in the Empire. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the first session of the reorganized Guardian Council officially ended. According to the plan, a general meeting will be held at the end of each year, and an executive meeting will be held at the end of each month. Only at these 2 times will Rosen, the Guardian Grand Mage, have the opportunity to exercise power. At other times, the Republic of Nawat is exactly the same as before. Since there is nothing major in Nawat for the time being, Rosen is ready to return to the Natural Empire. Before leaving, he summoned 3 executive Grand Mages and began to make some final arrangements. Mage Naya, Mage Santiago, Mage Joshua, as the executive Grand Mages of the Republic, you are shouldering a sacred and arduous mission. You must always keep your mind clear, have the most insightful vision, and preferably have huge power. So, these 2 Azure Scholar headdresses are the gifts I prepared for you. They can give you a powerful soul that surpasses the Saints of Light, and resists the oppression of the Void God. Since Nye already has one, only 2 are needed. And these 2 executive mages are both legendary plus 3 souls. The Azure Scholar magic weapon can increase soul plus 5, so the final strength is legendary plus 8, plus the soul scale increased by 1,000 times, which is enough to ensure that their minds are clear and their wills are firm. The 2 mages also knew the power of the Scholar magic weapon, and immediately took it and put it on. After truly experiencing the powerful performance of the magic weapon, both of them had bright eyes, and their originally somewhat uneasy minds relaxed a lot. However, the 3 still had the last doubt in their hearts. Among the 3 executive mages, Santiago is the oldest. He has white hair and wrinkles on his face, and he has lived for nearly 300 years. At this time, he made up his mind and asked directly, "Master Rosen, I want to ask you a somewhat presumptuous question, and I really want to get the answer." Rosen certainly knew what the other party wanted to ask, and it was indeed time to announce the answer. "Go ahead, old man." Santiago said in a serious tone, "You have always claimed that your powerful soul is also due to your knowledge of magic tools. But you have always claimed it, and never really demonstrated it. But you know that the Republic of Nawat is a mortal country, and the Guardian Wizard must be a clearly mortal identity. So we must confirm this. This point must be confirmed, the future destiny of the Republic." So the 3 executive wizards looked at Rosen with concern, waiting for his answer. Rosen was well prepared and knew clearly that this was a question that had to be answered. He raised his hand and tapped his head gently. Suddenly, light shone on his head, revealing a magical crown with an extremely complex style and extremely precise, and exuding waves of amazing power. He raised his hand and took the crown off his head. The Supreme Crown, a powerful artifact that condenses the highest magic crystal of my natural empire, is deeply bound to my soul. As for me, I use some secret methods to enhance my life force, and have a legendary soul with a legendary 7.6 strength, but the scale of my soul is very ordinary. Everyone present wore a learned magic weapon, and their souls were stronger than Rosen's body, so they naturally saw the appearance of Rosen's body soul at a glance. It was indeed a pure mortal soul. In the eyes of the Execution Master, Legend 7.6 is naturally a very outstanding level. But compared with those mortal saints of gods and demons, it can only be an ordinary middle level. So, His Majesty the Emperor of this distant plane is indeed immortal. So, the 3 executive wizards thought they understood the true situation of Rosen, the natural emperor. The doubts in their hearts were completely eliminated. Although they still respected his ability, the fear and suspicion of unknown things in the past were completely gone. Buzz. Rosen put on the Supreme Crown again, and his soul once again returned to a daunting level. The light flashed again, and the Supreme Crown disappeared again, but it was hidden in the magic ring again. Next, he projected 3 magic staffs with extremely precise workmanship and simple shapes, and handed them to the 3 executive wizards respectively. The Staff of Infinite Power is another outstanding magic crystal of my natural empire. Its properties are very outstanding. It can greatly shorten the casting time of giant spells, and also give you endless power. As long as you are within 1,000 kilometers around Ulai City, you can mobilize no more than 5,000 rosens of mana within 1 second, and it can last up to 1 minute. I know it is very powerful, and completely subverts the current common sense of magic, but it involves imperial secrets, so I can't explain the principle to you for the time being. In short, with this staff, you should be able to easily resist the raid of the Saints of Light. These 3 staffs were temporarily made by Rosen, and directly connected to the Heart of Eternity. But the staffs are blessed with powerful spell locks, and the technical details cannot be explored. The Heart of Eternity was also carefully hidden by Rosen deep underground in Ulai City, so the 3 executive wizards can only use it, but they can't know the specific principles of the staff. But even so, after experiencing the incomprehensible performance of the staff, the 3 executive wizards were almost petrified on the spot, and felt that the natural empire was as powerful as the kingdom of heaven. Rosen talked about the third arrangement. The legendary power of the Republic is still insufficient, but fortunately, the Light God clan sent us many light saints. There are 48 saints in total, and I have subdued all of them as scholars. Most of the scholars will stay in Nawat to help you fight against the legendary power of the Light God clan. Apart from that, they will not interfere in any affairs of Nawat. So, please treat them well. This was as it should be, and the 3 execution masters nodded repeatedly. Then, everything that needed to be arranged was done, and Rosen walked directly to Naya in front of the other 2 execution masters, and kissed her hard on the mouth, making the latter blush. Facing the other 2 surprised execution masters, Rosen laughed. Private feelings are private feelings, and official business is official business. I have always been very clear about the distinction, so you two can rest assured, haha. After saying this, he took a step back, and his figure disappeared in front of the 3 execution masters. It took a long time for the 3 execution masters to come back to their senses after he left. Santiago couldn't help but sigh. The Natural Empire is such an attractive country in the mortal world. Joshua nodded in agreement. You are right. For a moment, I couldn't believe that such a great country could exist in the mortal world. Naya shook her head and said seriously, such a country would not exist in the mortal world. The former Natural Alliance was just a fragmented alliance of small countries. It was Master Rosen who created the Natural Empire. If we can sincerely accept him, then our Nawat may be just as great. The other 2 great mages didn't know much about the Natural Alliance, and it was a little hard to believe for a while. Naya shrugged. You two need to learn more about the history of the Natural Empire, and I dare to assert that now is far from the greatest time of the Natural Empire. Soon, it will definitely shine throughout the plain world. On the other side, Rosen naturally didn't know the conversation between the 3 executive mages, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He didn't return to the Natural Empire directly, but came to a remote mountain somewhere in Nawat. Here, he condensed a spirit body, entered the void outside the ring, and talked directly with the Lord of the Moon, Shah. I want to tell you something very important, Shar said with her back to Rosen's spirit body. Rosen's spirit body grabbed Shar's shoulders and laughed. What is more important than what we are doing now? Shah was in a very contradictory mood, both annoyed and refreshing. Atuman activated the Sword of Annihilation, which was left to him by Jayamiler. It is very powerful, and a rare 2nd-level combat artifact. 2nd-level artifact, what do you mean? It's a 13-ring magic weapon. Rosen understood it at once. He already knew that a perfect magic ring has 23 rings. 23 rings, the 11th ring is the dividing line, below is mortal, above is the realm of God. From this perspective, the tree branch of life is actually a 12-ring auxiliary magic weapon, which can't stop the Sword of Annihilation at all. If he was hit by this thing, he would probably die on the spot. With such a good thing, why didn't he use it earlier? Shar shook her head frantically. I'm not sure, maybe the artifact is too powerful, and it costs a lot to use it. Rosen guessed so too. It just so happens that my appointment with Adela has come, so let's exchange the artifact with her. But the tree branch of life is very important to him, so he has to make a new tree branch of life first, and then exchange it with Adela. Wait, it's going to be troublesome anyway, why not make a few more and distribute them to various important magic laboratories in the Empire, so as to promote the development of magic? After the plan was completed, Rosen's mind was clear and began to focus on communicating with Shah. I'm going back to the Natural Empire. Unless there are special circumstances, my focus will not be on Nawat. You can quietly help me take care of the Nawat Republic. Of course I will. After a pause, Shar said, this is the best, so that you won't humiliate me when I'm old. Rosen knew that Shar was not sincere when he heard it, and laughed. Don't worry, I will come here often. Chapter 315. Natural Empire, Northern Polar Continent. Buzz. A fusion nuclear explosion occurred deep underground, with an equivalent of about 500,000 tons of TNT, 40 times larger than the previous one. The reason for using this thing is that there is a deuterium extraction factory in the Empire with a large deuterium output. Second, it is cleaner and more powerful than a fission bomb. After the explosion, Rosen waited for a long time and then checked the artifact furnace. The result was nothing. Unlucky, the first synthesis failed. What to do? Of course, continue to explode. Buzz. Failed. Buzz. Failed. This time, the goddess of luck did not stand by Rosen. He started to get lucky when he exploded the 5th fusion nuclear bomb in a row. After the 6th fusion nuclear bomb exploded, Rosen opened the artifact furnace and saw that there was a 3-meter-long, thigh-thick branch of life lying directly inside. No, this should be called the trunk of life. After testing the performance, I found that the quality of the tree trunk is also very good, obviously better than that made by fission nuclear bombs. It's just that the volume is too large, which is very inconvenient to use. The structure of the artifact furnace must be changed to make the finished product smaller. As for this life tree trunk, it will be given to Cavendish Laboratory for use. After the transformation was completed, Rosen continued to make life branches. 5 more fusion bombs exploded, and all the fusion bombs brought this time exploded. Luck also began to explode, and 9 life branches were directly made, and the quality was also very good. After the completion, I calculated and found that the total cost was 6 million OG, which means that the average cost of a life branch is 600,000 OG. This way of making artifacts is too inefficient, wastes too much energy, and has low controllability. We need to develop a better artifact furnace. This matter has been put on the agenda of the Natural Empire, but it is very difficult, and no one knows when it can be really done. With a life tree trunk and 9 life branches, Rosen returned to Swan Castle. The one with the best quality was of course for his own use. The remaining 9 were distributed by Rosen to the domestic cutting-edge magic laboratories. 1 was given to Cavendish Laboratory, 1 to Bell Laboratory, 1 to High Energy Magic Laboratory, and 1 to Potion Laboratory. In short, they were distributed everywhere. There is no fixed user of the artifact. If an experimental project needs it, the project leader will write an application. If the evaluation is passed, you can get the temporary use right of the artifact. The first life branch, which is also the worst quality, was taken out and exchanged with Adela. The last time Adela left, the two agreed on the contact method. So, after everything was prepared, Rosen took the life branch and directly performed a plane transfer according to the plane coordinates given by Adela. After the transfer was completed, he came to Adela's life plane. To be more precise, he came to an uninhabited deserted island in the plane of life. He waited patiently for 3 hours, until his soul vibrations calmed down, and he could perform phase shift again. Then he arranged a communication device on the ground according to the agreement, and activated it. After half an hour, he felt a slight vibration in the magic circle, and a strange ball of light appeared out of thin air under the big tree not far ahead. Rosen made sufficient preparations, and walked into the ball of light. After passing through the ball of light, the light and shadows suddenly changed. The deserted island turned into a gorgeous palace, and on the throne of the palace sat a charming woman in a blue and white off-shoulder low-cut long dress, the goddess of life, Adela. She looked down at Rosen and said with a smile, "You have become stronger than the last time we met." This is natural, because Rosen is constantly optimizing his body and improving the performance of the Supreme Crown. As long as the Empire has any new research results, he can use them immediately as long as they can be used. So, his current soul strength has reached 15.1, and the gap between his soul scale and Adela's has also narrowed a lot. He was too lazy to talk too much, so he took out the branch of life and handed it over. "I brought the things, what about you?" Adela raised her hand and took out the endless compass. This thing looks like a round plate with a diameter of 20 centimeters and a thickness of 2 centimeters. It is silver white and has a faint platinum glow on the surface. Rosen took a look and was disappointed. It turned out to be a first-level artifact. Adela raised her eyebrows. "Oh, His Majesty the Emperor actually picked it." Rosen did not hide it. "I got the news that Atuman planned to use a second-level attack artifact against me." Adela understood, but a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. "I know about the Sword of Destruction. I also know that there are only 3 second-level artifacts outside the Abyss. One is the Sword of Destruction, the other is called the Rainbow Battle Axe, and the last one is called the Godfall. Among them, the Godfall is the most mysterious. No one knows what this thing is, but there are already 7 void gods who died on this thing, 6 powerful gods, and 1 great god." Rosen frowned. "Since you know about the destruction artifact, you came to remind me before. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because the power you showed before is not worthy of Atuman using the Sword of Destruction. In addition, Atuman is not in the Know-What plane, right?" "That's true." Rosen handed over the branch of life and took back the endless compass. "Can you tell me who has these 3 second-level artifacts?" "Of course, this is not a big secret. The first 2 belong to Gomler. The last one belongs to the witch Palominas. This is why Gomler is afraid of witches. Do you know the attack method of the Sword of Annihilation?" Adela spread her hands. "Sorry, I don't know this, and I'm afraid no one knows it, because everyone who knows it is dead." Rosen had an idea in his mind, and he asked all the questions he should ask, so he got back to the point. "What is the function of this endless compass?" Adela smiled and said, "Sorry, I still don't know." This answer was far from satisfying Rosen, and he felt that Adela was perfunctory. "You are the owner of the artifact. How could you not know?" Adela showed a trace of embarrassment. "To be honest, I stole this artifact from the Lost Plane. I have studied it for 50 years, but still can't figure out its purpose. The reason why I call it the Endless Compass is that it is shrouded in endless fog, and its true appearance cannot be seen at all." Rosen took the endless compass and looked at it over and over again, and tried to inject mana into it, but there was no abnormal reaction, just like an ordinary stone. "Really, it's really a random name. I thought this thing was very powerful." He felt cheated, but he respected the contract the most. Since the other party strictly abided by the contract, he had nothing to say. He carefully put away the endless compass. Then I will take it back and study it carefully. After that, Rosen was ready to leave. Wait. Adela called him. She stood up and walked towards Rosen. I heard that you have mastered the ability to manipulate the magic ring? Rosen replied vaguely. There have been some explorations in this area, and there have indeed been some insignificant results. Adela shook her head. This is not an insignificant result, it is a great result, and it is also a necessary result. Because this is an ability that must be mastered to enter the astral world, or even the abyss. At present, no one except you has mastered this ability. She walked to Rosen, walked around Rosen, and finally approached Rosen from behind, leaned into his ear. He whispered, the abyss will not be sealed forever, because the beings in the abyss always want to get out, and sooner or later they will find a way to open the abyss. Rosen raised the alert level of Heart of the God of War to the highest level. I have expected this, and I am also trying my best to promote related research. Adela sniffed behind Rosen's ear and chuckled. I smell the breath of Shar. It seems that you have tasted her taste. How is it? Is it much better than the taste of mortal women? Rosen shrugged. Each has its own beauty. Ectoplasm is more lively than elements, so the intensity of stimulation is high after all. Anyway, it is very exciting. Haha, what a romantic emperor. Adela turned to Rosen's front, with her back to him, and walked back to the throne of the palace with a slender waist. Go back, but don't forget the trip to the Lost Plane 3 years later. Of course I won't forget. Rosen's eyes turned around Adela's back. Then, I take my leave first. He exited the magic circle, immediately activated the phase transfer, and headed straight for the high-energy magic laboratory with the endless compass. On the other side, Adela watched Rosen leave, but did not leave immediately, but waited patiently. 10 minutes later, a figure appeared in this empty and magnificent palace. At first, the figure was wrapped in a ball of purple light mist. When he took a few steps forward, the light mist dissipated, revealing a woman with a strange shape. The woman wore a pointed wide-brimmed hat, a hideous Fong mask on her face, a gray cotton open-collared robe on the outside, a tight black leather armor inside, and a pair of high-heeled leather boots on her feet. She walked with a soft cat step, and the soles of her high heels gently tapped on the palace floor, making a crisp sound of click, click, click. Is this the great mortal you are talking about? The voice was gentle and charming, like a cat acting coquettishly. Adela nodded. From a mortal's perspective, isn't he great enough? The strange woman shrugged slightly. That's right. But you really like to meddle in other people's business. I was going to have fun with him, but you insisted on stopping me. He's very busy, and has no time to play with you. Of course, I know this won't convince you. My real reason is that if you really want to kill Gommler, he will be your greatest helper. The woman spread her hands. What a tempting reason. Well, I won't disturb him from doing his work. But if I catch him free, when the abyss is about to open, I have to find some fun. Adela sighed. The gate of the abyss is about to open again, and you still have the leisure to play? The woman turned and left, waving to Adela as she walked. I am different from you. You like to plan everything, and you want to calculate it 100 years later. But how can we mortals calculate everything? It is better to enjoy life in time, so as not to encounter the destined death one day, but not enjoy a happy day. Speaking of this, she waved goodbye to Adela, and a ball of purple light fog surged around her body, and then disappeared. Chapter 316. Early morning. Natural Empire, main base for high-energy magic research, roundtable meeting hall. It seemed like just a blink of an eye, and a year had passed since Rosen took back the endless compass. Click. Rosen would throw the endless compass in the middle of the round table at any time, and smiled to the high-energy research mages around the round table. Finally figured this thing out. During this year, his main focus was on studying the compass. In order to achieve this, he maximized his soul strength to increase Lai Fu's computing power limit. Now, his soul strength has been optimized to Legend 8.4, and the scale has increased 12 times compared to the initial level. With the latest improved Supreme Crown, he has obtained the magnificent soul of Legend 168,240,000 Rosen. It is almost completely on par with the Goddess of Life Adela of Legend 17. In addition to his personal strength, he also tried his best to increase his investment in the field of high-energy magic in the Empire. The main base for high-energy research under his feet is one of them. This main research base is located in the north of Waylon, covering an area of more than 3,000 square kilometers, almost equivalent to the area of the Sturgeon Island. In the base, there are more than 30 sub-laboratories, and more than 100,000 related research mages, with an average mana of 6 rings per person, including 389 legendary mages. And the development to this point is half the result of Rosen's deliberate guidance, and the other half is because the country is rich. Today, there are countless food synthesis factories in the empire, which not only convert cellulose, but have even tried to synthesize directly with inorganic substances. This has led to an astonishing scale of food production and extremely low prices. The empire has also built 18 solar cores. The price of lightning dropped to the level of boiled water. With the supply of cheap and abundant energy, all kinds of industries in society have developed explosively. As a result, the country has become incredibly wealthy. When an individual becomes rich, he either degenerates or sublimates. When a country composed of countless individuals becomes rich, the result is the same. Either they indulge in luxury and enjoyment, or they strive to make progress and pursue higher levels. As the emperor of the empire, Rosen can clearly feel that the trend of luxury and enjoyment has gradually emerged among the people of the empire. This is a natural law, a phenomenon that is bound to occur and cannot be changed by personal will. But it cannot be changed, but it can be guided. Since the great abundance of materials will always produce great waste, it is better to waste it on the pursuit of higher magic secrets. Emperor Rosen has been using public opinion, faith, and laws to guide in a multi-pronged way, pouring as much social power as possible into the field of magic. Thus, an amazing high-energy magic base was born. And this is just the beginning. The site returns to the round table meeting hall in front of him. There are 72 high-energy research mages in the hall, who are the core mages of the high-energy magic laboratory. They are either the head of the laboratory or the genius among geniuses, and all of them are legendary mages. With the help of the learned magic tools, the minimum soul strength reaches legendary 8, and the soul scale is also above 1500 Rosens. Each of them is also very young, with an average age of less than 32 years old. They are basically genius graduates from various high-level magic academies in the empire. And 99% of them are civilians. There are so many talents, they are emerging from the people like a fountain. Almost all of them were new faces. If it weren't for Lai Fu's help, Rosen wouldn't have been able to remember them all. At this time, the head of the laser laboratory spread his hands, with some joy on his young face, but not much. Your Majesty, although the function has been figured out and some good uses have been found, it doesn't seem to be worthy of the name of a divine artifact. The chief designer of the Sun's core commented, although there are many types of high-energy elements synthesized by the endless compass, they are too ordinary. The so-called high-energy elements are a strange combination of high-energy spiritual essence and elements. This high-energy element is very stable, and its physical and chemical properties are almost the same as ordinary elements, but its magic properties are 2 orders of magnitude higher than ordinary elements. It looks beautiful, but the current conversions are all light elements such as high-energy hydrogen, high-energy oxygen, and high-energy carbon. It does have many applications, but its function is indeed a level lower than that of another divine artifact, the life branch. A wizard speculated, perhaps, we can use these high-energy elements to create high-energy life? It is foreseeable that this kind of high-energy element life must have incredible magical power. Immediately, a wizard said, how to create it. These high-energy elements are very poisonous. Indeed, they are very poisonous. As long as more than 300 milliliters of high-energy water is used, an ordinary person can be poisoned to death, and the death is extremely tragic. This characteristic also greatly limits the application of high-energy elements. Another wizard said, although it is poisonous, it is still far from the real poison. It is certainly difficult to create life from scratch, but it can be replaced. From the current biological replacement experiment, as long as a small amount of high-energy food is fed day after day, it is possible to replace a complex element life with a high-energy element life. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted doubts. Feeding alone is useless. The proportion is too small. It is impossible to completely replace it, and even 5% cannot be replaced. Then use fine life spells to cooperate. This is a good idea, but the operation is very difficult. If you are not careful, the life will die suddenly. Yes, the difficulty is too high. I think it is far beyond the limit that mortals can control. In my opinion, it is better to use the endless compass to directly convert the ordinary elements in the complex life into high-energy elements. Your method is even more unreliable. There are so many elements in the life, and the various reactions are extremely complex. If it is directly converted, it is enough to tear the life body bit by bit. It is simply the most terrifying torture in the mortal world. The genius mages discussed it one by one. Most of the time, Rosen listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a few words and expressing his own opinions. In the end, the mages unanimously proposed to set up a high-energy life research institute to study how to create high-energy life. The country is not short of money now, so Rosen certainly proposed it. At the same time, he already had an idea that was a little crazy and only he could accomplish. This idea was related to Lai Fu, and Lai Fu was Rosen's unique secret. So, he didn't say much about his idea, but just took a large number of high-energy elements synthesized by the endless compass and returned to his secret laboratory. After entering the secret laboratory, Rosen placed these life-related high-energy elements in different categories. These high-energy elements are very strange, and their appearance looks almost exactly the same as ordinary elements. For example, high-energy carbon looks like black carbon powder. When mixed with ordinary carbon powder, it is impossible to distinguish them from each other, and it is even difficult to separate them by physical and chemical means. The only effective separation method is to use magic. Rosen's plan is also very simple, that is, to use these high-energy elements to replace the ordinary elements in his body bit by bit, so as to build a body made of pure high-energy elements. For ordinary mages, this is naturally as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for him, it is not a difficult task. Of course, this matter is still very risky, and one misstep will cost one's life. Therefore, Rosen did not directly and recklessly deal with himself. He first conducted animal experiments. With Lai Fu's supercomputing power as an aid, and the ultra-high-quality life branches as observation and operation tools, the experiment was not difficult and went quite smoothly. 2 days later, Rosen successfully made a living high-energy snail. At first glance, this snail is no different from an ordinary snail. Rosen tried to use attack spells on it. First, use a ring of lightning. Crack. Fine lightning hits the snail. If it were ordinary snails, 1,000 of them would have died, but the high-energy snail was safe and sound, and even gained some lightning power. TSK, the amazingly powerful power affinity attribute, is much stronger than I expected. I originally guessed that the body of the true God should be composed of high-energy spiritual essence, but now it seems that I am only half right. The true God should be a God-driven being composed of high-energy spiritual essence fused with ordinary elements. Of course, snails are far from satisfying Rosen's desire to explore unknown knowledge. He immediately began to replace other kinds of life. Fish, frogs, turtles, chickens, ducks, rabbits, pigs, cattle, sheep, and even apes. All were replaced successfully. At the same time, Lai Fu was trained to have a new high-energy element replacement ability. Rosen called this ability forging the divine body. High-energy replacement reaction is completely feasible. The high-energy life replaced has amazing magic ability, and the more complex the life, the greater the ability improvement. However, during the replacement process, the magic characteristics of ordinary elements and high-energy elements are very different, which will cause a serious imbalance of power inside the body. The stronger the power of the replaced body, the more serious the imbalance of power, and the more dangerous it is. To complete a safe replacement, you must have a control center with extremely high computing power and extremely strong capabilities to ensure the orderly progress of the replacement process. The role of this control center is played by the newly trained ability of forging the divine body. Animal experiments and even monkey replacement experiments have been successful, and Lai Fu's ability has been trained to perfection. Now there is only the last step. This last step is naturally to replace the elements of your own body. The last step is the most critical, the most difficult, and the most dangerous. Any mistake will lead to sudden death. Should I do it or not? Rosen sat in the secret laboratory, looking at the pile of high-energy elements in front of him, and fell into deep thought. If I don't do it, my power will be exhausted. My magic power is only at the extreme of Legend 19, and I will never break through to the realm of high-energy magic. But the legendary realm is actually the power of 11 magic rings, and there is still a long way to go before the extreme of magic. If I do that, I might die, and then everything will be over. But then again, I've lived to this point, and I've seen all the scenery in the mortal world. Even if I die, there's nothing to regret. How many times can you fight in your life? Fight, and the motorcycle will become an airplane. Rosen decided to start. So, he silently said in his heart, Lai Fu, run forge the divine body, and the casting target is the main body. This behavior involves self-operation, and there is a certain risk of error. Do you want to continue? Continue. Confirm the task and start execution. Casting begins. With this command, the life force condensed by the branches of life finally manipulates the high-energy elements. In the end, it condenses into a large pot of high-energy nutrient solution. In the myths and legends of the earth, this nutrient solution is the nectar of the gods, and it can only be drunk by the gods. If mortals drink it, and their luck is insufficient, they will die suddenly. Now, Rosen is a mortal who wants to become a god. He had prepared everything he could, and whether he could succeed or not depended entirely on his luck. He took a deep breath, picked up the high-energy nutrient solution, and gulped it down. To be honest, it tasted quite delicious, a bit like vegetable stewed meat soup. It just tasted a bit numb and tingling, as if it was electrified. After the nutrient solution entered his stomach, forging the divine body controlled the high-energy elements in it, and replaced the ordinary elements in Rosen's body bit by bit. The replacement process was silent, and Rosen didn't feel much, but he felt a little numb and warm in his body, just like drinking a big mouthful of hot broth in the cold winter. Of course, the replaced ordinary elements would not disappear out of thin air. Some turned into dead skin on the surface of the skin, some turned into sweat, and some turned into feces and urine, which were constantly discharged from the body. A percentage progress bar appeared in Rosen's vision, showing the progress of the replacement. 67%, 68%, 69%. Rosen kept drinking nutrient solution, and when he drank to the level equivalent to the total amount of physical elements, the replacement process also reached the most critical and dangerous step, which was to replace the ordinary elements of the brain. If Rosen did it himself, he would definitely be flustered at this moment, and it would be very easy to make mistakes. But Lifu is an emotionless soul GPT. For it, this is just a system upgrade. The replacement process is still proceeding step by step, without any waves. I don't know how long it took. Rosen felt that his vision was distorted, and it became completely black, and he couldn't see anything. Except for the existence of his own consciousness, he couldn't feel anything. It felt like he had entered nothingness. Because there was no external reference, he didn't know how much time had passed. Then, the vision was bright again. Turning to look at the clock in the laboratory, he found that less than 10 seconds had passed. Immediately afterwards, Rosen heard Lifu's voice. The high-energy elements had been replaced 100%, and the self-body was cast. The Supreme Crown was perfectly integrated to generate an independent magic ring. The current magic ring strength is 11.84, equivalent to Legend 16.8, and the maximum effective range of the magic ring is 3 meters in diameter, equivalent to the scale of 300,000 Rosen souls. This power is much stronger than before, and it no longer relies on external magic rings, but condenses an independent magic ring by itself. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he took a step forward with his thoughts. The light and shadow in front of him suddenly changed, and then he found that he had directly entered the 11th magic ring. Looking back, there are 10 layers of magic rings, and looking forward, there is the void outside the rings. There is nothing wrong with the body, and there is no need to spend energy to gather strength to prevent loss. The thought moved again, and the phase shift technique was performed. In a moment, he arrived at Nawat, and in another moment, he returned to Swan Castle. The whole process was natural, and there was no discomfort. But the cross-dimensional phase shift consumed a huge amount of power. His power scale dropped from 300,000 Rosens at the peak to 100,000 Rosens. This power is also very strange, similar to soul power and mana, a combination of the two. I now have an endogenous independent magic ring, so this power should be the power of the magic ring, or it can also be called divine power. But how can I replenish my divine power? After careful experience, I found a way. It is worthy of being a divine body, and it can directly draw power from the environment. Well, it looks beautiful, but in actual use, it is still constrained by the laws of the world. The result of the constraints of the laws of the world is that the higher the energy of the target, the higher the efficiency of drawing power. If you want to gain power quickly and violently, you have to draw from the power cores, such as the core of the sun or the heart of eternity. You can also use tides, sunlight, and volcanic eruptions to gain a lot of power. If that doesn't work, you can also draw power from burning black stones, burning firewood, or various spells released by enemies. Rosen's secret laboratory is connected to the solar power grid. He simply put his hand on the high voltage switch to draw power from the power grid. Buzz. In about 3 seconds, Rosen's power was fully replenished, from the previous 100,000 Rosens to 300,000 Rosens. He secretly sighed. The energy in the power grid is really delicious. After figuring out the power supply, Rosen started to think about specific life issues. My body is made up of high-energy elements, which are toxic to ordinary life. Similarly, ordinary elements are also toxic to me. But life is active, exchanging substances with the environment all the time, and I am surrounded by ordinary elements. In other words, I am now living in a toxic environment. After careful experience, Rosen found that the matter was not as serious as he imagined. The ordinary elements that enter my body will be automatically converted into high-energy elements at the cost of consuming power. About 100,000 Rosen's power is consumed every day. Therefore, as long as the power supply is sufficient, you can live safely. But high-energy elements are also toxic to ordinary people. Ordinary elements enter his body and come out as high-energy elements, so he is a source of poison. This matter must be resolved, otherwise he will be cut off from the world. Fortunately, Rosen is very familiar with the characteristics of high-energy elements. After some exploration, he successfully created an element circulation spell. Spell effect: all elements entering the divine body are automatically given high-energy attributes, and elements leaving the divine body automatically decay into ordinary elements. The advantage of the spell is that Rosen can live freely in the mortal world, and because of the existence of the cycle, most of the power can be recovered from the decaying high-energy elements. Therefore, the fixed daily power consumption is reduced from 100,000 Rosen to 6,000 Rosen. It is much easier. The disadvantage of the spell is that it is extremely delicate and complex, controlled by Lai Fu, and will occupy 5% of Lai Fu's computing power. At this moment, Lai Fu's computing power has reached an extremely amazing level, and 5% of computing power is already extremely incredible. This meant that only Rosen could use this elemental cycle spell. The source of power and the problem of life were solved, and there was only one problem left, which was to improve the power. After some research, Rosen also figured it out. The improvement method is similar to the past, which is to use the branches of life to optimize the body structure. In theory, as long as you optimize day after day, you can optimize to the 23rd ring. However, if I am in the 11th ring of the mortal world, once my power exceeds the 11th ring, my self-magic ring will transfer power to the plane magic ring, resulting in an increase in daily power loss. The stronger my self-magic ring is, the more power is transferred, and the more difficult it is to maintain. According to calculations, when I reach the 13th ring of power, the power loss will reach 300,000 Rosen every day until I fall back to the peak of the 11th ring. So, if I want to become stronger steadily, I either go to the abyss or improve the plane magic ring to the 23rd magic ring. Obviously, the best way is to create a world that suits me. Rosen looked at the current situation on the continent. The glorious empire has completely seized the Dragon Islands and started to threaten the Holy Elf Empire. But Dryden's injuries also completely recovered a month ago, and he returned to the mortal world, planning to retake the Dragon Islands. It will take about 3 years for the Empire's sky battleship to be built, but I can't wait. What to do if you can't wait? Of course, go to the Holy Elf Empire to make trouble and find a way to kill Dryden. It can't be killed secretly. It has to be a public execution in front of the elves to completely disintegrate the elves' will to resist. I couldn't do it before, but now it's still a little dangerous, but it's feasible. Do you want to do it? Of course. If you don't go to the Holy Elf Empire to hang out, it's really a shame for such a powerful body. Chapter 317. Huh? A figure appeared on the top of the snow-capped peak of the Tianju Mountains in a weak wave of power. It was the natural emperor whose power was close to the legendary level 17, and whose size exceeded 300,000 Rosens. In terms of power, Rosen's was already on par with the average great void gods. Logically speaking, with such a huge power, the transmission movement should be quite large. After appearing, it will also cause strong pressure on the local magic circle, causing the magic circle to be greatly distorted. But the movement caused by Rosen's is probably only equivalent to a small 3-ring small spell. This is not because he has the power control skills that surpass the void gods, but simply a benefit brought by the divine body. The void gods composed of low-energy spiritual essence are like a ball of liquid. If they move a little, they will shake violently. And the high-energy elements that make up the divine body are like solid iron blocks. No matter how they are tossed, their shapes are very stable. The shape itself is stable, so the impact on the surrounding environment is naturally small. At the top of the snowy peak, Rosen was wearing a simple leather armor that was easy to move. It was gray in color and very simple in style. He was carrying a medium-sized package, which was also dark gray in color and very inconspicuous. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary mortal adventurer. But in fact, the leather armor was indeed ordinary leather armor, but the package contained a huge mystery. This package was called Pocket Eternal Heart, also known as Rune Nuclear Energy Battery. It weighed 50 kilograms, was 40 centimeters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. It was not big, but it burned enriched uranium. The output power could be freely adjusted between 4 Rosens and 50,000 Rosens per second, and could maintain the maximum output for 4 months. Normally, it replenishes Rosen's daily consumption of 6,000 Rosens for the element cycle spell. During battle, it provides him with energy. At the limit, it can squeeze all the enriched uranium together, surpassing the critical mass, and use it as a small atomic bomb. He stood on the snow peak and jumped far to the west, and it was the endless forest where the Holy Elf Empire was located. At first glance, it was an endless dense forest. But in the void vision, it was a huge soul fog, and the fog was thicker than that of the natural empire. The formation mechanism of the fog is also different from that of the natural empire. The fog of the natural empire is interwoven with more than a dozen inherent frequency soul fluctuations. As long as the computing power is large enough, it is possible to crack it. But the soul fog of the elf forest is because everything has a soul. In the forest, every tree has a soul. The trees are lush and connected to each other, communicating with each other, which produces various frequencies. The soul ripples are changing at any time, and extremely dense. Thus, a high-level soul fog was formed that no one could see through. This is really a good thing that has been precipitated by time. According to the records of the plane's history, Druden came to this plane for more than 8,000 years, and personally transformed it for 3,000 years. After he left, the elves patched it up for another 5,000 years on the original basis, and created such a strange thing. Entering such a forest, Rosen's void vision ability was directly wasted by 99%, and the farthest he could see was only 2 kilometers away. Fortunately, he had sent a lower-level elf clone to the endless forest a long time ago, and with Dora and Sisai as internal support, he had been collecting topographic maps inside the Holy Elf Empire. After 6 or 7 years of collecting, I dare not say that I have collected all of them, but at least I will not get lost easily. He took a deep breath, let the cold air on the top of the mountain enter his body, and exhaled a long breath. He felt his spirit suddenly shaken, and then he ran away from the snow peak. He did not use any magic to assist, relying purely on the huge power contained in his body, and his running speed was quite fast, almost the same as a cheetah on Earth running at full speed. The reason why magic was not used was that every tree in the endless forest was an extremely sensitive scout. The above-ground parts of each tree were connected to each other, and the roots of the trees underground were also connected to each other, forming an airtight and extremely sensitive all-round detection network from 10,000 meters in the sky to hundreds of meters underground. Rosen also knew that as a void god with an obsessive-compulsive disorder for perfection, De Ruijten has been sticking to the limit of his ability to improve the detection ability of trees, and has strengthened his ability to a perverted level. This is also the biggest reason why it is difficult for foreign scouts to invade the Holy Elf Empire. Rosen's power is too huge now. Once he enters the forest, it's like an elephant breaking into a small room. It's very difficult to hide from the detection of these tree sentinels. He is not afraid of being besieged by the elves, but he is afraid of scaring Druden into a turtle. So, he has to lay a low-key plan. He quickly ran down the snow peak, and came to the edge of the endless forest. Here, Rosen walked around and found a conspicuous boulder. He felt in the gap under the boulder, and took out something about the size of an apricot, similar to a nut. This is the oak amulet, which is equivalent to the advanced pass of the endless forest. After carrying it, as long as you keep a low profile, you can ignore the detection of the tree sentinels. This was naturally given by Dora. The amulet is valid for half a month, and it must be replaced with a new one after half a month. It is a loophole in the forest safety rules. After wearing the amulet, Rosen walked into the endless forest. From the outside, the forest seems to be connected, like an airtight green carpet. But when you enter it, you will find that the dense tree canopy is only the upper layer, and the middle and lower layers are quite empty. Each big tree is at least 30 or 40 meters apart, and the grass and trees on the ground are also quite sparse. There are roads in the forest that lead in all directions. Although they are all muddy roads, they are covered with a layer of fallen leaves. It is soft to step on, like a natural blanket, and it is quite comfortable. Except that the light is a little dim, the vision is still quite good. The population of elves is also very large, as many as 2 billion, but about 50% of them are souls, living in various trees. 50% are animals, of which 500 million are humanoid elves. The other 500 million are various so-called animal-shaped elves that have been transformed. In short, everything stems from Druden's idea that all things have spirits. Rosen walked along a remote path, and after walking about 10 kilometers, he came to a forest road called the Pilgrimage Road. If you walk northwest along this road for 1,600 kilometers, you will reach the elven capital Atlassen. That is also the destination of his trip. At his current speed, It will take about 13 days. The pilgrimage road is quite lively, and you can often see various elves going to the capital for pilgrimage, and there are many kinds. There are leopard-headed people, bear-headed people, griffins with eagle heads and lion bodies, horses with a single horn on their heads, so-called forest nymphs with human upper bodies and horse lower bodies, fairies with human bodies and a pair of wings, and occasionally walking dragons. In short, it was like entering an alien animal world. Rosen used transfiguration to disguise himself as a lower-level elf, and the package on his body was also disguised as an elf-style wooden suitcase. The elves could not see through his disguise, so no one doubted his identity. He was walking attentively, and suddenly there was a sound of playfulness behind him, but it was a group of forest fairies jumping over. These forest fairies seemed to have endless energy, and seemed to have no worries at all. They ran and chased each other, and their crisp laughter spread far away. In order to avoid being kicked by the hooves of these fairies, Rosen avoided the roadside from a distance and waited patiently for them to pass. While dodging, he also glanced at these strange creatures casually. It can be seen that forest fairies are generally more than 1.8 meters tall. Thanks to Druiden's obsessive-compulsive disorder of perfection, their faces are generally very beautiful, their upper bodies are beautiful and plump, and their lower bodies are elegant and powerful, and they look very coordinated overall. The clothes on their bodies are also exquisite. The upper body is similar to what people wear, and the lower body is similar to what horses wear, covered with a very exquisite warm tapestry with a strong forest style. However, probably because the lower body is too far away from the hands, and it is not convenient to clean the dirt, there is no cover for various excretions, just naked in the air. Rosen thought, this is really awesome, ordinary people can't conquer it. Perhaps out of consideration for racial reproduction, or to get inspiration for transformation from the hand of the Creator, all the elves transformed by Druiden can combine with each other to produce offspring. Naturally, they are also physiologically compatible. So, when this group of forest banshees ran past quickly, many male elves nearby stopped to watch. As for what they were looking at, only God knows. The forest fairies didn't care about being looked at, and some of them even flirted with the elves on the roadside, causing a group of male elves to get excited. Rosen looked at them curiously for a few seconds, and then retracted his gaze. When the group of forest fairies ran over and were about to continue on their way, they heard a male voice beside them. "Hey, man, are you going to Atlas and for pilgrimage?" Rosen turned around and found that it was a lower-level humanoid elf, and his soul age showed that he was only 50 years old. In the elves, this is equivalent to the human race in their 20s, which is very young. This young male elf was wearing a very ordinary traveler's leather armor, which had several patches on it, but he was still tall and strong, and had 4 rings of magic power. Judging from the information sent back by the clone, he should be a down-and-out elf traveler. And according to the feedback from the soul fluctuations, this guy has some intentions towards him. As for what he is up to, it is not clear yet. Rosen didn't want to get involved, so he replied calmly, "This has nothing to do with you." Unexpectedly, the male elf followed him familiarly. "My friend, I'm also going to a Terrasen for pilgrimage. It's easy to be bullied if I go alone. Why don't we go together?" The status of the lower-level humanoid elves is indeed not high. After thinking for a while, Rosen nodded. "My name is Rod. What's your name?" "Falk, from Blue Lake Town." "Colorful Valley." Rosen also reported a place name, and in order to avoid accidents, he deliberately chose a place far away from Blue Lake Town. "Oh, I heard that Colorful Valley is a good place." Falk praised, and then pouted at the forest elf in the distance, and asked, "Good brother, can you lend me some money?" This was a big jump. Rosen frowned and said, "You greeted me just to borrow money?" "Hee," Falk smiled awkwardly, "just asking casually, forget it if you don't have any. I just want to find those laughing sisters to satisfy my craving." Rosen's lower elf clone has been in the forest for 6 or 7 years, so he naturally understood this. "Why are you looking for laughing sisters? Can't you find an ordinary fellow?" Falk shook his head repeatedly, staring at the forest banshee. How can the fellows be as strong as the laughing sisters? Seeing his hungry look, Rosen felt sympathy and took out 2 thumb-sized sun nuts from his pocket. "Give them to you, they should be enough." Sun nuts are the common currency within the elves, similar to the silver coins of the human race. Falk's eyes suddenly lit up. "Rod of the Colorful Valley, you are such a generous and kind person. I will remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you when I have the chance in the future." He took the sun nuts and strode after the laughing sisters. After a while, he negotiated the deal, held the hand of a laughing sister, and entered the woods beside the pilgrimage road. In the elf kingdom, this behavior is called the Call of the Wild, and at least 1/3 of the elves were born here. As a result, All kinds of indescribable freaks were born. Rosen didn't take this little thing to heart, and continued to hurry on his way. Unexpectedly, about 5 minutes later, Falk caught up from behind. "Wait, Rod, wait for me." Rosen was startled. "What? The negotiation broke down?" "What do you mean by the negotiation broke down?" Falk was startled, then smiled awkwardly. "I'm done. This is too fast. These two sun nuts are not cost-effective." Falk waved his hands vigorously, as if to get rid of the embarrassment, and then said, "You are a good man. I want to tell you a very important news." "Oh, tell me." "The news was told to me by Twiggy. Twiggy is the witch just now. She said that if we go a little further, we will pass through the running valley of the dragon Arriva. For some reason, Arriva has gone crazy and eats people everywhere. For safety, we better take a detour. By the way, I happen to know a very safe shortcut." Rosen still felt that this Falk had some intentions towards him. He was not in a hurry for this operation, so after thinking about it, he simply saw what this guy wanted to do. "Okay, then we take a detour." Chapter 318. Dusk. Rosen followed Falk all the way through a narrow and desolate valley. The valley was full of jagged rocks, without a single tree, and not even many weeds. The road was also very difficult to walk on, and from time to time one had to climb over the rocks that blocked the road. Goo, quack, goo, goo. From time to time, in the cracks of the stones and deep in the weeds, various strange and bizarre small animal calls were heard, making the valley seem even quieter. This place was already far away from the pilgrimage road. In the valley, apart from Falk who led the way, there was only Rosen who followed all the way. In Rosen's perception, no else could be felt within a radius of 2 kilometers. It should be considered one of the few wilderness areas in the Holy Elf Empire. Rosen followed Falk leisurely and commented, "This place is really remote." Falk nodded repeatedly. "It's a bit remote, but it's still safe. Walk a little further, and you reach the end of the valley, where there be a secret cave. We be completely safe after we pass through it." His tone sounded calm, but his soul was showing a combination of anxiety and urgency, and the closer he got to the cave at the bottom of the valley, the stronger the fluctuations. Obviously, the answer is probably in the cave. The cave is not far away. Rosen concentrated on sensing the situation in the cave, only to find that the cave was shrouded in an extremely dense soul mist, and his vision was completely ineffective. He then used various detection spells, but they still couldn't penetrate the cave's mist. Interesting. Such a concealment ability is certainly not something a lower-level elf with 4 ring mana can arrange, and it doesn't even seem like something a powerful god can do. It should be a great god who has set his sights on me. At this point, only the great god has the ability to block Rosen's perception. Who could it be? What is his intention towards me? Rosen was very curious, and it was necessary to figure this out thoroughly. What he was about to do was quite exciting, and he didn't want to have another great god interfere out of thin air. So, this troublesome matter had to be solved. Soon, the two reached the bottom of the valley, less than 50 meters away from the entrance of the cave. Falk waved to Rosen. "I lead the way, follow me closely." He went forward without hesitation, but the fluctuation of his soul told Rosen that this guy was controlled by a strong fear, as if he was gambling with his life. Rosen stopped. He could feel that although there was still some distance to enter the cave, as long as he took one more step forward, he would enter the misty field. The last 50 meters from the cave was the true essence of this mysterious misty field. At first glance, there was nothing in this distance, but after careful perception, it was discovered that there was actually an extremely clever illusion here. Here, the illusion and the truth almost completely overlap, almost perfectly deceiving the perception of the explorer. But once you step into it, the illusion will definitely flow instantly, and the scenery will suddenly change, trapping people inside. Rosen felt that any powerful god, or even a careless great god, would step into the trap without noticing and let the opponent play tricks on him. But this certainly couldn't fool Rosen, who was fully alert. Falk took a few steps and saw that Rosen didn't catch up, so he urged, "Hurry up, what are you hesitating about?" Rosen is not stupid. How could he step into a trap set by others? He stepped back a few steps and shook his head. "Sorry, man, the game is over." After saying this, he ignored Falk and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go, don't go." Falk was anxious and turned to chase him. Rosen quickened his pace. The other party also started to jog and soon came to Rosen. He asked breathlessly, "Rod, why are you running?" Rosen waited for him to catch up, and with an idea, he used a magician's hand to lift this unknown lower elf into the air. "Okay, stop pretending. Now tell me, who is instructing you?" "No one is instructing me." The magician's hand immediately pinched his throat and tightened it little by little. No, 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 I said, it's an upper elf. I don't know his name, or even what he looks like. He said he just needs to find a way to get you to the cave. His power is very terrifying. He can easily kill me. I have no room to refuse him. Fox's mouth is very loose. He confessed everything after a little threat. The soul fluctuations told Rosen that these were the truth. This lower elf was just a small figure. Rosen naturally didn't care about him. He took out a few sun nuts from his pocket and handed them over. Take this money and get out. Forget what happened today and pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, you will die miserably. Okay, I get out now. The lower elf rolled and crawled away and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Rosen returned to the front of the misty field again and shouted at the cave 40 meters away. Dude, if you want to fight me, just do it. If you want to say something to me, just say it. Don't be so mysterious. Anyway, he would never enter the cave. After shouting, there was no response except the echo of the valley. Rosen shrugged. No matter who you are, I don't have time to play games with you. Since you don't show up, then goodbye. He turned around and was about to leave, and began to count down in his heart as he walked. 109. When the countdown reached 3, the mysterious existence finally couldn't help it. A disembodied voice came from the cave. Your Majesty Rosen, guess who I am? Rosen paused, thought for a moment, and said, I guess you are the witch Partneros. There are a total of 7 great gods in the void. The supreme god Gomeril is sleeping, and the goddess of life Adela is a decent person who will not be mysterious. The lord of the night Alamani has cleared his relationship with him. The remaining 4 great ones are the 18th level god of war Hercules, the 17th level god of destruction Karl, the 18th level god of order Talos, and the 17th level witch Partneros. The first 3 have nothing to do with Rosen, only the latter has some connection. So, Rosen naturally guessed the latter. Guess wrong, guess again. Rosen has no way to judge whether this is true or not, but Lai Fu's new ability mind reading can. This ability can comprehensively judge the opponent's intentions through sound waves, mana fluctuations, soul fluctuations, and other information. Rosen is an emperor who has to meet countless people every day and has seen many void gods and demons. He has trained mind reading to an incredible level. At this time, the result of mind reading was 98% likely to be a lie. In other words, the other party was most likely a witch. Rosen recalled the rumors about witches and felt that the behavior in front of him was very consistent with her character of loving pranks. So, it was almost 100% certain that this was a witch. This made Rosen slightly relieved, because he and the witch had no big feud. Although the witch liked to play tricks on people, she had no evil deeds in the mortal world. So, most likely, she just wanted to play tricks on herself. But no one likes to be pranked, and Rosen naturally didn't want to. So, he smiled lightly. Miss Partneros, if you are so free, just find a place to sleep. Why bother to have fun with me? I'm not a witch. Don't be stubborn. The Lord of the Moon, Shar, told me that you might come to trouble me. So I've been waiting for you. Besides, it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, because I don't care. After speaking, Rosen continued to move away from the cave. Okay, I am. The tone changed from vague to clear and tender, which reminded Rosen of Alice's cat. He turned and looked at the cave entrance. Then don't hide. Just say what you want to say. Come and find me. If you want to cause trouble, I will take care of it. A voice came from the dark cave. I just like to hide. Then I'm leaving. Rosen turned around and left very straightforwardly. Wait. Rosen didn't stop. I wait for you in the deepest part of the cave. I also set up a very interesting maze in the cave. If you can find me through the maze, I will tell you how to deal with the Sword of Extinction. Rosen paused, half turned around and said, What if you set up a death trap instead of a maze? Wouldn't I be fooled by you? I promise it's a maze. I swear on my reputation. This is our first time dealing with each other. We are not completely at odds with each other. It's useless for you to swear anything. At this point, Rosen changed the subject. Of course, if you want me to trust you, you can mortgage a magic weapon to me. Humph, you're dreaming. Without a magic weapon as collateral, nothing to talk about. After saying that, Rosen turned around and continued to walk forward. After walking about 5 steps, he heard a faint sound of breaking through the air behind him. The sound was not loud, and the speed was not fast. He slightly moved his body, and heard a plop from his side, and a fist-sized dark blue stone fell to the ground. Freezing stone, as long as enough power is input, it can be used to freeze everything, including the soul of the great god. Rosen broke 2 shrubs as chopsticks, picked up the dark blue stone, and observed it carefully. After thinking for a while, he picked a leaf, wrapped the stone, put it in his pocket, and turned away. Thank you for your artifact, which I'm leaving. What do you mean? I believe you set up a maze in the cave, but I never said I wanted to enter the maze to play games with you, right? As for this artifact, since you took the initiative to give it to me, it belongs to me. So goodbye. Rosen walked quickly without looking back, and at the same time, the alert level of Heart of God of War was raised to the highest level, ready to deal with the witch's attack at any time. When he walked about 20 steps, he heard an angry voice behind him. Rosen, I'm very angry now. The sky suddenly changed. In a flash, it changed from the dim red of dusk to a strange deep purple. Soon after, Rosen also saw a thick dark purple mist appearing around his body, pressing towards him from all directions. This mischievous witch gave up the so-called cave maze game and attacked Rosen directly. This was exactly what Rosen wanted. He was not afraid of impromptu attacks, but was afraid of carefully planned traps. Chapter 319. Desolate Valley. As the purple mist pressed down, Rosen's body surface suddenly flashed, and a layer of shield that seemed very thin but extremely condensed emerged. This shield was not a spell, nor a soul spell, but a wall of magic rings stimulated by the magic rings in the divine body. The power of the ring wall came directly from Rosen's soul and indirectly from the rune nuclear energy battery on his back. Because it was the power of the magic ring, it could not be focused. The current strength was legendary 16.8, and the power was 50,000 rosens per second. Almost at the same time, there was a buzzing sound. The strange sound came from Rosen's pocket, and a ball of cold white light exploded with the strange sound. It was the freezing power of the freezing stone. The witch's artifact was not so easy to deceive. There was a trap hidden in the freezing stone she gave. Rosen certainly knew this, but he didn't care, because he had just observed carefully and confirmed that this so-called freezing stone could not trap him. The next moment, the cold white light expanded rapidly, enveloping Rosen's body in an instant, and then freezing everything in the area. Rosen clearly felt that the freezing power of the artifact completely isolated him from the outside world, making it almost impossible for him to draw any power from the environment. But it doesn't matter, he can't be considered to rely on the outside environment. A silver bell-like laughter came from the purple mist. Haha, Your Majesty Rosen, in the end, you still have to play a maze game with me. Rosen smiled inside the cold freezing area. He reached out without restraint, took out the freezing stone from his pocket, tossed it up and down casually, and squeezed it hard. Crack. With a sound similar to glass breaking, the freezing area surrounding the surroundings shattered instantly. Rosen put the freezing stone into his pocket again. To be honest, this artifact is not very powerful. In fact, it is very powerful, especially against the void god composed of spiritual essence. It is simply a killer. It's a pity that Rosen is not the void god. Seeing that the artifact is ineffective, the witch was silent for a while, but soon came back to her senses. Your Majesty Rosen, you really have some tricks, but this is normal. After all, you are an elemental powerhouse, not a void soul. However, you are still surrounded by my maze illusion array after all. Rosen looked at the deep purple mist surrounding him, and smiled, and shook his head. Your illusion is temporarily condensed, and it is far from the one carefully arranged in the cave. Moreover, there is a very obvious loophole. Loophole? Tell me about it. Rosen smiled and said, let's make a bet. If I can crack your maze illusion within 1 minute, and find your true body, you will call me Dad 3 times. What a messy bet. I won't bet. Why, you don't dare? Are you afraid of losing? A voice came out of the purple mist again. What if I win? What can I get? Not only will I return the frozen stone to you, but I will also compensate you with a life branch. TSK, Your Majesty is really generous. Then I bet. Rosen took out the pocket watch from his arms, set it, and pressed the timing button. Now, start. Da-da-da-da. The second hand of the pocket watch jumped one by one, and time began to pass by second. But Rosen didn't move. He stood there motionless, even closing his eyes, as if he was asleep. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed. The witch couldn't help but say, I say, you are not going to give me a life branch on purpose, are you? Such a benefit that comes out of thin air is meaningless. Hey, there are less than 20 seconds left. After the voice fell, Rosen suddenly opened his eyes, and said with a smile, I found you. The reason why he was able to find someone so quickly was because of Lai Fu's analysis. Second, it was because of the witch's restless mouth. Third, it was also because of the different maze structures of the void and the magic ring. As the voice sounded, Rosen took a step forward. The previous step was in the magic ring, and the next step was directly to the void outside the ring. The void outside the ring was still shrouded in thick purple fog, but the visibility was much higher, reaching 10 meters. In the void, Rosen took 30 steps forward, 30 steps to the left, and 30 steps back at a very fast speed, and finally took some small, seemingly irregular steps, like dance steps. The reason for this is that the other party distorted the space-time coordinates of this area, thus forming a very strange space-time maze. The loophole is that the time is too tight, and the other party only has time to strengthen the maze inside the magic ring, while the void maze is much simpler. If Rosen entered the carefully arranged maze in the cave, he would have a lot of fun. About 6 seconds later, Rosen successfully passed through the maze, and then he saw a blurry figure with countless purple runes around him 5 meters in front of him. And this figure was sitting on a huge rock in the valley, with his hands supporting his chin, looking at Rosen with interest. To be more precise, he must have been interested before, but now he should be surprised. Rosen smiled slightly, looking at the vague figure sitting on the stone with a smile. "Miss Witch, good evening." The witch looked at Rosen, who was also in the void, and said after a long while, "How did you get in?" The great god can distort the magic ring, and actively invite mortal legendary strongmen to enter the void. But she didn't invite him just now, and the magic ring here didn't have any distortion. The other party actually broke through the ring wall, and entered the void with the elemental body. Rosen didn't explain and retreated back into the magic ring. "No matter what, I won." The purple mist around him quickly dissipated, and a distorted lavender light ball appeared. This time, it was the witch who distorted the magic ring and actively invited Rosen to enter the void. Rosen walked forward a few steps, passed through the ring wall, and entered a sea of flowers illuminated by stars. Rosen already knew that this starry sky and this sea of flowers were all illusions of the soul, and did not really exist. In the sea of flowers, a tall and charming woman with a strange Fang mask on her face was kneeling. She patted the sea of flowers opposite. "Please sit down, Great Majesty Rosen." She deliberately added an attributive. It seems that she already understands what happened. Rosen walked to the opposite side of her and sat down cross-legged. "Miss Padnaros, the purpose of your looking for me is not just to play this boring maze game, right?" The witch looked at Rosen's restrained endogenous magic ring, and asked instead, "Have you condensed the body of the true god?" "I don't know if it counts, but it is indeed stronger than the body of a mortal." The witch directly confirmed, "The endogenous magic ring is the body of the god." Rosen shrugged, "Then count." "Excuse me, but I want to know how this was done." Rosen chuckled, "I won't tell you." Then he said, "I won, it's time to fulfill the bet." The witch was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly chuckled. "Sorry, I'm going to cheat this time." Rosen didn't care. Okay, I don't care about this bet, but the fact is that you lost and I won." The witch muttered, "This is really an unpleasant fact." Then he asked, "What do you want to do when you come to the Everfree Forest alone this time?" "Assassinate Dritten?" "Guessed it right." Whatever the other party guessed, he admitted it, showing sincerity without revealing his true intentions. "Well, then Dritten is in big trouble." The witch obviously didn't care about Dritten's fate, and she didn't come to play games with Rosen. "Straightening up," he said solemnly, "I have something serious to ask you for help. My previous move was to test your ability, but obviously, your ability far exceeded my expectations and exceeded my needs." Rosen did not comment. "I borrowed your reputation to solve a small problem, so I do owe you a favor." The witch sneered, "Your Majesty, don't be so mercenary, I certainly won't let you work in vain. I don't really believe what you said, after all, you were lazy just now. But tell me, do you want me to help you? I want to kill Gao Miller." "What did he do to you?" "He is the sole projection of the soul devourer Antawanji. And I am the sole projection of the last guardian of the god realm. My mission is to stop Antawanji and his projection, and find a way to completely destroy them." This made Rosen's heart move slightly. "Can I know the deeper reason?" The opposition in identity alone is not enough to convince Rosen to help. The witch shook her head. "I am just a projection. My original body did not tell me more information, and I personally don't think it is necessary to know more." Rosen understood. "So, you are just a tool of the original body." "That's right." This is the second time Rosen has encountered this situation. The last time was the soul hunter Lily. Of course, Rosen has created an independent soul for this Lily, so Lily is free. But the witch doesn't seem to have it. He asked directly, "Are you an independent life now?" "Of course, I am an independent life, but a void life, like me with powerful power, needs a meaning of existence. Maybe I don't know the full picture of the Abyss incident, but based on my understanding of Gal Miller, I am very happy to kill him. Rosen understood, and now he wants to know as much information about the Abyss as possible. I continue to ask, since Jamil is the projection of Antoine, he should have a special mission, right? Of course, he has a well-known nickname, the Destroyer, which already explains his main mission. In addition, he has been trying to open the Abyss, and has achieved certain results. Results? Every once in a while, the gate of the Abyss will open, releasing a large number of void demons. Originally, it was opened once every 1,000 years, but it has gradually shortened to the current 500 years, and the demons released after opening are getting stronger and stronger. So do you agree to help? Rosen thought for a moment. Not now, I'm not ready yet. You are already a true god, what else do you need to prepare? There are many things to prepare, and I think assassination is a means used by the weak. The witch snorted. Compared to Gomler, I am indeed a weakling. But your majesty, you are absolutely strong against Druden. Don't you also plan to assassinate him? Rosen grinned. It's different. Your assassination is helpless. My assassination is a game. The witch had nothing to say, and after a long silence, she said, the next time the gate of the Abyss opens is in 10 years. If you don't interfere, the scale of the gate of the Abyss this time may be very large. If you don't want to see something terrifying running out of the gate of the Abyss, it's best not to let it open. So, you have at most 10 years to prepare. I see. By the way, Druden was scared by you, and asked Adela for help, but Adela refused him. So he secretly turned to Hercules, the god of war. The god of war is not simple. He is very powerful. He has the artifact war chessboard, and many subordinate gods, with amazing combat power. In addition, the war golems he created also have amazing combat power on the battlefield of the mortal world. Pay attention to this. After saying this, the witch stretched out her hand to Rosen again. I'm leaving, give me back the frozen stone. Rosen smiled. I want to borrow it. Okay, I lend it to you for 1 year. After saying that, the witch turned into a purple light ball, and quickly rushed into the sky, and the scenery around Rosen returned to normal. Hercules, the god of war? Rosen still sat cross-legged in the valley. I was wondering why Druden forgot the pain after the scar healed. It turns out that he secretly found a new big brother. Chapter 320. South of the Holy Elf Empire, Cape Doom, Furnace Basin. This place is located in the extreme south of the Wick continent. The climate outside the basin is very cold, but the basin is hot all year round. On the endless basin plain, bulging black chimneys can be seen everywhere, and many bubbling high-temperature magma pools can also be seen. These magma pools are distributed one by one in the east, and one by one in the west, like small lakes dotted on the swamp. In the past, except for a few risk-taking adventurers, there were basically no living things in the valley. But now it is very different. The open space beside each magma lake is covered with large patches of dark red vines. The vines are very dense, almost completely covering the scorched earth. They are not afraid of high temperatures at all. Some of their roots are deeply rooted in the hot earth, and some are even directly rooted in the magma, directly obtaining growth energy from the magma. Among the dense vines, there are huge cylindrical fruits with a diameter of more than 15 meters and a height of 30 meters. There are a lot of these fruits, with a steel-red appearance, distributed among the vines one by one, and spread throughout the lava basin along with the vines. At first glance, they look like silent giants standing on the earth. In this strange array of giants, 2 people are walking on the path between the vines. 2 people, a man and a woman. The man looks exactly like Druden, wearing a loose robe commonly worn by the upper elves, looking like a knowledgeable scholar. The woman wears a dark red metal rune armor that wraps her whole body tightly. Because of the helmet, the specific face cannot be seen clearly, but some crimson long hair can be seen through the gap of the helmet, and the tailor-made armor also shows a tall and plump figure. She is half a head taller than the man next to her. The crimson heroic female warrior looked at the vines all over the lava valley, and praised sincerely. Draytan, I have to say, you are really a genius in the field of life transformation. The man called Draytan showed a humble and reserved smile on his face. I'm not a genius, I just have been studying for a long time, and have accumulated a lot of experience. After that, he said, Ms. Beldandy, I once again thank the great Lord Hercules for his timely help. Of course, I am also very grateful for the great help from the lady. If you hadn't pointed out the fact that there was a traitor in Atlas and in time, I would still be plotted against by the despicable natural emperor. The crimson female warrior smiled and raised her hand to open the eye protection grill on the visor, revealing a pair of crystal clear deep blue eyes, and a small part of the white and almost glowing face skin. The deep blue eyes narrowed, showing a hint of reserve. I have to say that you are indeed too amateurish in the field of war. But it doesn't matter. As the war commander that Lord Hercules relies on most, I will naturally help you make up for the shortcomings in related fields. Oh, there seems to be a fruit over there that is about to mature. Go and have a look. Just less than 300 meters away from the two, a huge cylindrical fruit emitted a faint red light and began to tremble slightly. The two mortal substitutes of the void god quickly rushed to the vicinity of the cylindrical fruit and observed patiently. I saw vines connected to various parts of the cylindrical fruit, and there were 12 of them. Each vine was as thick as an adult's thigh, just like the umbilical cord connected to a huge uterus, pouring rich power and boiling elemental soup into the cylindrical fruit. As the vines continued to pour, the cylindrical fruit became brighter and brighter, and the vibration became stronger and stronger. Buzz, 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 snap! A sound similar to metal tearing appeared, and a crack appeared on the steel-red outer wall of the fruit. Crash, snap, snap. A pair of giant hands, with a deep red metallic luster actually poked out of the hole, grabbed the two sides of the gap in the outer wall, and opened it to the sides with force, easily tearing a huge hole in the hard outer wall of the fruit. Immediately afterwards, a strange creature with a human-like appearance drilled out of the fruit. This creature was 15 meters tall and looked like a giant. It was extremely sturdy, especially the torso, which was round and round. In comparison, the limbs seemed a little short. His whole body was covered with a layer of dark red tough skin similar to rhino skin, but it was many times thicker than rhino skin. Finally, he had a pair of wings on his back that were similar to dragon wings, but also several times thicker than dragon wings. After he appeared, he turned around and ran to the nearby magma pool, jumped in directly, and drank it up, which looked more refreshing than drinking water. After drinking for more than 5 minutes in one breath, his body became more and more round, and the dark red thick skin on his body became more and more shiny, almost emitting light, and the 6 pairs of eyes on both sides of his head directly showed a strong crimson light. The female warrior looked at the strange giant swimming happily in the boiling magma, and was very satisfied. Not bad, very good, healthy and strong, and very flexible, better than Lord Hegrid's golem of destruction. She couldn't help but sigh. The Tree of Life is really a rare artifact. Of course, your life transformation skills are also indispensable. Draytan was also very satisfied with this terrible life that regarded magma as food. Because this thing is a perfect war creation condensed by him after combining the Truth Warrior, the Golem of Destruction and all knowledge. In terms of single combat power, a lava giant warrior can be comparable to more than a dozen Truth Dragons. In terms of group combat, it can perfectly respond to the command of the Crimson Lady beside him. He personally feels that once the number of this thing exceeds 10,000, it will definitely defeat all powerful enemies in the mortal world. And as long as there is this furnace basin, and he is given enough time, he can continuously create powerful warriors. 100,000 can be created in a year, and 1 million in 10 years. Then, the warrior souls accumulated by the elves for nearly 10,000 years can be poured into it, and an invincible army of destruction can be created in the mortal world. He believed that this thing would never cause disease, and even if it did, it would not spread widely. One reason was the high temperature. The other reason was that he spent a lot of effort to build a separate blood barrier for each doomed soldier. In other words, each lava soldier looked the same, but in fact, they were all unique. At this moment, his mind was almost boiling like magma. Ms. Beldandy, I promise that in 1 year, there will be 100,000 lava soldier mature. I will also do my best to increase production and guarantee that there will be 1 million Doom Legion in 5 years. If you encounter special circumstances on the battlefield, or have any specific requirements, please tell me immediately, and I will do my best to meet your requirements as soon as possible. He was very respectful and humble to the female warrior beside him. First, it was because she was the most trusted subordinate god of the 18th level great god Hegrid, the Crimson Lady. Second, it was because she herself was a powerful god with a strength of 14.9, just 1 step away from entering the Great Realm. The last time he tried to sneak attack Rosen and failed, and was almost killed by him, he also deeply realized the horror of the world today. He realized very clearly that his power of less than 13th level was not enough to control a plane. So, when he failed to ask for help from Adela and turned to the war gods, he had already made a psychological positioning to follow behind the other party, as an auxiliary god. His attitude made Beldandy very satisfied. With such a powerful god as her backup and a huge empire composed of 2 billion souls as the basic base, she also had enough confidence to defeat the 2 mortal empires in the northeast of the continent. In her eyes, the current difficulties of the Elf Empire were not worth mentioning at all, but made her desire to fight even stronger. But Dryden obviously didn't have her confidence, he whispered. Miss Crimson, among the mortal empires, the glorious empire is actually nothing great. The truly terrifying thing is the natural empire hidden behind it. You can see that the entire empire is hiding behind a thick soul fog, and no one can see the true situation inside the empire, but the tentacles of power that occasionally appear are very astonishing, and are becoming more and more astonishing. Miss Crimson is very confident, but not arrogant. She nodded in agreement with Dryden's statement. The natural empire is indeed very complicated, and is becoming more and more restless. When two armies are at war, intelligence is of utmost importance. As the war commander most trusted and relied upon by the Lord of War, she places unparalleled importance on intelligence, and her understanding of the natural empire is far more comprehensive than that of Dryden. She knows that the natural empire supported Nawat, and helped rebuild the Republic of Nawat. She also knows that the weapons provided by the natural empire account for as much as 80% of the weapons consumed by the glorious empire. She also knows that the emperor of the natural empire is a mortal, who likes adventure, and is very dissolute, but it is undeniable that he is also extremely powerful. She even knows that the natural empire has begun to master the ability to perfect the magic circle. As long as it is allowed to develop for a period of time, not too long, maybe only 50 years, then no one in the world can contain this mortal kingdom. By then, the emperor of the natural empire will definitely unify the plane and upgrade this plane to a real divine world. Not only will the void god be completely blocked outside the magic circle, but they will even continue to support other planes, and completely expel these void creatures from the mortal plane. This is absolutely impossible. Therefore, in Beldandy's view, the war in this plane is essentially a battle for the survival of void life. Unfortunately, few people hold the same view as her, and even Lord Hegrid thinks that she overestimates this mortal kingdom. Beldandy does not argue with this. The current natural empire is far from having an invincible force. With these lava warriors, the foundation of the Holy Elf Empire, and her own command, it should not be a problem to defeat this group of mortals. She also sees very clearly that her biggest advantage is that she can send all the elves to the battlefield as cannon fodder at any cost. Even if the loss is heavy, or even completely lost, it doesn't matter. But the natural emperor can never do this. Therefore, her core tactic is to strike hard and fast, regardless of the cost, and smash the mortal empire to pieces. So, she squinted at the lava warriors bathing in the magma pool. Don't worry, Dryden, we will win in the end. Chapter 321. Endless Forest. Rosen was still rushing to Atlassen in a low profile, not slow, but not fast either, just like a tourist. But there was one thing that Rosen found a little strange. Dora and Sisai, the information they provided recently seems a little insignificant. Although he was in the Holy Elf Empire, he had been in charge of the Natural Empire through Ghost Resonance. He also kept an eye on the war situation on the Dragon Islands. Before Dryden returned, the information provided by Dora and Sisai was timely and accurate, and it perfectly echoed the war reports from the front line of the glorious empire. But after Dryden came back, the situation gradually began to change. Although there was a lot of information, which roughly matched the frontline war reports, Rosen always felt that something was wrong. It was difficult for him to use this information to obtain high-value results. This feeling was very subtle. It was like playing a winning game. In the first half, the opponent was a bad chess player, and could easily control the opponent. In the second half, a real victorious chess king was replaced, and he began to become slippery. After careful analysis, Rosen concluded, since the Lord of War intervened, the commander on the battlefield was most likely changed. But who is this commander? Where is he now? What is he going to do next? Rosen didn't know anything. In the intelligence provided by Dora and Sisai, there was no valuable clue at all. This commander should have noticed the problem of internal support, but he certainly hasn't suspected Sisai and Dora. Otherwise, with the character of the Void God, these two girls would have died long ago. But this commander is much smarter than Dryden. It's only a matter of time before the two women reveal their identities. My previous plan to use Dora to seduce Dryden will definitely not work. Not only will it not work, but it may also lead to a huge crisis. Plans really cannot keep up with changes. What to do? Of course, follow the situation and adjust the plan immediately. While thinking, Rosen gradually slowed down his pace to the elf capital Atlassen. When he was 200 kilometers away from Atlassen, he received another intelligence from Dora. It was a piece of information about the mobilization of the elf frontline troops. In the past, this was normal. But this time, Rosen felt something was wrong as soon as he heard it. If the information is true, the value is very high, enough to cause huge losses to the elf army. But this kind of high-value information has not appeared for a while. After a little consideration, Rosen decided, it seems that Dora has been suspected, and this information is a test. Rosen thought for a few seconds and immediately sent a message to Dora through ghost resonance. Leave Atlison immediately and go to Swan Castle. The soul of the powerful god is already sensitive enough. Of course, they cannot find out the specific content of the ghost resonance. In fact, no one can do this, not even Rosen. However, they may discover the existence of the ghost resonance phenomenon. If Dora is suspected, she will be closely monitored. If she uses ghost resonance to transmit information at this time, there will be a risk of exposure. Therefore, Dora's current situation is already very dangerous. If the opponent confirms that the information is indeed leaked on the battlefield later, Dora will be eliminated at the first time. Therefore, before the opponent has fully confirmed it, let Dora run away at the first time to save her life. Rosen still liked this moon goddess very much, but he couldn't bear to let her die. After the news came out, Dora immediately replied, "Yes, master." 5 seconds later, Dora replied again, "Master, I'm already in Swan Castle." This reply made Rosen secretly relieved. Fortunately, this woman ran fast. Dora is the inventor of the infinite phase transfer technique, and her phase transferability is extraordinary. Rosen estimated that the elf commander must be stunned. Feeling a hint of panic in Dora's tone, he gently comforted her. "Very good, you can stay in the secret laboratory in the hills north of Swan Castle and wait for me to come back. Master, there is only your puppet substitute here. Where are you now?" "I'm on a business trip outside, and will be back in a while." After settling Dora, Rosen sped up and rushed to Atlison. The sudden disappearance of the moon goddess Dora naturally confirmed her identity as a human insider. With Dora as a precedent, the new commander of the elves will definitely conduct a comprehensive identity check on the elves' high-level leaders. In this way, Sisai, who had been to Whalon several times and had a drastic change in temperament, will soon be exposed. Sisai now has a basic soul of Legend 11, and Druden has also spent time to make her a +5 scholarly hat, which is the strength of Legend 16. She is the best elf, and a unique existence. This talent is so outstanding that Druden believes that it is a rare treasure given to him by the Creator. The favor he once gave to Dora has been transferred to Sisai. And many important intelligence obtained by Rosen also came from Sisai. Once Sisai is identified as a traitor, it will definitely cause a huge shock within the Elf Empire. At that time, not only will Druden appear, but the new commander is also likely to appear beside Sisai and interrogate her in person. And this is Rosen's opportunity. If the timing is right, he will kill the new commander. If the timing is not right, then at least he must find out the specific identity of the opponent. So, he has to sneak to Sisai as soon as possible. At this time, Rosen is still 200 kilometers away from Atlison. If he travels on his own, he will be easily exposed if he travels too fast, and he may not be able to catch up if he travels too slowly. While thinking, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves from the side. He turned around and found that it was a tall forest banshee. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out 10 sun nuts from his pocket and handed them over. "Sister, can you do me a favor?" Thanks to Tadruitan's perfect obsessive-compulsive disorder, this forest banshee is very beautiful. She has long dark blonde hair, blue eyes, gorgeous facial features, tall and plump body, and strong and vigorous. She looked down at the sun nut in Rosen's hand, then looked up at Rosen. Her eyes moved around his tall and strong body, and she chuckled. "Little guy, you are wrong. I am not Sister Laughter. But I don't mind playing with you." Rosen was in no mood to play. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood, he immediately said, "No, sister, I have something urgent to do and need to rush to Atlison. If this money is not enough, I can add more." The banshee showed a trace of dissatisfaction on her face. "Another bastard who rides us like horses, but for the sake of money, come on up." Rosen immediately turned over and climbed onto the back of the banshee. The banshee kicked the horse's hoof and said, "10 is not enough, I want 20. "Okay, 20. Rosen took out enough sun nuts and stuffed them into the pocket of the banshee's upper body and asked again, "Which one should I grab?" "Have you never ridden a banshee, young man?" "No." Although his lower elf clone sneaked into the endless forest very early, he acted very low-key and rarely had close contact with strangers, so he only knew that he could ride, but he had never ridden it. "Ha, you are such a rookie, grab my hand or hug my waist." Rosen observed and chose to grab the banshee's hand. "Hold on." The banshee shouted, spread her 4 hooves, and ran along the pilgrimage road towards Atlison. The forest fairy was very strong. While running, she still had time to talk to Rosen, Young man, what's your name? Rod, a villager from the colorful valley, went to Atlason for pilgrimage. How old are you? 36. Rosen said he was a little older, and this age is almost equivalent to 18 years old for the lower elves. The fairy glanced at Rosen and smiled. What a young and handsome guy. She introduced herself. My name is Leisha Belanen. Rosen was stunned. Are you an upper elf? Surnames are the patent of upper elves, and upper elves are generally very arrogant, and will never let lower elves ride on them. The fairy Leisha shrugged, showing a hint of cynicism on her face. What upper elves and lower elves? It's just the difference between the pets of God and the sheep of God. In essence, they are all toys of God. As she spoke, the witch moved her wrist. Don't pinch my wrist, it's uncomfortable. Pinch my hand, yes. Clasp your fingers tightly, your hands are quite big, and feel very powerful. After all, you are a young man like the rising sun. With a sigh, Leisha asked again, why are you in such a hurry to go to Atlason? Pilgrimage. Bullshit. Leisha snorted. There are no elves in a hurry to make a pilgrimage, only elves in a hurry to respond to the call of the wild. Tell me honestly, is there a girl you love in Atlason? Since she wanted to guess so, Rosen certainly wouldn't refute it. Although he thought the witch was a bit talkative, he had to hurry up at this time, so he just responded perfunctorily, you guessed it right, Ms. Leisha. Leisha whistled. Oh wow, this girl is really blessed. Rosen was startled. What do you mean? My back is very sensitive. I can feel a lot of things. As she spoke, Leisha wrinkled the skin on her back, with a look of teasing and curiosity on her face. What's the girl's name? Lillian. She went on the pilgrimage before me. I was delayed because of something, but we agreed to worship the great tree of life together. Oh, I see. What an innocent young man. Leisha finally stopped talking and began to focus on running forward with Rosen. She has 6 rings of magic power, and most of this magic power is used to strengthen the body, so she is extremely energetic and very fast. After running for more than 2 hours, we had covered about 160 kilometers, and were less than 30 kilometers away from the border of Atlas. At this time, the outline of the big tree of life can be clearly seen through the gaps between the tree canopy and leaves. This tree is very tall, with a trunk diameter of more than 200 meters, and a height of more than 1,500 meters. The lush tree canopy is directly inserted above the clouds and spreads out in all directions, which is extremely spectacular and magnificent. Although Rosen looked down on Druten, he had to admit that this big tree of life was really big and could definitely be called the first man-made wonder of this plane. Here, the intensity of the soul mist is also abnormally high. Rosen's void vision has been reduced from 2 kilometers to 1.4 kilometers. In a human city, this distance is almost the same as that of a blind person, but in a lush forest, there is almost no possibility of long-range sniping. Other people's void vision is definitely much smaller than Rosen's. Even if the great god comes, it is estimated that it will only exceed 200 meters. Therefore, Rosen still has a huge vision advantage. Leisha was a little tired from running, and her breathing became much heavier. Young man, I need to rest for a while. Is that okay with you? Of course I don't mind, Ms. Leisha, you can rest. Leisha slowed down and changed to a small jog, but the speed was still very fast, about 40 kilometers per hour. I'm thirsty. Do you have water? Of course. Rosen used magic to condense a ball of clear water and handed it over. Leisha gulped down a big sip, exhaled a long breath, and then asked, after the pilgrimage, what do you plan to do with your Lillian? I don't know yet. Rosen controlled his face to show the confused look of a young man. Leisha suddenly changed to the 6th ring of the Mind Whisper. I give you a suggestion. Do you want to listen to it? Of course. After the pilgrimage, take your Lillian back to the colorful valley immediately. If possible, it's best to leave the Ever Forest immediately, and find a secluded place in the Tianju Snow Mountain to hide, and live out the rest of your life in seclusion. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he blinked, his face showing the innocence of a young man. Ms. Leisha, why do you say that? Don't call me madam, I'm over 90 years old, just call me auntie. Whether it's an upper elf or a 6-ring power, over 90 years old is still very young. If nothing unexpected happens, this banshee can live for at least 3,000 years, and her power can reach at least 9 rings. Calling her auntie makes her look old. Rosen certainly knows how to please people, so he said, I call you Sister Leisha. Leisha smiled, okay. But the smile only lasted for a while, and then disappeared. My sister is a holy banshee warrior. She said that a new commander came from above. He is very strict and ruthless. He started to reorganize the army as soon as he arrived, and began to prepare for large-scale recruitment of warriors. In the near future, I am afraid that countless warriors will be sent to the battlefield. I will definitely not be free for long. The battlefield today is very cruel, and the death rate is ridiculously high. It is lucky to be able to return 1 out of 100 people. Speaking of this, the forest banshee showed deep sadness on her face. With the return of God, the good days are completely over. Looking at Rosen again, little guy, you are still young, there is no need to waste your life for those ruthless gods. This made Rosen's heart move slightly. Sister Leisha, doesn't God protect us? Humph. Leisha snorted coldly, revealing a trace of undisguised anger in her sadness. God never protects us mortals. She turned her head and looked at Rosen. Do you want to hear my family story, little brother? They have entered the core area of Atlassen, and arrived under the canopy of the Great Tree of Life. It is still a little way from the trunk of the Great Tree of Life, but it is very close to Sisai's position, less than 1 kilometer in a straight line. The reason is that Sisai lives in the huge canopy above Rosen's head. And the performance of the Banshee Leisha also made Rosen clearly feel that the elves obeyed the void god out of helplessness. There is great dissatisfaction, and even resentment in their hearts. Elves are also mortals, but they are a group of mortals who have been transformed to be stronger and live longer. I was not strong enough before, and the natural empire was not strong enough to take on the responsibility, but now it can. The new commander of the elves is indeed very powerful, but no matter how powerful she is still a person. Without the cooperation of the elf empire, a good cook can hardly cook without rice. Originally, Rosen was still thinking about how to deal with this tough opponent. But now he has an idea. If the assassination fails, I will have an elf spring to destroy your foundation, hee. This method is very feasible, and much safer than assassination. If it succeeds, not only can the void god be defeated, but the elf empire will also be completely disintegrated, and it may even be possible to merge the elves into the natural empire, solving the elf problem once and for all. Other races are really difficult to integrate, but elves can. Because elves are used to being dogs, and have huge psychological inertia. As long as the new owner is strong enough, and treats them well, they can quickly change roles. Moon Goddess Dora is a clear example. So, while monitoring Sisai in the tree canopy above his head, Rosen said, Let's find a quiet place to talk, Sister Leisha. Chapter 322. Elves all live in trees. Closed tree holes, semi-open tree sheds, exquisite tree houses, etc. Anyway, they are inseparable from big trees. Soon, Rosen and the Banshee Leisha found a semi-open tree shed beside the pilgrimage avenue. Above their heads was a natural awning made of huge broad leaves, surrounded by a grid-like wall made of hanging branches and vines, and below them was a dense and soft grass, like a cashmere blanket. As a temporary resting place, the comfort level is quite good. Leisha curled up her legs and lay flat on the ground like a horse, raised her hand to take the light red fruit handed over by a vine, and shouted to the entrance of the tree shed, Rick, we need to be quiet for a while, don't let anyone disturb us. Got it. The owner of the tree shed responded, and as he spoke, the vines beside the door of the tree shed hung down like snakes, separating a relatively independent space in the noisy elf capital. After taking a bite of the fruit, Leisha looked at the pedestrians coming and going on the pilgrimage road with a blue gaze through the wall grid, a little dazed. She asked Rosen, My soul has lived for more than 90 years, but how long do you think I have used this body? Rosen looked at the banshee carefully, and found that her hair was thick and her skin was smooth and delicate, just like a newborn baby. There was almost no trace of the vicissitudes of time. Generally, when this happens, either the method is amazing and can be repaired at any time, such as Rosen, or it is a new body that has just been obtained. Rosen's ability is difficult to replicate, so this banshee should have just been reincarnated. He guessed, less than a year? Leisha shook her head. More, it's actually less than half a month. Her face showed a kind of vicissitudes of life. Do you know? In the past 5 years, I have reincarnated 16 times. Rosen understood immediately, and immediately changed to a respectful tone. You are really a hero of my tribe. In the Elf Empire, this kind of situation only happens to those powerful and brave warriors. Leisha's face did not show any complacency, but was full of cynicism. Hero? If I fought to protect the Everfree Forest, then I am indeed a hero. But how did my body get damaged? I was recruited to the Storm Continent across the sea, and fought one inexplicable battle after another with a group of ghosts that looked like snail monsters. A large number of warriors died, and their souls were taken back to the Tree of Life and quickly began to reincarnate. I died 16 times in the Storm Continent. Each death was very painful, and caused great damage to my soul. My mana dropped from 9th ring to 6th ring, and I forgot a lot of past events, even mini combat skills. Lisha took a bite of the fruit, as if she was biting the flesh of her enemy. Before the war broke out, I had 13 sisters. We grew up together in laughter and joy, and our relationship was extremely deep, but now, only my 4th sister and I are left. The rest of the sisters are all in the past. Sadly, I only know that I have many close relatives now, but I can no longer remember the specific appearance of these deceased sisters. But even so, in half a month, when I adapt to this new body, I will have to return to the damn battlefield of the alien continent. She took another bite of the fruit. In their eyes, I am just a tool to be consumed. Rosen said carefully, Storm Continent was once the homeland of the elves, and it seems reasonable to find a way to take it back. If we can build another endless forest on Storm Continent, life will definitely be much better than it is now. Lisha nodded and praised Rosen's words. Everyone says this, and I admit that there is some truth in this statement. We did occupy a lot of land on Storm Continent and obtained a lot of resources. If 1/10 of these resources were used to improve the welfare of the people, I would have nothing to say. But no, all new resources are used to build warriors. The funny thing is that even if so many resources were invested in the war, we still suffered heavy defeats again and again in the Dragon Islands, and at least 2 million warrior souls were completely dissipated. This is not 200, nor 2,000, but 2 million. The beautiful face of the Banshee Lisha was intertwined with fear and anger. Then, she said something shocking again. Before the Lord of Truth returned, we expanded our territory steadily. We beat the glorious empire in the ocean, and in the mountains, and made it flee in panic. After the Lord of Truth returned, the former glory was gone, and the entire Dragon Islands fell into the hands of those mortals. In my opinion, the Lord of Truth is just an incompetent waste. Rosen looked horrified. Sister Lisha, be careful with your words. This is Atlason. It will be troublesome if those big shots hear it. Lisha looked disapproving. I'm not the only one who thinks so. Many people think so. Even the top officials of the Empire, and even the honored ones, who live on the great tree of life, have such thoughts. Everyone knows it well. As long as I don't shout loudly on the street, no one will pursue it. After a pause, she looked at Rosen, with a vigilant look on her beautiful face. Little guy, or are you going to report me? Rosen's heart moved slightly when he heard it. The honored ones on the great tree of life are already the highest level of the Empire. It seems that the defeat of the Dragon Islands has greatly hit the confidence of the elves. This is very good. Faced with the words of the Banshee, he shook his head again and again. Of course not, in fact, I have similar thoughts, but I hide them deep in my heart, not as bold as you, sister. Hearing this, he understood it completely. No matter which country, losing a war is a very serious matter. Think about it, everyone has handed their lives to you and let you drive them, but now you have no ability and have squandered everyone's lives in vain. It is because Druden is a powerful god that if he wants to change a mortal king, the crown will be broken at this moment. But being dissatisfied is one thing, and whether you dare to resist is another. Finally, whether you can successfully resist is another more difficult thing. Looking at the Banshee in front of him, from the fluctuations of her soul, Rosen can feel that she has some intentions towards him. It seems that she wants to pull him into the group. This is normal, because he is disguised as a talented lower-level elf, who has 5 rings of magic power in his 30s, and has great potential for future growth. But it is not enough to just detect the fluctuations to find out what kind of group to join. So Rosen whispered, Sister Lisha, of course I know you were right, but what's the point of just complaining? Lisha's blue eyes flashed, and she changed to mental whisper, Don't just complain. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he also replied in mental whisper, Sister, you seem to have something to say to me. Lisha shook her little tail like a hare, and finally told Rosen what he wanted to know. Have you heard of the Hare Club? No, but from the name, it should be an organization that is very good at hide and seek. From the information revealed by Lisha and her somewhat unscrupulous attitude, Rosen immediately knew. This so-called Hare Club is estimated to be quite large, and there may be a big shot from the Elf Empire behind it. He immediately became very interested in the Hare Club. At this time, Lisha's face flashed a trace of self-mockery. Yes, we are good at hiding, especially hiding deep in the earth, just like those weak hares. Because only in this way can we avoid the detection of those powerful void creatures. This is true. The magic ring is stimulated by elemental energy, so the deeper you go into the earth, the more stable the magic ring is. At the same time, the elements themselves have various power vibrations. The air elements on the surface of the earth are too thin, so this vibration effect is not strong, but in the depths of the earth, the various power vibrations accumulate together and form a natural power mist. In fact, as long as you hide quietly under the soil layer with a depth of more than 300 meters, it is enough to block the detection of the great god. If you go deeper than 800 meters, you can dance with peace of mind. Let alone the great god. Even if Rosen trained his future blessing abilities to the highest level, he could only sigh helplessly. So, Rosen asked, are there many members in the Hair Club? I can only say that there are quite a few, but I can't tell you the exact number for the time being, unless you become a member of the Hair Club. Rosen became more and more curious, but he sensed Leisha's vigilance and knew that he couldn't be too eager. So, he immediately imitated the normal reaction of an ordinary young man, with a hint of hesitation on his face. Well, although I am a little curious, I am just an ordinary person. I am not mentally prepared at all, and I have to go find Lillian. At this point, he seemed to have made up his mind. Sister Leisha, thank you very much for sharing this secret with me. I will keep it strictly confidential. It's almost time. I have to go. After saying that, he stood up and was about to walk out of the tree shed. This reaction really made Leisha relax her already limited vigilance. Just after taking a few steps, Rosen's hand was grabbed by her. Don't leave in a hurry. The grip was very tight. Rosen struggled for a while, but couldn't get away, so he turned his head to look at this forest fairy of the upper elves. The other party also stared at him, and said in a deep tone, "Young man, I can see that you are a very talented elf. Of course you can go to your Lillian, worship the great tree of life together, and then return to your colorful valley together, be an ordinary lower elf, and live an ordinary life. But I want to tell you that this is just a beautiful dream. In fact, you will soon be conscripted into the army, and your young and beautiful life will be wasted by the cruel and ruthless master. But you have another choice." Speaking of this, Leisha's eyes shone with hope. "You could also join us, fight with us, and work hard to overthrow tyranny." Rosen showed a struggling look on his face, but his mind was turning over the idea of how to join the Hair Club more reasonably, and without leading any trouble. Leisha thought that her words had persuaded Rosen. She continued to persuade him, saying in a bewitching tone, "Young man, whether you are unknown or become a legend depends on your current choice." Rosen was silent, his eyes flickered, and he seemed to be persuaded. But there was one last problem to be solved. That is, he said before that he was looking for Lillian. This Lillian was a fiction, and he had to find a way to make up for this lie. While he was thinking, there was movement in the crown of the big tree of life above his head. As he expected, the new commander of the elves had amazing means and acted very quickly, and he really found the new star god Sisai. Chapter 323. Atlison, under the great tree of life. Laifu's void vision told Rosen that two people came to the treehouse where Sisai lived. He saw at a glance that these were two mortal bodies of the void gods. Judging from the aura of power, one was Druden, and the other was a completely unfamiliar aura of power. The power of the void gods all has a unique spectrum, and the macroscopic manifestation is the color of light. Druden is sky blue, while this unfamiliar aura of power is crimson, with a very high intensity of 14.9, just one step away from the great god. The subordinate god of the Lord of War Hygrit, Crimson Spectrum, 14.9 power intensity, I understand, it is the Crimson Girl Beldandi. According to the description of Nawut's Encyclopedia of Void Life, this Beldandi is a very powerful god, who has commanded many plane-level wars, and has achieved extremely brilliant results. If Hygrit is the Lord of War, then the Crimson Lady is the indestructible war axe in the Lord of War's hand. At the same time, her own combat power is also very amazing. It is said that she was given a divine weapon by the Lord of War, and she is a very difficult character. Rosen immediately checked the corresponding void again, and as expected, there was no trace of any void god. Oh, these two guys are really vigilant. They actually hid, and they hid very well. He could feel that the two void gods were hiding in an unknown corner, remotely controlling the mortal descending bodies through the power of faith. But where exactly are they hiding? And what kind of defense measures have been set up? Rosen didn't know at all. At this moment, he had two choices. One is to attack suddenly, use the means of warping and hunting, use the mortal body as a springboard, and directly attack its main body. The second is to give up the assassination and continue to explore the Hair Society mentioned by the witch Leisha. After a little weighing, Rosen chose the second way. Because the success rate of assassination is too low, if it fails this time, it will alert the enemy, and it will be difficult to find the other party's hiding place in the future. And once the assassination is carried out, he will definitely be exposed, and he will have to run away from the Holy Elf Empire immediately, and it will be difficult to sneak in silently in the future. The second way is much safer. Go to meet the leader of the Hair Society and see who the other party is. If the Hair Society is large enough and has enough energy, there will be a lot to do. So Rosen decisively gave up the assassination plan and changed to observation. He saw that after the two mortal bodies entered the Sisai treehouse, they began to interrogate Sisai. It can be seen that Dritten still does not think there is anything wrong with Sisai, and even hopes that Sisai is fine. The reason for this is probably because of his obsessive-compulsive disorder for perfection. It is also because of this that even if the Crimson Lady thinks that Sisai is likely to have a problem, Dritten did not destroy her directly. Rosen had already set the resonance core hidden in Sisai to silent mode. Because of the high quality of the life tree branch, the resonance core he said was very secretive, greatly exceeding Dritten's perception limit, and should also exceed the perception limit of the Crimson Lady. Therefore, he was not worried at all that the other party would find abnormalities in the elemental structure. Next, it depends on whether Sisai can deal with the interrogation of the Crimson Lady. Rosen has no confidence in this. After all, Sisai is just a mortal, while the Crimson Lady is a powerful void god who has experienced countless big scenes. However, it is not completely impossible to win. Because he has greatly optimized Sisai's brain, and with the blessing of the magic weapon, her soul strength is now as high as Legend 16, which is higher than the Crimson Lady. It would be best if Sisai can pass the level smoothly, so that she can continue to be his eyes. If she can't pass the level, there is no way to force it. He will take this opportunity to observe the Crimson Lady carefully, and analyze her personality traits. While observing, the voice of the Banshee Lisha came to his ears again. Rod, have you figured it out? Rosen was doing two things at the same time, observing the interrogation in the tree canopy while responding. I am very moved, but I can't let go of Lillian. Lisha was stunned and asked back, so what kind of woman is Lillian? Rosen had already made up a reason, and now he started to lie. My playmate who grew up with me, a little willful. Is she pretty? Not pretty, not as pretty as my sister. Giggle. Lisha covered her mouth and chuckled, and asked, is she outstanding? Not outstanding either, her magic power is less than 3 rings. She is a very ordinary girl. Do you love her? What is love? Rosen looked confused, and then shook his head as if he understood. If it is the strong emotion in the ballad, then no. We just grew up together, and got used to each other. But I doubt I can find her. Speaking of this, Rosen showed a trace of frustration on his face, and Lisha also asked with concern, what happened? Some time ago, she asked someone to write me a letter, saying that she fell in love with a male fairy, and said that she liked the feeling of him taking her to fly freely in the sky. Hey! Lisha thought she understood and said with sympathy. So, you didn't actually agree to make a pilgrimage together. You just didn't want to accept failure and followed her all the way to win back Lillian's heart. Although I don't want to say this, but what you said is true, sister. During the conversation, Rosen found that the situation in the tree house above his head was actually very good. Sisai's brain was unexpectedly good, and there were many exquisite quick wits. With the Ruetan's intentional or unintentional protection, she actually dispelled the suspicion of the Crimson Girl bit by bit. Hey, interesting, really interesting. Rosen was in a good mood, so he began to act seriously, showing a trace of sadness of being abandoned on his face. The witch Lisha originally intended to pull Rosen into the hair club. Seeing that he was frustrated in love, she immediately seized the opportunity, and pulled Rosen into her plump arms with force. Little guy, everyone has their own life. Since Lillian has chosen another man, there is no need for you to force her to get back. Sister, you are right. Rosen nodded in agreement, looking a little relieved. I am too demanding. Maybe I should return to my hometown and find another girl to spend the rest of my life with. Lisha immediately said, why go back to my hometown to find one? After saying this, she naturally unbuttoned the buttons on her lapel, showing her tall and straight thunder. Talents like you should not be unknown. Rosen's thoughts moved slightly, and he urged his blood to make his face red. Sister Lisha, this is not good, right? Ha ha, I actually saw an elf who can blush. It's really rare. There's nothing wrong with it, just enjoy it. I don't mind at all. Rosen wanted to refuse, but he suddenly found that the Crimson Lady in Sisai's treehouse was very sensitive. She seemed to be aware of someone spying on her, so she looked around subconsciously. After only 3 seconds, she began to issue orders and sent many tree sentinels to check the situation around the big tree of life. This surprised Rosen slightly. She was extremely cautious, decisive and quick, and she didn't have any fluke mentality. This Crimson Lady was really difficult to deal with. It was difficult for conspiracy to work against such a person, and the best way was to crush her with an open conspiracy. Rosen immediately gave up spying on Sisai's tree house, and at the same time, he went with the flow and began to enjoy the comfort of the Banshee Lisha. But soon, he encountered a problem. From the front, the Banshee was no different from a normal woman, but the back was really a bit weird. Although Dritton's design allowed the two sides to match perfectly, it was really too plump. It felt a bit unbearable. The Banshee smiled and said, "Little guy, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that I will kick you?" Rosen scratched his head. "Sister Lisha, I have only responded to the wild call of humanoid elves." This made the Banshee giggle. Elves have a long life, and they should try new things more often, otherwise life will become very boring. I don't deny that sometimes you will have bad experiences, but sometimes you will be rewarded by the goddess of fate. Since this is the case, Rosen has nothing to say, so he sacrificed his magic gun and began to challenge new things. 10 seconds later, he understood why the lower elf Fok was defeated after 5 minutes. Because the forest banshee's martial arts are very powerful, much more powerful than humans, and even more powerful than succubus. This is indeed not something that ordinary people can handle. Lifu reduced 50% of physical feedback. After doubling his combat power, Rosen felt that he had equal strength. After a few minutes, he felt that the big tree sentinels flew over the tree shed one after another, and some sentinels even went outside the tree shed to check the situation. The Banshee Lisha also saw it and shouted, "Warrior, I am Lisha, a reserve member of the Holy Banshee Guard. I am responding to the sacred wild call now, don't disturb me." The sentinel glanced through the gap in the vines at the door and whistled, "TSK, another warrior on horseback." The tree shed is not big, and the situation inside is clear at a glance. The big tree sentinel did not enter the shed. After a few interesting glances, he turned around and left. In order to avoid any more variables, Rosen also withdrew his observation of Sisai and began to focus on responding to the wild call. About half an hour later, this sacred summoning ceremony ended with Lisha's defeat. At the same time, Rosen also vaguely felt that Sisai was not destroyed by Dritton. This means that there is a 50% chance that Sisai has passed the identity review of the Crimson Lady, and there is also a 50% chance that the Crimson Lady deliberately spared her life, so that she could set a trap for herself in the future. But no matter which one it is, Sisai's performance has already impressed Rosen. Hey, this little girl has really grown up a lot. Interesting, really interesting. He can feel that Sisai can have such a performance, firstly because of quick wit, and secondly because she has been prepared for today's situation. Why did she have such preparation? Rosen really wanted to take a good look through the soul imprint, but considering the other party's legendary 16 soul, and considering the other party's current extremely dangerous situation, doing so would either alarm Sisai or alarm the Crimson Lady, which would lead to many unpredictable consequences. So, he suppressed his curiosity. I will hide in the dark and watch the situation evolve quietly. After thinking for a while, he had another idea. We should also make some moves in the Dragon Islands to strengthen the Holy Elf Empire. When the strength is increased, and the external pressure is increased, it can catalyze the evolution of its internal situation. At this time, the Banshee Lisha finally came to her senses. She turned her head and looked at Rosen with fiery eyes, and said eagerly in the secret language of the mind, "Rod, Lillian is not worth your concern. Join the Hare Club and overthrow the tyranny of the incompetent master with me." Rosen immediately asked, "Then can I always be with my sister?" Lisha smiled softly. "Of course, as long as you are willing." She stood up and used the magician's hand to tidy up the delicate tapestry on her back that was a little messy. "Come up, I will take you to the nearby base to participate in the formal initiation ceremony." Chapter 324. Half an hour later. In the suburbs of Atlasan, there is an inconspicuous tree hole entrance. "Follow me, I take you in." The tree hole is deep and dark, but don't worry, it's safe inside. Rosen nodded and followed him closely. The entrance to the tree hole was blocked by a thick bush, which was indeed inconspicuous, but the passage inside was very spacious, in a multi-layer spiral shape, with a spiral diameter of about 20 meters, and a circle, descending about 5 meters. The passage was pitch black, and it was pitch black. There was a thick layer of soil blocking it around, and Rosen's void vision was suppressed to less than 300 meters. He was not worried about danger, because everything was normal within 300 meters, and there were very few people in the world who had the ability to plot against another person through a solid soil layer of more than 300 meters. At least Rosen himself couldn't do it. Through the void vision, he could see that the spiral channel went down all the way, spinning for about 40 circles and going more than 200 meters underground. This is a very large project. He was very curious. The cave seems very deep. When was it dug? Even if there is magic, this is a rare large project, and it is difficult to do it quietly. It was dug about 5,000 years ago, as part of the fire plan. Rosen didn't understand. The fire plan? I've never heard of it. Licia patiently explained. More than 5,000 years ago, Dritten left suddenly, and the elves who lost their master were both happy and panicked. The ancestors were worried that Dritten would return again, and they were also worried that there would be another invasion of the void gods like Dritten, so they dug a large number of underground passages under the earth. These underground passages are intertwined and connected to form a cluster of underground cities throughout the Everfree Forest, named the Glimmering City. In this way, even if Dritten returns again, we can still maintain a certain degree of freedom under the protection of the earth. But Dritten never returned, the Spark project was gradually forgotten, and the underground city collapsed a lot. Now, the new generation of elves are almost completely unaware of its existence. But the Glimmering City is very, very strong. Even after 5,000 years, most of it is still preserved. Many powerful elves still retain their ancient memories, so the Glimmering City was once again activated. As they spoke, Licia led Rosen through the spiral passage, and after crossing a downward staircase, they entered the deep underground about 220 meters deep. A very spacious arched underground passage appeared in front of them, 50 meters wide and 20 meters high, much wider than the high-speed tunnel in the previous life. There was light in the passage, coming from the giant mushrooms growing in the soil on both sides of the passage. Each of these mushrooms is bigger than a person's head, and the brightness they emit is about equal to that of a one-ring light spell. The brightness of a single mushroom is not very noticeable, but when countless mushrooms are added together, the brightness is almost the same as that of a full moon night. After feeling it carefully, Rosen found that this kind of mushroom is very strange. It can actually draw power from the magic ring and convert the power into stable light. The reason for this ability is that there is a soul in the mushroom. The soul of a living person. Seeing Rosen looking at the mushrooms, Licia explained, "Ghost mushrooms. Each ghost mushroom has an elf's soul. Do they have a chance to reincarnate? No, they shouldn't. Because they are either executed criminals or immortals who are completely tired of life, and mushrooms are their final destination." Rosen's eyebrows jumped. This is a bit cruel. Licia spread her hands. It sounds a bit, but the executed criminals have no choice. The immortals who are tired of life make the choice. However, if the new master in the void finds these ghost mushrooms, he is likely to reincarnate these souls into warriors. That guy has a great desire for warriors. Rosen recalled the description of the Crimson Girl and knew in his heart that Licia was right. As they talked, the two gradually passed through the spacious passage illuminated by the ghost mushrooms and arrived at an underground space that was deeper, wider, and even magnificent. This place is very large, with a height of more than 100 meters and a width of more than 1,000 meters. The spatial structure has also become very complex, presenting a grid-like three-dimensional structure, somewhat similar to a termite nest. With the ubiquitous lighting ghost mushrooms, Rosen felt like he was in a huge nightless dungeon. Many elves also appeared around, all kinds of elves. Because of the open space, Rosen's perception range was much wider, and he felt the presence of a large number of elves. There were quite a lot of people, and the average strength was also quite strong, with the lowest being 4 rings. From time to time, elves greeted the Banshee Licia, and also looked at Rosen with curiosity and vigilance. It can be seen that Licia has a high status in the Wild Rabbit Club. Considering that she once had a soul with a strength of 9 rings, this is completely understandable. Licia introduced softly. They are all members of the Hair Club, both old and new members. Sister, you should be a new member too, right? Yes, physically, but not spiritually. I have been a member of the Hair Club for 8 years. In addition, the Hair Club has a long history, dating back 5,000 years. It's just that the Hair Club used to be the guardian of the Glimmering City, but now it has transformed into a rebel against tyranny. Rosen's heart moved slightly. 8 years, isn't it just the time when the Lord of Truth begins to return? That is to say, once the Lord of Truth is confirmed to return, the elves will start to act. At this time, a cute-looking banshee jumped over happily, smiling and greeting Licia. "Sister, how come you have time to come here today?" She ran to Licia in a blink of an eye and happily jumped around her a few times. The short tail similar to a rabbit's tail shook continuously, quite like the charm of a rabbit. She suddenly cried out in surprise, "Hey sister, why is your butt swollen?" Which warrior did it? Licia pursed her lips at Rosen beside her, and said naturally, "It was done by the little guy Rod. He has a magic gun." The cute banshee then turned her eyes to Rosen and looked at him curiously. "Hey, this little guy is so powerful?" This kind of return to nature and wildness made Rosen a little overwhelmed. He didn't know how to answer for a while, so he could only stand there and laugh awkwardly. The cute banshee's face showed a gloating look again. "Little guy, you are in trouble." Rosen was startled and turned to look at the banshee Lisha inquiringly. Lisha smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal." She explained again, "My husband will be dissatisfied, but it doesn't matter, I will explain to him." The cute witch smiled and said, "If it was a normal situation, it would be no big deal, but this is not a normal situation. Captain Rex was very gentle to Sister Lisha, but now you treat her so rudely, he might challenge you to a duel." Rosen didn't expect there was such a relationship, but it was not a big deal, because the relationship between men and women of the elves was very chaotic. To be more precise, the immortal species were very chaotic. Lisha waved her hand. "Okay, Grace, don't scare Rode, let's talk business." She straightened her face. "Rode plans to join the Hair Club and become our brothers and sisters. So I need 5 formal members to witness his initiation ceremony together. Now I am one, you count as one, I still need 3 people. Do you have any candidates?" The cute witch Grace did not answer immediately. She turned around and looked at Rosen carefully. "You are very young, and your magic power is very good, but these alone are not enough to join the Hair Club. You have to have specific skills. Tell me, what can you do?" Rosen certainly made preparations, and then said, "I am a harvest wizard, proficient in cultivating fruits, especially good at cultivating healing fruits. In the Holy Elf Empire, the highest level fruits are made from life branches, but there are also many fruits with relatively ordinary functions. At the same time, there are a series of fruit spells, and there is also a common staff with functions similar to life branches, called life buds. Those wizards who master fruit spells have a special name, called harvest wizards. The elves rely on various fruits, so the role of the harvest wizard is very important, and the status is quite high." As expected, Grace's eyes suddenly lit up. "How many kinds of fruits can you make?" "About 50 kinds. I have loved making fruits since I was a child, and I have spent almost all my time studying fruit spells." "Oh, that's quite a lot. What is the strongest fruit you know?" "The 6-ring firm will fruit, and the 6-ring soul nourishment fruit. Because they are 1 level higher than my magic power, I spent a lot of effort to master them." Grace's eyes lit up, and even Lisha looked at Rosen with a new eye. "One is because the status of the harvest wizard is high, and the other is because the Hair Club is very short of harvest wizards. Because of the importance of the fruit, Dritten keeps a close eye on the harvest wizards and treats them very well, much better than other elves, especially they don't have to fight on the front line of the battlefield. So, the harvest wizards have a very good impression of Dritten. For them, there is no so-called tyranny, and naturally there is no reason to join the Hair Club to resist tyranny." Grace's attitude became very enthusiastic. "Rod, it's a great honor for you to join us. I will go to gather witnesses now." She jumped away. Lisha said to Rosen, "What about your tinder shoot staff?" Rosen looked embarrassed. "It was stolen when I was on the road." Then he said, "But even without the staff, I can cultivate fruits. Of course, the speed will be much slower." As he spoke, he took off the luggage bag he had been carrying on his back, reached out, and took out 3 soul-nourishing fruits with green shells, similar to hard-shelled kiwis. "Sister Lisha, try my craftsmanship, and I hope you can remember the appearance of your lost sisters again." For him, it was easy to create such low-level fruits, so he prepared some by the way to disguise his identity. Lisha took it and tasted it, and her face immediately showed surprise. "The quality is quite good." She could clearly feel a warm current flowing into her mind, constantly nourishing her damaged soul, and the pain in her soul was greatly relieved. So, she ate all 3 fruits in one breath, and the pain in her soul was greatly relieved, and even the blurred past memories due to the damage to her soul were restored. Rosen's actions also touched her heart, and greatly increased her attention to Rosen. From a young man of the lower elves with good growth potential, he became a genius harvest wizard with extremely high fruit skills, which is very important to the Hair Society. "Rod, after you join the club, I will take you to see Master Irina," he explained. Master Irina is also a harvest wizard with 9th ring magic power. She was once an apprentice of Moon Goddess Dora and received her guidance. She is one of the most important members of the Hair Club. I believe she is very happy to meet you." This is exactly what Rosen wants, and he thought to himself, "I am getting closer and closer to the leader of the Hair Club." He has no plan and no time to be promoted step by step in the Hair Club. Once he knows the specific situation of the Hair Club next year, he will immediately start to control it and expand it into a powerful force that can subvert the order of the Holy Elf Empire in the shortest time. Chapter 325. 5 Witnesses of the Initiation. 2 female demons, and 3 humanoid elves. The female demons were naturally Leisha and Grace, and the humanoid elves were 2 men and 1 woman. 2 of them were very gentle to Rosen, but a male wizard with the power of the 7 rings had a dark face, giving Rosen the feeling that he would rush up to him in the next second. Through Grace's introduction, Rosen knew that the male elf was Leisha's husband Rex, and he already knew that his wife responded to Rosen's wild call. The good news is that he is very rational, and clearly knows the importance of the Harvest Wizard. He is also a little afraid of his wife, so he always suppresses his anger. For this, Rosen could only say sorry in his heart. After all, he didn't know about this before. In order to make up for it a little, after he finished the Alliance Oath of Initiation, he took out 6 soul-nourishing fruits from the package, gave 1 to each of the 5 witnesses present, and gave Rex 2 more. Mr. Rex, I apologize to you, and I also promise you that I will give priority to making healing fruits for you in the future. Rex certainly knew how precious the healing fruit was. Seeing Rosen's sincere apology, he calmed down a little and said stiffly, "It is not a sin to respond to the call of the wild. I am not angry about the response itself, but your rude behavior. But no matter what, considering your sincere apology, this matter is over. I will not do it next time. This little festival is over." The quality of the soul-nourishing fruit distributed by Rosen was as high as ever, which surprised the other 4 witnesses, and felt that Leisha had brought a great treasure to the Hair Club. So when Leisha announced that she would take Rosen to see Harvest Master Irina, everyone agreed. Rex didn't dare to let his wife and Rosen stay alone, so he volunteered, "My dear, you must be exhausted. Why don't you go and rest first, and I will take Rod to see Master Irina." Leisha knew her husband's thoughts, and felt a little guilty about him, so she agreed, but she was a little worried, and warned, "Rex, my husband, Rod will be very important to the hair. I hope you can control your emotions." Rex nodded repeatedly. Of course, I won't lose my mind because of this. Rod, come with me." Rosen didn't worry about Rex finding fault at all. Mind reading told him that Rex had something to ask of him. He immediately nodded and followed. "Then I trouble Mr. Rex." The 2 walked along a slightly remote passage, one after the other, deeper into the underground. After walking for a while, only Rosen and Rex were left in the passage. Rex took the initiative to speak. "Master Irina is very important to the Wild Rabbit Society, and the Master's temper is a bit eccentric, so her residence is in the deepest part of the underground, and we have to walk for about half an hour." Understood. Through the soul fluctuations, Rosen felt that Rex seemed to want to say something to him. He waited patiently. Rex was silent for a while, and wanted to speak many times, but swallowed his words at the last moment. Rosen felt tired for him. "Brother Rex, there is no one else here. Just say whatever you want to say." Rex took a deep breath and finally spoke, but he used a secret mental language. "In my impression, most harvest wizards are weak, not to mention banshees. Even ordinary elves find it difficult to deal with them. I want to ask, have you cultivated a unique fruit that strengthens the body and can improve the ability to respond to the call of the wild?" Rosen immediately understood the situation of this elf wizard and laughed in his heart. "No, it's just my talent." Rex was disappointed. Seeing him like this, Rosen suddenly had an idea in his mind. "Mr. Rex, there is no fruit that specifically improves ability, but there is a fruit that strengthens the body." He took out a red-skinned fruit as big as a date from the package. Tough fruit can permanently improve physical strength, and naturally it can also indirectly improve wild abilities. Seeing Rex's eyes shining and reaching out to take it, Rosen retracted his hand. "Don't worry, I have conditions." "You say?" "I just joined the Wild Rabbit Club, and don't know much about the club. Can you introduce the club to me in detail? The more detailed you are, the more I will pay you." As he spoke, Rosen took out 5 tough fruits from the package. "After eating these 5, your body will probably be comparable to that of the dragon race." Rosen's request was very reasonable, and Rex agreed. "No problem." Rosen gave 1 first. "This is a deposit." Rex immediately took it, and ate it in 1 bite. He immediately felt as if a fire had ignited inside his body, and a force continuously flowed out of his stomach and intestines into his limbs. He shuddered and clearly felt that his whole body became very energetic and full of strength. He was very satisfied with the effect, and immediately began to tell the situation of the Hair Club in detail. Rosen listened carefully. After listening for about 20 minutes, he frowned slightly. "It sounds like the Hair Society is a very loose organization, and members tend to escape rather than resist?" Rex spread his hands helplessly. "Although I don't want to admit it, this is indeed the case. After all, the gods are too powerful, and hidden deep in the void. With our mortal abilities, we can't fight against them at all. This is indeed the case. Dryden is already very powerful, and now there is a new Crimson Lady. The elves are generally soft in character, far less fiery and tenacious than the Nawet people, so there is no hope of fighting against them. Rosen handed over the second toughness fruit, and the latter immediately ate the fruit, and then continued, because there is no hope of victory, the Hare Society does not have a real leader. There are members of the Hare Society in the upper echelons of the Empire, and they will reveal some information to us from time to help us avoid the pursuit of the Void Lord, but that's all. Speaking of which, Master Irina can be regarded as the leader of the Hare Society, but she is lonely and weak. Although she is very dissatisfied with the tyranny of the Lord, she has taken very few specific actions and basically has no practical effect. Speaking of this, Rex couldn't help but sigh, looking frustrated. Rosen handed over the third toughness fruit, and he took it and ate it, and his depressed mood also improved a lot. However, the Hare Society is not completely hopeless. In order to get further away from the control of the Void Lord, we have been digging deeper underground, and as we dig deeper underground, we feel that there is an extremely magnificent well deep in the earth. The deeper we dig, the clearer the feeling will be. Rosen's heart moved. Is the great will greater than God? Rex nodded, with a look of expectation and uneasiness on his face. It is more magnificent than Dryden, much more magnificent. I have personally felt this great will, and I think it is even comparable to the legendary great God. Because of this, the guild was divided into two factions. Some people suggested to rely on this great man and get his protection. Some people are worried that this great man will be more cruel than the Lord of the Void. Rosen immediately asked, does this great man have a name? This was really beyond his expectations, because it is basically impossible for the Void God to appear in the depths of the earth. Now there is another existence comparable to the great God, which makes Rosen a little confused. What is it? Rosen is very curious, and at the same time he deeply feels that his understanding of the world does not seem to be as comprehensive as he imagined. At this time, Rex's voice came. He has a name. He calls himself Pioneer Dilex. After a pause, the elf wizard expressed his impressions again. Although the will of this great man is magnificent, it reveals an inhuman indifference. It is precisely because of this that it is difficult for us to make the final decision to surrender. Hearing this, Rosen felt that the elves of these Hare clubs were really as weak and pitiful as rabbits. And he became more curious about this so-called Pioneer Dilex. He handed over the remaining two tough fruits. Are there any more? Rex swallowed the tough fruit directly, and then shook his head. No, there is one more thing. The reason why Master Irina likes to live deep in the earth is to make it easier to talk to this great man. This master often talks to the great man, hoping to gain more knowledge and powerful power from the great man. But unfortunately, this great man seems very stingy. No matter how we beg, he is unwilling to give us power. Of course, he has never hurt us. This is probably the only comforting thing. Rex sighed. To be honest, I am very afraid of my future fate. I don't know where the Hare will go, or even the elves will go. Hey. He sighed deeply. Rosen could fully understand his feelings. Instead of being disappointed, he felt very happy. The Hare urgently needs a powerful master, and he has this ability. Now there is only one last question, which is to find out the situation of this Pioneer Dilex. The two walked for a while, and finally arrived at the entrance of an underground secret room. The entrance was full of thorny tree roots, and the entrance was tightly sealed with a magic barrier. But no matter the tree roots or the barrier, the strength is only 9 rings. Naturally it can't block Rosen's perception. He looked into the secret room through the barrier, and saw an elf woman in a gorgeous robe kneeling in the middle of the secret room, clasping her hands in front of her chest in a prayer posture, and talking all the time. It sounded like she was communicating with a mysterious existence. After carefully observing the woman, Rosen thought to himself, she is an upper-class elf, she looks really good, no wonder Dora values her. Because of the influence of Dryden, the upper-class elves also have a compulsive disorder of perfection. So the higher the upper-class elves, the more exquisite they look. This beauty is not monotonous, but 100 flowers blooming. Back to the topic. Rosen patiently watched for 2 or 3 minutes, and found that it was basically the women who spoke, but there was no grand will. The pioneers don't respond frequently, right? He asked Rex. Yes, once or twice a day, or even once every 2 or 3 days, almost no regularity. I understand, Mr. Rex, thank you very much for bringing me here. Since Master Irina is busy, I will wait for her at the door. Rex nodded, then I go first. After walking a few steps, he stopped again and turned around and said, Rod, I can see that you are definitely not an ordinary person. You have a tough quality that most elves don't have. You will definitely do something great in the future. I can also see that my wife Leisha likes you. I hope that when she responds to your wild call, you must treat her gently. At the end, it was almost begging. Rosen felt that the elves' obedience to the strong was deeply engraved in their blood and could not be changed. This was of course the result of Dryden's careful transformation. Dryden, you are really good at training dogs. Now, this good dog belongs to me. Thinking so in his heart, he nodded seriously on the surface. If there is a next time, I will pay attention. Thank you very much. Rex bowed to Rosen seriously, then turned and left. Rosen sat at the door and waited patiently. Not waiting for Master Irina to finish praying, but waiting for the appearance of the Grand Will. I want to see what this pioneer is. Chapter 326. Glimmering City. Master Irina's residence is very remote, and the depth is more than 500 meters. The biggest feeling in such an underground passage is silence. Even the ghost resonance has been greatly disturbed, and can only be used to transmit information, but not power. Waiting is boring. Rosen turned his attention to the underground laboratory in the mountains north of Swan Castle. He controlled the puppet substitute, and found the moon goddess Dora, who was reading in the library. Dora, do you still remember Irina, the harvest wizard? Dora reluctantly moved her eyes away from the book in front of her, and blinked her silver rune eyes. Irina, sounds familiar, let me think about it. She tilted her head and thought carefully for a long time, then said, I remember, about 1,000 years ago, she was my maid. She had a good talent for magic, but her abilities in other aspects were very ordinary. Tell me about it. Sensitive, timid, and particularly stubborn, she is full of shortcomings. Rosen liked it very much. This is simply a natural fanatic. Dora was a little surprised. Why do you mention her suddenly? Rosen controlled the stand-in to sit down opposite the desk, and asked instead, do you know the Hare Society? As soon as the question came out, Dora's expression changed slightly. Rosen immediately knew that she not only knew about it, but also had a high probability of secretly protecting the Hare Society. Sure enough, Dora nodded. Of course I know, not only me, but almost all elves over 300 years old know it. At this point, she sighed, but to be honest, no one expects the Hare Society to overthrow the rule of Druden. They just hope to keep some fire for the elves. This is similar to what Rosen had investigated. Tell me about the Hare Society in detail. Dora knew everything. Rosen listened carefully and found that her statement was similar to Rex's, except that the observation angle was slightly different, and therefore she added some information that Rex could not see. Among them, the information about the underground phase transmission rune was very useful. Using these runes, one can quickly and silently transmit deep into the earth. This greatly compensates for Rosen's slow movement. After listening, Rosen asked, how many members of the Hare Society do you think there are in the entire Holy Elf Empire? Dora thought carefully and gave a number, at least 5 million, no more than 10 million. Although the number is not large, its members are the most active and rebellious elves. Unfortunately, the Hare Society is too loose and has no unified leader, so no one can. She is very smart and has vaguely guessed Rosen's intention. Master, you are not in the Endless Forest now, right? Rosen felt her thoughts, thought about it for a while, and nodded, yes. Dora has lived for more than 7,000 years, has extremely extensive experience, outstanding talents, and a very high reputation among the elves. She is obviously an excellent helper. It's a pity to just keep her as a vase. Sure enough, Dora said, Master, let me help you. Rosen nodded, okay. Considering that Dora has a basic soul strength of Legend 8, and has rich experience in using the branches of life, Rosen carefully prepared the magic weapon for her. First, he took out a carefully crafted erudite from the laboratory. The soul gem on this erudite was dark purple, and it was a 7th level purple gold erudite. It took Rosen a lot of energy to make each one, so there were only 3 at the moment. Rosen's original intention was to give it to those powerful and loyal helpers, and Dora was just right. Its performance was naturally excellent, legendary +7, and provided 3,000 times of soul amplification, and could be transmitted 30 times a day, almost reaching the limit that mortal souls could control. He took off Dora's original legendary wizard's hat, and put on the purple gold erudite forehead ornament for her. Dora clearly felt the powerful performance of the new magic weapon, and was shocked and excited at the same time, so that her cheeks flushed. Immediately afterwards, the high-energy magic laboratory sent another branch of life. This branch was separated from the trunk of the Tree of Life. Artifacts, like the Tree of Life, are difficult to destroy by mortal means, but the high-energy magic laboratory has developed a super high-energy laser knife specifically for cutting artifacts. In fact, the huge tree of life has been divided into many small branches, so that each group in the laboratory has one. The tree of life cut by the super high-energy laser has a lot of decorations on the outside, and the shape is much more exquisite than the original, and the quality is also much higher than the original. The life-governing scepter has the same function as the tree of life of Dryden, but the performance is much better. From now on, it is your exclusive staff. As soon as the staff was in hand, Dora knew that it was a real artifact. Now hearing Rosen's words again, she was so excited that she couldn't control her body. She couldn't help shaking slightly, and an idea popped up in her mind. Oh, the master is so great! Rosen looked at the moon goddess like this, and felt like a dog that was so excited that it lost its way when it was pampered. The key is that this dog is very good looking, and it is the best among the 2 billion elves. He was secretly happy in his heart, but he was also secretly alert. Rosen, Dora is a person, not a dog. Don't get carried away, and forget to be on guard. Trying to regain his sobriety, he frowned and said in a serious tone, Dora, my loyal servant, from now on, you are the real moon goddess. I want you to enter the great light city of the Holy Elf Empire, and help me do 2 things. First, use the life control scepter to remove the mark left by Dryden in the elf bloodline. Is there any problem? No problem, master. Dora responded very straightforwardly. Her soul strength has reached legend 15, far exceeding that of Dryden. She also has a better artifact than Dryden, and is extremely familiar with Dryden's branding techniques. It is easy to remove his brand. Then he asked, does it need to be branded by the master? Rosen could feel Dora's reluctance, and knew that she hoped the elves could be free. Rosen had also considered this matter carefully, and then said, forget it, let the elves regain their freedom. There are many ways to control people's hearts. Although the branding method is simple and direct, it also has fatal flaws. Because the branding method is hated, if you want to avoid backlash, you can only raise a group of incompetent dogs. Whenever a genius seedling appears, it must be removed in advance. This leads to a very low growth ceiling. So, it is better not to use it. Dora was overjoyed. As you wish, master. Rosen continued, the second thing is to spread the faith of the great savior, Maquin, to the members of the Wild Rabbit Society. Dora was a little confused. Is Maquin the master's god name? Rosen nodded. It is one of my god names. As long as you pray to me sincerely, I will respond and grant power to the devout. In fact, it is just a random name to make up the number. After all, the elves and humans have been in opposition to each other for a long time, and using the real name is likely to cause resistance. In Dora's eyes, Rosen is an omnipotent existence. She did not doubt it, and immediately said, yes, master, I will start to act now. After saying this, the moon god Dora started the infinite phase transfer. A few seconds later, she teleported directly from Swan Castle into the underground glimmering giant city, and seriously carried out Rosen's mission. Rosen's attention also returned to the harvest wizard Irina. Irina was really stubborn. She kept kneeling on the ground and praying, and she would not stop until she got a response. Since he had nothing to do, Rosen carefully sensed Irina's prayer. Not only the words of the prayer, but also the soul fluctuations of her prayer. Time passed by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Rosen was familiar with Irina's actions, and when he began to wait impatiently, he suddenly felt a concentrated soul breath surging from deep underground. This breath slowly extended to Irina, and gently touched her soul. Once, twice, 3 times, each touch lasted for a different length of time, and there seemed to be no pattern. But Rosen immediately discovered that the time interval between the 2 touches was consistent, both 1.5 seconds. It was exactly 1.5 seconds, not a millisecond more or less. After 3 touches, the soul breath slowly retreated again, and no matter how Irina prayed, she did not respond. Seeing that the soul breath was about to disappear completely, Rosen immediately began to imitate Irina's actions according to his previous observations of Irina. He imitated once, twice, and 3 times. Just when Rosen thought that the imitation had failed, the soul breath that had retreated underground changed direction and spread towards him again. After a while, Rosen really felt a magnificent will. His knowledge was much better than that of the 9-ring mage Irina, and he was greatly surprised. He clearly felt that the soul strength of this will was more than 50% higher than his, and it was the real 12-ring power. He also found that the other party's soul was extremely large, at least 10,000 times larger than his current one. It was really magnificent. Then, he heard a soft voice similar to that of the Void Demon. I am the Pioneer Dilex, requesting to execute the next instruction. Rosen was shocked when he heard it, and tried to answer, execute. Please send the execution key. Who knows this? There is no other way. Rosen just made up a string of numbers. The key is wrong. Refuse to execute. Then, the voice no longer sounded, and the powerful soul breath also left Rosen, slowly shrinking back into the depths of the earth. Rosen was not surprised but happy. This must be a super intelligent puppet left by a higher civilization. For a while, a lot of thoughts popped up in his mind. Which civilization left it? What kind of pioneering method is it? Where is the body of this thing? There is no answer, and you have to figure it out yourself. But one thing is certain, if he can control this powerful intelligent puppet and absorb the magic knowledge from it, it will be enough for him and the natural empire's magic level to rise sharply in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Rosen became very interested in this so-called pioneer. Just as he was thinking about it, the underground secret room passage opened, and a slightly hoarse female voice came out. Who is outside? Rosen immediately stood up and strode into the secret room. At the same time, he raised his hand and waved, and the condensed magic power close to Legend 17 surged out, turning into a solid barrier to reseal the secret room. In the secret room, Irina retreated in shock and took out a thorn fruit to activate it. Who are you? She was like a frightened cat at this moment. Rosen smiled and did not press forward. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. My name is Rhodes, and I am the mortal incarnation of the Savior Maquin. I have never heard of the Savior Maquin. Irina became more and more nervous. Rosen immediately changed his words. My master is a kind true god, who can't bear the suffering of mortals the most, and hates the void demons who use mortals as tools the most. So, I came to save you and to drive out the void master. Irina's expression eased a little, but her brows were still furrowed. I don't believe you. Then do you believe in the moon goddess Dora? Irina's face was shocked again. Your Majesty the moon god? Rosen had an idea and summoned Dora. About 10 minutes later, Dora was teleported all the way through the phase teleportation rune she said, and arrived outside the secret room. Rosen opened a hole in the ceiling barrier, and Dora walked into the secret room slowly. With the reserved look of the upper elves, she looked down at Irina. Do you still recognize me, apprentice? Irina knew the moon god, of course, and fell to her knees. Your Majesty, is what this mage Rhodes said true? Does the Savior Maquin really exist? Yes, it is true, and Maquin is not the master disguised by those void demons. He is a merciful true god. If you don't believe it, you can pray to him in your heart, and he will definitely respond to you. Irina did it immediately. After a while, Lai Fu received the power of faith from Irina. It was very subtle, but because of the close distance, Lai Fu could clearly sense it. Lai Fu's ability to manage faith had long been trained to the extreme, and now he began to respond familiarly. Irina immediately felt it and exclaimed, God really responded to me. So warm, so magnificent, like the warm sun in winter. She lived in the dark underground for many years. Her soul and body were damaged, and she needed the nourishment of this warm power very much, so she couldn't help but pray to the great Savior. Rosen also guided Lai Fu to repair his soul as much as possible. About half an hour later, Irina let out a long breath, and her face was full of piety. Great Savior Maquin, thank you for bringing me warmth and light. I will serve you loyally, follow you, and carry out your will. In a short time, she became a devout believer of Maquin. Then things were simple. Rosen looked kind. Believer Irina, you are my second follower in the mortal world. I want you to assist the moon goddess and spread my teachings with her in the microscopic giant city. Irina responded without hesitation. Yes, great savior. Rosen reached out and took out a third-level golden erudite from the package. This thing is of average quality and easy to make, so Rosen made a lot of it, and there were more than a dozen spares in the package. He put it on Irina's forehead with his own hands. So, from now on, you are my golden bishop. For Rosen, the golden erudite is almost a mass-produced artifact, but for Irina, it is an extremely powerful artifact. She was so excited that she trembled violently, like she was having the hiccups. I will follow the master's will. She even stuttered when she spoke. Then act, my followers. As for this hidden secret room, leave it to me as a resting place. He had to study this pioneer Delix carefully. Chapter 327. I am the pioneer Dilex, requesting to execute the next command. Execute. Rosen slowed down his response as much as possible. Please send the execution key. Rosen began to make up the key randomly, and he made it very long. Taking advantage of this time, he followed the direction of the soul breath and used the legendary transformation to dig deep underground. He thought very clearly that if he wanted to study this intelligent puppet in depth, it would not work just by communicating a few words. The best way is to find the body of the intelligent puppet. Of course, although the method of following the soul breath is feasible, it is not easy to execute. Because the retreat path of the soul breath is not a straight line, but an irregular curve. The reason for this should be to penetrate the barrier of the deep soil layer, just like the natural folding line of lightning in the air. This made it impossible for Rosen to accurately locate by extending the line method, and he could only communicate and dig holes at the same time. Fortunately, the transformation of Legend 17 is very efficient, and it can advance 10 meters per second. Rosen estimated that he should be able to get the result soon. After digging for about 20 seconds in a row, a message came from his mind. The key input is timed out. Please re-enter. Rosen re-entered, and it was still a long and amazing combination of numbers. After digging for another 15 seconds, he heard another response. The key input is timed out. Please re-enter. Repeating this cycle, he could always get the direction of the soul power. Of course, the bug is not so easy to get stuck, and it can only be stuck 3 times at most. After 3 times, the total time is less than a minute, and Rosen heard a voice in his mind. Multiple failed key inputs. The key system is temporarily locked for 24 hours. Then, the soul of the pioneer Dyax retracted into the depths of the earth like lightning, and no matter how Rosen called him, he remained silent. What to do next? Of course, he could only wait for it to be unlocked. Rosen sighed secretly. I never thought that after arriving in another world, I would still encounter the problem of password lock. Of course, he didn't just wait. After returning to the secret room, Rosen began to study the coordinates of the underground phase transmission rune shared by Dora. After figuring it out, he directly built a large phase transmission rune about 1,500 meters underground, connecting his secret room with the underground laboratory of Swan Castle. Then, he kept going back and forth between the two places, bringing back all kinds of magic materials. When the materials were almost all brought, he began to build a secret large-scale element projection secret room 1,000 meters underground in Atlassen. After the transformation is completed, Rosen will be able to transmit all kinds of fun stuff to the heartland of the Holy Elf Empire. In the following time, Rosen waited for 24 hours, dug for about 1 minute, and repeated this cycle. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. The bad news is that Rosen has dug 4,000 meters underground, but still has not encountered the pioneer. There are also many good news. The first good news is that the soul breath from the pioneer has become much stronger, indicating that the general direction of excavation is correct. The second good news is that the Salvation God cult is developing rapidly and spreading in the underground hair club at the speed of a flash flood. In just 10 days, the number of believers exceeded 10,000, and it is still increasing violently, and the speed of increase is getting faster and faster, just like a chain reaction of a nuclear bomb. The third good news is that the large-scale elemental projection chamber has been built, and a large number of war instruments adapted to the national conditions of the Elf Empire have been accumulated. It's time to start arming the Wild Rabbit Society. Stretching, Rosen used the faith channel to summon the Banshee Leisha and her husband Rex. Because the couple are naturally devout believers of the Salvation God. Not long after, the couple arrived together. Leisha was originally a 9-ring strongman, an elite among the elves, and they had a previous friendship, so Rosen would not waste it, and used the branches of life to carefully repair her damaged soul. While repairing, he responded to her wild call, and listened to Rex's report on the situation on the ground. Rex was absolutely obedient to Rosen. He originally hoped that Rosen would be gentler, but what shocked him was that it was not that Rosen did not want to be gentle, but that his wife liked to be treated roughly. This made him feel very complicated. Of course, these are all minor details, and do not affect the main business. Saint, the Lord of the Void, has noticed the changes underground, and spies have been entering the Glimmer City under various names. I think the conflict will break out soon, and we need to form an armed team belonging to the Hair Club. Leisha's soul has been repaired to the peak of the 8th ring by Rosen, and it will return to the 9th ring in another day. She is in very good condition now, and has a strong desire to fight. Saint, the Hair Club is not short of outstanding warriors. As long as you give an order, we can immediately form a powerful Glimmer Guard. Rosen agreed with the couple's statement, and naturally knew the importance of armed forces. You are right, and I believe you have sufficient combat experience, but forming a guard requires a lot of weapons and equipment. Are you ready? Rex thought. We have insiders in all the elf legions, and many of them are senior officials in the army. We can use this relationship to obtain a large number of equipment from the army. Leisha also nodded repeatedly, but because of the call of the wild, her movements were a bit frantic. Rosen had different ideas. I have investigated the weapons and equipment of the Ground Legion, and I have also seen the combat performance of the elves in the Battle of the Dragon Islands. To be honest, the elves are brave, but their combat equipment is not easy to use. Of course, it is better than nothing. So, my idea is to build a traditional Twilight Guard while matching it with a new combat force. For this reason, I use my divine power to specially create a batch of war fruits to cooperate with the Twilight Guard in underground combat. As he spoke, he angrily pouted at Rex. The fruits are piled in the secret room over there. I call them black gold combat tree demons. Go and get them out. Rex did as he was told. Soon, he brought out a wooden box. After opening the lid, there were fruits inside, about the size of an adult's fist. The outer shell was black gold, and a large number of silver runes were engraved. A box contained 100 fruits, neatly arranged in a wooden grid. These are the fruits of the black gold fighting tree demon. There are currently 10,000 in total, and there will be more in the future. Plant them at various traffic arteries in the glimmering giant city, and they will grow into powerful black gold fighting tree demons in a short time. The tree demons have legendary power, and their main bodies are hidden deep in the soil. Their weapons are fireproof, extremely hard, and have thorny vines with various means of attack. Rex was also a soldier. He knew that this kind of thing was particularly suitable for underground combat, and asked quickly, Saint, what are the specific attack methods? It can spit out hard stones with legendary power at high speed, or condense ultra-high energy light, or transform itself into a piercing spear, a long whip, or a defensive vine shield. Each Glimmer Guard, relying on the tree demon to fight, is enough to easily resist the invasion from the ground. So, where does the power of these black gold combat tree demons come from? Of course, it is obtained from the eternal heart newly installed in the underground secret room by Ghost Resonance. The couple didn't know the inside story, but they felt it was very powerful just by listening, so they praised loudly and called it a great savior. At this time, Rosen finished the soul treatment of Leisha, and her power returned to the 9th ring. Afterwards, she took out the level 3 gold erudite magic weapon and put it on her. Leisha, from now on, you are the Golden Battle Bishop of the Salvation Cult, responsible for forming the Glimmer Guard. Leisha knelt down excitedly. As you wish, Saint. Rosen took out another level 2 orange-red erudite artifact. Rex, you are now the Red Bishop. Your duty is to cooperate with Leisha and plant tree demon fruits where needed. If a battle occurs and a tree demon is damaged, it must be replanted in time. I have engraved the specific method of planting tree demons on the inside of the bishop's forehead ornament. You must follow it meticulously. Yes, Saint. Rex was also very excited. After the two left, the digging time for the day was up again. Rosen continued to dig down. At a depth of 4,000 meters underground, the situation was already quite complicated. So Rosen slowed down the excavation and took protective measures. This excavation took another half a month. On average, he dug 300 meters down every day, and with the depth of the previous excavation, it was close to 10,000 meters. On this day, after Rosen dug for about 20 seconds, he suddenly felt that the temperature of the channel began to rise significantly. After digging another 10 meters, the bottom of the channel suddenly broke open, and extremely high-pressure groundwater continued to gush out from the bottom. Chi. The temperature was also very high. In a blink of an eye, the underground passage was filled with a large amount of bubbling high-temperature groundwater. If it were an ordinary person, he would be steamed to pieces by the high-temperature steam in an instant, and even a legendary strongman would not be able to withstand it for too long. But Rosen was well prepared. Relying on the Heart of Eternity to power his spells, he could naturally resist the high-temperature water flow easily. Not only did he resist the high-temperature water flow, he also sealed the back of the channel tightly to prevent the groundwater from gushing out along the channel behind him. Afterwards, he greatly strengthened the defensive magic barrier on his body, and added underwater breathing skills. After confirming that everything was safe, he continued to dig in the direction of the water flow. As he dug, he heard a loud splash, and the wall of the passage was completely broken. Then, Rosen found a huge underground cave in front of him. The size of the cave is estimated to be several thousand meters, filled with high temperature and high pressure clear water, and there is a flickering golden light. At the same time, the soul breath of the pioneer dialect suddenly became very, very strong, and never disappeared again. Rosen immediately realized, the pioneer's body is in this underground water cavity nearly 10,000 meters deep from the ground. Chapter 328. 10,000 meters deep, high-temperature water cave. Rosen was not in a hurry to explore the secrets inside the high-temperature water cave. After being prepared to run away at any time, he took the initiative to contact the soul breath of pioneer dialects, and began to send soul information to him. Pioneer Dialects, try to restart. The result was a strange response. Please send hashtag 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 hashtag. The response was very strange. The first half was Elvish, and the second half was a completely unfamiliar language. This situation was a bit strange. How could this be? Rosen thought about it carefully, and had a guess. This intelligent puppet should have the ability to learn language. Because of the elves' constant prayers, it gradually learned some, but not all. Because of the isolation of the 10,000-meter soil layer, the prayer information received by this pioneer must be very limited, and naturally he learned very slowly. So, if you want both parties to communicate freely, the first step is to teach each other to speak. Thinking of this, Rosen immediately took action. He kept sending soul messages to the other party, part of which was text, and the other part was various images corresponding to the text. After sending for a while, he felt that it was troublesome and slow. After thinking about it, he came up with a new way. He opened LiFu's database, intercepted various scenes in his memory, modified them into movies with subtitles, and then sent them over. He did it for a while, got tired of it, and handed it over to LiFu. In order to avoid accidents, Rosen also raised his defense to the highest level, and once he found something wrong, he would run away at any time. Time passed little by little, and this so-called Pioneer Dialects was silent most of the time, and occasionally responded. At first, the content of the response was completely unfamiliar, but gradually, it became somewhat familiar. As changes occurred, the frequency of responses became higher and higher. Rosen's motivation increased greatly, and he mobilized more computing power from LiFu to do this specifically. 10 hours later, Pioneer Dialects sent a message. I have learned a new language, and the output language adjustment is being completed. Unknown visitor, please state your intentions. The voice was soft, regardless of gender, and similar to an electronic synthesized sound. Considering that the other party had intelligence, Rosen used normal logic to communicate with him. Pioneer Dialects, I am from Explorer Rosen, and I accidentally discovered your existence. I want to know your specific identity. Explorer Rosen, I am a planet pioneer of the Dawn Empire. My mission is to transform the planetary environment to make it suitable for life. Dawn Empire, Planet Transformer, this one is quite powerful. Rosen thought for a moment and asked, can I know the location of the Dawn Empire's home planet? The 7th planet from the sun, Dawn Planet. Rosen's heart moved when he heard this, because this was exactly the location of the lost advanced civilization, and this civilization had been destroyed for at least 10,000 years. So he tried Dialects, the Dawn Empire no longer exists. I think you need a new manager. Soon he got a response. It has been more than 1 billion seconds since the last time the manager exercised management authority, which complies with the first Dawn Law. The manager can be replaced. According to the second Dawn Law, the new manager must have high-energy magic power. Please show any high-energy magic creation to prove that you have the ability to manage high-energy magic creations. Rosen was overjoyed. He immediately took out the newly made natural scepter, poured power into it, condensed a large amount of emerald green life force, and shot this force towards the flickering golden light source in front. About 5 seconds later, he got a response. The observer staff has been found, the second Dawn Law has been satisfied, and the administrator replacement program has been started. Please enter the true name of the soul. Rosen. The true name has been received. Please enter the management key. The key must meet the following rules. Rosen immediately received a long string of information, which was the key rules. He compiled a key according to the rules. The administrator key has been recorded. The administrator reset is complete. Administrator Rosen, welcome to you. Rosen felt like he was dreaming, and still did not dare to take it lightly. After calming down, he tried to say, open the management panel. The pioneer responded immediately. Rosen felt a slight light in front of his eyes, and a very complex virtual window appeared, with various parameters in the window, such as planetary energy level, atmospheric composition, elemental magic ring strength, etc. There are hundreds of them, all closely related to the planet. In addition, there is a function summary. Open it, and see that there are 2 options. One is the background information of the Pioneer. The Pioneer, produced by the Divine Light Creation Bureau of the Dawn Empire, is used to transform barren planets and build planetary magic rings. Dialects is the latest model of the Pioneer, which contains the highest magic crystal of the Empire. It was put into use on the 9th planet in Dawn 7621, and the first phase of transformation was completed in Dawn 8938. The other is Dialects' work log. When I opened it, I found that there were a lot of contents, which were generally complicated at the beginning and simple at the end. In 1317 BC, there were specific records of the transformation of the planet, with a huge amount of data. But after 1317, it was almost a blank log, with only one content, waiting for the administrator to authorize the second phase of transformation. On average, the pioneers sent an authorization request every 5 minutes, and they requested nearly 1.2 billion times. In other words, it is more than 11,400 years. More than 10,000 years in fact. The length of Earth civilization is only 6 or 7,000 years, and the creation of this Dawn Empire is hidden deep under the Earth of 10,000 meters, waiting for the administrator's authorization day after day, year after year. But the civilization where the administrator is located has been destroyed. It can be seen from the log that there are many pioneers invested in this planet, 34,698 of them, all of whom are invested in the deep Earth 10,000 meters below the ground, and work in a unified and coordinated manner. In 1,300 years, the planet was transformed into a habitable planet. But with the disappearance of the administrator and the erosion of time, one pioneer after another lost contact. Until now, only 3 of the latest models of pioneers are still working. There is one underground in Atlasen, one underground in the Gothic province of the Glorious Empire, and one under the sea surface in the middle of the Golden Ocean. Looking at these contents, Rosen couldn't help but feel insignificant. From the perspective of the pioneer's magic level, this civilization has gone very far in magic, much farther than my natural empire, and its glory is far greater than my natural empire. This great civilization has the great power to transform the planet, and it has spent a full 1,300 years to promote this matter, showing a tenacious will and outstanding foresight. The Life Branch, Platinum Disc, Annihilation Spear and many other artifacts in my hand were also created by this great civilization. But now, this great civilization has been destroyed in the long river of time and disappeared in the memory of most lives, as if they had never appeared. Rosen couldn't help thinking, how high can my natural empire go? How long can it last in the long river of time? I don't know, there is no answer. After a long silence, Rosen shook his head, pulled his thoughts out of the empty long river of time, and returned to the current situation. From the perspective of billions of years, everything for mortals is meaningless, but for mortals, the meaning is in the present. Take a deep breath, and Rosen began to check the various parameters of the pioneer. Finally, his eyes were fixed on the remaining energy, on which was a progress bar, showing that only about 11% was left. The energy was provided by something called solar essence. Rosen was curious and tried to ask, Dilex, what is solar essence? Solar essence, a high-energy elemental creation, synthesized by the Imperial Energy Bureau, can release 300,000 Greer's power per kilogram. Greer is the power unit of the Dawn Empire. If converted into electricity, it is equivalent to 100 billion kilowatt-hours per kilogram, which is more than 1,000 times higher than deuterium nuclear fusion. Rosen was very curious. At this point, he was completely relieved. He swam out from his hiding place, and swam all the way to the golden light source in the distance. Soon, he saw the pioneer body in the center of the golden light source. It is a strange object composed of multiple layers of cross-ring runes. The diameter of the outermost cross ring is about 50 meters, and the next layer is 49 meters, and it keeps shrinking. It can be seen that each rune on each ring glows and flows, so it produces a golden glow of varying light and dark. Feeling Rosen approaching, Dilex's voice sounded in his mind. Welcome again, manager. Rosen asked, I want to know about the sun essence. Can you show me the sun essence? Soon after the voice fell, the cross runes around the pioneer changed the flow pattern. After a few seconds, a dazzling golden light spot slowly flew out from one of the runes. Soon after it flew out, the light spot quickly dimmed and eventually became a crystal ball the size of a baby's fist shining with colorful brilliance. This is 100 grams of real solar essence. It is very stable at room temperature, but it can generate 30,000 Greer power if activated by a specific method. The relevant synthesis information has been transmitted. As he said this, Rosen received a thick set of magic information in his mind. He flipped through it briefly, and was immediately filled with emotion. Wow, it's really amazing. From the information, it can be seen that the synthesis of solar essence is very difficult. With the current capabilities of the natural empire, it can only synthesize a small amount in a high-energy laboratory at any cost. There is still a long way to go to synthesize solar essence on a large scale, and at low cost. Rosen was also deeply impressed by the power of the Dawn Empire. Because the most intuitive standard for evaluating the height of a civilization is to see what this civilization burns. If you burn firewood, you are destined to be an agricultural civilization. Burning black stone, At most, you are an industrial civilization trapped on the planet. When you start burning deuterium, you are qualified to leave the planet. And now, this lost Third Dawn Empire has synthesized a solar essence that is 1,000 times stronger than deuterium fusion and much more controllable. No wonder it has the ability to transform the planet's environment. If such a civilization still exists today, then dealing with a natural empire is no more difficult than a person crushing an ant. Rosen immediately thought of the super civilization into the abyss that still exists today, and the abyss gate mentioned by the witch. His heart was slightly shocked, and he really took this seriously. The Dawn Empire is so terrible, so the abyss civilization is naturally amazingly strong. Once the abyss is completely opened, it will be the end of all mortal planes. Rosen looked at the pioneer dialects again. Dialects, I need all the magic information you have. The information is being transmitted. Rosen received a lot of information and quickly browsed it. It was all related technical information used to build dialects. It was very difficult. It would take him a long time to learn it by himself. But he was not alone. Immediately transmit the information back to the major laboratories of the Natural Empire and hand it over to the magicians for research and verification. He asked dialects again, are the other pioneers damaged or dormant due to energy exhaustion? It is likely that they have entered a dormant state, but accidental damage cannot be ruled out, but the probability of damage is less than 1%. Rosen was very happy, which meant that as long as he could provide enough solar essence, he could directly activate these pioneers and carry out the second phase of transformation of the current plane. Of course, it is not possible now, because the Natural Empire cannot produce enough solar essence. So he ordered, dialects, enter dormancy. Entering dormancy. With these words, this strange multi-layered crossword creation suddenly stopped flowing, the light gradually dimmed, and shrank little by little, and then became a perfect metal ball. It quietly suspended in the water cave, motionless, like a condensed spacetime anchor. Rosen took the solar essence sample and retreated from the underground 10,000 meters deep, along the passage all the way up, closing the passage all the way. Soon, he returned to the underground secret room. First teleport to the high-energy magic laboratory, send the solar essence sample there to study the sample. Then return to Atlassian's underground secret room. What to do next? Of course, continue to support the Hare Society's revolution. Chapter 329. Atlassian, the Great Tree of Life. This place originally belonged to Dryden, but Dryden is currently focusing on creating the Forge Warriors in the Forge Basin, so this place is under the control of the Crimson Lady Belldandy. In order to facilitate the command of the battle situation in the mortal world, the Crimson Lady not only placed her mortal incarnation in the tree canopy, but also hid her own body inside the trunk of the Great Tree of Life, and used special soul magic to carefully cover up her power. Thanks to the extremely dense soul mist around the Great Tree of Life, she was not worried about being exposed. At this moment, her mortal incarnation was sitting in the tree house of the former moon god Dora, the moon-rising land, with two elves sitting beside her. One was the sun god Oscilla, and the other was the newly promoted upper elf Brian. Belldandy was still wearing a crimson full-body battle armor, and an almost airtight helmet on her head, which made her voice exude a cold metallic breath. I can feel that under the land of the Empire, a force that is going to overthrow the Empire is brewing. This force is developing rapidly every day, and it is time to deal with it. But the bad thing is that it is deeply protected by the land, and no one knows who its leader is. What kind of power does it have? How far has it developed? You two are the most outstanding figures in the Empire. Tell me, what is hidden under the land? Oscilla and Brian looked at each other, and saw a trace of carefully hidden embarrassment in each other's eyes. Of course, they knew that the underground was the scope of the Hare Society, and they also knew the purpose of the establishment of the Hare Society. At the same time, as they continued to deal with the Crimson Lady, they also understood the intentions of the powerful Void God more and more. Both of them already understood that the Crimson Lady was a complete war maniac, and she only had victory in her eyes. For the sake of victory, she would do whatever it takes, even if it meant fighting to the last elf. Therefore, if they fully cooperated with the Void God, the Elf Empire would face a catastrophe in the near future. Belldandy was very perceptive and immediately snorted coldly, "Answer my question. Of course you can still choose to remain silent, and I will keep you silent to the end and find an elf willing to speak. This is already an ultimatum. If they don't speak again, the two will have no chance to speak." Oscilla gritted his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, there is a huge city under the earth that covers the entire empire, called the Glimmer City, which is currently controlled by the Hare Society." Belldandy nodded slowly. "Very good. I can feel that the members of the Hare Society are not only hidden deep underground, but their tentacles also spread across all areas of the Elf Empire, which has caused very serious interference to my battle plan. Therefore, the Glimmer City must be destroyed, and the Hare Society has no need to continue to exist. Osela immediately said, "You are right, Your Majesty, but with our strength, this is difficult to do, and it can even be said to be almost impossible. Because the Glimmer City is hidden more than 500 meters underground, and it also has independent underground farms and groundwater. They don't have to worry about food and drink, and can live under the earth all their lives." To be honest, Belldandy also felt that this matter was very difficult. But as the Supreme Commander, she certainly would not show her weakness. Then block all the exits to the ground, and don't let any member of the Hare Society get out of their caves. Osela immediately shook his head. "Your Majesty, I must remind you that the underground world of the Glimmering City, which is spread throughout the Empire, cannot be completely blocked. Even if it is temporarily blocked, they will quickly dig out a more secret exit." Belldandy snorted coldly, and the sharp eyes behind the mask grid stared at Osela. "Mortal, are you threatening me with the Hare Society?" Osela gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said a sentence in a concentrated voice. "Your Majesty, you are a powerful god, we respect you, but we elves are not tools for you to control." After saying this, the Sun God felt weak, as if the previous words had exhausted all the courage in his soul. This was the first time, and perhaps the last time, that he confronted a powerful void god in person. Belldandy remained silent, just staring at the Sun God Osela for a long time. Osela held her neck tight, but cold sweat continued to seep from her forehead. Watching, the Crimson Lady suddenly laughed. "Osela, your performance today really opened my eyes. Your plan is not wrong. Since there is a huge underground city in the Elven Empire that my power cannot reach, I should indeed make some concessions. Your only mistake is that you mistook me for Dritten." Before she finished speaking, the sword flashed, and Osela's head had left her body and was held in Belldandy's hand. And Osela's soul was imprisoned by Belldandy in this head that was gradually losing its vitality. But after all, he is a legendary strongman, so Osela is still alive, and still has a clear consciousness. On the head, the eyes are wide open, revealing great fear. Belldandy stared into Osela's eyes, and said word by word, "For me, elves are tools to be consumed. All your free will can only be placed on how to help me defeat my opponent. If your free will slightly crosses this limit, no matter who you are, there is only one ending: death." After saying this, Belldandy's hand surged with power, turning the head and the headless body into powder. The Sun God of the Elf Empire, who has lived for more than 7,000 years, died so suddenly. Brian on the side had a pale face. His hands tightly grasped the clothes on the side of his legs, and he said nothing. Belldandy turned to look at him. "Young elf, what do you say?" "Your Majesty, I firmly follow your footsteps. I think the Hare Society and any existence related to the Hare Society must be eradicated." "Very good." Belldandy's voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. "Then how do you think the troubles of the Hare Society can be completely solved?" "Your Majesty, I think that the Glimmer City should be completely destroyed, or buried, or defeated. As long as its hiding place is destroyed, the Hare Society will be just an ordinary rebel army." "Well said. Then the burial work of the Glimmer City will be handed over to you." "No problem. I will do my best to complete your mission, but I need enough manpower." "Well, I will allocate manpower for you." As he spoke, Belldandy raised his hand and patted Brian on the shoulder, infusing him with the legendary power of the Void. "Young man, go and form a landfill team. Don't let me down. I will always watch you, watch your actions, and watch your thoughts." "Yes." Brian bowed deeply to Belldandy and fled from the treehouse. After leaving the treehouse, Brian's mind was blank, and he didn't dare to have any extra thoughts. But his footsteps did not stop for a moment. Like a walking corpse, he quickly left the big tree of life and walked in the Atlassian city for a while before finding the secret underground entrance of the Glimmering City. He entered it without hesitation and entered the deepest part of the underground at the fastest speed. This was the way he had thought of to deal with the control of the Void God a long time ago. Once his soul was controlled by him, the puppet spell that was fixed in his body would be activated, and his body would be automatically brought into the depths of the earth along a fixed route. With the protection of the earth, even if there was the power of the Void God in his soul, he didn't have to worry about the control of the Void God. After going more than 500 meters underground and confirming that it was safe, Brian woke up again. He gasped for air, and the scene of Osela being killed flashed in his mind again and again. He was filled with fear and strong hatred. Osela, the Sun God, was his most respected elder. Knowing that he would die, He still chose to face the powerful void god, and clearly expressed his will. Brian admired his courage very much. After his excitement eased a little, he said in his heart, "Your Majesty Asala, I will never let you sacrifice in vain. I will make all the void gods, who try to enslave the elves, pay a terrible price." Take a deep breath, he resolutely walked towards the deeper glimmering giant city. Since the void god thinks the Hare Society is very difficult, he will join the Hare Society today. On the other side, Belldandy soon discovered Brian's little move. She frowned slightly. This elf is a little clever. The resistance of the mortals was somewhat beyond her expectations. After thinking carefully, Belldandy knew that it would be difficult to quell the chaos brought by the Hare Society by relying on her own strength. She believed that this was not because of her personal inability, but because these mortals were too well prepared. After 2,000 years of experience in dealing with the void god, and then relying on this experience, they made targeted preparations for a full 5,000 years, which made it very difficult to deal with. In the final analysis, this was still the trouble caused by Dritten, so Dritten had to help solve it. So Belldandy immediately went to the furnace basin and found Dritten, who was dedicated to creating a furnace warrior. After explaining the current situation, Dritten frowned immediately. "Oh, these little things have learned to play tricks on me. He has no good way to deal with mortals, so he can only fight head-on. But he has been transforming elves for more than 2,000 years, so he has many ways." After thinking for a while, he said, "Madam, wait for me for a while. I will immediately transform a batch of lava earth dragons. As long as you put them in the underground city, I will make sure that these naughty little things will come to me and admit their mistakes." But Belldandy thought that this method might not be feasible. It's very deep underground. Of course, I don't doubt the combat effectiveness of lava earth dragons. I'm worried that these earth dragons will get out of control like elves. Don't worry, they will never get out of control. Draytan was confident. I will leave elemental imprints on the earth dragons, and use my latest ghost resonance method to keep them under control at all times. After a pause, he smiled. This ghost resonance method was inspired by Dora. It is very useful, and can ignore the barrier of the earth to a large extent. It can at least penetrate 2,000 meters of earth barrier, so don't worry about the lava dragon getting out of control. Belldandy nodded. It sounds good, but I suspect that the Glimmering City is related to the Natural Empire. And the Natural Empire is also very proficient in ghost resonance. I am worried that it will interfere with it. Draytan nodded. It is indeed possible. So I will set up a self-destruction ability. Once the lava dragon gets out of control, the large amount of explosive fruits it carries on its body, as well as the body of the lava dragon, will explode violently, causing severe damage to the opponent. Belldandy laughed when he heard it. Then why add the expensive lava dragon? Wouldn't it be safer and more effective to directly develop a huge number of cheap explosive life forms, and let them rush into the underground world and explode everywhere? Draytan was stunned, and then nodded awkwardly. "Madam, what you said makes sense." Belldandy smiled, but his voice became unusually cold. "Then let the underground world explode violently." Chapter 330. Click, click, click. With the sound of footsteps that echoed slightly, Brian followed the Banshee Grace in a secret passage deep underground. "I don't understand why you believe in a god that appeared out of thin air." Brian was in a very bad mood. He had just risked his life to escape from the hands of the Void God and wanted to join the Hare Club. But then he found out that there was also a god of unknown origin standing behind the Hare Club. After observing all the way, he found that this mysterious god named Mokwin had a huge influence on the Hare Club, even more terrifying than Dritten. His control over the Hare Club was so clever that it not only made people unable to resist, but even full of respect. Brian felt like he was walking into a trap. The Banshee Grace explained seriously, "Brian, don't worry. The god of salvation, Mokwin, is not only a great god, but also a kind god. He is completely different from Drayton or the new Void God." Brian snorted coldly. The essence of gods is the same, but some are good at disguise, and some are more straightforward. If there is no choice, he would rather die than meet the human incarnation of the god of salvation. But there is no way. The influence of the god of salvation on the Hare Society is too huge. He either accepts his call or returns to the ground. He thought sadly, mortals must accept the dominance of God? Grace saw that Brian was so stubborn, so she could only sigh. Okay, your soul is already filled with prejudice. No matter what I say, it's a waste of words. Let the saint convince you personally. As expected, she remained silent on the road. After walking for half an hour and reaching a depth of more than 1,000 meters underground, Grace finally spoke again. "Do you see the pale golden rune barrier in front? I'm not blind, of course I see it. I take you here. Go over, tell your name, and after getting permission, you can pass through the barrier and see the saint. After a pause, Grace reminded him in a low voice, Brian, I know you have extraordinary talents, but no matter what, you are still a mortal. In the face of great people, being humble is the way to protect yourself. Brian nodded gently. Thank you for reminding me, I remember it. He also had to avenge the sun god Osella, and would never die easily, so he took a deep breath, suppressed his disgust for God in his heart, and made himself as humble as possible. Walking to the golden rune barrier, Brian said respectfully, Great Savior, I am Brian, Trodlands, and I come at your call. After the voice fell, the rune barrier lit up, and a young and gentle male voice came from inside. Come in, Brian. Brian's heart moved slightly. Why does this voice sound familiar? But he didn't think much about it, because he had met many people and often encountered similar voices. He walked forward into the rune barrier, and when he passed through the barrier, he felt that the barrier was very thick, and it was actually 10 meters thick. The aura emitted by the barrier was also very powerful, far more powerful than his 8th ring mana, giving him the illusion of facing a towering mountain. This made him slightly shocked. This Maquin is very strong, much stronger than Druiden, and even stronger than the woman in armor. The Void God was of course very powerful, so he could not raise any thoughts of fighting, but the God of Savior in front of him made him feel an urge to kneel down and worship. No wonder, he can easily control the Wild Rabbit Society, but in this case, my elves may have no hope of getting rid of his control. The sadness in his heart became more and more intense. Finally, he passed through the barrier, and felt a slight light in front of his eyes, and a bright, elegant, and exquisite study appeared. On one side of the study was a huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, and outside the window was a magnificent blue lake. He was a little dazed for a moment. I was not in the underground secret room. How could I come to the lake? There was a large desk in the room, and behind the desk sat a man with black hair and black eyes. The man was looking at him with a teasing look. Brian, do you remember me? How could Brian not remember? Although he only saw him for less than 10 minutes that day, the impression he made was deep in his soul, and he would never forget it in his life. He cried out in shock, Your Majesty Rosen? He couldn't understand why the Emperor of the Natural Empire appeared in the underground of Atlasen, and why he was related to the so-called God of Salvation. Rosen pointed to the chair in front. I know you must be full of confusion in your heart. Don't worry, sit down first, let's have a good chat. Brian felt numb all over. He sat on the chair woodenly, took the wine handed to him by the wizard's hand woodenly, drank a sip woodenly, and then asked, Am I in Swan Castle now? No, you are still in Atlasen, but I don't like the dark underground world. I think it's too stuffy, so I use soul illusion to slightly transform the secret room. How is it? The transformation is not bad. Brian nodded, almost flawless. At least, he didn't feel any loopholes. But he immediately had another idea. No, you are not His Majesty Rosen. He can't appear in Atlasen at all. You must be Maquin disguised to deceive me. As the Emperor of a mortal country, how could Rosen appear in the capital of a hostile country? Besides, the Emperor is just a mortal. Even if he is a legendary strongman, he is still a mortal, and the aura revealed by the man in front of him is as unfathomable as the sea. Although he currently only has the power of the 8th ring, he can vaguely feel that the man in front of him is much stronger than Beldandy, just like the difference between a hound and a tiger. This is definitely not the power of a mortal. Rosen smiled slightly, picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass of maple wine newly brewed in the north of Whalon. My empire has entered the right track of development, and everything has established laws. My cabinet and parliament are also functioning well, and can handle most things for me. So, my days are getting freer and freer. This is the truth, it is indeed getting freer and freer. But he has always kept a tight grip on many key matters, and has not delegated any power, so there are still a lot of matters that need to be handled by him personally. This is mainly to ensure his absolute control over the empire. So, the most important reason why he can hang out is because of Lai Fu's assistance, but of course he can't tell anyone about this. While speaking, Rosen gently turned the wine glass, and looked at the clear and transparent amber wine in the glass. I know you still don't believe it, so next, I will let you experience the great power yourself. Brian was a little confused. The next moment, Rosen suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Brian, and then a giant hand grabbed him, and then his body floated forward. No, his body did not move, but his soul left his body. Because of this action, the legendary magic power given to him by Beldandy lost its anchor point and began to evaporate rapidly. A few minutes later, Brian felt the grip disappear, and his soul returned to his body again. Before he could react, He saw the other party took out a gem crown emitting a blue halo, and threw it at him. The crown flew to the top of his head, and then gently landed on his forehead. The moment the crown connected with the head, Brian felt that his soul became incredibly huge, and he had a wonderful feeling of flying high in the sky and mastering great power. Looking at the young man in front of him again, he found that although the other party's power was still extremely huge, it was not as unfathomable as before. He could barely see the other party's outline. Buzz! Another sound was heard in his ear, and the azure sapphire crown left him, and flew back to the other person's hand. Brian's wonderful feeling came to an abrupt end, and he fell from the sky back to the mortal world again, which made him feel a huge sense of loss in his heart. The azure erudite crown is one of the highest magic creations in my natural empire. The erudite magic weapon is a soul magic weapon, and its form can be changed freely. It can be a forehead ornament or a crown, all depending on Rosen's heart. The elves like to wear gem crowns, so he changed it into an exquisite gem crown according to local conditions. Brian's face was full of a lost expression, and the color of suspicion faded a lot, but he became more vigilant in his heart. If you are really the emperor of the natural empire, why do you pretend to be the god of salvation, and why do you control the Hare Society? Rosen smiled. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Brian took a deep breath. You want to completely subvert the Holy Elf Empire? Rosen shook his head. You are half right. To be more precise, I want to conquer the Holy Elf Empire, and make it part of my natural empire. That's impossible. Brian was shocked and couldn't help but refute loudly. You can't bypass the glorious empire to annex us. The glorious empire will not allow it. Rosen smiled slightly. Queen Zoya of the glorious empire is my wife. The Lord of Gloriousness believed by the people of the glorious empire is actually controlled by my natural empire, just like the god of salvation Maquin. Over the years, the Queen has been cooperating with me to integrate the two countries. The economy, politics, magic, people's livelihood, and even battlefield weapons are increasingly dependent on my natural empire. Today, although the glorious empire retains its independent name and name, it is essentially a part of my empire. So, the glorious empire will not only not stop me, but will become my vanguard. In fact, they have already done this in the Dragon Islands. Brian was pale when he heard this. How could this be? He didn't dare to believe it, and didn't want to believe it, but a voice in his heart told him that this might be true. Then a new doubt came up. Why are you telling me this? Because I need you to help me complete this last step. Without waiting for Brian to refuse, Rosen followed up. You are a smart person. You have insight and foresight. You should know what Beldandi wants to do. And on this plane, the only force that can stop her is my natural empire. I used to think that elves were a different race from mortals. One reason was that I was weak at the time, and the other was that I was shallow. Now my thoughts have changed. In my eyes, no matter what he looks like or what blood he has, he can become a member of my natural empire. Brian was excited when he heard this, and his resistance was greatly reduced. Today, if he had to choose between the Void God and the Mortal Empire, he would definitely choose the latter without hesitation. His only worry was, Your Majesty, if we elves become a member of the Natural Empire, how do you plan to treat us? Naturally, we will be accepted as citizens of the Empire, gradually integrated, and indistinguishable from each other. Brian had no objection to this, and even thought it was the general trend of the world, but he felt that this matter might not be easy to handle. I'm afraid many upper-class elves will object to this. Rosen waved his hand, then let the opposing elves follow the Void God and become consumables in their hands. I'm happy to destroy them on the battlefield. The warriors of my natural empire have always wanted to go to the battlefield to establish military merits. Brian immediately thought of the terrible power of the glorious legion on the Dragon Islands, and the natural empire, which has always been hidden behind the glorious empire, must be much stronger than the glorious legion. If the natural empire goes all out, the lives of their elves will definitely become cheaper than wheats. Deep in his heart, Brian has completely agreed with Rosen's approach, but he still can't figure it out. Why does Your Majesty insist on unifying the entire plane? Because I want to integrate the power of the entire plane, fully develop magic, perfect the magic circle of this world, and completely solve the threat of the Void God to me, the mortals. Now, the so-called Lord of Truth, Dryden, and the Crimson Lady, Beldandi, are my last obstacles. Perfect the world ring? Brian was confused and couldn't help asking, Is this really something a mortal can do, Your Majesty? Rosen smiled faintly. The name mortal is a contemptuous name given to my elemental life by those void demons. The demons are most afraid of us perfecting the ring, so they try their best to belittle us and make us despise ourselves. But I want to tell you, we are not mortals. We are true gods in their infancy. This was the first time Brian heard this statement, and he was half believing and half doubting, but it didn't stop his blood from boiling. Your Majesty, why did you choose me? Rosen leaned back on the thick leather chair, staring into Brian's blue and gold-patterned eyes. Most elves are very weak and cannot bear the pressure of the truth, so I appear as the goddess savior. You are one of the few elves with the courage to fight and independent thinking. I admire you, so I tell you the truth. So what do you say? Brian actually agreed in his heart, but he couldn't change his face. After all, the two sides were once mortal enemies. He asked back, what if I don't want to? Then I have to put you under house arrest until I unify the Wick continent. Brian was angry when he heard it. Hee, wouldn't it be better to kill me? Rosen smiled and said in a calm tone of stating facts, Elf, don't think you are too unique. I rule over more than 1.5 billion lives and have seen countless brilliant geniuses. Among the geniuses, you are actually not very outstanding. I won't kill you, but I don't like meaningless killing, not because you are really indispensable. Brian's heart was shaken violently, and he woke up completely. An idea came to his mind. This natural emperor is actually a great man in the mortal world. He can decide the fate of countless mortals with just a word. It is my loss, not his. He has a very good brain. As soon as he figured it out, he immediately took a step forward and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty Rosen, I am willing to serve you. Rosen laughed and put the blue crown of learning back on Brian's head. You have the basic magic power of 8 rings at a young age, and your future achievements will definitely be high, so this magic weapon belongs to you. Wear it, go back to the ground, lead the way to the moon goddess Dora, find those elf warriors who share the same aspirations as you, and form an army to resist the tyranny of the void god. Brian once again experienced the wonderful taste of mastering great power, which completely dispelled the last bit of reluctance in his heart. The name of moon goddess Dora also shocked him. Does the moon goddess also serve your Majesty? Dora has served me for a long time. Brian's arrogance completely disappeared. He nodded humbly. As you wish, my Majesty. After a pause, he said, Your Majesty, I have a message to tell you. Say. Beldandi, the void god, her body seems to be hidden in the trunk of the great tree of life. Rosen's heart moved. Are you sure? I'm not sure. This news was told to me by Sisai. Rosen listened thoughtfully. I understand, you go and act. Chapter 331. Sisai knows where Beldandi is hiding. This is a piece of news that is hard to tell whether it is true or not. It is not that Sisai is lying, but that this may be a smokescreen thrown by the Crimson Lady. That day, she noticed someone snooping, so she used this trick to fish out the identity of the snooper. But if it is not a smokescreen, but real news, then Rosen can use this to kill the Crimson Lady in one fell swoop. Once the Crimson Lady is finished, it may not mean the final victory, but it will definitely be a heavy blow to Dritton and the war gods behind him. After careful consideration, Rosen made the final decision. The current situation is completely different from when I first came. I have established a stronghold in the Elf Empire that is difficult to remove. Whether this is a bait set by Beldandi or not, it is worth a try. If it is a bait, he is not in any danger personally, and it is nothing more than a waste of time. At worst, he can hide back underground and continue to take steady steps. If it is true, then it will be a big profit. Since we are going to do it, we must ensure success. In the past few months since coming to the Elf Empire, Rosen has not slowed down the pace of optimizing his strength. Now he has a legendary strength of 17.2, and his soul scale has reached 330,000, which is nearly an order of magnitude higher than Beldandi. But this is not safe. Because the opponent is a void god, his body is composed of spiritual essence, and he can move very fast in the void, and can also enter the star realm freely. Although he can also enter the void, as an elemental life, his body is heavy, and he needs to breathe to maintain his life. He is temporarily unable to leave the atmosphere. Therefore, if he really wants to chase freely in the void, he will definitely not be able to catch up with the opponent. What to do then? Of course, find a way to limit the scope of pursuit. After thinking about it, Rosen planned to use the newly obtained solar essence to make a brand new, portable power source. It doesn't need much, just 100 grams of solar essence as a base. It can produce 10 billion kilowatt-hours of power, or equivalent to the total power released by burning more than 1 million tons of black stone. With such a huge portable power source as a base, even if the Lord of War Hegrid brings the entire war god system, he will be crushed to the ground and beaten. There is no need to worry about not being able to afford it, because the high-energy magic laboratory of the Natural Empire can already synthesize solar essence. The current efficiency is very low, The level of synthesizing 20 grams a day is far from enough to use freely, but it is enough for Rosen. With the magic data provided by the Pioneer dialects as a base, it is not difficult to create a power source. It is just a little more expensive. 5 days later, Rosen made a brand new Heart of the Sun. It is much lighter than the previous fission core, only 5 kilograms, and about the same size as an ordinary messenger bag, so it is not noticeable when carried on the body. But the peak output power can reach an astonishing 1 million Rosens, which is twice as strong as Rosen's 100-ton Eternal Heart in a watt, and can last for 10 years. If it is used to perfect the magic ring, the 11 magic rings in the 600-meter diameter sphere can be completely converged to form an unbreakable magic ring cage. After preparing the cage, Dora was found again. Infiltrate the Great Tree of Life? Master, then you have found the right person. I dare say that no one knows the Great Tree of Life better than me. Dora said so. Rosen believed it without a doubt. After all, Dora had lived on the tree for more than 7,000 years. After studying seriously with Dora for a while, Rosen had a very deep understanding of the Great Tree of Life. It's time to go. Rosen left the glimmering city through the secret passage and returned to Atlason on the ground again. It was dusk when he arrived on the ground. He was not in a hurry and waited patiently. He waited until the sun set and darkness enveloped Atlason before he continued to set off and headed all the way to the trunk of the Great Tree of Life. The trunk of the Great Tree of Life was surrounded by giant warning trees. In terms of the strictness of the warning, it was an order of magnitude higher than the original palace of the Glorious Empire. Normal methods really couldn't sneak in silently. But at this moment, he was carrying a life amulet that was enough to deceive the giant warning tree, and this amulet was made by Dora based on the loopholes in the defense rules. So Rosen quietly passed through the giant warning tree and arrived next to the trunk. The trunk was very thick, and the structure was very complex. Rather than saying that this is a big tree, it is better to say that it is a three-dimensional small city. The tree is inhabited by the most distinguished upper-class elves in the Elf Empire. There are many intricate cavities inside the trunk, and you can walk from the bottom to the top of the tree along the cavity. Naturally, there are a large number of tree sentinels in the cavity, as well as a large number of warning branches made of elf souls. It can be said that there are no blind spots in defense. But there are no blind spots in the hardware, but there are still loopholes in the rules. After slightly adjusting the life amulet on his body, Rosen entered the big tree of life. Facing the patrolling tree sentinels, he hid. Facing the warning branches controlled by the elf soul, he used the life amulet to deceive. Climbing up safely all the way, he soon reached the tree canopy. The situation in the canopy layer became more and more complicated. The diameter of the canopy was more than 3 kilometers, and the height difference was more than 1,100 meters. The structure was extremely complex, divided into the upper courtyard, the middle courtyard, and the lower courtyard, and each courtyard had countless tree houses. At the same time, the soul fog in the canopy was incredibly thick, and Rosen's vision of the void was suppressed to less than 200 meters. This was simply a three-dimensional maze. If it weren't for Dora's guidance, Rosen would have been completely in the dark if he had to grope on his own. After groping forward in such a ghost place for about half an hour, Rosen successfully found the stargazing tree house where Sisai lived. He didn't go into the house to see Sisai, but made a little noise outside the house. Da-data. Very light, but it definitely couldn't escape the perception of Sisai, the legendary 16 soul. Sure enough, after a while, a familiar figure appeared at the back door of the stargazing tree house, and it was Miss Sisai, the new star god. Who? Me. Rosen emerged from the darkness. Although he was disguised by transfiguration, he believed that Sisai could see through it. He also knew that Sisai must have guessed the transformation he had made on her. With her current intelligence, she would definitely cooperate with him. Sure enough, she was surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" As expected of a legendary 16-strength soul, she recognized Rosen at once. Sure enough, she did not show any hostility, let alone sound the alarm. Rosen asked back, "Are you being monitored?" Sisai nodded, "I am being monitored, but I have found some loopholes in the monitoring. Our ordinary conversation will not leak information, but it should be lighter." Rosen understood and got straight to the point. "Do you know where Beldandy is?" Sisai was shocked. "What do you want to do?" "Fuck her." Sisai could feel Rosen's great power, which was indeed much stronger than Beldandy. But this was the Great Tree of Life after all. Rosen was alone, while Beldandy had countless reinforcements. This is too risky. Rosen was too lazy to explain. "I have made very thorough preparations. Tell me where she is hiding." He needed to know the exact location, because the range of the magic ring was limited, and he had to make the cage position more accurate to avoid Belldandy running away. Sisai's face changed several times, and then she whispered, "Your Majesty, if you fail, you will kill me. As soon as I start, you will take the opportunity to run into the Glimmering City, and no one can kill you." Sisai immediately had no worries, and she immediately reported the place name. There are 3 possible hiding places, all in the tree courtyard. 1 is in the center of the Mist Garden. 2 is in the Thinker's Treehouse. 3 is in the Sleeper's Terrace. She hides very deeply, and disguises very well. I can't tell the real from the fake. Rosen laughed. Oh, this guy is really cunning. Choose one of the 3, and it is even possible that all 3 are fake. The good news is that they are all in the courtyard, and the straight line distance between each other is no more than 200 meters, and they can be completely covered by the magic ring cage within a range of 600 meters. Sisai didn't know his plan, frowned and said, "This doesn't seem to be a good thing, Your Majesty." Rosen didn't explain and started to make arrangements directly. "I go to the courtyard now. As soon as there is chaos, you take off the legendary hat on your head as soon as possible to avoid being controlled by Daruitan. Then put on this gem crown and run away." He handed over a level 6 erudite crown. After wearing it, Sisai will have plus 17 soul strength and 2,300 times increase. Sisai saw the extraordinariness of the learned crown at a glance, and immediately nodded, "Got it." Rosen set out for the atrium. Soon arrived at the atrium. There are 2 ways to go. Either explore Belldandy's hiding places one by one to determine where her true body is. But Belldandy is very sensitive, and the exploration action is likely to scare her away. Or, find the middle of the 3 hiding places, and open the magic ring cage directly. After weighing the pros and cons, Rosen chose the second way. After quietly touching the middle point of the 3 possible hiding places, the mind was violently urged, and the heart of the sun surged with an extremely violent power, up to 800,000 rosens per second. This violent power was blessed by the artifact Tsunami wristband, and poured into the local world magic ring at an incredible speed. The magic ring shook violently, and the 11 magic rings quickly froze and converged, constructing an extremely solid spherical magic ring cage with a diameter of 600 meters. Thanks to the effect of the Tsunami wristband and the high performance of the Heart of the Sun, the magic ring converged very quickly and was completed in less than 1 second. Less than 0.5 seconds after the convergence was completed, Rosen felt that the wall of the 11th ring shook violently, as if it was hit hard by something. Rosen was not surprised but happy. Good, I caught a big fish. Such a huge movement can only be made by a powerful god. In other words, Belldandy was caught in the magic ring cage. He blessed himself with a magnificent voice of the sky. "Belldandy, your death is coming." The movement caused by the magic ring cage and the voice of the sky was extremely huge, and the elves on the big tree of life fell into chaos. A large number of elf guards rushed towards Rosen, even including many legendary dragons. If he was besieged, Rosen would have to use the Heart of the Sun to save his life, which would probably affect the strength of the magic ring cage. Fortunately, he had his own way to deal with the siege. Swish! Rosen's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard the elves looked, they could not find him. He hid in the void outside the 11 magic rings. In the void, Rosen looked down from a high place at the cage formed by the 11 magic rings, looking for the figure of Belldandy. Seeing this, Rosen was secretly shocked. TSK, this is really messy. The soul fog in the crown of the great tree of life is extremely dense, and the field of vision is less than 100 meters. At this time, countless elf guards were running around like headless flies, and a large number of spells were constantly being activated, including many soul spells that were specifically used to create fog. At the same time, the elf souls in the Tree of Life were all agitated. Many elf souls even rushed out of the tree directly with the changes of the 11 magic rings, and then ran and flew everywhere. For a moment, the soul mist covering the tree canopy was directly strengthened by an order of magnitude. This caused Rosen's perception range of the void vision to drop sharply, leaving less than 20 meters. Belldandy, the void god, was also very cunning. She didn't escape at the first time, and immediately restrained her power aura greatly, hiding in the muddy water without moving. For a moment, Rosen couldn't find her hiding place. "Hey, you are playing hide-and-seek with me. Then I see how long you can hide." He was not in a hurry at all, because the Heart of the Sun could maintain the magic ring cage for at least 10 years. He bet that these elves on the tree would never make trouble for 10 years. After a few days, the muddy water will always become clear. Chapter 332. in the courtyard of the Great Tree of Life. In a hidden corner, Beldandy was contacting Druden, who was far away in the furnace basin, through ghost resonance. Druden, I was trapped in the Great Tree of Life by Rosen. Druden's reply was immediate. How is this possible? I'm here to help. No, don't come. You do two things right now. First, send 1,000 furnace warriors to burn the Great Tree of Life. Druden was shocked. Burn the Great Tree of Life? There are 3 million elf souls in the tree. At least 30% of them are warrior souls waiting to be reincarnated, and a large part of them are ready to be transferred to lava warriors. If this is lost, how can the war be fought? Not to mention the lofty status of the Great Tree of Life in the Holy Elf Empire. If it really burns, it will definitely be an extremely heavy blow to the confidence of the Empire, and the Empire may even disintegrate because of it. He refused without hesitation. No, this cannot be done. Beldandy cursed. Stupid! Didn't you listen to me? Rosen, the Emperor of the Natural Empire, is at the Great Tree of Life. As long as he is killed, it will be a heavy blow to the Natural Empire, no less than the damage to the Great Tree of Life. Draytam was immediately convinced. I will send the lava warriors over now. 1,000 is too few. I will send 5,000. No, I will send all the mature 20,000 warriors. Stupid! Beldandy cursed again. Send 2,000 at most, and the remaining 18,000 warriors will take off from the Natural Empire immediately, and find a large city with a lot of people, preferably the capital, and attack whichever is closer. Dryden was very confused and panicked, because the current situation was beyond his expectations. He never thought that Rosen would dare to come to the Great Tree of Life in Atlassen to cause trouble, and even trap Beldandy. This means that there is no safe place in the mortal world. As long as the Natural Emperor finds his hiding place, it will be his doom. He asked anxiously, what about the second thing? Immediately send the saints to the War God realm, and inform Lord Hegret of my entrapment. Tell him that I can only hold on for 6 hours at most. If he doesn't come to rescue me in 6 hours, I will die. Okay, I do it right away. At the same time, the outer void outside the Great Tree of Life. Rosen was carefully observing the situation in the magic ring cage. Although the place is not big, a large number of elves are trapped in the cage. Among them, there are more than 600 upper-level elves, including 5 legendary flying dragons. This is nothing. What really gets in the way is the various elven souls running around. The sphere with a diameter of 600 meters is filled with 500,000 elf souls. Elf souls are composed of low-energy spiritual essence, which can be large or small, and can overlap like waves. Because of the convergence of the 11 magic rings and the special magic ring rules, these elf souls appear in the 11th magic ring. Drifting back and forth, sometimes overlapping, sometimes scattered, it is like a game server with so many people that it is about to crash. It is really difficult to find a hidden void god in such a place. There is a simple, crude and cruel way, which is to kill all these elf souls waiting for reincarnation. This is not a difficult task, because although these souls are strong, they are in a very weak state. Each elf soul is very small, less than 0.1 Rosen, like a small firefly. Even if 500,000 elf souls are added together, the total power is less than 50,000 Rosen. With Rosen's current strength, it is as easy to crush them as to pop a bubble. But Rosen certainly won't do this. It is not necessary, and it is a huge waste. After thinking about it for a while, he came up with a solution. He used the collective soul voice to the elf soul in the magic ring cage. Quiet, everyone, don't panic. After attracting the attention of the elf soul, he continued, I have no ill will towards you, and I will also open some passages inside the Great Tree of Life for you to leave. All you have to do is line up and pass by me one by one. While speaking, Rosen opened a full 20 special soul passages in the magic ring cage. The channel is like a flow-limiting valve, allowing only souls with a strength of less than 1 Rosen to pass through at a time. After the channel was opened, Rosen stood beside the channel to guard it. As long as Beldandy dared to appear, he would capture him at the first time. As time passed, the elf souls left the magic ring cage through the channel like flowing water. The spirits were very light and could overlap, so they left very quickly, leaving at least 5,000 souls per second. At this speed, all the elf souls would be evacuated in less than 5 minutes. As the density of the elf souls in the cage dropped rapidly, the soul mist naturally faded rapidly. Just as the muddy water was about to clear, a violent soul wave suddenly emerged in the corner of the cage, and a crimson soul light net appeared out of thin air, holding nearly 30,000 elf souls. At the same time, a soul voice came from the corner. Rosen, of course you can kill me, but these elf souls will be buried with me. It was the Crimson Girl who took the initiative to show up when she saw that the situation was not right. At this time, the soul mist in the magic ring cage was still very thick, and Rosen could only hear her voice but not see her. Interesting, threatening me with hostages? A countermeasure came to mind in a flash. He couldn't see the other party, and the other party naturally couldn't see him. With this point, Rosen's body quietly split into two. One was the main body of the god, keeping the highest degree of concealment, quietly hiding in the void outside the cage. The other was a spirit body manifested by the soul spell, extremely delicate, and from the outside, it looked exactly like a void life. The spirit was wrapped in an extremely solid soul shield. With a flash of his figure, he took the initiative to enter the magic ring cage. After entering, the spirit raised his hand and waved, casting a spell. Buzz! A huge soul shield of astonishing size appeared out of thin air, lying between the remaining elf souls and Beldandy. The spirit urged, "Keep going, hurry up, don't join in the fun." Then, the spirit pushed forward with both hands, pushing the soul shield and slowly moving forward, constantly compressing the Crimson Girl's evasive space. Soon, he saw the Crimson Girl on the other side of the shield. In the convergent 11 magic rings, her appearance was almost no different from her mortal incarnation. With a tall figure, wearing a crimson, legendary 19 strength spiritual armor, holding a legendary 19 spiritual one-handed sword in one hand, and a legendary 19 spiritual oval giant shield in the other hand, she looked like an armored Valkyrie. The spirit rose and smiled faintly. "Ms. Beldandy, I am the Emperor of the Natural Empire, but you threaten me with the soul of the elves. Isn't it a bit ridiculous?" Beldandy laughed coldly. "I know your ambition. You want to unify the entire plane. These elf souls are your future people. There are so many elves watching here. You must take their lives into consideration." Rosen looked at the elf souls struggling and wailing in the crimson light net, and then looked at Beldandy, who was threatening with a sword, grinning. "I advise you to give up resistance, otherwise, I will crush you into powder." As he spoke, he pushed the soul giant shield with a scale of more than 20,000 Rosens, and a strength focus to the extreme level 19, and continued to crush Beldandy. Beldandy shouted loudly, "Stop! Otherwise, I will really do it." Rosen was not coerced at all, just pushing the soul giant shield, and constantly issuing severe condemnations. "Beldandy, if you dare to commit evil today, I will not only kill you, but also kill Druten and all the people of the War God clan to avenge the innocent people who died under your sword." Beldandy is not stupid. He immediately understood Rosen's intention, and immediately realized that his threat was ineffective against the other party. What a hypocritical emperor. At this time, Rosen had pushed the soul shield less than 30 meters in front of Beldandy, blocking all the other party's dodging space. At this point, he stopped forcing. "Void Demon Beldandy, I advise you for the last time to release all the hostages in your hands and surrender voluntarily. Otherwise, I will not only kill you, but also let you experience all the tortures in the world before you die. I will make you regret coming to this world, I will make you beg for a quick death, but I will never fulfill your wish. Attention, this is an ultimatum." Beldandy listened quietly, and the arm holding the spiritual sword trembled slightly involuntarily. As long as she raised the sword and chopped down the elf souls in the net, at least most of the elf souls could be broken. But although it was a pleasure to do so, the natural emperor on the opposite side would definitely hang his soul on the rack and use all the tortures in the world in front of all the elves. For a moment of pleasure, endure hundreds or thousands of years of pain. Not only did it not damage the other party's reputation at all, but she also became a tool for the other party to warn potential enemies. So, the hostage strategy completely failed. After a few seconds of silence, she had a resolute determination to die. "You defeated me, Your Majesty Rosen, let these elf souls die with me." As she said this, her body began to glow, and she was actually planning to self-destruct her soul. But at this moment, the Crimson Girl suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind her. After being hit by this force, her whole body was almost broken apart. Not only was her self-destruction action forcibly interrupted, but the spiritual sword and giant shield in her hand were directly shaken into powder. Before she could react, the soul chains wrapped around her body like snakes, firmly fixing her body. Not to mention self-destruction, it was difficult to even move. "What's going on? Who attacked me?" Beldandy's brain was a little confused by the collision, and he didn't understand the current situation for a while. The next moment, Rosen's real body turned out from behind Beldandy, and at the same time, his spirit body turned into a light spot and disappeared into the air. He smiled at the bound female warrior god, Lady Crimson, You just need to die alone. Don't drag innocent people into the water. Illusion you. Belldandy felt so frustrated that he didn't know what to say. Rosen ignored the frustrated female warrior god, turned around and untied the crimson light net, released the trapped elf soul, and announced loudly to the elf souls present. This void demon is right. I am Rosen, the emperor of the natural empire. I do plan to unify this plane. In my eyes, all mortals are my people. I have a sacred duty to protect each of you, and I will never give up the lives of any of you easily. Now, I will execute this ruthless and cold-blooded void demon in front of all of you to fulfill my duty of protection. This word spread throughout the magic ring cage, and there were at least 200,000 elf souls in the cage. Outside the cage, countless elves and elf souls were watching. Every elf looked at Rosen's every move with an incredible and shocked look. Of course, they knew the existence of the natural empire, but they could never have imagined that an emperor of a mortal empire would appear in Atlassian and possess such terrible power. Rosen wanted this effect. He shook his hand, and condensed a Soul O sword focused to the extreme of Legend 19. With a flick of the sword tip, he opened Belldandy's spiritual helmet, and suddenly revealed a beautiful face with white skin and soft features. Just looking at the face, it's really hard to combine with the female war god. This is such a beautiful head. Rosen laughed, pointed the tip of the Soul O sword at Belldandy's forehead, and finally asked, "So, Lady Crimson, do you have any last words?" Belldandy showed a resolute look on her face, staring at Rosen without blinking. "Rosen, I haven't completely failed. You won't be so proud for long. Soon, the great tree of life will be destroyed in flames, and your city and your people will also wail in flames." Almost at the same time, Rosen also felt the strong mana fluctuations coming from the southern sky. There was no soul fog blocking the view in the sky, so Rosen could see very clearly. The distance was about 800 kilometers, which was the perception limit of Rosen's void vision. A large number of flying creatures flew towards the great tree of life from high altitude at a very high speed. The number is estimated to be 2,000, with a speed of up to 2 times the speed of sound. The soul strength of a single unit is more than Legend 15, and the scale of mana is also extremely large, almost 3 times that of the previous Dragon of Truth, and the power scale is similar to that of a powerful god. Judging from the opponent's speed, it will reach the great tree of life in 20 minutes. Rosen suddenly realized, oh, so you have such a trump card. This trump card is really powerful. If he hadn't forged a divine body, he would have to turn around and run away now. But even if he has a divine body, he can't take it lightly. After all, the divine body can only help him escape into the void and play hide and seek with the Legion, but it doesn't give him the power to directly block the Legion. Naturally, this Belldandy can't be simply executed. He has to interrogate her carefully and figure out all her plans. But once words are spoken, they cannot be shed. In front of so many elves, he could not regret it. After a little thought, he had a solution. He shouted, "Then die, demon." Then, the Soul O sword in his hand suddenly released a dazzling golden light, and rippled with circles of terrible power. The elves watching could not bear the violent movement, and retreated one after another, and could not see the specific situation in front of them. Boom! The position where Belldandy was suddenly exploded into a ball of amazing light and flame. The light and flame lasted for more than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. When the elves opened their eyes again, they saw that only the sword-wielding emperor of the natural empire was left in front of them, and Belldandy had disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that this new powerful void god was killed by the natural emperor, and even his body was destroyed completely. Rosen turned and looked at the elves watching. Elves, the mortal apostles of the devil, have come to avenge their master. These apostles are very powerful, and their flames are likely to destroy the great tree of life. So, the living elves hide underground, and the elf souls hide at the roots of the great tree of life. And I will personally fight these demon minions. While speaking, Rosen activated the heart of the sun, and the power suddenly surged out, pushing his body up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. After rushing out of the tree canopy, the speed increased violently again, breaking the sound barrier and making a rumbling thunder. Seeing Rosen rushing to the south quickly, the elf warriors on the great tree of life looked at each other in bewilderment. I don't know who shouted, "The great tree of life belongs to us elves, and it should be protected by us elves." This remark immediately resonated greatly. That's right. The vibration of the magic ring tells me that the enemy comes from the south, and is very powerful. Then we will go to the south to stop them. Clatter, clatter. 50 legendary flying dragons, with a wingspan of more than 30 meters, quickly flew up from the big tree of life. Following them, various elves, thousands of them, also flew up. These elves tried their best to follow the flying dragons, and flew towards the southern sky together. Chapter 333. Night Sky. Rosen flew south at high speed. During the flight, his main body stayed inside the magic ring, using the force flying spell to drive the elemental body, moving at a high speed of about 1.5 times the speed of sound. His left hand sank into the void, holding the female war goddess Belldandy bound by soul chains. According to estimates, he will meet the incoming flying army at an altitude of about 6,000 meters above the ground in about 6 minutes. Rosen's personal strength alone is of course unable to compete with this terrifying army of 2,000 warriors, even with the Heart of the Sun. The elves who followed behind him were no different from sending themselves to death. However, Rosen had more than just the Heart of the Sun. He also had a killer weapon. During the flight, Rosen's mind moved slightly, and the pocket heart of eternity hidden in the basement of Atlason was projected onto his right hand. This thing is much heavier than the Heart of the Sun, but for the elemental projection technique, the scale is not large, so there is no need to build a special projection room. After getting the thing, Rosen carried it on his back, and continued to fly forward at high speed. At this time, Belldandy clearly felt the soul power of Rosen, and was extremely shocked. "You are the Great One?" This soul power is many times that of hers, and it is even similar to that of the Lord of War Hygrid. Originally, I was still a little unconvinced, but now I have nothing to say. Rosen smiled and asked instead, "Tell me, what kind of thing is that group of people on the other side?" Belldandy snorted coldly, "You will see it with your own eyes soon. Why ask me? What are the weaknesses? You can experience it yourself. I can only tell you that you may be able to kill a dozen, but you can definitely not stop 2,000. Rosen immediately said, "Since they are your creations, you must have a way to control them. Tell me the method." Belldandy regained some confidence and sneered, "Obviously, this is impossible." Seeing that she was unwilling to say, Rosen did not ask for the time being. Because there was no time. He took the pocket eternal heart off his back, and quickly set it up. When he finished setting it up, he saw many neatly arranged light spots appearing in the distant sky. At this time, the distance between the two sides was about 80 kilometers. At a relative speed of 3.5 times the speed of sound, they would meet in about a minute. Although the flying legion in front caused great interference to the magic ring, in the elemental plane, only light spots could be seen, and no sound could be heard. Because the opponent's speed is twice the speed of sound. It is indeed a very powerful warrior. Rosen commented. At the same time, he continued to bless the defensive magic shield for the pocket eternal heart in his hand. He added layer after layer of shields, a total of 20 layers. Each layer reached the maximum scale of 20,000 Rosens, a total of 400,000 Rosens, and the strength reached the legend 19 extreme. This is to prevent the Heart of Eternity from being destroyed by the opponent before it detonates. At the same time, Rosen was doing two things at the same time, and he also put on layer after layer of soul shields for himself. There are a lot of them, and now there are 30 layers. The scale of each layer is also very large, adding up to a scale of millions of Rosens, and even Belldandy is protected. Belldandy couldn't understand, and couldn't help asking me, "What are you doing?" You will know soon. At this time, the distance between the two sides was further shortened. Rosen had already seen the appearance of the warrior on the opposite side clearly. To be honest, he was really ugly, just an ugly fat man who could fly. At this moment, Rosen was about 10 kilometers away from his opponent. About 80 kilometers behind him were the elves who had followed him all the way. 80 kilometers, it shouldn't be affected. The ground is a steep mountain, which is good. It can greatly weaken the propagation of the shock wave. There are some traces of life, but not many, less than 2,000. At this time, I can't care so much. Rosen thought secretly. The opponent's speed was too fast, and there was no time to think too much. After a slight estimate, he released a throwing spell on the backpack in his hand, and threw it towards the flying array on the opposite side. As soon as the backpack was thrown out, Rosen himself immediately escaped into the void outside the ring, and accelerated violently, trying his best to get away from the target. Belldandy's heart moved slightly, and he guessed, "What did you just throw out? An explosive bomb?" Rosen grinned. "Yes, it was an explosive bomb. It's useless. That's a lava warrior, born in lava, growing in lava, drinking lava as water, and his body is several times harder than the hardest steel in the world. He is not afraid of any explosive bomb at all." Rosen didn't say anything, and continued to bless himself with Soul Shield. He added layer after layer, and now it has accumulated to nearly 120 layers, and he has invested 2 million Rosen's power into it. But he still thinks it's not enough, and he keeps adding, Belldandy was more and more shocked. Although he didn't understand, he felt that the explosive bomb Rosen mentioned was probably very powerful. Just when she had this thought, she saw the sun. Not the sun in the sky, but the sun on Earth. Not only Belldandy saw it, but also the thousands of powerful elves who followed closely behind. The night sky was suddenly illuminated by the sun and turned into daylight. The powerful elves didn't know the situation on the front line, and only thought that it was the aftermath of the power generated by Rosen's battle with the devil's minions. They were all horrified. They were not stupid, and they knew at a glance that this was not a battle they could participate in. Without hesitation, they turned around at the first moment and ran away as hard as they could. The location where the sun appeared was at the intersection of the lava warrior flight array and the strange backpack. At the explosion site, the magic ring vibrated violently, and a circle of violent chaotic power formed a soul tide of destruction, spreading rapidly in all directions. It spread to Rosen in a short while. At this time, Rosen was about 10 kilometers away from the center of the explosion. Snap, snap, snap. Rosen's soul shield was as fragile as paper, and was torn apart layer by layer. The soul shield, which was reinforced to 140 layers, was torn off 130 layers in an instant. There were still 8 or 9 layers of shields left, which made people feel as thin as paper. Rosen continued to add shields to himself with all his strength, and only exhaled softly after adding 100 layers again. He looked out of his head to see the situation in the mortal world, and immediately laughed. Miss Crimson, it seems that you have greatly overestimated the power of the lava warriors. There was no lava warrior in the sky. There were no lava warriors on the ground, but there were a lot of fires, and a mushroom cloud rising. There was no void, of course. 2,000 lava warriors evaporated directly. This was also expected, because although Rosen's pocket-sized eternal heart was not heavy, it contained a lot of enriched uranium, reaching 20 kilograms. Because of the specially designed physical structure and the constraints of the spell, the efficiency of the fission reaction was almost 50%. In other words, 10 kilograms of enriched uranium participated in the fission, and the final explosion equivalent was about 150,000 tons of TNT. To be honest, it was not very strong, not as good as a fusion nuclear bomb, but it was 10 times more powerful than the little boy. The Flying Legion was also too confident, probably thinking that Rosen threw an ordinary explosive bomb, and they came up directly without dodging. So, they were almost perfectly in the explosion center. Belldandy was shocked and lost his mind. This is not a flaming bomb at all. This is the sun that fell into the mortal world. How could there be such a weapon in the world? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. No wonder she was so incoherent. With such a huge power, let alone the lava warriors, even if it was her, or Lord Hegrid, they would die on the spot. Rosen laughed. Void life does not dream, and does not even need to sleep, Miss Belldandy. Belldandy was shocked and regained her sanity a little. Rosen asked, "Tell me, what other arrangements have you made to escape?" Seeing that the other party did not speak, Rosen raised his hand and slapped. He slapped Belldandy's face with more than 10 slaps, blurring the spirit essence on her cheek and making her eyes scattered. "Tell me." Belldandy's pride disappeared. She said with a sad face, "There are still 18,000 lava warriors flying from the other direction to your natural empire. It should take 1 hour to reach the destination." "Where exactly?" "I don't know, maybe Rhine City, maybe Platinum City, anyway, it's a city with a large population." Rosen immediately said, "Call them back." Of course he still has rune nuclear bombs, but the lava warriors are too fast. When the nuclear bombs arrive, those guys are probably above the city, and it's impossible to detonate the rune nuclear bombs there. I don't know how to recall it. Only Dryden has this ability. Where is Dryden? In the lava basin in the south of the Holy Elf Empire. I understand. Rosen pondered for a while and said, "Contact Dryden and ask him to summon the lava warriors. If he doesn't do this, then you will have to endure the most terrible torture in the world." As he spoke, he leaned close to Belldandy's ear and said in the softest voice, "You know, I also have a branch of life on hand. If the lava warriors cause any damage to my city, I will use the life force given to me by this branch to go deep into your soul and find the things that make you the most painful and the most afraid, and then torture you bit by bit, but I will never let you die, just let you endure. How long I live, how long you endure. No one can save you, and no one can free you. Believe me, I can definitely do it." Belldandy's eyes, which had just been focused, became a little scattered again. She didn't believe it before, but now she is convinced. Since this mortal emperor can summon the sun to the mortal world, what else can he not do? Your Majesty Rosen, you are a devil. Rosen knew that he had completely broken the psychological defense of this proud female warrior, and laughed. To you, I am a devil. Now, contact Dryden immediately. Baradandy did as he was told. Dryden, I was caught by Rosen. Recall the lava warriors, otherwise I will die. Dryden was shocked. Where are you now? On the other hand, Rosen would not pin his hopes on Dryden's personal decision. They were at an altitude of more than 6,000 meters at this moment, without any interference from the soul fog. He had also been sensing the conversation between the two. It can be felt that both parties use soul ghost resonance. And Rosen has extremely in-depth research on ghost resonance. He can feel that the ghost communication method between the two is very low level. Although some confidentiality was done, the confidentiality method was primitive and backward, and in his eyes, it was almost the same as running naked on the street. While the two were still talking, Rosen had already accurately locked onto Dryden's position. The next moment, he activated the infinite phase transfer technique and transferred to Dryden's side with Bellyadandy. Why could he transfer with Bellyadandy? Because the true god's body has an inner ring of magic. The strength of the magic ring around Rosen's body is 11 rings, and Bellyadandy's soul strength is a little less than legendary 15, which is lower than Rosen's magic ring 1000 strength. Therefore, Rosen's inner magic ring can accommodate Bellyadandy's existence. The principle of phase transfer is the resonance of the magic ring. As long as it is within the magic ring, it can be phase transferred. Of course, because both of them are very powerful, even the phase transfer within the plane requires extremely high power consumption. If the two of them turn together, it will consume about 800,000 Rosen's power per second. If it is a cross-plane transfer, the consumption is even more amazing. Rosen can't do it by himself, but he carries the heart of the sun. The moment the transfer is completed, the power of the heart of the sun has already surged out, turning into a soul-o sword, pointing directly at Dryden's forehead. Then, Rosen's body and the figure of the bound Baradandy gradually became clear. Rosen had a faint sneer on his face. Dryden, you'd better not make any moves, otherwise my oath sword will kill you on the spot. Dryden was stunned, standing in the void in a daze, unable to speak. He didn't understand what the situation was now. He was fine the moment before. How come he was standing on the edge of death the next moment? Bellyadandy was shocked. Phase shift. As a void god, she was very familiar with phase shift. Her mortal incarnation and her saints also often use this power. But she never thought that one day, her body would be able to experience this fast displacement spell that only applies to elemental life. Bellyadandy, who had a strong will, felt that her 3 views were overturned several times in a short period of time. The power that she was once proud of suddenly became worthless. Chapter 334. Lava Basin, 11 Rings Radiating. Rosen stood, with 2 powerful void gods kneeling in front of him, bound tightly by soul chains. Your Majesty Rosen, all lava warriors have been recalled. Look! The speaker was Dariton. At this moment, he hunched his back, and a trace of unconcealed flattery appeared on his square and serious face. He didn't want to do this, but in recent years, continuous blows forced him to bow to the strong again and again. It was not accustomed to bowing to the goddess of life, and it was a little uncomfortable to bow to the Lord of War. Now bowing to Rosen feels a little natural. Anyway, it's all bowing, who is it not? As long as you can live, there is a chance. Rosen has been observing Dariton's soul fluctuations, and now he can roughly see his thoughts. He couldn't help but say in his heart, the dog trainer finally became a dog. Since this guy is so cooperative, he has to interrogate him carefully. With a thought, 2 more soul shields were born. One for each of Dryden and Bellyadandy, completely isolating the two. Rosen first came to Dryden and smiled. I know the secret connection spell you used very well, and I use it much more proficiently than you. So, don't think about colluding with Bellyadandy in front of me. Dryden smiled awkwardly. I dare not, I dare not. He really didn't dare. Bellyadandy was being held in the other party's hand like a chicken. How could he dare to do anything? Rosen asked. Now tell me, besides the lava warriors, what other means does Bellyadandy have to save herself? Dryden sold Bellyadandy without hesitation. She also asked me to find the Lord of War Hygrit. Did you look for it? Yes. Dryden's voice was very low. If the void god could sweat, he would be sweating profusely now. Rosen saw the fear in the other party's heart, and continued to ask expressionlessly, when did you look for it? Half an hour ago, I sent a Saint Larry to notify him, and he has been notified now. What was Hygrit's reaction? Very shocked and very angry, and he planned to come to rescue in person. In addition, His saint messenger has come to our plane and is looking for you all over the world to negotiate with you. Rosen understood, but this reaction was also within his expectations. But his face was calm. I understand. Stay still. Yes, yes, I promise not to move. Rosen went to Belldandy again. The proud female war god was frustrated at this time. Seeing Rosen coming, her body subconsciously stepped back. This reaction made Rosen's heart slightly moved. It seems that he was frightened by my high-energy spells. Very good. He began to interrogate. What do you think the Lord of War would do if he knew that you were killed? Belldandy was slightly shocked, and then slowly shook his head. I don't know. Rosen felt that this was the truth, so he continued to ask. I need to know the Lord of War's methods. Now, he can easily control the powerful gods. When the powerful gods see him, they can only flee to the void to escape. But Rosen is unsure about the great gods. Because the great gods all master the artifacts, and know many secrets of the abyss, and they may also master some terrible high-energy spells. If a real fight breaks out, the outcome is unpredictable. So we have to be cautious. Belldandy can roughly see Rosen's power. In terms of soul alone, he is inferior to the Lord of War. Now that he asked this question, she knew that he was actually afraid of the Lord of War, and this matter became her bargaining chip for survival. So, she shook her head without hesitation. I will never tell it. Rosen smiled lightly, walked slowly to her, raised his hand to hook her chin, and stared into her blue eyes. Ms. Belldandy, of course you can remain silent. But then, I will know nothing about the Lord of War's methods. To be safe, I can only take the initiative. For example, I will transfer to the War God realm now, attract the War God clan to my side, and then I will detonate a super sun that is 100 times more powerful than the previous one. That scene must be very interesting. Belldandy was shocked and couldn't help shouting, You lunatic, if you do this, you can't escape yourself. Rosen laughed. How can I not escape? I can phase shift. I don't need to leave the War God realm, I just need to stay away from the sun's explosion point. At this point, Rosen suddenly snapped his fingers with a smile on his face. It seems that there is no need for me to go to the War God realm. Let's go to the Southern Sea and find a deserted island. I will use you as bait and wait patiently for the Lord of War to rescue you. If the one who comes to rescue is just a small character, I can handle it easily. If the Lord of War comes in person, I will welcome him in the most enthusiastic way in the world, and I guarantee that he will die without pain. As soon as the words fell, Belldandy shouted, No! She fell to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, please don't do this. The power of the sun on earth is too terrifying. Even if the Lord of War is a great god with a divine weapon, there is no possibility of survival. Rosen's strategy is also impeccable. Once he does this, the War God clan will probably be exterminated. This fierce reaction made Rosen slightly startled. He felt that Belldandy seemed to have a deep affection for the Lord of War. Could it be the woman of the Lord of War? So he asked, Why? Because Hygrid is my father. This news really surprised Rosen. Father? Is it the foster father? No, it's the biological father. Rosen was even more surprised. As far as I know, the Void God is the sole projection of the abyss strong in the void. Most of the Void Gods are. My father and mother should be too, but I am not. I was born in the void, my father is Hygrid, and my mother is the 13th level powerful god, the goddess of love Margaret. Rosen was even more surprised, and at the same time found it very interesting. Can the Void God actually give birth to offspring? This is the first time I've heard of this. This is a secret hidden in the void, and mortals are not aware of it. Not all Void Gods can give birth to offspring. My birth is the result of my parents' efforts, and the gift of the Creator. The Crimson Lady continued, Your Majesty, as long as you are willing to let go of the War God clan, I am willing to serve you and become your eternal servant. Rosen was not very interested in slaves, but the fact that the void combined with offspring made him very curious. Because according to his research, the life structure of the Void God is incomplete. Logically speaking, it is impossible to produce offspring. Now offspring have been born, either he made a mistake, or the Crimson Lady is lying. Either way, it is worth studying carefully. This matter is also very valuable for research. Because once it is figured out, it means that he can help the Void God become an independent individual, and the Void Life will become an independent force, completely free from the influence of the abyss. In this way, elemental life and Void Life will have no reason to oppose each other, and when necessary, they can even join forces to fight against the abyss. After a flash of weighing, Rosen took out the natural scepter. Bow, I will put my mark in the depths of your soul. This is not a good way, but it is the only way Rosen can currently guarantee the effective restraint of void life. The Crimson Lady showed a trace of unwillingness on her face, but she had no choice but to do it. Rosen began to brand the soul. Belldandy's power was too strong. In order to ensure that the brand was long-lasting and effective, Rosen carved it very deeply. This was naturally very painful. Belldandy tried to hold it back for a while, but finally couldn't hold it back and screamed loudly. The sound was too loud and noisy, so Rosen reduced his hearing by 90%. He didn't completely block his hearing because he wanted to control the strength of the brand according to Belldandy's feedback to avoid killing her. He had no mercy in his heart because he knew Belldandy was a warrior, not a woman. If he was attacked by her, his fate would definitely not be better than hers. Considering that Belldandy's screams were really miserable, Rosen removed the shielding of the soul giant shield and let Daruita next door listen carefully. After listening for a few seconds, Druden's expression changed drastically, and he trembled all over. He wanted to curl up and crawl into the cracks in the ground. 20 minutes later, the brand was successfully engraved. According to the most conservative estimate, it can bind the other party for at least 20 years. Looking at Belldandy again, the light of her soul was dim and blurred, as if she would collapse in the next moment. In case she really couldn't hold on and collapsed, Rosen injected her with a pure power of faith and pulled her back from the edge of collapse. After recovering a little, Belldandy's face was full of humility, and she called him master. Rosen was very satisfied, and removed her soul shackles with a thought. He shook the natural scepter in his hand, and turned to look at Druden. What do you say? Are you going to accept my soul brand? Or die? Druden is different from Belldandy. Druden is a research-oriented void god, similar to a scholar. As the saying goes, a scholar's rebellion will not succeed in 10 years, so there is no need to worry about his backlash. It can also be seen that he has the potential to be a good dog, so Rosen prefers to control rather than kill. Druden's body trembled like a sieve. I want to live. Very good, bow your head. Draytan trembled and bowed his head. Rosen began to brand him. Druden's soul strength is much weaker than Belldandy's, but although this guy is weak, he is a research-oriented mage with obsessive-compulsive disorder. So, Rosen specially customized a very, very fine brand for him, which greatly exceeded the limit of his perception ability. His will is far less than Belldandy's tenacity, so in order to avoid killing him, the force is not heavy, less than 50% of Belldandy's. But although the force is much lighter, Druden's scream is more miserable than Belldandy's, and his soul is flickering, as if he will collapse in the next moment. Rosen frowned. What a wimp! In order to avoid killing this guy, he could only use less force again. About 20 minutes later, the branding was successful, and Rosen removed his soul chains. The powerful void god Druden fell to the ground with a plop, and his soul became very dim, as if it would be extinguished in the next moment. Rosen would naturally not let him die, otherwise his work would be in vain. He gave him some pure faith power to help him breathe. Druden, you do 3 things now. First, tell me all your knowledge, especially the details of the magic of creating lava warriors. Second, inform your saints that once they find the Lord of War, notify him to come to the lava basin to find us. Third, stop responding to the prayers of your fanatical believers in the Elf Empire, and let them fend for themselves. Yes, master. Druden responded with a look of exhaustion. About 10 minutes later, the envoy of the Lord of War Hygrid arrived. He was a mortal saint with a legendary soul strength of 12, tall and strong, wearing heavy armor, and looked very capable. Rosen ordered the 2 void slaves to stay away from him, and he appeared inside the magic circle, facing the apostle of the Lord of War alone. Tell me your name, apostle. War Messenger Angelou, salutations to you, your majesty Rosen. This burly apostle was very humble and polite. Unfortunately, this humble attitude did not last long. I convey the order of my lord to you, asking you to release Ms. Belldandy immediately, otherwise you and your empire will definitely become the dust of history. The tone was very firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Rosen smiled and said, Angel, go back and tell Hygrid to give it a try. He wanted to see what kind of amazing ability this war god had that made him so arrogant. Chapter 335. War Messenger Angela got the reply and turned around and left. Rosen sighed. No nonsense, solve problems with war. You are worthy of being a war god. With such a tough temper, he is either a brainless fool or a real strong man. The war gods are obviously not stupid, they must think they are very powerful and confident. Summoning the 2 void slaves to his side again, Rosen informed Belldandy of the news. Although you are my slave, I still give you some freedom to choose. You have 2 choices now. First, tell me all the information related to the war gods, and send an apostle to the war god realm, using all your means to persuade your father to stop. Second, keep silent. And I will go to the war god realm to plant the sun soon. Belldandy said without hesitation. I choose the first one. Very good. He just replied to Angela with a tough tone, in order not to show his cowardice, so as not to be considered weak by the war gods. But the real idea is that he doesn't want to fight, or rather, he doesn't want to fight now. So, he plans to use Belldandy to seek temporary peace. But he has to be prepared for everything. If the war god clan wants to fight, he has to be able to accept it. In war, intelligence comes first. Belldandy was frightened by Rosen's artificial son, and now he is very cooperative and begins to introduce the situation of the war god clan in detail. Including me, there are 6 members in the god clan. My father, the 18th level Lord of War, me, the 14th level Wilderness Hunter Arnold, the 14th level Eternal Defender Siren, the 13th level Goddess of Love Margaret, and the 12th level Field Doctor Beyonce. This is very strong, much stronger than the Life God clan. They are probably used to being strong in the plane. The God clan has 2 artifacts. One is in the hands of the Eternal Defender Siren, called the Sunset Round Shield. The Sunset Round Shield is nothing to say, it just creates a 12-ring defense barrier. It has a good defensive effect against almost all known attack spells. Especially for elemental attacks, the defense is almost perfect. Rosen understood that this is a 12-ring magic weapon. Another artifact is in my father's hands, which is the War Chessboard. The War Chessboard is the most powerful artifact of the Protoss, and it is also very famous among the planes. Although it has no direct attack power, it has 2 very powerful effects. First, it can open an extremely wide and clear void vision that ignores most shielding spells. The range is at least 3,000 kilometers, and it can even expand to the entire plane if the power supply is sufficient. Hearing this, Rosen couldn't help but sigh. This is amazing. This is equivalent to opening the entire map. Everyone knows the huge benefits of this skill in war. He immediately asked, can it penetrate the soul fog below the canopy of the Holy Elf Empire, or even the shield of the earth? Belldandy thought for a moment, and said, it will be greatly disturbed, but as long as it is provided with enough power, it can still see far away, even deep into the ground 3,000 meters. After a pause, he added, of course, the power consumption will be very, very huge. Even my father can't bear it. The entire Protoss must jointly supply power, so you can't see too much. Hearing this, Rosen said, it's a pity to put this artifact in your hands. What he lacks the most now is power. If it were in his hands, he would use a solar core to power it, which would definitely ensure 360-degree monitoring of the entire plane without blind spots. Belldandy also thought of this, and a trace of deep fear appeared on her face. She tried to hold it back, but still couldn't. Your Majesty, you promised me that you would spare my parents' lives. Rosen nodded. Yes, I promised. So unless your parents actively seek death, I will definitely spare their lives. Now, continue to introduce the artifact. Belldandy's expression eased a little. Another effect is empowerment. My father uses the War Chessboard to monitor the battlefield at all times. Once he finds a key opportunity to win, he can directly give power to the warriors related to the opportunity to win, greatly increasing their power in a short period of time, allowing them to break the balance of the local war zone and thus lock in the victory. Rosen's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, how much power can be increased? It depends. First, how much power my father has available. Second, it depends on the foundation of these soldiers themselves. But in any case, it can at least triple the power of 10,000 mortal soldiers. If they are at full strength, they can even increase the number to 100,000. Hearing this, Deruitan on the side couldn't help but, oh, this is simply a perfect war artifact. With the full map you turn on, you can naturally make the best battlefield layout according to the view. After finding an opportunity, it can temporarily increase the strength of combat units and break the balance of the battlefield. This thing can turn any qualified battlefield commander into an invincible god of war. With such a powerful artifact in hand, it is no wonder that the Lord of War Hygrid has such a tough attitude. Whoever gets such a good thing will be confused. Rosen is also very envious of this good thing, and feels that this thing is simply tailor-made for the natural empire. A guess suddenly popped up in his mind, and he immediately asked, so, these 2 artifacts were picked up from the Lost Plane? Yes. Belldandy nodded. Rosen immediately understood. It turned out to be the creation of the Dawn Empire. The Dawn Empire is a complete high-energy magic civilization, and its high-energy creations must involve all aspects of a society. There are life branches for microscopic observation and interference, endless compasses for transforming elements, sunset round shields for defense, and naturally there are war chessboards specially used for fighting. And these artifacts must also be combined with high energy power to achieve the greatest effect. Of course, it is the most suitable for the national conditions of the natural empire. Now that it has fallen into the hands of the Void God, it is simply a monkey holding a rifle, wasting nature's resources. Originally, Rosen did not want to fight this war, but now, he wants to fight a little. Not for anything else, but for the artifacts in the hands of the War God clan. Of course, the most important thing now is intelligence. As the saying goes, a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. In a matter of life and death such as war, it is not too cautious. So he continued to ask, in addition to the artifact, what other powerful spells does the Lord of War have? Belldandy really didn't want to say it, but she had no choice. My father has a domain spell called Endless Glory. After the domain is opened, my father's soul strength will directly soar to the extreme level 19, and the soul scale will also soar tenfold. The range of the domain can reach 5,000 meters. Within the domain, all allies marked by the spell will have their soul strength increased by +10, and their soul size will increase 5-fold. Of course, the number of allies cannot exceed 100. And no matter how much it increases, it cannot break through to level 20. In addition, opening the domain consumes a lot of energy, so it can only last for 10 minutes at most. After opening it once, you must rest for a long time, but I don't know how long it will take. Rosen understood that it was a 10-minute super explosion. The explosion effect is really strong. The soul size of the 18th level Great God is already huge, and now it has increased tenfold, which is almost the same as opening invincibility. In the era without nuclear bombs, this is definitely an unbreakable killer move. It is a great power that all other gods have to retreat once it is opened. Even if there are nuclear bombs, Rosen must always be on guard against this move. After all, nuclear bombs are mechanical creations, and it takes some preparation time to start them, and the opponent may seize this time and prevent himself from using nuclear bombs. Therefore, if they really want to fight to the death, the outcome is unpredictable. The good news is that he now knows the trump card of the war gods, while the other side knows almost nothing about his situation. Rosen continued to ask, "Please introduce all the specialties of other gods to me." Although the others are all powerful gods, they are not enough to threaten him under normal circumstances, but if they are strengthened by the war field, they cannot be underestimated. Belldandy introduced them one by one, and Rosen listened carefully. After listening, he asked again, "How many mortals are there in the war god world now?" My father knows the truth that there is strength in numbers, so there are more than 6 billion mortals in the god world. When needed, everyone can become a warrior. How many saints are there? 200,000. Draytan shrank his head and muttered to himself, "This is really a lot." Rosen also felt that it was quite impressive, because after he unified this plane, there were less than 4 billion people, and at least 1 billion were still in the state of elf soul. Besides, he has not unified the plane yet. The good news is that this is a cross-plane war. Rosen continued to ask, "What is the level of weapons in the war god realm? Do you have blackstone weapons?" "Yes. We have blackstone warships, and many powerful explosive weapons, which are probably about the same as the glorious empire." Rosen had an idea in his mind. In this case, it would be a little difficult to invade the war god realm, but there was no need to worry about being invaded by the war god realm, because the other party does not have the ability to project large-scale planes. Even if the other party can transfer many warriors through phase transfer, they cannot transfer heavy weapons, and can be easily crushed by the army of this plane. Rosen carefully inquired about the details of the war god realm, and then said, "Now, you send an apostle to the war god realm to persuade your father to stop. If necessary, I don't mind demonstrating the artificial sun to your father." "Yes, master, I will do it immediately." Belldandy nodded. Rosen looked at Drayton again. "You come back to the natural empire with me and become a professor at the Whalon Higher Magic School, specializing in teaching knowledge about life transformation, especially knowledge about lava warriors." He was not interested in lava warriors themselves, and felt that lava warriors were too ineffective in combat. But he was very interested in the knowledge used to create lava warriors. The right way is to obtain this knowledge, and then carry out a more thorough war transformation to create a more stable, powerful, and controllable war machine. Become a magic professor? Draytan didn't expect this arrangement, and was stunned for a moment. He never thought that he would become a mortal magic professor one day, not even in his dreams. "Are there any problems?" "No problem." "Very good, then follow me. Belldandy, you also follow me back to the natural empire." He wanted to study the body structure of Belldandy carefully. Yes, your majesty. Beldandy could only obey. Finally, Rosen looked at the furnace basin, looking at the crimson vines and lava warriors that filled the basin. After careful consideration, he said, destroy all the vines, and the lava warriors that have been born will be stationed in the lava basin. Drayton felt it was a pity and said cautiously, Your Majesty, they are very powerful warriors, and may play a huge role in the subsequent war. Rosen asked back, How many such lava warriors can you make in a year? At most 100,000. If there are more, the basin will be too small. The speed is quite fast. But after it is built, how long can it fight at full strength? Fighting at full strength for an hour is no problem. What about after an hour? The power is exhausted, the body and mind are exhausted, and it is necessary to rest and replenish the strength, but it will probably only take 3 days to repair. The combat readiness rate of less than 1/70th is too low. He built a war machine of similar level. If the machine is not broken, people will take turns to operate it. If the machine is broken, it will be replaced with a new one. The combat readiness rate is much higher than this kind of war creature. There is no need to worry about the betrayal of the machine, let alone the emergence of various messy races in the country, leading to mutual estrangement. Drayton argued unwillingly, then we can take turns to attack. Okay, what if this lava basin is destroyed by the opponent? Destroy? Impossible? Everything is possible, alright, do as I say. At this moment, the Holy Elf Empire has not been conquered, and the Glorious Empire is also merging. Only the Natural Empire is his base. He has to return home immediately to prepare for the possible plain war. The war chessboard is really a good thing. The Sunset Round Shield is also very good. With these two artifacts, plus the energy provided by the Sun Core, the absolute safety of the Natural Empire can be guaranteed. So he was very tempted. Chapter 336. War God Realm. This plain planet has only one continent, called the War Continent. The continent is extremely vast, with high terrain in the middle and low terrain on the 4 sides. The highest place is called the Victory Sky Ridge. This is the holy land of the War Continent, and the home of the War God clan. The Sky Ridge is more than 13,000 meters above sea level, and it begins to be covered with snow from 5,000 meters. When you reach the highest point of the mountain, it is already a dead end for ordinary elemental life. Right here stands a magnificent temple complex that blends with the mountain. The center of the temple complex is the War Temple. On both sides of the temple gate, there are rows of guard statues made of pure gold that are more than 100 meters high. Passing through the interlaced golden spears in the hands of the statues is the temple gate that is hundreds of meters high and tens of meters high. The door is covered with a faint colorful light film, but it is the distorted wall of the 10th ring. At this moment, the Apostle of Beldandy is standing at the door. She is also a legendary strongman. She came to the light film and used the voice of the soul to say, Great Lord of War, I come to see you in accordance with the will of Miss Beldandy. Come forward. A magnificent voice came from the light film, the voice of the Lord of War. The Apostle passed through the 10th ring wall and entered the void hall of the Lord of War. The hall was extremely empty, with basically no decoration, only 2 rows of extremely thick stone columns. Walking along the columns for 100 meters, you will see an ancient stone throne. Sitting on the throne is a giant, who is about 3 meters tall. He is very strong, wearing a tightly fitting steel gray spiritual full body armor, a dragon horn helmet, and 2 points of rich incandescent light from the position of his eyes, looking like boiling lava that is constantly gushing out. The Apostle walked to the throne, knelt on one knee, and called the Great Lord of War. The Lord of War moved his head slightly, as if he was looking at the saint carefully. After a while he said, I have never seen you, mortal. The saint immediately said, I come from the Holy Elf Empire of the Drayton Plain. My name is Ladria. I have just become a saint of Lady Beldandy. The Lord of War did not delve into it, and said directly, Very good, then ask my daughter to come to see me. Yes, the Great One. The saint muttered in her heart for a while, and after more than 10 seconds, a hint of crimson light appeared in her blue eyes, which was the sole color of the crimson Lady Beldandy. At this moment, the body of the saint will be controlled by Beldandy. The saint stood up and shouted respectfully, Father. The Lord of War nodded slightly. Tell me, what is the situation now? Beldandy began to describe in detail what happened to him in the Holy Elf Empire and his current situation. Halfway through, the Lord of War Hegric couldn't help but roared angrily. What an arrogant mortal, how dare you enslave my daughter? It seems that Angelou is right. This Rosen is a complete madman. He and his mortal kingdom no longer have any need to exist. Hegric's roar echoed in the temple of war like thunder. Beldandy remained silent. She didn't speak again until the roar stopped. Father, we greatly underestimated Rosen's power. Although he is an elemental life, he has a great soul, and is a rare elemental great man. Hygrid's anger paused for a moment. How great is the elemental great? His soul is almost as magnificent as yours, and his magic power is almost endless. He can even close the 11 magic rings with his bare hands, and create an unbreakable magic ring cage. When I faced him, it was like facing a towering mountain. All the fighting skills I mastered became useless tricks, and the powerful fighting magic weapons you gave me also lost their effect. There was no room for resistance at all. Although I became his slave, at least I am still alive. I hope my father can calm down, and put away all the contempt for him in his heart. Even if my father still chooses to go to war, I hope you will be fully prepared first. Hygrid listened silently. After listening to the end, he nodded slowly. It seems that I really underestimated him. But as the Lord of War, my daughter was kidnapped, which is a great shame. Only a flawless victory can wash away the shame. The plain war will definitely start, but I will listen to your advice and make adequate preparations. Now it is not only a personal problem of Belldandy, but also a problem of the face of the entire war clan. If the blasphemer is not severely punished, then they are not the war clan, but the turtle clan. Belldandy certainly knows this, but she was frightened by Rosen's solar power. She believes that no matter how important face is, it is not more important than life. Although the temporary compromise is aggrieved, as long as she can live, she will have a chance to regain her face. So, she whispered, Father, although I shouldn't say this, I still hope you don't start a war. This is impossible. Father, I understand you, but please listen to my reasons. The Lord of War nodded slowly. Tell me about it. This emperor has mastered the power of the sun, and can summon the sun's mighty power to destroy everything in the mortal world. This emperor also has a way to condense a magic ring of an independent plane and perform phase transfer with his daughter's body. He threatened that if you insist on going to war on the natural plane. Hygrid interrupted. What natural plane? That's the Druden plane. There is no reason to name a plane after a mortal kingdom. Belldandy shook his head. Father, Druden has also become a captive of this emperor. Now in that plane, this emperor is the supreme ruler of the plane. Humph. Hygrid snorted, but did not refute again. Belldandy continued. He threatened that if you insist on going to war, he will teleport to our plane first, and use the power of the sun against us. Father, I have witnessed the horror of the power of the sun with my own eyes. I think no one in the world can directly resist the power of the sun, even you are far from being able to do it. So, I hope you can treat the threat of this natural emperor with caution. Hygrid's incandescent eyes kept flashing. The power of the sun summoned by elemental life? Daughter, you are not deceived by his illusion? Absolutely impossible, Father. He also said that if you don't believe it, he will show you himself. Hygrid's eyes flashed. Describe what you saw. Belldandy described the scene he saw in the void in detail, without missing any details. Father, I saw with my own eyes that 2,000 legendary warriors with magical powers equivalent to those of powerful gods were turned into dust. I also saw with my own eyes the tide of destruction that was set off on the magic ring. I also saw that the huge smoke and dust rising from the earth was almost higher than our victory ridge. Hygrid nodded slowly. In this case, this is indeed the power of the sun. I understand, daughter. You go back and tell the Emperor of Nature that I will carefully consider his words, but I also want you to bring him some words. At this point, Hygrid slowly stood up and said in a deep tone, Tell him that the power of the sun comes from the high-energy reaction of elements. This is not a strange secret. I have never used it. It's not that I don't know how to use it, but I don't want mortals to peek into the secrets of the sun. But since he used, if the power of the sun threatens me, I must fight back. Tell him that I also have this power. If he dares to use it, I will fight back with the same means. Belldandy was greatly surprised. Father, why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Hygrid sighed. Because it is not necessary. The power we currently have is already good enough to rule mortals. Of course, it is necessary now. At this point, he stared at Belldandy. Daughter, I once told you that I came from the abyss. Now I have to tell you that the power of the abyss is far beyond the phenomenon of mortals, and far beyond the imagination of the natural emperor. And in my mind, there is a lot of war knowledge from the abyss. So don't worry, your father will soon let you regain your freedom. Now you go back first. Yes, father. Belldandy had been desperate, but her father's words rekindled her hope and her fighting spirit. Her soul tentacles quickly withdrew from Saint Ladria's body and returned to Rosen, bringing Hygrid's words to her truthfully. After she finished speaking, she showed a hint of pride on her face. Your Majesty, I admit that the power of the sun you control is very powerful, but it is not unique. I also think that if both sides use the sun's fire against each other, you will definitely be the first one to be unable to bear it. To be honest, this matter was indeed a bit unexpected by Rosen. But only a bit. Because it is not very difficult to build a nuclear bomb that can explode, as long as you know the trick. Since Hygrid can say that the power of the sun comes from the high-energy reaction of elements, it means that he is likely to know the principle of nuclear bombs. Considering that he comes from the first high-energy magic civilization in this solar system, the Abyss, it is reasonable for him to know this secret. However, knowing and possessing are two different things. Elements are the most powerful carriers of power in the world, and they are also the most difficult to control. To use elements to create safe and reliable weapons, you must climb the magic technology tree step by step. This rule is more correct the higher you go. Just like the Earth, a person can make a steam engine by hand, but it is impossible to make a nanochip by hand. It requires the cooperation of countless people. Therefore, it is not enough to just know the principle, but also requires countless technical details to build bit by bit. If any detail is not in place, it will not be made at best, and a major accident will occur at worst. Rosen can make it so quickly, which is inseparable from the diligent efforts of countless research wizards in the Natural Empire, and the support of the Empire's developed magic industry. But according to Beldandy's description, there is no such magic industry in the War God realm. Therefore, Rosen believes that Hygrid is likely to have no usable nuclear bombs. Even if there are, it is likely to be the lowest level fission dirty bomb. In other words, he is bluffing. But then again, we can't completely ignore Hygrid's threat. If a nuclear bomb explodes in the city of the Natural Empire, the Empire will suffer a great loss. So how to deal with it? Rosen thought quickly. The nuclear bomb is indeed very powerful, but it is no longer the strongest elemental creation I can master. Once the Empire fully digests the knowledge of the essence of the sun, it will be able to create a magic shield that even nuclear bombs cannot break. The technical information provided by the Pioneer dialects is very detailed and not difficult to digest. The most conservative estimate is that 5 years will be enough. Then, I will find a way to delay it for 5 years. These 5 years should be considered the terrifying nuclear balance time of the other world. So, he said to Beldandy, I want to talk to Hygrid face to face. Chapter 337. Seeing Rosen say this, Beldandy thought that her father's threat had worked. She thought that she would be able to regain her freedom soon, and was immediately excited. As you wish, Your Majesty Rosen. Her Saint Ladria was still near the War Temple, so she asked her to meet her father again and inform Rosen of her intentions. About 10 minutes later, she said to Rosen, My father agreed, but the meeting place is not in the War Temple, but on a deserted island on the edge of the War Continent. She then reported the specific phase transfer coordinates. Rosen couldn't help but tease, You dare not meet me in the temple. Are you afraid that I will release the sun fire at the temple? Beldandy's spirit recovered a lot, and he snorted coldly when he heard it. Don't be so eloquent, Your Majesty Rosen. She secretly decided in her heart that when she regained her freedom, she would lead the army to the natural plane for revenge. Rosen clearly saw Beldandy's thoughts through the soul imprint, and wanted to laugh secretly in his heart. What a strong-willed female general, she recovered so quickly. Without saying anything more, she thought and controlled a puppet substitute, using phase transfer to teleport to the coordinate island specified by Hygrid. When they arrived at the end of the land, they found that this was not a deserted island at all, but a reef exposed on the sea. With a radius of only 100 meters, there was an endless ocean on all sides. In front of him stood a mortal legendary strongman, who was the war Saint Angelou who had just dealt with him. Unlike last time, the saint's eyes were shining like boiling lava, indicating that this body was being controlled by the Lord of War. After seeing Rosen, Hygrid looked him up and down, snorted and laughed. You can actually teleport an elemental puppet here alone. The phase transfer technique is well used. Rosen smiled and responded, This method is just child's play. When needed, I can even teleport a warship here. In fact, with the current ability of element projection, it is very difficult to transmit 100 tons at a time. But facing the enemy, of course, you have to brag hard. If the enemy really believes it, it will be a profit. Hygrid is of course not so easy to deceive. He sneered, If you have such a good ability, you won't stand here to negotiate with me. His body is in the Abyss of Pain among the 3 abysses, and the previous name of the Abyss of Pain was the Endless Power God Realm. According to what he knows, even when the power of the God Realm was at its most glorious, it was very difficult to teleport a 10,000-ton warship across the plane. What's more, A mortal empire that has just touched the high-energy field and has not yet perfected the plane ring? But then again, since the other party can say this, it means that it has begun to master the cross-plane element transmission technology. After more than 100 years of development, I am afraid it will really be promoted to the god realm. It seems that my daughter's view is correct. I really underestimated this mortal empire. He now regretted it a lot. If he had known this situation, he should have gone all out instead of sending his daughter alone. Now that his daughter was captured, he suddenly became very passive. In fact, if other people were captured, Hygrid would not be so upset, but his daughter Belldandy would not be. This is the treasure bestowed on him by the Creator, and it is the opportunity for him to completely escape the control of the Abyss. He will never give up unless it is absolutely necessary. On the other hand, because the other party controls the Saint Substitute, it is difficult for Rosen to use mind reading to observe his thoughts. Since I can't read it, I negotiate with normal means. He laughed and said, Hygrid, I heard what you asked Belldandy to say. Hygrid stared at Rosen and said, Since you heard it, then let my daughter go. From now on, our two planes will not interfere with each other. Upon hearing this, Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he laughed secretly. Well, this guy is still afraid of my nuclear bombs, and he really values Belldandy. According to Newhat's Encyclopedia of Void Life, the Lord of War Hygrid is a great man with an extremely explosive temper. If something can be solved by war, he will never bother to reason. Now this guy actually took the initiative to mention the soft words of non-interference, which means that he thinks that he is unlikely to defeat the natural empire by war. Since the other party showed his fear, Rosen knew how to negotiate. He smiled. Obviously this is impossible. I can only guarantee my own safety if I have your daughter in my hands. But I also know that you definitely want your daughter to be free. So, there is an irreconcilable conflict between us, and war is inevitable. Hygrid took a deep breath. Since you want to fight, then fight. The voice was very deep, without any extra emotions. But the content of the words became more and more timid, and Rosen wanted to laugh more and more. Because it was obviously the war gods who intervened in the natural plane first. After Hygrid said this, it seemed as if he became the victim, and Rosen was a war maniac who refused to give in. This is enough to show that his nuclear bomb has had an extremely strong deterrent effect on Hygrid. This violent lion has become a bullied rabbit. The other party kept saying soft words, which means he didn't want to start a war, but he had to hold his breath for the sake of face. It just so happens that I don't want to fight for the time being, so I give you a way out. So Rosen continued, don't worry, I haven't finished my words yet. Hygrid narrowed his eyes, and waited for Rosen to continue. Rosen's face became serious, and he said seriously, it is obvious that the war of the sun is a war of destruction. If we really let go of our hands and feet and fight, it will be a disaster for both you and me. Hygrid immediately corrected, wrong. It is a disaster for you mortals, but not for our war gods. We have fled far into the void, and your elemental sun can't threaten us at all. Rosen immediately said, but I can torture your daughter. Hygrid gritted his teeth, despicable mortal. Rosen added, in addition, you still underestimate my ability. We elemental life can also enter the astral world. And we have mastered the way to enter the astral void. So, no matter where you sun gods hide, I have the ability to let you taste the taste of the sun's fire. This is half true and half false. It is true that for Rosen, who has a divine body and the heart of the sun, it is completely possible to develop a personal astral aircraft and enter the astral void to hunt the void god. It might be very difficult for everyone to enter on a large scale, but for Rosen, it was very simple. All he needed was a space suit that could ensure breathing and circulation. There was no need to worry about danger. If something went wrong, he could just phase transfer and run away. What is false is that a safe and reliable space suit has not been developed yet, and even if it is developed, it is difficult for the elemental life to catch up with the void life that is determined to escape in the void with its heavy body. Hygrid naturally didn't know about it. He snorted and sneered, "You are talking nonsense." Rosen chuckled, "Whether it is a lie or not, you can try it." Hygrid paused. He really didn't dare to bet, just like Rosen didn't dare to bet that he didn't have a nuclear bomb in his hand. Because if this thing is false, it's okay, but if it is true, it will be fatal. After a long silence, Hygrid spoke again. "What do you want to say?" Rosen then threw out the prepared step. "My idea is to have a limited war." "Limited war? How limited?" Rosen had thought about it long ago, and immediately said, "Let's set up a battlefield in the mortal world and fight with conventional weapons that are not solar power. If you win, I will let you go. If you lose, Belldandy will serve me." After being silent for more than 10 seconds, Hygrid nodded slowly. "Not a bad idea. So where is the battlefield? Rosen continued, there are 2 habitable continents in our natural plane, one of which is called Storm Continent. In the northwest corner of this continent, there is a piece of land with an area of about 14 million square kilometers, which is occupied by the demon Buck, the servant of the devouring demon Norma, and named the Fusion Empire. If you agree, then all the land occupied by the Fusion Empire will be given to you. At the same time, I will give you 10 years to prepare for development. In order to ensure that you can develop with peace of mind, I will also leave you a 1,000-kilometer strategic buffer zone. If you think the time is not enough, 20 years or 30 years will do. When you are ready, we will fight a battle with conventional weapons on the Storm Continent, and the victory or defeat will determine the fate of Beldandy. How about it? Hygrid was silent again. This time, he was silent for a full minute. Then he nodded. This is unfair to me. After all, it is your plane, and you have far greater war potential than me. Rosen smiled and said, then tell me your terms. Hygrid really thought about it carefully, and immediately stated the specific terms. Not only should the battle area be limited, but also the number of people on both sides, who will be involved in the war. We will each provide 3 million soldiers, and 10 million reserve personnel. At the same time, all combat materials will be prepared by these 13 million people, and no resources can be imported from the outside. Finally, I need 20 years to prepare. After the war begins, the victory condition is the complete destruction of one side's war command. Rosen thought seriously for a long time, and then said, is 20 years enough? How about giving you another 10 years? If you are willing to give, I don't care. Rosen said again, since it is a limited war, it is essentially a bet. It is too troublesome to mobilize 13 million people. I think 3 million is enough. Hygrid didn't expect to use this bet to save his daughter. This is just a show he made for the outside world to avoid being said that his war god clan is a coward, and he didn't know how to fight back when his daughter was kidnapped. Since it is a show, making too much noise is a pure waste of resources. So he agreed immediately. Sure. Rosen asked tentatively, so it's settled? Saint Angelou, controlled by Hygrid, answered seriously. It's settled. Rosen immediately controlled his puppet stand-in to leave the war god realm. As soon as the stand-in returned, Rosen's body immediately performed a phase shift and quietly went to the war god realm. Of course, he did not go to the uninhabited deserted island before, but relied on the observation of the previous puppet stand-in to calculate a series of new transfer coordinates. What to do? Of course, it was a field investigation to confirm the true level of development of the magic in the war god realm. It's better to investigate it yourself than to hear others say it 10,000 times. Rosen continued to perform phase shifts quickly in the war god realm. Every time he arrived at a location, he used Lai Fu's huge computing power to open a void vision with a radius of 800 kilometers to carefully observe the development of the mortal world. He stayed at each location for only 10 minutes and transferred to 100 locations in succession, with his footprints almost all over the war continent. It took less than a day to have a very full understanding of the mortal world of the war god realm. Beldandy is right. Overall, we are still in the stage of burning black rocks, and no nuclear industrial facilities can be detected. But abnormal high-energy radiation was indeed detected in some mountains, but not much. So, Hygrid is likely to be able to make nuclear bombs, but they are extremely low-level fission-dirty bombs, and the number is very limited. In other words, Hygrid has no ability to fight a large-scale solar war with him, so it is no wonder that he is guilty and timid. But then again, if the solar war really starts, all the people who die are mortals. With Rosen's current ability, it is indeed difficult to hurt the war gods. So, since he is willing to compromise in disguised form, by means of limited war, he will cooperate. But after all, it was his own daughter who was captured. Although I gave him a way out, Hygrid also went down the slope. But he will definitely not give up easily. I just want his artifact. What should I do? Well, I just happen to be going to the Lost Plane, so why not go there in a high-profile manner and lure him to take the initiative to attack me? This way, there will be a chance to snatch the artifact. Chapter 338. Work hard, and dig up all the ore here. Ding ding, dang dang, ding ding. In the belly of the mountain, in an underground mine emitting a faint green light, a bald supervisor waved the whip in his hand as hard as he could, and roared with insufficient breath. Basket after basket of green ore was transported out of the mine by small mine carts, and directly sent to a secret alchemy laboratory also built in the heart of the mountain. In the laboratory, young wizards with haggard spirits worked hard to extract the extremely low content of the faint light element from the ore. At the same time, in another laboratory, Two men were observing the work in the alchemy laboratory through a large water mirror. One of the men had gray hair, cloudy eyes, and many inexplicable burns on his skin. He said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the content of the luminous element in the ore is very low, but the toxicity is extremely strong. Although the alchemy apprentices are blessed with special protective spells, and wear isolated metal clothes, they can only work for 15 years at most." The other man was tall and strong, wearing steel-gray full-body armor. He was the mortal body of the Lord of War Hygrid. He stared at the water mirror. What about 15 years after 15 years? He died in 10 years. The old wizard looked indifferent, as if he was talking about a very ordinary little thing. The Lord of War nodded slowly. It's not bad to be able to use it for 15 years. These alchemy apprentices were all orphans, without any family burden, and no extraordinary talent. They were purely consumables. In fact, in Hygrid's eyes, all mortals are consumables, but some consume longer, and some consume shorter, but they are essentially the same. As for those miners, they are not considered human beings in his eyes. He asked again, what is the output of the ghost light element? On average, about 50 colognes of ghost light coarse powder can be extracted per month. Note, 1 cologne is equal to 500 grams. Hygrid calculated in his mind that the ghost light coarse powder is a powder containing 40% pure ghost light elements. 50 colognes can be concentrated into 20 colognes of pure ghost light elements. Not bad. At present, he owns 10 ghost light mines, and this is just one of them. The output of the 10 mines combined is about 180 clones of pure ghost light elements per month, and he has currently accumulated a total of 400 colognes of usable ghost light elements. Speaking of which, he actually did not plan to use these ghost light elements to build solar weapons, because this weapon is too powerful, and once the relevant knowledge is leaked, it may threaten his rule over mortals. His original intention was to use them to create a power source that could provide a stable supply of power to the war chessboard, Sunset Round Shield, and his own war field. But the situation changed before the power source was successfully manipulated. Looking at the consumables working hard in the water mirror, Hygrid whispered to the mine manager beside him, "Leap, let these alchemy apprentices eat better, give them some meat every day, don't let them starve." "Yes, Your Majesty." "If the miners die, throw the bodies away to avoid causing plague." The person in charge, Leap, chuckled, "Master, don't worry. The miners poisoned by the ghost light, or will not rot at all, but will only become mummies." Hygrid was slightly startled, and then laughed, "Not bad." He turned and left the ghost light laboratory inside the mountain, and then went to another newly established laboratory. The purpose of this laboratory is to create solar weapons. The person in charge of the laboratory is Hygrid himself. The main work of the laboratory is to concentrate the 40% ghost light coarse powder into more than 90% ghost light fine powder, and use these fine powders to make powerful weapons. To be honest, although Hygrid knows the basic principles of solar weapons, he knows almost nothing about the details of making them. The reason for this is that, first, he is not a scholar, but a warrior. Second, this kind of solar weapon based on ghost light elements has low power and great side effects. It has long been eliminated by the Abyss, and his projection in the Abyss does not know much. The only advantage of this lowest level solar weapon is probably that it is simple to manufacture. But simplicity is only relative to other solar weapons. If you want to make weapons safe, reliable and perfect, you need to cultivate relevant talents and spend a lot of time, energy and resources to perfect and improve various technical details. But Hygrid did not do this. The most critical part was all done by hand with his mortal body, because he was worried that the relevant knowledge would be known by mortals. In just 3 days, he had already hand-kneaded 5 solar weapons. He knew very well that the solar weapons he hastily made were very rough, very unreliable, and not powerful enough. But it can definitely explode, and it's particularly poisonous when it explodes. Hygrid thought secretly, it's not a good thing, but it's definitely enough for self-protection. As long as Rosen dared to use the solar weapon against the war god realm, he would immediately send a group of death-defying saints to take these things to the natural plane for revenge. When making the 6th solar weapon, Hygrid couldn't help thinking, maybe I shouldn't retaliate passively, but take the initiative to attack. This thought flashed through his mind, and was rejected. Hygrid, don't be stupid. He scolded himself angrily. That guy's phase teleportation is very powerful. Taking the initiative to attack will not only fail to kill him, but will also be ruthlessly retaliated. As the Lord of War, his code of conduct is one sentence: either do it or do it completely. Although he has the solar weapon now, it is far from enough to kill Rosen 100%, so there is no need to do it. Because if the explosion fails to kill him, his daughter Belle Dandy will be finished, and the entire War God clan will be hunted down by that guy. If he fails, the entire War God clan will be extinct. Therefore, the current state where both sides are wary is the best. After a while, he couldn't help thinking, my solar weapon is really a bit crude and prone to accidental explosions. Maybe I should train a group of specialized weapon refiners to help me improve the solar weapon. This idea didn't come up for the first time. It turned in his mind for a long time, and finally passed. Since the natural empire has developed the solar weapon, the relevant knowledge will always spread in various planes. There is no point in hiding it. It is better to study and improve it early so that I can have a handy weapon in the future. But then, I have to greatly strengthen the control over mortals, and there can be no mistakes. If something goes wrong and these solar weapons get out of control among the people, then the war gods will have a hard time. They can only move to the moon to live together, otherwise they may be wiped out by mortals. Oh, I will be busy in the future. Hygrid was very upset, and once again regretted his decision to interfere with the natural plane. When the sixth solar weapon was completed, he was not happy, but secretly worried. No matter what, we have become enemies now. The natural empire is also developing rapidly. Now I can still use this low-level solar weapon to maintain balance, but in a few years, it will probably be useless. So, if I don't do something, I'm just waiting to die. But how to do it? Hygrid thought hard but couldn't think of any good way. So he could only rub the seventh solar weapon. When he was halfway through rubbing, he suddenly received a soul message from his wife Margaret. Dear, someone is looking for you. Who? Hygrid was stunned, wondering who was so shameless as to let his wife send a message. Gomler's watchdog Adaman, the Lord of the Sun. Why is he here? Hygrid had no good feelings for Gomler, and he hated his light hounds. Because Gomler's projection body came from the former god realm Glorious Glory, which is now the Nightmare Abyss. Hygrid wanted to get rid of the control of the Abyss, hoping that the Abyss would be closed forever, or even disappear completely. But this Gomler wanted to open the door of the Abyss completely. The two sides have different paths, so naturally they don't like each other. The wife's voice came again. He said he would help you deal with a common enemy. Common enemy? Hygrid's heart moved, and the tentacles of consciousness immediately withdrew from the mortal body and returned to the war temple of Victory Ridge. Let him come to the temple to see me. After that, Hygrid waited on the throne. After a while, a deep golden figure fell from the sky and landed in the center of the temple. It was the Lord of the Sun, Antuman. The image of Antuman was a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe, with a handsome and gentle face and a thick golden hair. At this moment, he was leaning on a white jade gold-headed sun staff in his hand, and a seemingly inconspicuous one-handed sword hung on his waist. Salute to you, the great Lord of War. Hygrid looked at Antuman, and his eyes finally fixed on the one-handed sword. You are so small, and you dare to carry the sword of annihilation everywhere. Aren't you afraid that it will be robbed? As soon as the voice fell, Antuman took off the one-handed sword and held it with both hands. Lord of War, don't rob it, because I am planning to give it to you. Huh? This was really beyond Hygrid's expectation. This is the favorite of Gomelo. If you give it to me, aren't you afraid that your master will kill you? Antuman smiled slightly. Give it to you, I mean to lend it to you for a period of time, not give it to you. When you use this sword to kill the enemy and rescue your trapped daughter, you still have to return it. Hygrid sneered. What if I don't return it? Antuman respectfully placed the sword of annihilation on the ground in front of him. In the future, it will not be me who will ask you for the sword, but my master. So of course you can refuse to return it, but you don't have to tell me that. While speaking, Antuman took out another exquisite spiritual scroll and gently placed it next to the Sword of Extinction. The sword is extremely powerful and requires special swordsmanship. Please practice carefully according to the contents of the scroll to maximize the power of the sword. Hygrid stared at the powerful sword on the ground, then looked at Antuman, and fell into deep thought. Antuman did not speak, but waited patiently. 3 minutes later, Hygrid spoke calmly. You are using me, and I hate being used the most. No, I am helping you deal with powerful enemies. Hygrid shook his head. I don't want to talk nonsense. Take the sword and disappear from my sight immediately. Antuman was surprised. Great Lord of War, don't you want to save your daughter? Hygrid stood up suddenly and roared loudly. Are you deaf? Get out of here right now. The sound was like thunder, and a large number of incandescent runes appeared in the air, which was a sign that the war field was about to open. Antuman was startled and immediately took the sword and quickly left the Temple of War. After watching Antuman leave, Hygrid sat down again, motionless, like a statue. But an idea was turning in his mind. Perhaps, this is my chance to gain freedom. There are two ways to gain freedom. The first is to improve the body structure and shield the influence from the abyss. The second is to completely destroy the abyss. He didn't dare to think about the second way before, but now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Because he found that he still greatly underestimated the natural empire. This natural empire must have shown the potential to truly threaten the abyss, otherwise Atumen would not risk borrowing the sword. He thought secretly, it is best to let the abyss and the natural empire be destroyed together in the war. Chapter 339. Natural Empire Mondania. Rosen had already delegated various research tasks to the Empire's high-energy experimental base. There were countless talented wizards, who would help him solve various magic problems later. The Lord of War, Hygrid, was worried that mortals would master the power of the sun and threaten his survival, so he was trembling and treading on thin ice when developing powerful solar weapons. But Rosen had no worries like Hygrid. First, the Natural Empire had established a very mature confidentiality mechanism. Not only was the system perfect, but the wizards also had a strong sense of confidentiality. Second, the Empire also had a very mature intelligence organization. Third, Rosen borrowed Lai Fu's natural believer management and void vision to achieve real-time monitoring of the Empire from top to bottom, greatly supplementing the loopholes of the intelligence organization. Fourth, and most importantly, he, the Emperor, was an elemental body, and was of the same race as the mortal citizens he ruled. The Emperor is a living flesh and blood, with many wives and many children. Because of the great explosion of magic, the material is extremely abundant, making the Emperor's reputation in the Empire at its peak. Taken together, Rosen's chance of being betrayed is much lower than that of the Void God. There are relevant professionals to help research everything, and Rosen, the Emperor, only needs to pay attention to the research progress. His days are naturally very leisurely. Of course, Rosen is a person who can't sit still. At this moment, he is in a secret laboratory in the mountains in the north of Mondania, holding the natural scepter and carefully observing the soul structure of Belldandy. For void life, the soul structure is actually the body structure. So although Belldandy could not refuse, she was very reluctant. Your Majesty Rosen, you are humiliating me. She was lying on the test bench. Her hands and feet were fixed by soul chains, unable to move. Rosen was studying while enjoying the beautiful scenery. Because Belldandy was tall and plump, and her face was pretty, just like the beauty described in the Book of Songs. This is not my intention. But then again, you are my slave now. Even if I humiliate you, you can only accept it. As he spoke, he picked up a specially made small natural scepter, and followed some secret ways to explore, as deep into the body of the research target as possible. He carefully sensed it, and then found many details that were different from ordinary void gods. He couldn't help but admire it again and again. Well, good, it's perfect. Oh, I never thought that low-energy spiritual essence could be combined in this way. The imagination of the Creator is really beyond the reach of mortals like me. Rosen looked obsessed, which made Belldandy irritated and scared. She felt that the mortal emperor in front of her was a crazy scholar who could not be judged by common sense. She was worried that he would do something unreasonable. No, his actions were already unreasonable now. Rosen observed attentively and felt the other party's nervousness, so he comforted her. Relax, miss, I'm just taking a look and I won't hurt you. Maybe you can't understand, but I want to say that I cherish every masterpiece of the Creator. Whether this masterpiece is an elemental life or a void life like you. Belldandy relaxed a little. Your Majesty, I'm curious. What is your purpose in studying me? Rosen chuckled and said perfunctorily, Of course, it's to explore the unknown. As he watched, Belldandy became nervous again. Your Majesty, are you also studying now? Half. Half? Half is to study the reproduction process of complete void life like you, which is very important. The other half? I also have some fun by the way. Belldandy was very speechless. Your Majesty, you are an elemental life, and I am a void life. Rosen nodded. I know, but you are now shrouded by my magic ring. In my magic ring? This makes no difference. At this moment, he has optimized his soul strength to a point close to Legend 18, so the endogenous magic ring strength is very close to 11.9. After the magic ring is fully unfolded, the radius reaches 6 meters. In other words, within a radius of 6 meters around his body, there is a nearly complete 11 magic rings. The rule of the 11 rings is that elements, low-energy ectoplasm, and high-energy ectoplasm can all exist stably and produce stable and delicate interactions. This was the first time that Belldandy had done such an outrageous thing. She was very nervous and puzzled. But even if you want to reproduce, you can reproduce with void life, not elemental life. Rosen smiled and said, The problem is that there is no complete void life in the void, so there is actually no void life that can help you, right? Belldandy nodded awkwardly. There are many ways to project into the abyss, so there are actually many types of void life, but they are basically all speciesless. Her father had always wanted her to have children, and had made some attempts, but all failed. Seeing that Rosen was about to start the research, she became more and more nervous. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to fight back? Rosen laughed. Your threats don't work on me, because I know the body of void life better than you do. I know you don't have this ability. As he spoke, he began to study carefully. Belldandy gritted his teeth and said, Your Majesty, I will remember today's humiliation. If I regain my freedom one day, I will definitely retaliate against you 100 times and 1,000 times, ah. Rosen laughed at his heart. You are unwilling now, but you may have to ask me to humiliate you in the future. With his understanding of Belldandy, he only needs to spend a little thought and means to make this female war god taste the taste that he will never forget in his life. Of course, fun is to find, but business cannot be delayed. In the following days, Rosen will focus on studying void life. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. 3 months later, he finally understood it completely. Okay, miss, the research is completely over. I have come to some conclusions. Do you want to hear them? Of course. After being manipulated by Rosen for several months, Belldandy's newly gathered pride has basically dissipated. At this moment, her attitude is very gentle. Rosen's fingers flexibly manipulated a small life staff with a smile on his face. The first conclusion is that your birth was an accident, and it is basically impossible to replicate. In other words, with your current body, it is basically impossible to give birth to a new void life. Belldandy did not feel disappointed and immediately asked, What about the second one? Second, I developed a method, or a life spell, called element transformation. Belldandy didn't understand a little bit, and looked at Rosen with her blue eyes without blinking, waiting for him to explain. Rosen didn't let her wait for long. In short, I can make a powerful elemental body for void life, especially you, so that you can become a powerful elemental life with an endogenous magic ring like me. Belldandy was surprised, and then immediately happy. Really? In fact, those void gods born from projections are very eager for the elemental world, because their original bodies are elemental life. They don't actually despise elemental life, but despise weak ordinary elemental life. Now, Rosen can make Belldandy a powerful elemental life, which immediately makes her yearn for it. But there is no free lunch in the world. After the surprise, Belldandy immediately asked, Then, what is the price? Rosen certainly won't do good things for nothing, especially not to help his enemies increase their strength. He smiled and raised 2 fingers. 2 costs. First, the process of void to element is irreversible. Once transformed, you will always be an elemental life. Belldandy immediately said, I can totally accept this. I have long been fed up with the desolation and loneliness of the void world. I think the void is a dead desert. Rosen reminded, Miss, but in this way, you and the war gods are completely different. Belldandy spread his hands and looked indifferent. In fact, I have always been an alien in the war gods. This is also true. Seeing that she understood, Rosen continued, Second, my mark will be engraved on the blood of this elemental body forever. You will always be my servant. Unless you destroy the elemental body, there is no way to get rid of it. Belldandy fell into a long silence, his face uncertain. To be honest, she was not surprised at all. After 3 months of getting along, she already knew Rosen quite well. At first, she was afraid of his magnificent power, but now, she was extremely in awe of his almost omnipotent magic. She knew that he was fully capable of doing this. So, the essence of the matter was whether she was willing to become his eternal servant. After pondering for a long time, she came to a conclusion. After becoming an elemental life, whether she was willing or not, she would completely break with the past. At this time, in order to survive better, she had to find a backer. Obviously, in this multidimensional world, there was no more powerful backer than the natural emperor in front of her. The only thing she was reluctant to leave was her mother. Her father used her as a tool, but her mother really treated her as a daughter and raised her since she was a child. She felt very sad when she thought about leaving her mother completely, and even becoming an enemy with her mother. Rosen knew her thoughts through the soul imprint and smiled. Can't bear to leave your mother? Belldandy nodded. Everyone can't bear to leave. Simple, I find a chance to turn your mother into an elemental life. Belldandy immediately had no worries. She nodded immediately. Then, I'm willing. Very good, then wait. In a month at the fastest, 3 months at the slowest, you will have an elemental body. Don't rush me, after all, I'm very busy. The results of various magic laboratories emerged one after another, and many of them were very important. He naturally couldn't be absent. For example, today, he has a very important high-energy result, which is a breakthrough in super large-scale magic. No, it should be said to be a huge breakthrough. There will be a result display later, and he has time now, so he has to go and see it in person. Chapter 340. Natural Empire. High-energy magic research base, giant magic experiment area. As the name suggests, the mages in this laboratory are specialized in studying how to increase the scale of magic. Before this breakthrough, the single spell of the Natural Empire could only accommodate 20,000 Rosen's mana at most. Rosen has been using it, and it is very useful. It is a crushing blow to the powerful Void God. But it is not enough to deal with the Great God, and it is even more of a gamble to defend against nuclear bombs. Although the spell upper limit can be increased by multi-layer stacking, the casting speed is greatly reduced and cannot be used to deal with emergencies. And this breakthrough, academically described as greatly increasing the scale of single spells. It just meets the demand, so Rosen is looking forward to it. When he got off the car at the door of the laboratory, he saw young faces full of excitement and pride. A total of 30 mages came to greet them, with an average age of 28 and a minimum basic strength of 8 rings, but everyone has the blessing of the Crown of Learning, so everyone is a legendary strongman. These are all talented mages who have emerged in recent years. They are all unfamiliar faces, and have no intersection with the Emperor Rosen on weekdays. If Lai Fu had not had the assistance of the Talent Archive, Rosen would not have been able to call out the name of a mage, let alone remember their past experiences. This is also an inevitable phenomenon of the development of the Empire. After all, the Natural Empire has 600 million people. And because living conditions have been greatly improved, while traditional concepts have not had time to change, young couples are giving birth to children as much as possible, and the number of newborns exceeds 30 million every year. 600 million, it's just 2 words. But if you count them one per second, you have to count for 7,000 years. But no matter what, those who can finally appear in front of Rosen, the Emperor, are geniuses among geniuses, and their names and experiences are naturally worth remembering by Rosen. Under the protection of Alia, who is already a legendary strongman, Rosen slowly walked towards the wizards, who came to greet him. He shook hands with them one by one, called out the wizard's name very familiarly, and said 1 or 2 interesting things about him. The young wizards already respected the Emperor very much, and after Rosen's warm words, they were all excited and blushed. Rosen sighed secretly. Hey, this empire relies too much on me. There are good and bad things. The good news is that he has unparalleled absolute control over the empire. The bad news is that if he accidentally goes crazy one day, the empire will have a huge power vacuum period, and then it will collapse rapidly in chaos. What to do? As the controller of a great empire, he naturally has to consider various unexpected situations. So, Rosen made some arrangements as much as possible to deal with the situation when he was not there. In addition, he would be as careful as possible when he went out. Thinking back to the present, Rosen entered the laboratory surrounded by young mages, and then said to the head of the laboratory, Master Anati, show me your new results. Master Anati is a young mage in his early 30s, with short light golden hair and square and resolute facial features. The most impressive thing is his pair of amber gold eyes, which are very deep. He is naturally also a top imperial genius. He is currently a 9-ring mage, and wears a level 5 Azure Erudite crown. At this time, he had already prepared, and immediately issued orders step by step, began to display the new results, and began to introduce them. Your Majesty, this is a comprehensive result, based on 338 previous high-energy results obtained by 47 high-energy laboratories. This sentence alone is enough to show the huge threshold of this new result. This thing is a good thing that can only be obtained with countless manpower and material resources, countless flashes of genius, and even the favor of the Creator. It is the result of countless mortals working together. A single wizard, even a great god, even Rosen with the assistance of Lai Fu, is absolutely not able to rub it out by hand. In addition to many original casting techniques, its core magic component is a powerful 12-ring magic tool. Because of its powerful performance and special structure, we call it the Mountain Magic Cube. The 12-ring magic tool is called the first-level artifact by the Void Gods. The reason is that starting from the 12th ring, it is a complete high-energy magic field. With each ring upgrade, the strength will increase by an order of magnitude, and will present many special law attributes. Compared with the power of the previous magic ring, it is an absolute crushing result. At the same time, The mages in the laboratory showed a huge cube with a diameter of 6 meters. Your Majesty, this is the first finished product of the Gaussian Rubik's Cube. The volume is a bit large, but this is mainly done to better observe the flow of magic power. There is a lot of room for improvement. In theory, if it is all made of high-energy spiritual essence, it can be reduced to less than 5 centimeters. Rosen was very satisfied. Very good. So how much performance can it achieve in the end? Mage Anadi said to his assistant, start pouring mana. Several assistants began to extract mana from the endless crystal array and poured it into the mountain cube using special techniques. The volume of Rosen's latest endless crystal reached 30,000, and it actually drained 30 pieces and poured all the mana into a single spell. When the spell was formed, a pure force light ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter condensed above the mountain cube. The force intensity was so high that the light passing through it showed visible bending. So, the static force spell that should have been imperceptible to the naked eye appeared a looming outline. This was also the second visible force that Rosen saw. The first was the binding force field of the sun's core. But the difference is that the binding force field of the sun's core is a super combination spell that is cast with the help of a large number of arrays. It is extremely large and requires the cooperation of countless mages. But the spell in front of him was a single target spell. Rosen exclaimed sincerely, "What an elegant spell!" Mage Anadi showed the complacency of scholars on his face, and he continued to introduce. Your Majesty, a single pure force energy ball can eventually contain about 900,000 Rosen's pure mana. Because the Alpine Magic Cube uses mana superconducting materials, according to theoretical calculations, the shortest casting time of this super giant spell can be shortened to less than 4 seconds. Rosen understood, that is, within 4 seconds, 900,000 Rosen's pure mana can be poured into a single target spell, and the auxiliary artifact used can be reduced to less than 5 centimeters in size. Before, Rosen's best performance was to pour 20,000 Rosen's mana into a single spell in about 1 second. So, this is indeed a huge breakthrough, but Rosen still felt it was not enough and asked, is there any possibility of further improvement? Mage Anadi nodded. If you use the latest parallel combination spell casting technique, multiple mages form a joint array, then you can create a super giant combination spell with a scale of 24 million Rosens within 10 seconds. Such a super giant combination spell is extremely powerful, especially for those convergent spells. It has an extremely outstanding performance. The so-called convergent spell refers to the convergence of the spell structure. The specific performance is that the spell is very stable and reliable. Usually, defensive spells are basically convergent spells. So what Mage Anadi meant was that this latest achievement is particularly suitable for creating super giant defensive spells. Rosen nodded with satisfaction and commented, such a super large scale spell, if combined with a solid elemental shield, its ultimate defensive performance may reach an extremely amazing level. Have you done any corresponding tests in this regard? Yes. Mage Anadi handed Rosen a thick experimental data file. Your Majesty, we have developed a mature super large tempering spell, and used it to strengthen a lime wall that is 1 meter thick and 100 meters long and wide. The data contains various strength tests of the tempered lime wall. Rosen took the data and looked at it carefully, and used the data extracted from the live food database to verify it, and then came to a conclusion. That is this giant tempered lime wall, which can withstand the bombardment of TNT nuclear bombs below 100,000 tons at close range. That is to say, if a 1 meter thick wall is erected between an ordinary person and a nuclear bomb, the ordinary person will not be hurt. Considering that limestone is not the best tempered material, if various special materials are used to build a protective wall, the strength will only be higher. Therefore, it may be difficult to resist a nuclear explosion relying on a pure spell shield, but it is not a big problem to use a spell-reinforced elemental protective wall. Using this idea to build various explosion-proof bunkers, it is easy to resist the enemy's nuclear strikes. Rosen secretly decided, since there are available means, start building nuclear defense fortifications throughout the Empire to deal with various high-energy wars that may break out in the future. With the continuous development of the natural empire, the risk of a high-energy war is also rising. The threat of the Lord of War Hygrit is nothing at all. The real threat comes from the first high-energy civilization in the solar system, the Abyss. The Dawn Empire was so powerful, but it collapsed so quickly. There must be many reasons for it, but the Abyss must have played an ignominious role. As for myself, I can create a special elemental armor. It is just ordinary clothes at ordinary times. It can be transformed and strengthened immediately when needed, which can definitely save my life to the greatest extent. There are about 6 months before Adela's appointment. It is just the right time to transform this supergiant magic achievement into combat power. With this idea in mind, Rosen continued to visit the magic demonstration in the laboratory. After the demonstration, he gave a big reward to each magician in the laboratory according to the established reward system, including higher-level housing, higher-quality lightning cars, more holidays, higher salaries, and various miscellaneous benefits in daily life, such as unique commemorative medals, unique uniforms, ordinary people must salute when they meet on the road, local officials must be treated with courtesy, invitations to various conferences and festivals, etc. These miscellaneous benefits are not necessities of life, and the Empire does not need to pay much for them, but they can perfectly show the superiority of what others do not have, thus greatly satisfying the vanity of young mages. This trick is also very useful, and greatly stimulates the work enthusiasm of mages, because most people, after meeting basic survival needs, have been pursuing better equipment. Then, Rosen returned to his laboratory with this powerful magic result, and began to focus on creating his own new magic weapon. He has two advantages. One is that he can let Lifu assist, and the other is that he can ignore the cost. So, he can work within the limits of theoretical calculations. Of course, he did not forget to create an elemental body for Belldandy. Two things are moving forward in parallel. About 4 months later, Rosen optimized his power to Legend 19, and created 3 powerful gadgets. The first one is the 8 cm long Alpine Rubik's Cube, and a matching supergiant soul defense spell wall of soul size. When used, Lifu can control it in 1 second at the fastest, using multi-line parallel combination spell casting techniques to pour 900,000 Rosens, the ultimate mana of Legend 19, into the wall of size. Or in 10 seconds, pour up to 8 million Rosens power into it. Rosen believes that as long as the spell is activated, any soul attack from the Void God is just a tickle. Even the soul shockwave formed by the nuclear bomb in the magic ring can be hardened. The second item is the high-energy soft Krypton gold cloak and a supergiant toughening spell that matches it. This is specially used to defend against elemental attacks. The cloak is thick and wide, and it also comes with a hat. It is usually soft and comfortable. When needed, it can wrap the whole body through deformation and strengthen it with spells to form a solid Krypton gold fortress that can resist nuclear bombs. Even if a nuclear bomb falls on the side, as long as the equivalent is less than 50,000 tons, it can block the shock wave. If the distance is more than 1 kilometer, even if the sun with a yield of tens of millions of tons explodes, he can be intact. The third item is the Super Sun Heart, which contains a full 1 kilogram of solar essence. It is best to output 3 million Rosen power per second and maintain it for 10 years. This thing is specially used to provide energy for various supergiant spells. In addition, of course, there are many gadgets, more than 10 in total, such as pocket oxygen circulation bottles, super compressed biscuits, anti-interference phase transmission devices, high-energy Krypton gold revolvers, etc., are designed to deal with various accidents. At this time, there are still 2 months before the agreed date, but Rosen plans to meet Adela early, because he has some new ideas for this trip. Before leaving, Rosen asked Belldandy, "How is it? Are you adapting to the new body?" Belldandy was turning around by the mirror to observe the elemental body, and from time to time he touched it with his hands, and his face unconsciously showed an obsessive look. "It's much better than I thought. It's simply flawless." Rosen smiled and said, "It's not flawless, there are still many shortcomings." Pointing to the equipment beside him, "Your soul strength has reached level 15 now. Put on these magic tools, and go with me to the Lost Plane." These magic tools are basically the same as those carried by Rosen, but there is no Super Sun Heart. Instead, it is replaced with a Ghost Resonance Heart. Using it, you can draw power from the Super Sun Heart carried by Rosen. Of course, in order to prevent accidents, Rosen still added a separate small Sun Heart to her to maintain the daily basic consumption of the high-energy elemental body. Belldandy did as he was told. The Lost Plane must be very lively. Indeed. "Are we going alone?" "No, the life gods will go with us." "Oh, this is really unexpected." Belldandy asked again, "Has your majesty abandoned the Holy Elf Empire?" Rosen shrugged, "Of course not, I'm just waiting for the right time." "What kind of time?" "Of course, it's when the pro-human faction headed by the moon goddess Dora completely suppresses the arrogant and conceited elf supreme faction and reverses the hostile atmosphere of the elf empire towards the human race. According to the current progress, it is estimated that it will take several years, so it's still early." Belldandy just asked casually, and after getting the answer, he started to put on his equipment. Rosen said again, "We will meet the war gods this time." "I know. I will find a chance to capture your mother." I will spare your father's life, but I can't guarantee the lives of other war gods. Belldandy nodded. That's enough. Seeing that she was ready, Rosen said, Let's go to the life realm first. Chapter 341. Life God Realm, an unknown desert island outside the main continent. Buzz, buzz. Two power fluctuations appeared one after another. The sudden movement also scared the birds and animals on the island, and made them flee everywhere. After a few seconds, two figures appeared one after another at the fluctuation position. The two people, one man and one woman, were basically dressed the same, both wearing exquisite dark purple full-body leather armor, a dark purple hooded white cloak, a medium-sized backpack on their backs, and a small shoulder bag on their left waist. It was Rosen and Belldandy. Of course, there were still some differences in their equipment, mainly weapons. Rosen had two specially made high-energy Krypton gold revolvers inserted on the outside of his thighs, while Belldandy carried two high-energy Krypton gold swords, one long and one short. Oh, phase transfer is really convenient. It was Belldandy who spoke. She turned around and looked at the thick layer of dead leaves on the deserted island, her face full of novelty. So this is the wilderness of the elemental world. It's totally different from the perspective of the void. Ah, what a vibrant world. She was like a little girl who had never seen the world. She not only watched but also touched it with her hands. Although she often used the mortal body to enter the mortal world, the feeling was completely different from coming to the mortal world in person. The information received was directly several orders of magnitude more. If she had Rosen's experience, she would definitely think that this was like the difference between controlling a character to play a 3D game and the real world. On the other side, Rosen sent a signal to Adela and reminded her, be careful not to be bitten by the poisonous creatures on the desert island. Then he used the magician's hand to help her tidy up her slightly messy clothes. As an elemental life, you must always pay attention to the cleanliness of your clothes. No one likes a girl who is sloppy. Belldandy certainly knew the rules of the mortal world. While pulling the crooked cloak on her body, she complained, although the elemental body is very delicate, it is also quite heavy, and not as free as before. There are many rules and constraints. It is troublesome to wear these clothes. Rosen shrugged. If you don't like clothes, you can be naked. I don't mind. Belldandy rolled his eyes at Rosen. Your Majesty, I have lived for 1,300 years, and I know the rules of the mortal world very well. I don't want to be the focus of everyone's attention. It's just that I was not used to it at first. At this time, the light under a nearby big tree began to distort, and a green light ball appeared. It was the 10th ring wall distorted by the power of the great god. Ms. Adela is here. Rosen walked towards the light ball first, and Belldandy followed closely behind him. But unlike before, Rosen did not directly enter the incomplete 11 magic rings this time, but unfolded his own legendary 19 endogenous magic rings, covering the 10-meter radius, including the emerald light ball in front. The emerald light ball disappeared immediately, and a woman emerged. The woman had black hair and black eyes, skin as white as snow, and wore an exquisite and elegant lake green dress. It was the goddess of life Adela. But at this moment, her face was completely different from the past calmness and ease. Instead, her eyes were wide open, showing a ghost-like look. She stared at Rosen fiercely, as if she wanted to see through him completely. After a while, she spoke. Level 19 strength power, endogenous magic ring, you actually built a true god body for yourself. As she spoke, a trace of disappointment was revealed on her face. Because Rosen's power was far inferior to hers, but in less than 2 years, his soul strength surpassed her by nearly 2 levels, and his soul scale was 5 times higher than hers. He also possessed the power of a true god, such as the inner magic ring. Rosen was also looking at Adela, and the more he looked at her, the more charming she seemed. He did not hide the wildness in his eyes, and smiled. Madam, if you want, I can also build a true god body for you, just like the body I built for my maid Belldandy. This was his biggest purpose for coming early. Exploring the unknown with a group of void life is really unsafe, and you may be betrayed if you are not careful. If you can turn all the other parties into elemental life, they will be reliable allies. Adela didn't know Rosen's plan. She was shocked when she heard it, and then she looked at Belldandy carefully, and her shock was even greater. You can actually transform the void god into a true god? Rosen smiled and nodded. The knowledge I just mastered. Adela's heart suddenly gave birth to a great yearning. But of course she was not a 3-year-old girl, but a great goddess, who had lived for countless years. She quickly regained her composure, at least on the surface. She smiled and said, Rosen, you must want to take this opportunity to enslave me, just like you enslaved Belldandy. Rosen knew that Adela was actually very tempted, so he continued his efforts. The reason Belldandy became a maid was because we were enemies. But you and I were friends, and there was no need for me to enslave you. In addition, there are many benefits to having a true god's body. You can perform phase transfer at any time, you can truly contact the elemental world, and you can completely escape the control of the abyss. Adela was more and more moved, especially the last sentence, which directly hit her biggest weakness. However, handing her life over to someone else always made her feel very uneasy, so she turned to look at Belldandy. Is that the benefit, Miss Crimson? Belldandy shrugged. Nothing is perfect in the world, Ms. Adela. I can only say that it is better than the soul body, but it also has a lot of troubles with elemental life. In addition, I have to remind you that my master is very dissolute, and he will definitely take the opportunity to blaspheme you severely. Adela covered her mouth and chuckled. Mortals blaspheme against gods, and His Majesty Rosen is not a mortal. At most, it can only be called rude. Having said that, I have known Rosen for longer than you, and I have known his virtues for a long time, so it is not surprising. While speaking, she threw a coquettish eye at Rosen. Your Majesty Rosen, I can see that you have no scruples about me now, right? But Rosen shook his head. I still have scruples, unless you can let me check it carefully. After all, he is a great god who has lived for countless years, and there must be some tricks he doesn't know, so he still dares to enjoy his eyes. Adela became serious. Your Majesty, can I believe you? Rosen knew what she meant and also became serious. That depends on whether you are willing to believe it. What I want to say is that I am not only willing to build a divine body for you, but also for any friendly void god. My purpose in doing this is also very simple, just to gain more allies. After all, as elemental life, we naturally stand on the opposite side of the abyss. Only by joining forces can we fight against the abyss. Adela understood. She paced back and forth on the thick layer of fallen leaves, thinking carefully about Rosen's suggestion. After a long time, she asked, what are the shortcomings of the true god's body? Rosen did not hide it, and told her the truth. Adela was very surprised. Oh, do you have to consume so much power every day for nothing? Rosen smiled and said, first, being strong naturally comes at a price. Second, in the field of high-energy magic, this is just a little power. The high-energy elemental body stays in the mortal world, and it will consume nearly 100,000 Rosen's power every day to convert ordinary elements. For ordinary void gods, this is indeed a heavy burden, and this is one of the reasons why Rosen is willing to build a body for the void god. After the creation, the other party will not be able to turn back into a void life. Then he will have to rely on the element conversion magic tool and high-energy energy source he provides to maintain life. The lifeline is in his hand, so naturally he can't become his enemy. Adela certainly understood this, and her yearning for the divine body faded a little. But only a little, because the divine body was too powerful. The free phase transfer alone made her extremely excited, not to mention completely escaping from the control of the abyss. But the problem is that after escaping from the control of the abyss, she immediately fell into another cage. She sighed. Your Majesty Rosen, the cup of wine you prepared is very poisonous. Rosen shrugged. Ms. Adela, the weak have never been truly free, right? Adela nodded. That's right. Only the truly strong are qualified to sit on the fence, and the weak will definitely end up extremely miserable if they sit on the fence. Adela believes that she does not have the ability to sit on the fence. If she does not change, then once the abyss opens, her body trapped in the abyss can easily control her. So, the essence of the question became, who would she be willing to be controlled by, the abyss's true self, or the natural emperor in front of her? After some consideration, Adela chose the latter. Because the abyss has fallen, and the natural empire is the son of the times. Also because deep in her heart, she really longed to return to the elemental world, and she was sure that her true self in the abyss would never help her realize this dream. So, this was her only chance to return to the elemental world. So, she spread her hands to Rosen. Okay, Your Majesty Rosen, you have convinced me, so make me a true god body. Rosen was very happy. Are you sure, ma'am? Yes. Just you? Or both of you? Adela was startled. Is it easy to build a true god body? Rosen smiled complacently. The first one is very difficult, but it will be easy after you get used to it. I can build a life laboratory on this deserted island in half a day, and help you all build a true god body within 10 days. Adela listened with half belief. There is nothing on this deserted island. It will be there soon. As he spoke, Rosen raised his left hand and opened his palm to the sky. A few seconds later, extremely fine light and shadow appeared on his palm. The light and shadow quickly turned from virtual to real, but it was a square and strange magic weapon. This is the first device in the Life Laboratory, called the oxygen circulator. Adela understood. I understand the elemental projection technique. I will call the gods over right away. She went to call people, and Rosen began to build a temporary life laboratory. When Adela arrived with the 14th level Dream Lord Nelly and the 13th level Forest God Perry, the simple laboratory had been built, and the elemental embryos in the culture tanks began to have heartbeats. The two subordinate gods looked reluctant, but they obviously couldn't defy Adela's will. After seeing Rosen and Beldandy, the two subordinate gods accepted their fate. With three great gods above level 15, there was no room for them to speak. Adela looked at the laboratory. What should we do next? Reincarnation. Or fusion with new life? Rosen brought the three void gods to the culture tank. Ms. Adela, this is yours. Ms. Nelly, this is yours. Mr. Perry, this is yours. You do as I say. The three gods cooperated very well, and did as they were told. In the next 10 days, Rosen focused on building divine bodies for the three people. In order to make the three void gods feel that it was worth the money, he also spent some time to help them improve some of their strength. Especially Adela, who was directly optimized to Legend 18. Beldandy was naturally his guard. As she watched the three bodies grow little by little, she was more and more in awe of Rosen's methods, but she was also a little confused. Your Majesty, can the power of the true god's body continue to grow? Yes, but the higher it grows, the more power it needs to maintain. At this point, Rosen looked at Beldandy. God should live in the real God realm. But where is the real God realm? I don't know yet, but I am trying to promote the natural plane to the real God realm. Beldandy didn't understand it very well, but it didn't prevent her from yearning for the real God realm. Her awe of Rosen, the natural emperor, became stronger. After peeking at the scenery of the high-energy world, she no longer had any thoughts of resistance or regaining freedom. 3 days later, Adela woke up first. She sat up from the culture tank and immediately hugged her arms. Hiss, it's so cold. Then she was surprised again. Oh, this feeling is really wonderful. Chapter 342. 3 days later, the God of Life. The group is still on an uninhabited island overseas, but there are 36 more Saints of Life on the island than 3 days ago. 16 of them belong to the Goddess of Life Adela, and the other 2 followers each bring 10. The strongest Saint of Life is called Agatha, known as the Goddess of Life, with a basic soul strength of Legend 14. She is the most outstanding practitioner among the more than 2 billion mortals in the God of Life, and can be ranked in the top 3 in the 5,000-year history of the God of Life. She can be said to be the darling of the Creator. Before setting off on an adventure, the Saints of Life are making final preparations before the trip. At this moment, Rosen is walking and chatting with the Goddess of Life Adela on the beach. Adela asked curiously, Your Majesty Rosen, there should be a lot of legendary masters in your country. Why don't you bring some of them out? Rosen corrected, There are quite a few legendary mages, but most of them are scholar mages who have never even killed a chicken. It's useless to bring them out. This is true. At present, the total number of legendary mages in the Empire has exceeded 700. But at least 95% are research mages trained by the Academy. Adela didn't believe it. Are there no legendary warriors? Rosen smiled. Of course there are some, but not many. They are currently performing local defense tasks, and have no time at all. This is half true and half false. Because of the popularity of various legendary magic tools, although there are only more than 700 real legendary masters, there are actually many artificial legendary masters, which have begun to exceed tens of thousands, and some elite legions have gradually become legendary. These pseudo-legendary masters are naturally not weak, but the gap in strength with Rosen is very large. Bringing them out for adventure is nothing more than Rosen's followers. Not only will it not be of much help, it will even become a burden to him. More importantly, Rosen's public image in the Empire is gradually tending towards the Holy Emperor. Bringing his own soldiers with him, every move will be watched, which will add a lot of moral pressure for nothing, making him uncomfortable. Seeing Adela's expression of I don't believe you, Rosen felt that it was a bit unreasonable and spread his hands. When I really need it, I will naturally summon the Imperial Legion. In addition, I brought one Baradandy, which can counter all your life saints, right? Adela was speechless. Okay, you are right. After a pause, she said, Your Majesty, when we come back from the Lost Plane this time, I hope that the life plane can establish a stable phase transfer array with your natural plane, so that the 2 planes can communicate freely. After a pause, Adela added, I might as well say it directly. I hope your majesty can help our life plane enter the high-energy field. Rosen was not surprised at all, because since Adela agreed to elementalization, it meant that she had completely surrendered to him. Then the subsequent plane union and fighting against the abyss together was a matter of course. Of course, no problem. In fact, this is what I wanted. After all, there are 3 abysses, and relying on the strength of our single plane, we are probably no match for the abyss. But is the mortal kingdom willing to accept it? Adela smiled. Don't worry, I have been operating in this plane for more than 5,000 years, and have always firmly controlled the life beliefs of the mortal world. My oracle is the destiny of mortals. In this case, Rosen was completely relieved. So, he began to ask about the situation of the lost plane. Now, madam, you should tell me about the situation of the lost plane in detail, right? Of course. Adela suddenly trotted a few steps, and came to a flat reef on the beach. She gathered her lake green long skirt, sat down with her legs curled up facing the sea, and patted the stone surface beside her. We have walked a long distance. Let's sit down and talk. Rosen did as he was told. After sitting down, he saw Adela's bare, smooth feet next to him, with some crystal sand on them, so he raised his hand and gently patted the sand for her. After patting it clean, he pinched it in his hand and played with it, causing the latter to giggle. Your Majesty, you created my body, haven't you seen enough? Rosen smiled. I only created the body, but the real beauty in the world comes from the soul. Adela pursed her lips, her eyes flowing like water. Now, Your Majesty, do you dare to pick flowers? The question is not whether I dare, but whether the lady is willing. I am not a rude person. Adela laughed so hard that her branches shook. Your Majesty is really good at talking, but let's talk about business first. She put away her casual expression and said seriously, the lost plane is a very dangerous ruin. There, out-of-control high-powered forces are rampant everywhere, and even after more than 10,000 years, they still haven't completely calmed down. In some places, there are deadly poisons. In some places, there are powerful war puppets that attack anyone they see. In other places, there are mutated terrible elemental life. That's fine, as long as you are well prepared and cautious, you can still deal with it. The real scary thing is the magic ring storm that erupts from time to time. As she spoke, Adela's black and white eyes showed a look of horror. The lost plane was almost completely promoted to the supreme god realm with 23 complete magic rings, but it failed in the end. The reasons for the failure are very complicated, and most of them are buried by the sands of time, so it is difficult for future generations to see the true face of the past. It is precisely because of this that the magic rings of the lost plane are very complicated. Most places have the most common 11 magic rings, but there are also many places that still retain a trace of the glory of the god realm, and have 12 or even 13 complete magic rings. The imbalance of the power of the magic rings leads to frequent large-scale power flows, thus forming destructive power storms. Even the great gods cannot face these storms head-on, and must escape before the storm comes, otherwise they may die. Rosen thought for a while. Said, now we are elemental life, if we encounter a storm, we can only phase shift and run away, right? Adela shook her head. Phase shift is one way, but the magic ring storm will seriously interfere with the phase shift and form a strong phase confinement, so the shift may not be successful. So, the safest way is to dig a hole quickly, as deep as possible, because the magic ring deep underground is usually very stable. Rosen nodded. I understand. Is there anything else? Finally, it is the high-energy magic ring area. Inside these remaining high-energy magic rings, there are extremely terrifying and mysterious things. She looked at Rosen. In previous expeditions, many people entered the high-energy magic ring, but never saw anyone come out. After so many times, we all stayed away from these high-energy magic rings. Rosen nodded, but he had some different ideas. Obviously, there is a high possibility of high-level artifacts in the high-energy magic ring. Adela gently grabbed Rosen's hand that was exploring around and reminded him seriously, Your Majesty, you are not the only one who thinks so. But I just said that no one has walked out of the high-energy magic ring. Not one. I remember this. Although he said so, his hand did not stop exploring because of Adela's obstruction. Adela failed to stop it, so she simply gave up. She sighed lightly. I can feel that Your Majesty is still not giving up, but I have nothing to say about it. After all, you not only have the body of a true god, but also have unparalleled knowledge and resources. I can only say, don't take too many risks, Your Majesty. Rosen nodded slowly. Thank you for the reminder, ma'am. I will be extremely cautious. He is far from living enough, and he doesn't want to die so early. While he was talking, his hands were not idle. Adela's body tensed up, and she looked at Rosen with a half-smile. "Your Majesty, I haven't agreed yet." Rosen chuckled. "I am rude, ma'am." He said so, but his hands meant something else. Adela did not pursue Rosen's rude behavior. In fact, she was also quite curious about her new divine body. "Your Majesty, I really want to know, does this elemental body you created have the complete functions of life? I mean, can I give birth to a true godchild with you?" Rosen had already figured out the mechanism of life, and he nodded without hesitation. "Just run it in a few more times, and when our strength is coordinated, we can do it." Adela was surprised. "So where does the blood of my body come from?" "It comes from two sources. One is the standard life template I used when I created it. The second is that during the fusion process, I made personalized adjustments to the standard template based on your soul structure. Because the soul structure of each void god is very unique, there are many adjustments, accounting for about 90%. In other words, this is the elemental blood I deduced based on your soul projection. In other words, most of the blood in this body is yours." But she still felt that she couldn't understand Rosen. "Your Majesty, you should have seen countless women's scenery. Most likely they are all similar. So is this so interesting?" Rosen smiled. "Elemental scenery is naturally not much different, but souls are unique, and the various reactions of souls are also unique." As he spoke, his arrow hit the bull's eye, and added, "Finally, the identity of the lady is also unique. I believe that there are not many people in this world who are qualified to shoot the arrow of love at you, lady, right?" Adela was confused by what Rosen said. "Your Majesty has so many crooked ideas." After a while, she prayed softly, "Your Majesty, please be gentle. The perception of the elemental body is much more sensitive than the soul body." "As you wish, lady." The two were communicating fully, and a weak voice came from not far away. "Your Majesty, the team has been repaired and can set off at any time. What do you think?" Rosen looked up and saw that it was Agatha, the strongest life saint under Adela's command, and also the leader of the mortal saints. At this moment, the Saint of Destiny, who had a dignified saintly hairstyle and wore a dark green battle robe, was standing 50 or 60 meters away, with her back to the two of them. Adela was busy parrying Rosen's attack at this moment, and had no time to respond at all. Rosen's mind moved, and the magician's hand took out a batch of mass-produced erudite amulets from his bag. No more, no less, exactly 36, of which 33 were level 4 emerald erudite amulets, 2 were level 5 azure erudite amulets, and 1 was level 6 azure amulet. It was a magic weapon he had prepared long ago. "Agatha, this is the sole magic weapon I gave you. Take it and divide it, 1 for each person. It can greatly enhance your strength." He added, "The azure is yours, and the 2 azure are given to the chief saints of Nelly and Perry respectively. These life saints belong to Adela, but Adela belongs to him, so these saints are his followers. Strengthening their power will not only ensure that they will not betray, but also greatly facilitate the next adventure." Agatha certainly knew the amulet of learning, because the goddess of life had given a magical tool with similar effects, but the quality was far inferior to the one in front of her. But she didn't dare to take it easily, and waited for Adela's order. Rosen slowed down his attack, and Adela finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Take it. From now on, His Majesty Rosen's orders are my orders." "Yes, Your Majesty." Agatha took the amulet of learning and ran away, like a frightened rabbit. Adela chuckled. "Your Majesty, the little girl was scared by you." Facing the entourage from the outer plane, Rosen had no moral pressure in his heart. She will get used to it in the future. Adela asked curiously again, "Are these learned magical tools effective for me now?" Rosen shook his head. "It's ineffective. You can't expect the legendary magic weapon to strengthen the true god. If you want it to be effective, you can use high-energy spiritual essence to create a personalized version of the learned magic weapon, such as the supreme crown that Rosen wore himself. But Rosen will not share this super killer weapon casually." After a simple conversation, the two continued to fight on the reef. But the good times didn't last long, and Belldandy came again. She didn't have any scruples, and walked to Rosen generously. "Your Majesty, my father's apostle sent a message saying that the Lord of the Sun, Atumen, is looking for trouble with you everywhere with the sword of destruction. This news is a bit scary. Rosen is fine, but Adela was so surprised that her body trembled violently. Rosen smiled and comforted. "Don't worry, ma'am, I knew this news a long time ago. It was the Lord of the Moon, Shar, who told him." He turned to look at Belldandy. "Your father actually sent me a letter to warn me. This is really intriguing, but is there any other news?" "There is one more. He said Atumen will also go to the Lost Plane." "I see." Seeing Belldandy still not leaving, Rosen asked, "Anything else?" Belldandy asked sullenly, We are all ready and can leave at any time. How long will it take, Your Majesty? Rosen smiled. Wait for me another hour. Adela thought this was outrageous and hurriedly corrected. Don't listen to his nonsense. 40 minutes will be enough. Rosen couldn't help laughing. About an hour and a half later, Rosen and Adela returned to the team. Rosen naturally became the leader of the team, and Adela became the chief consultant of the team because of her rich adventure experience in the Lost Plane. Then let's go! Chapter 343. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Amid the continuous sound of phase transmission, one figure after another emerged in the air about 500 meters high. As soon as the figure emerged, he immediately cast a floating spell on himself and slowly fell to the ground. It was the Lost Plane expedition team led by Rosen. The first mortal saint appeared, followed by two powerful gods, and finally Rosen, Adela, and Belldandy. The group lined up in the sky and floated towards the ground one by one. Adela introduced the situation on the ground to the whole team in detail. Below is the Silver Sand Plain, a huge desert with an area of more than 2 million square kilometers. It is also one of the safest phase transmission locations in the entire Lost Plane. The magic rings on the plane are normal 11 magic rings, and the power of the magic rings is quite stable. Although it is still much stronger than the fluctuations in the normal plane, it will never threaten life safety. There is a lack of water and food on the plane. Occasionally there are some wandering war puppets, or some annoying sandstorms. The temperature difference between day and night is also very large, but it is much better than other places. As they spoke, everyone landed on the ground one by one. While listening to Adela's introduction, Rosen squatted down and picked up a pile of sand. This sand is not all ordinary sand and gravel, it is mixed with a lot of silver debris. After a little detection with the spectrum spell, it was found that it was actually a powder of multiple metal oxides. He stood up and opened Laifu's void vision again. He found that the Lost Plane was shrouded in a layer of irregular soul fog similar to a storm, which directly suppressed the void vision from a radius of 800 kilometers to more than 100 kilometers. Occasionally, when the storm gets bigger, it can even suppress the area to less than 10 kilometers. In short, how far you can see depends on luck. Adela's voice came again. Be careful, although the Lost Plane is desolate, there are still lives. Because of the harsh living environment, the temperament and strength of these lives are often very strong. Rosen's heart moved when he heard it. Then are there people? Yes. Adela nodded. Although it is far less prosperous than the ordinary plane, there are also many gathering points for mortals. Of course, these mortals have basically nothing to do with the powerful ancient civilization of the Lost Plane. Some of them are survivors of the ancient civilization, and some are descendants of traveling mages from the outer plane. Most of their gathering points are very simple, and the supplies are very poor, almost like slums. That is why they are very greedy, and like to rob visitors from other planes. But don't underestimate them. Because of the harsh living environment and unstable magic circle, their souls are very powerful, not weaker than us, and they also have some unique survival and hunting skills. If we are not careful, we will become the prey of local residents. Rosen was very curious. How strong are they? Adela's face was very solemn. As far as I know, there are many legendary strongmen, not only with strong souls, but also very tough, and have strong resistance to soul attacks. Maybe their single-person combat power is not as good as you and me, but they are very good at joint combat, and have a large number of artifacts. Rosen was stunned. Artifacts? This is quite powerful. Adela explained. To be precise, it is a fragment of a divine artifact with some incomplete functions. After all, this is the Lost Plane, isn't it? Rosen understood that it was a group of strong people who survived the fittest in a harsh environment, and they also made full use of the local advantages of the Lost Plane. Legendary strongmen alone are nothing to be afraid of, but if legendary strongmen are combined with divine artifacts, they really can't be underestimated. He secretly felt fortunate to have become a close ally with Adela. If they were in a state of mutual suspicion as before, and then entered this kind of ghost place, the risk would definitely be an order of magnitude higher than it is now. Interdimensional phase transmission requires a lot of power. There were a total of 41 people present, and they all consumed a lot of mana, with the highest consumption even 70%. According to common sense, phase transmission will have a weak period of about 10 hours, which is also the most dangerous time. Even if the leader is the void god with the power of faith, it can only slightly shorten the weak time. Because the power of faith obtained by the void god is not much, and it cannot be stored, and the power of faith transmitted across the plane will have a huge loss. But the expedition team led by Rosen, the true god, naturally does not have this problem. The Super Sun Heart provides energy, which is converted into the power of the magic ring through the endogenous magic ring, and can continuously provide power for the team members. When the Life Saints began to meditate to restore their strength, Rosen said to several gods with divine bodies, "Open the magic ring, let our magic rings connect as one." As he spoke, he opened the endogenous magic ring with a radius of 8 meters. Adela, the legendary 18, also opened the magic ring with a radius of 6.5 meters. Beldandy is less than 5 meters, while the Dream Lord Nelly is more than 4 meters, and the Forest Lord Perry is less than 4 meters. 5 endogenous magic rings connected together, covering 36 Life Saints. At the same time, Rosen activated the Super Sun Heart and fiercely powered the magic rings. As a result, not only did the power of several gods rise sharply, but the meditation efficiency of the Life Saints also soared tenfold. The original weakness period of more than 10 hours was shortened to less than an hour. After more than half an hour, everyone's magic power was fully restored, and each of them was full of energy. Rosen looked at Adela. "Dear, how do we go next?" Adela looked up at the sun and said, "The location of the Gate of Creation is in the north of the Silver Sand Plain, about 1,500 kilometers away from us. There are many very dangerous areas along the way, and we know nothing about the climate of the magic ring in the north. For safety, we have to go all the way." She determined the direction and walked north first. About 300 kilometers to the north, there is an oasis city called Silver Light City, which is our first destination. There, we can get all kinds of supplies, and find out about other expedition teams. While speaking, she pointed to a thin white cloud in the west and said, "Look at that cloud. Although it is inconspicuous now, it may grow at any time and turn into a terrible storm, so we have to walk faster." Rosen and others quickly followed. After walking for a while, he saw that Adela had not cast any auxiliary spells, and even the cooling spell was useless. She only wrapped her head with a wet towel. He couldn't help asking, "Are there any restrictions on casting spells?" Adela nodded. "Yes, unless it is necessary, don't use spells easily, especially divergent attack spells, because it may attract hunters," she explained. "This is an ancient war puppet that specializes in hunting mages. It is a terrible mage killer." Seeing that her words frightened the saints and made them pale, Adela smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. There are not many mage hunters anymore. I do this just in case." Rosen also followed Adela's example, and wrapped his head and face with a towel, then walked quickly to Adela's side. "What specific terrible means does the hunter have?" "Strong immunity to spells, because he can distort the magic ring, and use the ring wall to produce an extremely strong high-energy shield. Anti-interference short-distance phase shift, also called flash. Finally, it is the blade of breaking spells. This is a terrible magic-breaking artifact that can cut through all pure magic shields like water. Only elemental shields can resist it slightly." Rosen was shocked. "This is really a bit powerful." Adela corrected in a solemn voice. "It's not a bit powerful, but a nightmare for mages. 2,000 years ago, this kind of ghost thing was once spread all over the Lost Plain. It was not until the last 1,000 years that the number gradually decreased, but it still cannot be underestimated." She turned around and said to the saints behind her, "Follow closely, don't fall behind. Remember to follow my footsteps, don't open a single road." After that, she explained to Rosen again. "Many quicksands are as soft as water. Once you step on them, they will sink. They are natural traps. Some quicksands are hunting traps set by desert creatures, such as highly poisonous sand snakes, poisonous lizards, and giant scorpions. If you are bitten, you can only amputate your limbs immediately." Rosen raised his hand and fanned himself. "This is such a hellhole. I should have shaved my head first. It was too hot to be in the desert with thick black hair." Adela smiled and said, "Your Majesty, bear with it. Believe me, the situation in other places is worse than here, even 10 times worse." In the following time, the expedition team was very alert, and did not dare to be careless. Adela was indeed experienced, and the team was well prepared, so although there were some accidents along the way, there was no loss of personnel. The quicksand was difficult to walk, and the team moved forward very slowly. When the sun began to set, they had only walked less than 30 kilometers. Adela said loudly, "Let's go here today. Find a high ground to build a cold-proof tent, and set up the tent in a circle. Don't go to a low place to avoid the wind, otherwise the quicksand may bury you directly." Everyone did as they were told. While setting up the tent, Rosen felt the rapidly receding heat, and had a premonition that the temperature might be very low at night. "Dear, how low will it be?" "It will be so low that water will freeze." Rosen grinned and asked again, "At this speed, can we reach the gate of creation in time?" "Don't worry, there is enough time. After all, there is still a month and a half." While speaking, Adela took out some special fuel from the package, dug a sand pit in the middle of the tent group, and then lit a light red bonfire. Alchemical kerosene is very durable. 1 kilogram can burn all night, which can make our night much better. Then she returned to Rosen's previous question. "Your Majesty, we don't need to walk to the gate of creation, just walk 200 kilometers nearby. When the gate of creation is opened, it will spray extremely powerful light columns into the sky, and will also spray various artifacts into the sky, and then sprinkle them on the ground within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. There may be conflicts, but luck is also very important." Rosen understood. He felt a little hungry, so he took out dry food to fill his stomach. But before he could take 2 bites, he suddenly saw a moving black shadow on the sand in the distance, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. Adela also saw it, and she quickly concluded, "It's the sand lizard knight." He added, "It's the sand bandits, but don't rush to fight, let me talk to them first." Chapter 344. Rustle. Under the moonlight, smoke and dust rolled. A group of warriors riding giant lizards came to the camp at a very fast speed. "Wow, hoo-hoo!" The warriors kept screaming and circled around the camp, raising more smoke and dust. Rosen stood in the camp and observed. About 153 warriors came, and they looked no different from humans. Each of them had various hideous ink patterns on their faces, wore roughly made lizard leather armor, and held a simple, but sharp-boned spear in their hands. Observe their souls again. They are all very strong. The weakest one is 7 rings, and the strongest has reached legend 6. The scale of the soul is much stronger than that of ordinary mortals, about 1 or 200 rosens. In addition, it can be felt that their souls are very condensed. If the soul of an ordinary human is like a loose earth ball covered with smoke, then the soul of these sand bandits is a condensed and smooth stone ball. It's true that the environment makes the person. This is obviously caused by the complex and changeable magic environment of the Lost Plane. Those who are not adapted to this harsh environment either become weaklings at the mercy of others, or are simply eliminated. After the sand lizard knights screamed and circled the camp for more than 10 rounds, they finally stopped. One of the knights who looked like a leader walked out of the crowd, pointed the bone spear in his hand at the camp, and shouted at the camp. "I am Ghostface Loloco, the leader of the Ghostface tribe. You outsiders have entered our tribe's territory without our consent. You should be punished." It was a language that Rosen had never heard of, but the soul fluctuations it emitted made him feel very familiar. He immediately checked Lai Fu's database, and found that this was a language variant of the ancient Dawn Empire. Although the pronunciation was very different from the Dawn Empire language, the corresponding soul fluctuation characteristics had changed very little. After a slight comparison, Rosen roughly understood it. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "Lai Fu, start the new ability training real-time translation of Dawn language." Training has started. In addition, Rosen also noticed that the leader's bone spear was not the same as other knights. The head of his bone spear was tied with an irregular sharp fragment shining with deep purple stars, which made him slightly moved. This should be a fragment of an artifact. Of course, he didn't know the situation of the sand lizard knight, so he stood silently and waited for Adela to respond. Adela could obviously understand the other party's language. While signaling everyone to be alert, she responded loudly in a slightly stiff alien language. "Warrior, we did offend. We accept the punishment. But I don't know how to punish you." The leader narrowed his eyes at Adela and smiled. "Woman, it seems that you know the rules, so you should know what we lack the most." Adela immediately waved to Agatha behind her. "Go and get the prepared things." Agatha immediately did as she was told. Adela said, "There are 41 of us here. According to the rules, we will give you 41 pairs of sturdy and wear-resistant boots and 82 soft and breathable linen towels." Before he finished speaking, he saw the leader on the opposite side shaking his head. "No, no, no, this is the old rule. Now the rules have changed." He raised his left hand, and there were only 3 fingers left on that hand. "Now, the number of boots and towels will double. The women in your camp will have to spend a night with the warriors of our tribe." Adela frowned slightly and said coldly, "We can accept doubling the items, but we can't ask for overnight stays. If you insist on doing this, then we have no choice but to go to war." The knight leader shrugged, with a cruel smile on his face. "It's okay not to stay overnight, but the number of supplies will be increased tenfold. If you can't get it, then let's fight." Adela frowned. "Chief Loloco, it is greedy to arbitrarily change the amount of the fine, and it is a sin that will be punished by the god of the desert." While speaking, she whispered to Rosen with her soul, "We haven't prepared so many supplies, we have to prepare for the battle." Rosen can understand. After all, phase transfer consumes a lot of energy, and it is impossible to carry too much supplies. Fighting is nothing, this guy is not taken seriously by him. But judging from the aggressive attitude of the sand bandits, they seem to have some cards hidden. At this time, the leader of the knights on the opposite side laughed strangely. "We have indeed committed the sin of greed, and we have long been prepared to accept the punishment of the god of the desert. But I want to say that we are actually enduring the punishment of the god of the desert every moment. More or less is nothing more than the difference between early death and playful death. Everyone will die, so live happily while you are alive." After saying this, he pulled the reins and returned to the team. "Final warning, you either do what I say, or wait to accept the punishment of the hunter." Adela was slightly surprised and didn't understand. "Chief Loloco, what do you mean by this?" "Literally, we control a powerful hunter. I know the tricks of you travelers, don't think about teleporting away. Because the magic ring in this area has been frozen by the hunter." As he said this, Rosen saw Adela's face turn pale, and her hands hidden in her sleeves clenched into fists. She whispered in her soul, "Your Majesty, the situation is beyond my expectation." Looking at the Dream Lord Nelly, and the forest god Perry on the side, they were also pale. Especially the latter, holding the artifact Annihilation Spear tightly in both hands, his body couldn't help shaking slightly, and he looked like a mortal who met an irresistible strongman. Obviously, the gods of life had dealt with the hunter before, and they were all scared. Rosen thought for a moment, and quietly replied, "That's easy. We can capture them, and force them to surrender. Then we be safe." Adela shook her head slightly. "These bandits are all crazy desperados. They would rather commit suicide than be captured. Besides, since he dares to threaten us in person, he must have a backup plan." After a pause, Adela whispered, "How about we give in and let a few female saints deal with it?" Rosen was a little surprised. "Dear, is the hunter so scary? How could you be scared like this?" Adela smiled bitterly. "The hunter is the most powerful high-energy war puppet I have ever seen. It is irresistible and powerful. Rosen doesn't believe in evil, and he won't suffer this humiliation. Try it. You know I'm best at torture. Besides, we may not be defeated by the hunter. The other party has the artifact blade of breaking law, and we also have the spear of annihilation." Adela sighed softly. "Your Majesty, you are the leader, I am just suggesting, the specific action is up to you." Rosen nodded slightly, and said to Beldandy first, "Set up the anti-interference phase transmission device. If the situation is not right, we will teleport away." "Yes, Your Majesty." Beldandy took action immediately. And this immediately made the gods of life feel much more at ease. Afterwards, Rosen took a few steps forward and came to Adela's side. "Dear, I say, you translate?" "Okay." When Adela was ready, Rosen began to shout, "Loloco, the hunters are indeed strong, but our dignity is priceless. In order to maintain our dignity, we can sacrifice everything, including our lives. Either you accept 3 times the amount of supplies, or go to war. But I want to remind you that before the war, we will destroy all the supplies, so even if you win, you will get nothing. This is his ultimatum. If the other party does not accept it, he will kill them." After Adela translated, the knight leader stared at Rosen and sneered. "Young man, you have completely angered me. Even if we get nothing, we will let you taste the price of arrogance." That is to say, the other party did not accept it. So, before the leader finished speaking, Rosen did not hesitate to take action. The heart of the god of war was activated at the first time, investing 50% of the computing power, and up to 30 lines of parallel combination casting skills. In an instant, the Super Sun Heart surged out like a tsunami, passing through the magic superconducting circuit, and immediately poured into the mountain magic cube, turning into 2 super giant spells. Super Giant Magic Ring Cage, Super Giant Soul Sighing Wall. The total spell size is 200,000 Rosens. Because the parallel combination casting strategy is adopted, and the spell size is far from reaching the super giant limit, the casting speed is extremely fast. In less than 1/10 of a second, 2 powerful convergent spells were declared completed. The magic ring with a radius of 500 meters, centered on Rosen's body, shook slightly, and the convergence of 11 magic rings was completed. At the same time, with Rosen's body as the center, a huge spherical soul shield was deployed in all directions at a speed that people could not react. This is the Wall of Soul Sighing. Its function is to resist soul attacks, but Rosen used it as an attack spell. The effect is to force out the unmarked hostile target's soul. Shield Strike is also a strike. As long as it is fast and fierce enough, the enemy can be crushed to death in one go. In an instant, when the wall of size swept over the allies, everyone did not feel anything unusual. In another instant, the wall of size swept over the giant lizard knight again, and directly squeezed its soul out of the elemental body. The soul of the elemental life is tightly and finely combined with the element. If the soul of the elemental life is forcibly stripped away, it will definitely cause irreversible damage to the soul. If it were an ordinary person, the soul would collapse directly at this moment, and the body would die because of the loss of the soul. But the soul of the natives of this plane is very tough. Although it also suffered great damage, it did not collapse immediately. Because of the special rules of the 11 magic rings, these souls that have left the body will appear in the magic ring after leaving the body and exist for a short time. Rosen's movements were too fast. After the spell was completed, more than 100 sand lizard knights, including the elemental bodies of the people and sand lizards, fell to the ground limply and lost their vitality. His soul was floating in the cage of the magic ring, with a bewildered look on his face. They didn't know what had happened yet. Not to mention the bandits. Except for the two great gods Adela and Beldandy, no one else in the camp had reacted yet. Rosen looked at the residual soul of the bandit leader Riloko, who was gradually awakening, and used the voice of the soul. Mortal, who is arrogant now? Riloko stood blankly on the silver sand, his eyes turned back and forth between the entity on the ground and the camp in the distance, and a look of horror gradually appeared on his face. He knelt on the ground with a plop. Wrong, we were wrong, please let us return to our bodies. Rosen grinned. Too late. Unless the Creator comes, you will never think of returning to your bodies, and you will slowly die in despair. After saying that, he had another thought, activated the soul hunting technique, directly pulled Riloko's soul in front of him, and used the natural scepter to press against his head. Then, let me take a good look at your soul, and see how you control the hunter. After saying this, he was about to take action when he suddenly felt that the eyes of the people around him were different. He turned his head, and saw that most of the saints of life were looking at him with a terrifying look, as if they were looking at a great demon. Then he looked at the gods of life. Nellie, the Lord of Dreams, was shocked, but not because of her actions, but because of the speed and strength of his actions. Perry, the god of wilderness, frowned, but he did not agree with his soul interrogation. Looking at Beldandy again, she looked indifferent. Finally, it was Adela, the goddess of life, but she also frowned slightly. Rosen was never a rash person, so he asked in soul secret language, Adela, is there something wrong with my approach? Adela also answered in soul whisper. Of course, but it's best not to do it in front of the saints. Because it violates my life doctrine and will scare them. Rosen understood that on the one hand, it violated the life doctrine, and on the other hand, it was the natural fragility of the weak. After thinking for a while, he asked, but the interrogation must be carried out. Do you have any good ideas? Why not leave it to Nellie? Her dream realm is the best decoy. Rosen understood it as soon as he heard it, and looked at Nellie. Ms. Nellie, I heard that your dreams can redeem evil souls, so I leave these bandits' sinful souls to you. Nellie naturally knew what he meant, and nodded, as you wish, your majesty. With a thought, she unfolded the dream realm, covering all the bandits' souls, and sang in a gentle tone, Lost souls, return to peace in dreams, and return to the embrace of the Creator. Not to mention, this method is really much more advanced, and the saints of life are really more at ease. Rosen thought to himself, it seems that I have to pay attention in the future, don't make things naked, so as not to ruin my reputation. Reputation is still very useful. Unless there is no other choice, it is best not to bear a bad reputation such as cruelty, cold-bloodedness, and tyranny. Of course, it doesn't mean that bad things can't be done, but it means that you have to pay attention to the way. There is no way. Human beings are such hypocritical and complicated creatures. Most people hate bloody killings, but they can enjoy the benefits of killing with peace of mind. In the past life, a country on Earth did this to the extreme. After the extinction of the human race, it even specially created a festival to soothe the psychological trauma. Nellie was very professional, and soon she got the answer she wanted. Obviously, this answer was not good news, because her face was pale. She whispered with her soul, Loloko did master a hunter, and set it as his life guardian. As long as he dies, the hunter will be activated and avenge him. Rosen understood. In other words, we will soon face a hunter? That's right. Everyone present suddenly turned pale, even the goddess of life Adela. It was difficult to calm down. She immediately said, Your Majesty, let's retreat now. How to retreat, of course, is to phase transfer and run away. Rosen wanted to meet the hunter, and seeing that everyone around was scared, he said, You retreat first. As soon as the voice fell, the forest god Perry began to phase transfer. Buzz. A white light flashed on his body, and the figure blurred for a few seconds, but immediately became clear again. The phase transfer was successful, but the person did not move away. Rosen carefully sensed the situation of the magic ring, and immediately understood the reason. The magic ring has a very delicate folding. Unless the folding is released, no matter how it is transferred, it will stay in the same place. This knowledge comes from the pioneer dialects. And the magic ring folding technique like this is a great secret technique of the Dawn Empire, which has been developed to the extreme. Not only can it be folded to prevent phase transfer, but it can also be folded multiple times to construct a magic ring maze. Anyway, it is very interesting. Adela asked anxiously, "Can you solve it, Your Majesty?" Of course Rosen can solve it, and he can even solve it immediately, but he plans to meet this hunter. So he said, "It can be solved, but I need some time. Let's defend first." Chapter 345. Night. Silver Sand Plain. Rosen took action immediately. After confirming that the hunter would appear, he quickly thought, and the power of the Super Sun Heart surged out again, and he immediately launched the Super Giant transformation. The silver sand within hundreds of meters around quickly floated up, quickly forming a dense spherical elemental shield with a diameter of 300 meters and a thickness of 20 meters around the camp. Then he used the universal version of the Super Giant Tempering spell to strengthen it. The universal tempering spell was not very effective, so he used thickness to exchange for strength. One layer of 20 meters was not enough, so Rosen simply strengthened 3 layers, a full 60 meters. 3 layers of elemental defense, a total of about 60 million Rosen's power. With such a solid defense, even if someone detonated a nuclear bomb outside the shield, the people inside would be safe. However, the elemental shield alone was not enough, because the hunter was proficient in short-distance phase transfer. So Rosen carefully set up a high-intensity phase transfer imprisonment array. This imprisonment array is the latest version, which has absorbed a lot of knowledge from the magic circle of the pioneer dialects, and is considered a high-energy imprisonment array. Since it is a high-energy imprisonment array, it naturally needs to be infused with a huge amount of power to maintain it. Therefore, this array consumes up to 1.2 million Rosens per second. After the defense was completed, Rosen took the fragment of the artifact bone spear of the sand bandit Luluoku in his hand, and said to the forest god Perry, "If the hunter breaks through my shield, you must not just stand there with the annihilation spear." Perry took a deep breath, tightly held the annihilation spear that looked like a sharp wooden stick in his hand, and snorted coldly, "Don't worry, I will let him taste the power of the artifact as soon as possible." Adela, I see that your face has lost all color. This is not the behavior of a great god. Adela took a deep breath, and tried to keep herself calm. Your Majesty, I have personally seen 2 great gods and 4 powerful gods die at the hands of the hunters, just as easy as killing chickens. They are high-energy magic creations, and are nearly perfect war machines. The reason I was able to escape is not because I am strong, but because I ran fast enough. Before the voice fell, the extremely heavy reinforced sand shield suddenly shook slightly, making a bang. At the same time, some fine sand fell from the dome of the sand shield. Lai Fu immediately estimated the attack method and its general strength. Collision-type elemental attack. Force scale 500,000 Rosens, strength 19th ring extreme. Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. As expected of a high-energy war machine, the power is really strong. No wonder it can kill the great void god like killing a chicken. This is not a level of power at all. It's like modern people using hypersonic missiles to deal with ancient armies. The latter don't even know how they died, let alone resist. Even if it was Rosen, if he didn't get the essence of the sun, the pocket fission core with a maximum output of 100,000 Rosens would not be able to withstand such a strong attack. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks came one after another, every 4 seconds. It was like a grumpy giant, who was constantly hitting the sand shield with a giant hammer. The fine sand in the sky fell down in clusters, which looked very scary. Adela trembled and said, "The hunter is outside the shield. Not only is his attack powerful, but he also possesses infinite power. The shield may not be able to stop him. Even a powerful god like her couldn't control her mind, so her 2 subordinate gods, and even the saints of life, were naturally not much better." Perry, the god of the forest, showed an annoyed look. "Perhaps, I should have sacrificed my dignity just now, it's better than dying." While speaking, he glanced at Rosen unhappily. As soon as the voice fell, Beldandy sneered and looked at Perry with contempt. "It's not you who sacrificed your dignity, so it's easy for you to say it. Or are you, a coward, going to sell your ass?" Perry was speechless, and could only hold the annihilation spear tightly in his hand. Look at the other saints of life. At this moment, each of them was shrinking like a quail, helplessly waiting for the judgment of fate. Rosen sighed. If I bring the legendary warriors from my country, they may be braver than them, but it won't help much. Today, his strength has far exceeded that of ordinary people, so that bringing ordinary people, or even great gods, will become a burden. Of course, he also felt the dissatisfaction of the forest god Perry with him, and his heart moved slightly. This guy doesn't like me. Considering that this guy holds a divine weapon, it is an unstable factor for the team. Bang, bang, bang. The hunter is still attacking the sand shield tirelessly, and the fine sand inside the sand shield is falling like rain. At this speed, the shield will be broken in about 10 minutes. Of course, Rosen will not ignore it. He began to rebuild the broken sand shield and fought a protracted war with the hunter. At the same time, he quietly untied the magic ring folding in the sand shield. Once the situation is not right, he will open a safe transmission port in the phase imprisonment spell he set up and announce the transfer and escape. But he didn't say it right away, because he wanted to take this opportunity to observe the temperament of the gods of life and the saints. After doing these little tricks, Rosen began to observe the hunter outside the shield. He couldn't use the void vision inside the shield, so he used magic to detect the appearance of the hunter. The detection failed. The surface of the hunter's body was wrapped in a thick ring wall shield. Except for a twisted light ball, nothing could be seen. Adela, what does the hunter look like? Adela shook her head. I don't know, it always wraps its body with a ring wall shield. Except for the occasional blade that sticks out, nothing can be seen. Does it have weaknesses? Well, you definitely don't know. He asked the Dream Lord Nayli again. Does Loloco have the knowledge to control the hunter in his soul? Nayli shook her head. No, it's completely coincidental that he controls the hunter, and even he can't explain why he can control it. This answer made Rosen's heart move slightly. Even he himself didn't know the reason, which meant that the real reason was probably due to an unintentional action of his. Unintentional actions have always been effective. While thinking, Rosen looked at the bone spear in his hand. More precisely, it was the tip of the bone spear that was glowing with deep purple star-shattering light. He carefully looked at the tip of the spear and tried to infuse mana. The star-shattering light at the tip of the spear did not change at all. He tried to infuse soul power again, and the star-shattering light at the tip of the spear became brighter. The more mana he infused, the brighter it became, but there was no special change other than that, and the hunter did not have any abnormal reaction. Isn't it because of this? While thinking, a more violent vibration came from outside the sand shield, and the frequency doubled. Lai Fu estimated, the attack power increased to 1 million Rosens, with a frequency of once every 2 seconds. The power output of the hunter increased fourfold. Adela became more and more flustered after hearing this. Her face was pale, and her white forehead was covered with sweat. But she was afraid that it would affect Rosen's cracking of the so-called ring folding, so she could only force herself not to make any sound, and also signaled others not to make any noise. Rosen was satisfied. Not bad, not bad. You can still maintain your rationality between life and death, worthy of being a great god who has lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years. Enough to take on the responsibility and become his good assistant. Then look at the Lord of Dreams, Nari. She was sitting motionless on the sand, holding a handful of sand tightly in her hands, so hard that her knuckles turned white and blue. But she finally kept calm. This one is not bad either. Then, there is the forest god Perry. He stood with his hands on the annihilation spear, his body trembling slightly, and a hint of resentment in his eyes. After slightly sensing the fluctuations of his soul, he found that most of the resentment was directed at him. Combined with what he said before, he probably felt that he didn't know how to compromise, which led to a strong enemy. Well, it seems that this guy and I are not on the same path. In a dangerous situation, he is likely to stab me in the back. I have to find a way to get rid of him. Then look at the saints of life. Each one was frightened and silent, but after all, they were legendary strongmen, so they didn't lose their composure completely. After a quick look, I found 8 people who had similar ideas to Perry. These people are selfish people who can sacrifice the interests of their companions without limit for their own survival, and they are also the seeds of betrayal. Rosen marked them one by one. These 8 people must also be sent away one by one. Finally, let's look at the Crimson Lady Beldandy. Beldandy is his servant, and you can directly sense her thoughts in your heart. She doesn't care about life or death, but she agrees with my approach. At the same time, she thinks I am resolute and decisive, and she has a good impression of me. Well, yes, this is an Iron Lady, who is the same as me, and she is also my loyal servant. I have to reuse her. The way to reuse her is naturally to arm her with various powerful magic tools. Boom, boom. The hunter has increased the output power again. From 2 seconds to 1 second, but each time is still 1 million Rosen power output. This made Rosen's heart move. The attack frequency increased, but the upper limit of power output remained unchanged, which means that it is almost at the top. He immediately knew. So, he planned to continue to increase the strength of the members of the Life God system to see what changes would happen. He said solemnly, "The hunter's ring folding technique is very complicated and cannot be cracked in a short time, so we may have to face the hunter directly." After saying this, Adela sat down on the ground, and it took several seconds for her to come back to her senses and sighed. Then prepare for a fight to the death. Nellie on the side exhaled. Fate is really unpredictable. But she was mentally prepared to die in the battle. Perry suddenly raised the Annihilation Spear and pointed it at Rosen, shouting out of control. "We didn't have to face the hunter, it's all your fault." Belldandy flashed in front of Rosen, holding the hilt of the high-energy Krypton gold sword tightly with one hand, looking at Perry with disdain. "Coward!" Perry was furious, looking for death. He thrust the spear forward. But he was fast, and Belldandy was even faster. The deep purple sword light flashed like thunder. Bang! The first sword was blocked by the Annihilation Spear, and the huge force almost shook Perry off his balance, and the spear was also deflected. Puff! The second sword cut through Perry's neck and directly cut off his head. Even if the weak have a divine weapon, they are basically no match for the strong. Seeing that Perry was easily sent away by Belldandy, Rosen scolded, "Belldandy, why are you so impulsive?" As he spoke, he took the fallen Annihilation Spear and handed it to Adela. "Dear, this is my servant's fault. I will punish her severely. I will give you this spear back." Adela shook her head. "It's not Belldandy's fault. Perry is looking for death." She was also disappointed with Perry. Opinions can be raised. After all, everyone has different ideas, but when the enemy is in front of him, he attacks his allies. This is an unforgivable mistake. He did not take the gun. "Your Majesty, you can use this gun. It is very simple to use. Infuse it with strength, and you can stimulate the extremely destructive gun light." Rosen tried it for a while, and it was true. He also found that the gun light was extremely condensed, and the strength was as high as the 12th ring. After hitting the target, it directly annihilated the target into powder. Whether the target is an element, a soul, or a ring wall below the 12th ring, it is all effective. Rosen sighed with regret. Alas, Mr. Perry is still too impulsive. Since there is such a powerful artifact, why fight against the enemy together? Nellie, who had been silent all the time, explained in a soul whisper, "Your Majesty, because Perry has always been dissatisfied with you, this time he just took the opportunity to attack." Rosen was stunned. Why? He loves Adela, but he dares not say it, and has always kept it in his heart, but he can't stand Adela being good to other men. Rosen immediately understood and sighed in his heart. This is really a confusing account. Boom, boom, boom. The hunter's attack continued, but the intensity did not increase. This means that this is the opponent's attack limit. Having eliminated the biggest unstable factor inside, and seeing the temperament of everyone in the team, Rosen stopped testing the plan. He breathed a sigh of relief. This attack intensity has lasted for 5 minutes. This should be the extreme attack intensity of the hunter. The good news is that this is much lower than my strength limit. That is to say, I can keep the hunter outside the shield all the time, even for a month. So, we have enough time to study how to control the hunter. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the shield breathed a sigh of relief, and everyone was excited. And Perry, the god of the forest, became a forgotten history. Chapter 346. Boom, boom, boom. Half an hour had passed, and the hunter was still attacking Rosen's giant tempered sand shield endlessly, once a second, just like beating a war drum. Each attack caused considerable damage to the sand shield. On the other hand, Rosen spent about 800,000 Rosens power to repair the sand shield, and another 1 million Rosens per second to maintain the phase confinement array, which added up to a power output of 1.8 million Rosens per second. The maximum output power of the Super Sun Heart was 3 million Rosens per second, so it easily withstood the attack. Inside the sand shield, Rosen was carefully studying the elemental corpse left by the leader of the Sand Bandits. He had a vague feeling that the reason why the Sand Bandit could accidentally control the hunter might be hidden in his blood. He guessed that this guy was a survivor of the Dawn Empire, and his bloodline could be traced back to the Empire era. He might be a big shot in the Empire. He was very focused when studying, and he hardly felt the passage of time. I don't know how long it took, But suddenly I heard Adela's voice. "Your Majesty, is there a result?" Rosen came to his senses, turned his head and looked, and found that everyone in the camp was looking at him, with expressions of anxiety, expectation, and a hint of fear. Especially those life saints, they didn't dare to look him in the eye. Apparently, his act of dissecting corpses scared these life saints again. This is normal. Cognition determines courage. These life saints are bound by various life doctrines. Just like pets kept in cages, they have never seen the world, so they are naturally startled. When they see more and get used to it, it will be fine. After loosening his muscles, Rosen asked, "How long has it been?" "Not long, about 5 hours. That is to say, it was about 11 o'clock in the evening. The temperature should have been freezing, but because of the protection of the spherical sand shield and the continuous power output of the hunter and Rosen, the sand shield was warm as spring, even a little hot." Looking at Adela's expectant eyes, Rosen explained a little. "Some results have been achieved. It is probably the result of the blood of this sand bandit and the fragment of this artifact working together, but I haven't found the specific way of working, so it will take some time." After saying that, seeing Adela's face showing a trace of worry, he asked, "Any questions?" Adela whispered, "There is too much noise outside. I am afraid it will attract more hunters." After a pause, she whispered, "Maybe we should move away." Rosen immediately understood Adela's idea, which was to let him focus on breaking the ring-folding technique instead of controlling the hunter. But after making some progress, Rosen was reluctant to leave. He spread his hands, helpless. "My dear, I understand what you mean, but it is much more difficult to crack the magic ring-folding technique than to find the control's secret method. Because the latter has the artifact life branch to assist, but the former does not." This reason is very reasonable. Adela believed it. Rosen then devoted himself to research, not only studying the Rococo bloodline, but also studying the bloodline and the function of the artifact fragments on the bone spear. He tried again, and in the late morning, the hunter's attack paused slightly. Immediately afterwards, a very familiar soul fluctuation sounded in Rosen's mind. As soon as he heard it, he found that this wave was almost exactly the same as the wave that Pioneer Dialects had originally sent out. Now that he had obtained Pioneer Dialects' information, he could already understand the language of the Dawn Empire. Soon, Lai Fu translated the content of the soul wave. "The administrator has been found. Please issue an action order." Rosen was immediately very happy. "Aha, I really guessed it right." He immediately followed the method of bloodline plus artifact fragments, and issued an order in the natural language of the Dawn Empire. "Stop the attack immediately." The next second, the rumbling sound disappeared, and Rosen received a reply from the hunter at the same time. "The attack has stopped and entered standby mode." Others in the camp also noticed the change, and Adela was surprised. "Your Majesty, you succeeded?" Rosen nodded. "Preliminary success, but don't worry, I haven't fully understood it yet, so keep quiet." This time, Adela didn't need to restrain him, and the camp immediately became silent, and even the sound of farting could not be heard. Rosen continued to do various experiments, and soon found the most stable management method. For ease of use, he fixed it into a spell, and named it the Whip of Taming. Soon, he successfully entered the control interface of the hunter, with the help of the Whip of Taming. This management interface is very similar to the Pioneer Dialects, but its functions are far less powerful and complex than the Pioneer. After a simple exploration, Rosen knew the information of the hunter. Royal Dawn Guard D58211, the mission is to repel the invading Abyss Legion and defend the Dawn Empire. This guard is equipped with the Hunter Combat Core, which is powered by the essence of the sun, and can be on standby for 15,000 years. Abyss Army? Rosen's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt something was wrong. What kind of Abyss Army needs such a powerful combat puppet for defense? A somewhat scary answer popped up in his mind. The sudden collapse of the Dawn Empire was probably due to a high-energy magic war that took place 10,000 years ago. The battle was so fierce that it completely destroyed this great high-energy empire. Why is it scary? Because the Abyss is still there. Since such a high-energy magic war can happen in the Dawn Empire, it can naturally break out in his natural empire. And his natural empire is far less powerful than the Dawn Empire. It's right to come to the Lost Plane this time. I have to explore it in depth to find out the truth of the war 10,000 years ago. Thinking of this, Rosen checked the current operation of the Dawn Guard. There are 26.4 grams of solar essence left, and it is estimated that it can stand by for 1,000 years, or maintain the highest output power for 5 months. Its energy is about to run out. The other Dawn Guards must be in a similar situation. Considering that its number is D58211, which means the manufacturing number, there should be at least 58,211 Dawn Guards in this lost plane. Because it is a combat puppet, and there has been a high-intensity, high-energy war, and it has traveled through a long time of 10,000 years, a large part of the Dawn Guards must have been damaged. There must also be a small part that is completely dormant after losing its power. Assuming that there is only a 10% completion rate, there are still more than 5,000 units left. If I can provide enough solar essence, I can immediately get a large number of powerful and terrifying combat machines. The former pioneers and the current Dawn Guards are all precious legacies left to him by the ancient empire. After confirming that he had completely controlled the Dawn Guards, Rosen released the phase-binding array around his body and ordered the Dawn Guards to teleport to his side. Buzz. I saw another flash of light and shadow on the open space next to the camp, followed by a tall dark purple puppet slowly emerging in the air. This immediately caused another burst of suppressed exclamations in the camp, and everyone hid far away. This time, even Adela could not control herself and subconsciously hid behind Rosen. Rosen was naturally not afraid. He walked forward and kept circling around the Dawn Guards, carefully observing its structure. It was about 4 meters tall, humanoid, abstract and gorgeous in style, and made of dark purple material with a rich metallic luster. The surface of the material was painted with precise, elegant and mysterious runes. The shape of its hands and feet was similar to that of elongated water drops. The round end of the water droplet is connected to the body, with the tip facing outward and specialized into the shape of a sharp knife. The sharp knife in the hand is relatively delicate, while the sharp knife in the leg is relatively huge. When they are put together, they can be combined into a sharp spear more than 3 meters long. After looking around, Rosen commented, "Obviously, the hands are the blades of breaking the law, and the legs are the spears of breaking the law." He walked forward again to study the properties of the dark purple material. Soon he made a discovery. It is a very strange high-energy element alloy that can automatically adjust the material strength according to the environmental law ring. The current law ring strength is 11 rings, so the body strength of this Dawn Guard is 12 rings, only 1 ring higher than the environmental law ring. It not only saves energy, but also guarantees the crushing of the opponent. Because of this, if it enters the environment of 12 or even 13 rings, it may encounter the Dawn Guardian with material strength of 13 or even 14 rings. But how to adjust the material strength? It needs to be studied carefully, and it is almost unknown at present. When he thought of this, Rosen wanted to enter the high-energy ring area of the lost plane more and more. But it could also be imagined that this must be an extremely dangerous move, and he will lose his life if he is not careful. Because Rosen's understanding of the power of 12 or even 13 rings is extremely superficial. No matter how much he prepares, it is difficult to fully deal with the dangers of these high-energy rings. On the other side, seeing that the hunter was always quiet, Belldandy, Adela and others gradually calmed down and walked forward to observe this extremely powerful high-energy war puppet. Staying beside Rosen, after circling around the war puppet with trepidation, Adela commented, "When it is quiet, it doesn't look scary at all, but once it starts fighting, it is the most terrifying killing machine in the world." Rosen nodded in agreement. Inside the magic circle, it is indeed an extremely terrifying war machine. Even the destroyer Gommler will be killed by it with one sword. Adela nodded in agreement. That's right. When she said this, a trace of loss that was difficult to conceal appeared on her face. Faintly, Rosen also felt the deep frustration and trepidation in her heart through the fluctuations of her soul. She was even more afraid and distrustful of herself. Rosen's heart moved slightly. It seems that the matter of the hunter has dealt a great blow to Adela's self-confidence. My killing of Perry also made her afraid of me. After all, Perry is her subordinate god. With the power displayed by Rosen, if he can easily kill Perry, he can naturally kill her as well. Then look at the Dream Lord Nelly on the side. This powerful 14th level god is very silent, and there is still a strong sense of sadness in his heart. His fear and distrust of Rosen are even stronger than Adela. Maybe it's because they share the same fate. Well, it seems that I have to comfort them. He intends to make good use of these two people. The other party can be afraid of him, but he cannot distrust him. In comparison, Belldandy has no problem at all. She was full of excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Your Majesty, now that you control such a powerful puppet, aren't you invincible?" Rosen shook his head. "How can such a good thing happen? This is a war machine specially used inside the magic ring. It is extremely powerful inside the magic ring, but it cannot enter the void. In addition, since this sand bandit can control him, there must be other people in the lost plane who also control him, or have the power to restrain him. Otherwise, With this sand bandit's arrogant and ignorant character, he would never be willing to be a miserable sand bandit. This is true, and the excitement of the crowd immediately sank again, and they all felt deeply the horror of the lost plane. Rosen was full of expectations for the lost plane and waved his hand. Okay, it's getting late, take a rest, and then continue to set off. After saying that, he walked towards his tent. The others had been worried for a day, and now they felt very tired after calming down, so they also went into the tent to rest. Rosen was not tired at all, because his divine body had extremely abundant energy. He just wanted to find an opportunity to have a frank chat with Adela. After lying down for a while, he called out in a soul whisper, Adela, come here. Chapter 347. Camp Tent. Adela arrived soon. Your Majesty, what do you want? Unconsciously, she used a respectful title for Rosen. On the other side, because of the simple living conditions in the wild, Rosen's bedding was just a wide cloak. Of course, with the help of transfiguration, the cloak was wide enough, so he transformed the cloak into a spacious blanket with a large pillow. At this moment, Rosen was lying on the pillow, with his hands behind his head and his legs crossed, looking leisurely and casual. Seeing Adela's respectful face, he turned his head and smiled at her, and patted the blanket beside him gently with his hand. Dear, come and sit next to me. Adela hesitated, walked over, and sat beside Rosen with her legs curled up, but her waist and back were tense, and she was completely free of the ease and casualness she had in the life god realm before. Obviously, she had fully recognized the huge power gap between herself and Rosen. When a rabbit faces a lion, it is impossible for it to be relaxed and casual. Rosen looked at her sideways and said with a smile, My dear, are you afraid of me? Adela turned her head and glanced at Rosen, but immediately lowered her eyes and said softly, Your Majesty, I respect you. Rosen waved his hand. Tell the truth, my dear. I like to hear the truth. Adela took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Yes, Your Majesty, your wisdom far exceeds my imagination. This made Rosen's heart move slightly. It's just wisdom, but no power. After a few seconds of silence, Adela said softly, Your Majesty, you know, I am the projection of a powerful abyss. I still have some understanding of high-energy magic, so I can understand your power, Your Majesty. Subconsciously, she couldn't understand Rosen's wisdom. The essence of the matter was that she didn't know that Rosen had Life Fu's soul GPT, which was extremely powerful. Rosen completely understood Adela's thoughts, thought about it, and said, Come, lie down next to me, let's open our hearts and have a good chat. Adela felt that she was completely unable to resist the will of this natural emperor, which was something she had never seen since she was promoted to a great god. But there was no way. The fact was that the other party had the power to easily destroy herself, and the life magic that she was once proud of was not worth mentioning in front of the other party's endless power and powerful magic. Not to mention that there was a hunter controlled by the other party parked outside. So, she lay on her side beside Rosen as she was told, and her body curled up involuntarily. After she lay down, Rosen first cast a silent barrier based on the magic ring, and then said, Adela, where do you think the greatest power in the world comes from? From magic? That's right, but the god of magic is a miser. He never takes the initiative to give power to mortals like us. We mortals have to spend a lot of effort to grab it bit by bit like miners. Obviously, a miner can't dig a deep and large mine, let alone a rich harvest. It must be dug by countless miners. Adela said, So, the power comes from the Empire? Rosen nodded. Yes, it comes from the Empire. My wisdom is the result of the joint efforts of countless mages in the Empire. Adela is not easy to fool. No, it's different. I understand the results of your magic, but I don't understand your personal ability to acquire new knowledge. I also have the branch of life, but I can't figure out a person's bloodline in just one night. Even if it's just an ordinary mortal. Rosen certainly knew that Adela was not easy to fool. He had already thought of the reason, and smiled. My dear, magic is mysterious. Some magic can gain power, some magic can defend, but some magic can assist thinking. Adela was slightly shocked. Is there? Rosen continued, The hunter is a kind of puppet, but in terms of combat, his wisdom is not lower than that of ordinary warriors, and even exceeds most warriors, isn't it? Your Majesty is right. Rosen continued, My natural empire is also proficient in puppet magic, and has created a powerful magic puppet that assists thinking, and this is the source of my powerful personal wisdom. Adela was shocked again. Magic puppet that assists thinking. Wait, I seem to remember something. She couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her head, and fell into deep memories. After a long time, she slowly shook her head. There is an abnormal blank in my soul. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember it. The memory must have been deliberately erased. But I have a vague feeling that this part of the memory is probably related to the intelligent puppet you mentioned, Your Majesty. Rosen nodded in agreement. There must be intelligent puppets in the abyss, and they are definitely not worse than those in the Lost Plane, and they are definitely much better than my natural empire. But the power of intelligent puppets is extremely huge. Once used on a large scale, it will definitely cause explosive development of magic knowledge, and the abyss obviously does not want to see this situation. Adela nodded slowly. Your Majesty, you are right. At this point, Rosen could feel that Adela's fear of him had greatly subsided. Knowing that the situation was almost done, he raised his hand and held her in his arms, saying softly, Dear, if you want to fight against the abyss, you must have a great country, and a great country requires the joint efforts of countless people. He lowered his head and stared at Adela. Dear, I regard you as one of your most trusted allies. I need your help, and I am fully willing to share with you the various magical achievements of the Empire, including high-energy achievements, including intelligent puppets. This intelligent puppet is of course not Lai Fu in his mind, but a universal intelligent magic puppet that is rapidly developing in the natural empire. I will arm you so that you can stand by my side and fight side by side with me. Rosen is not worried about Adela's betrayal at all, because her divine body is made by herself. Although there is indeed no means of direct control at present, as long as he wants, there are 1,000 and 10,000 ways to control her. Adela's heart trembled when she heard this, and she stared at Rosen. Your Majesty, do you really think so? Rosen's eyes did not evade. I can become the natural emperor, not by dictatorial tyranny. My empire has achieved what it has today, and it is the result of the joint efforts of countless people, and I ask myself that I have not treated anyone who has contributed to the empire unfairly right. He also did what he said, and directly used an elemental projection spell to get a latest version of the Ghost Resonance Staff. With this staff, you can share the power of the high power source with me, and you can get at least 800,000 Rosen's power per second, which is enough to fight against the hunters. Then contact the Dawn Guard and give Adela the second control authority. In this way, without violating Rosen's orders, Adela can also control the hunter on his behalf. Adela has carefully learned about Rosen's rise history, and now she has obtained real power, so she immediately believes it completely. For a moment, all the uneasiness in her heart disappeared and she completely relaxed. When she relaxed, she found that Rosen was more relaxed than her, and his hands were groping around again. Adela did not resist. After all, Rosen was powerful and could bring her great pleasure. But he felt that the place was not suitable. Your Majesty, this place is not safe. This was true, Rosen said. I know, I just like to touch the smooth and warm silk. After a pause, he said, Nellie is also afraid of me, but she is also a good helper. Why not ask her to come together? After hearing this, Adela looked at Rosen with a smile. Your Majesty, I think you have other plans? Rosen looked serious. How could it be? I never delay the work because of personal feelings. You should call her over quickly. Adela did as she was told. After a while, the Lord of Dreams with emerald green curly hair and a charming and wild face entered the tent. When she saw the two people lying together in the tent, her brows slightly frowned, and her body instantly tensed up, showing the nervous and fearful soul fluctuations. Rosen shrugged and said to Adela, Dear, you and Nellie explain it. Adela repeated what Rosen had said before. After she finished speaking, Rosen used the elemental projection technique to give her a ghost resonance staff. Ms. Nellie, I have opened up the power of controlling 400,000 Rosen powers per second for you, as well as the power of the third controller of the hunter. If Adela and I are not present, and we encounter a strong enemy, you can control the hunters on our behalf. This is only temporary. When this plane exploration is over, I will build an independent sun heart for you. He has decided to invest heavily to open a solar essence synthesis factory to increase the production capacity of solar essence to activate pioneers and hunters. Nellie obviously did not expect this, and her mood suddenly relaxed a lot, but she still had some doubts in her heart. After hesitating for a while, she asked directly, Your Majesty, aren't you worried about our betrayal? Rosen sneered in his heart. What emperor is not worried about betrayal? But of course, this matter cannot be told truthfully, it must be carefully packaged. Rosen smiled and said, Ms. Nellie, the real power in the world comes from a great country. A great country is formed by the cooperation of countless people. The basis of cooperation is mutual contract. And the basis of contract is trust. I not only trust you, but I also trust myself. He looked between the two women. I firmly believe that I am more suitable to be the emperor of the empire than you, than anyone else in the Empire. Because I have a ruling ability far beyond yours. This kind of words can only be effective when said to people who are on the same path. If the other party is an ambitious and arrogant person, then it's all nonsense. He has observed that Adela and Nellie are on the same path. Sure enough, both women were convinced. Adela shrugged. Your Majesty, although your words are a bit hurtful, you are right. She believes that she is not capable of controlling a country like the natural empire. Nellie is naturally even less capable. She also agrees with Rosen's words, but she thinks that the other party is a little too dissolute. She didn't dare to say it before, but now she dares to say it. Looking at the other party's hand reaching into Adela's short robe, she earnestly advised, Your Majesty, thank you very much for your honesty, but I think now is not the time to have fun. Rosen laughed. We are inside an extremely thick elemental shield. It is very warm inside the tent. There are hunters guarding next to us. It is very safe. Ms. Nellie, please rest assured that I will not delay my business. If you are not used to it, please leave my tent. Nellie could not refute, but still felt that this was not a good thing, so she turned to Adela and said, Lord Adela, are you going to let your Majesty do whatever he wants? Adela also felt a little embarrassed, so she advised, Your Majesty, why don't you bear it? Rosen was in high spirits. Dear, if you don't want to, then I will find Beldandy. Adela frowned immediately. Your Majesty, I am in your heart. Is it a prostitute who satisfies desires? Rosen shook his head and said seriously, No, you are now the chief adventure consultant of the expedition team and my most valued ally. But I have been busy all night and want to find some fun to relax. To be honest, I like to have fun with you the most, but I respect your wishes very much. If you don't agree, I can only find the second favorite. Adela heard it and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are really a romantic emperor. At this point, she didn't want to refuse in her heart. After thinking about it, she said to Nellie, Nellie, His Majesty has been very hard this night, but now is not the time to play. How about a compromise? Let's reward this great romantic emperor together to shorten his time to have fun. Nellie was startled, and her white jade-like cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She hesitated. Isn't this a bit bad? Adela smiled and said, Nellie, although the matter is a bit absurd, His Majesty will not let you down. He is a sharpshooter. She has known Nellie for thousands of years, and knows how to persuade her. Rosen didn't expect Adela to say that. He thought Nellie would refuse, but she shyly nodded in agreement. Okay then. In this case, Rosen certainly wouldn't refuse. For a while, the tent was full of spring flowers. But the two women's worries were not unreasonable. Just as they were having a good time, the power of the magic ring on the silver sand plain became violent at a very fast speed. Adela felt it immediately. She almost cruelly got rid of the entanglement of the sharpshooter and urged breathlessly, Dear Majesty, the ring storm is coming. We must hide underground. Nellie also urged, Your Majesty, the power of the ring storm is extremely terrifying, and it must not be underestimated. Rosen was very upset, but after all, it was his first time experiencing the ring storm, and he did not dare to underestimate this great power of nature. I will start digging a shelter cave now. Chapter 348. Silver Sand Desert. The magic circle was in turmoil, and the elemental world was naturally not calm either. A sandstorm was rapidly forming. Fortunately, the toughened silver sand giant shield was strong enough to temporarily block the dust storm. Inside the giant shield, Rosen, Adela, and Nellie worked together to quickly dig a passage leading to the depths of the earth. The Saints of Life could do this, but they were too weak. They dug slowly and in small pieces, far inferior to the three true gods, with high-powered energy sources. Wow, wow, wow! Under Rosen's supergiant transformation spell, the silver sand retreated on both sides like a tide, while Adela and Nellie held the ghost resonance staff and were responsible for further strengthening the initially formed underground passage. Although the two women did not know supergiant spells, they had endless power, a fast casting speed, and a high work efficiency, and could barely keep up with Rosen's pace. Beldandy wanted to help, but she was only proficient in combat magic, not digging, so she could only watch. With the cooperation of the three, the temporary camp sank deep into the earth at a very fast speed. About 5 minutes later, the depth exceeded 1,000 meters, and the surrounding magic ring became much stronger. Although it was still possible to feel that the storm brought many waves, the amplitude was much smaller than that on the ground. Rosen asked, Is it almost done? Adela shook her head. This depth is enough to deal with ordinary storms, but it is a bit difficult to deal with superstorms. Anyway, it is not laborious. Why not dig deeper at once? That's right. Rosen increased his strength and dug deeply. The efficiency of the supergiant spell was too high. Without paying attention, he dug down a full kilometer. At this depth, the magic ring has become very strong, enough to cope with any intensity of magic ring storm. But Rosen was so excited about digging that he didn't care about it for a while, and continued to dig deeper. As he dug, he suddenly found that the soil layer was wrong. Hey, there are so many white branches. It's not right. It's piled up bones. Adela quickly strengthened the inner wall of the underground passage. Your Majesty, this depth is safe enough. As she spoke, she squatted down and carefully examined the bones that Rosen dug out, and soon came to a preliminary conclusion. From the degree of petrification of the bones, the burial time is at least more than 5,000 years. No, there are traces of burning on the surface of these bones. It seems that they were burned at super high temperatures before they died. Rosen was also observing, and he came to a similar conclusion as Adela. But he obtained more accurate data based on the decay of various radioactive isotopes in the bones. The burial time is at least more than 11,000 years. He was indeed burned at high temperatures before he died. The burning temperature is estimated to be between 1800 and 2500 degrees, but the burning time was not long. Nellie immediately said, "Legend has it that the Silver Sand Plain is an ancient battlefield in the Lost Plain. The silver sand on the plain is the product of destructive high-energy spells. Could this be a corpse on the battlefield? Very likely." Rosen carefully sensed the ground situation, and found that the waves of the magic ring on the ground had reached a very terrifying intensity. If you go to the ground at this time, the void vision will be directly blinded, and the soul will also be greatly shaken. Ordinary people will probably collapse in less than half a minute, and the average legendary strongman may not last for half an hour. Rosen relied on the magic ring shield to resist, but his soul was huge, and the shock was naturally great. This caused the magic ring shield to consume a lot of energy, estimated to be more than 500,000 Rosen per second. Since there is a safe place to hide, only a fool would go against the power of nature. But the underground is narrow and dark, and it is very boring to just wait. Rosen suggested, "I see a lot of corpses in this area. Anyway, we are just staying here, so why don't we all study archaeology together? Maybe we can dig out some treasures." This suggestion was immediately agreed by everyone. They came to the Lost Plain to explore and search for treasures, so where to search is not to search. So the 40 people were divided into 8 groups, 5 people in a group, each group in one direction, and started digging holes for archaeology. At the beginning, everyone dug happily and didn't take it seriously, but as they dug, the atmosphere gradually became solemn. There are so many bones. Based on the area we dug out, there are at least 300,000 people buried here. What kind of ancient battlefield could be so tragic? In the First World War, more than 300,000 people died in dense battles, which is an extremely terrifying war spirit in the hearts of modern mortals. 100,000 people, without any resistance, lined up and hacked with knives. It would take a long time. Rosen was also very surprised. The remains include men and women, old and young. They don't look like warriors, but like gathered civilians. They seem to have been driven together, and then suffered a very violent and sudden high-energy attack, so that everyone died almost at the same time. A terrible word popped up in everyone's mind. Massacre. It was a massacre of civilians. Besides being shocked, everyone had more doubts in their hearts. Who was the massacrer? Why was the massacre? How many people were massacred? With these questions, everyone began to dig seriously, and the excavation became more and more detailed and in-depth. They kept digging, and rested when they were tired, waiting for the external magic ring storm to completely subside, and everyone roughly restored the situation of the ancient massacre site. The total number of corpses exceeded 1.2 million. In addition to the bones, there were no other fragments for reference. There were no fragments of clothes, precious metal fragments, or even blood and flesh residues, as if they had been specially cleaned up. So, instead of eliminating the doubts, they became more intense. Just when everyone was shocked by the scale of killing in ancient times, Rosen suddenly made a new discovery. Adela, do you feel that there is a weak power resonance in front of you? It is a kind of power resonance unique to the bodies of high-energy elements. It was very subtle. One had to be a great god, preferably with a power of level 18, and calm down to feel it carefully to experience it. So, among the 3 women with divine bodies, only Adela could have sensed it. Adela obviously didn't notice it. She walked to Rosen's side, and closed her eyes to feel it carefully. Rosen also cooperated and stopped casting spells to reduce the interference to her. About 3 minutes later, Adela whispered, "It's very, very weak. almost like an illusion, and you will ignore it if you are not careful. Rosen's power was optimized to Legend 19, and with Lai Fu's assistance, his perception was much more sensitive than Adela's. At this time, he continued to dig forward in the direction of the source of the power resonance. As the excavation continued, the resonance of the divine body gradually became stronger. "It's very obvious now," Adela said. After a while, Belldandy, and even Nellie felt it. The four gods with divine bodies began to communicate with each other in soul secret language. Could the divine body buried deep underground be the true god of the ancient times? I can feel that the other party is still alive. The question is, if he is still alive, why doesn't he come out to rebuild the lost ancient civilization? Is he seriously injured? Or is he dormant? There is a problem. We are not sure how strong this true god is. We are not sure whether he is a good person or a bad person. Will there be any accidents if we contact him rashly? The last words were said by Nellie. Her words made sense, so Rosen stopped digging. He began to analyze carefully. This true god is probably dormant. From current knowledge, the power of a true god is extremely dependent on the strength of the magic ring of the environment. Now the strength of the magic ring is less than 11 rings, so the power that this true god can stably exist is probably around 11 rings. In other words, even if the power is stronger than them, it is very limited. Belldandy said, "Why not continue digging? If there is no malicious intent, we can ask him about the source of these millions of skeletons." Adela also agreed to continue digging. "We must dig, but we must dig with precautions." "Your Majesty, why not summon the hunter?" Rosen thought for a while, and shook his head. "The hunter is not safe. If this guy is a pure ancient civilization true god, he may be able to snatch our hunter. How about this, you dig, I will stand beside you with the annihilation spear. If the situation is not right, I will defeat him in the first place." Nellie nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty's thoughts are as fast as lightning. This is the safest way." Adela and Belldandy had no objections. So, Adela and Nellie were responsible for digging, and Rosen and Belldandy were responsible for dealing with unexpected situations. The excavation work continued. As the distance continued to get closer, the resonance between the divine bodies became stronger and stronger. Just when everyone's minds were tense to the extreme, a deep purple star-shattered light suddenly appeared in the soil in front. Adela immediately stopped digging, and after carefully checking the source of the light, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems to be a hunter, but it seems incomplete. There are many cracks on the surface. It seems to be the remains of a hunter." Rosen immediately blessed everyone with the supergiant soul Psi wall, and at the same time took off his high-energy Krypton gold cloak and greatly strengthened it with the supergiant tempering spell. "Hide behind the cloak, and then continue digging." After hiding, everyone continued to dig carefully. The dirt fell down with a rustle, and the remains of the hunter gradually revealed their full appearance. It is indeed the remains of the hunter, and the location of the remains is deep under the bones. Judging from the shape, it should be in the protection mode. The hunter in the protection mode, his hands and feet transformed into shields, wrapped around the torso. If I guess correctly, this true god from ancient times should be hidden inside the hunter's torso. Adela took a deep breath and continued to dig. About 3 minutes later, the remains of the hunter in the protection mode were completely revealed. Its appearance was curled up, and the surface was full of spiderweb-like cracks. Most of the cracks were very thin, but some were thick enough to fit a finger. Judging from the shape of the cracks, it should have been hit by a very powerful force before it died, so that it was completely scrapped with one blow. Belldandy used the high-energy Krypton gold sword to probe into a thick crack, tried to pry it, and then shook his head. Although the crack is very thick, it is not transparent, and the material is very hard and can't be broken at all. Rosen thought for a while. "I try with the annihilation spear." He input power into the spear, condensed a strand of annihilation power as thin as a hair, and then used it as an annihilation saw to cut the wreckage of the lawbreaker bit by bit. ZZZZ. The annihilation power hit the wreckage of the hunter, sparking a dazzling arc, making Rosen feel like he was welding. The good news is that the annihilation power can destroy the wreckage, and the efficiency is not bad. After a cut, a round opening with a diameter of more than 1 meter was cut into the torso of the hunter. After opening the round opening, there was a dark round hole, and nothing could be seen in the hole. Buzz. Nellie clicked a ring of light spell to illuminate the situation in the hole. Rosen looked out and sighed. TSK, how miserable. Chapter 349. Silver Sand Plain. In the underground shelter, a temporary secret room. In the secret room, there is a mummy. The reason for the quotation marks is that the mummy is still alive. At first glance, It looks like a skeleton wrapped in a layer of dull yellow wax skin, but the wax skin still hides shriveled blood vessels and almost invisible muscles. Because the skin is too thin, it shows a translucent material, and the internal organs between the chest and abdomen can be clearly seen. The intestines and stomach have completely shrunk, and the lungs are almost completely shriveled. Only the heart still has the last bit of life. The heart is beating, but the beating frequency is very, very low, and it only beats once every half an hour on average. After looking around, Nellie commented, "It's almost the same as a corpse." Belldandy also looked around and said, "It's a woman, not very old, definitely less than 30 years old." Adela took the tree branch of life and carefully examined it, and came to a deeper conclusion. It is indeed a divine body, but both the soul and the body have reached the critical point of collapse. If we hadn't discovered it, it could have lasted for 200 years at most. Rosen also took the natural staff to check. He knew more about the divine body than Adela, and the quality of the natural staff was also higher, so he got more detailed and in-depth information. The power in the body has been almost exhausted, and 80% of the high-energy elements have been replaced by ordinary elements, but the brain is still pure high-energy elements. The soul in the brain is also roughly intact, but the power is very weak, and currently only less than the strength of 6 rings. But judging from the fine structure of the soul, its soul has the potential to contain a huge amount of power. In its prime, it may be more than 10,000 times that of mine. 10,000 times is still a conservative estimate, because there are many fine structures in its soul that Rosen can't understand at all. Rosen felt that this was a true ancient god in the true sense. His conclusion surprised everyone. Rosen's soul is the largest among the 4, 5 times more than Adela's. Now this unknown true god left over from ancient times is 10,000 times stronger than him. Once she recovers completely, won't she be able to crush them like ants? Belldandy immediately said, "Your Majesty, this is not a power we can dominate. I suggest killing her completely." Rosen shook his head. "Don't be nervous. I'm only talking about potential, not reality. It is very difficult to realize this potential. Not only do you need to repair all your physical injuries, but you also need to absorb huge power, and you need the cooperation of the playing magic ring. We are now in the mortal world magic ring. The power of this true god can only stably reach Legend 19. At this level, its power will not be stronger than mine, and may be weaker." This made the 3 women breathe a sigh of relief. Rosen continued to check, and then came to a new conclusion. In addition to its huge growth potential, its soul is very orderly and precise, so high that it doesn't look like natural life, but rather like a man-made machine. Adela was slightly surprised. Is it an artificial life, like the void demon? There are 2 types of intelligent void life. One is the void god projected by the soul. The other is the inhuman void demon. The void demon was most likely created by the abyss. Although it has wisdom, it is completely different from natural life, and it is difficult to have real emotional resonance, so it often does some evil things that are extremely terrible in the eyes of mortals. If this ancient true god is also a demon, it would be really terrifying. Rosen did not rush to draw a conclusion and continued to check. Half an hour later, he came to a new conclusion. No, it's not a man-made void demon. I have explored the soul structures of many void demons, and there are obvious traces of man-made, but this true god does not. Although the sense of order is ridiculously high, it is also full of the coordination of natural life. This should be the result of long-term practice and rational thinking, and it is not completely rational, and there is still a small part of sensibility. If I am not mistaken, this should be a very, very powerful high-energy wizard in the ancient lost civilization. Belldandy immediately said, "That's even more dangerous. It's better to nip the danger in the bud." She sharpened her knife. As long as Rosen nodded, the next moment, she would turn the ancient true god into a corpse. Rosen smiled and shook his head. "Belldandy, don't always think about killing. What we are facing now is not a pure battlefield of life and death, but a complex and unknown world. Danger always coexists with opportunities. Nip the danger, naturally also nip the opportunity." Seeing that Belldandy was not convinced, he changed his statement. "This high-powered mage is a scholar, not a warrior. It is not honorable to use a warrior's method to deal with her when she is at her weakest." When Belldandy heard that it was a scholar, his high fighting spirit immediately subsided, but he was curious. "Your Majesty, what is your basis for saying this?" Rosen pointed the natural scepter at the mummy's forehead. "The elemental structure of its brain told me. The logical thinking area of its brain is very developed, but the motor area is very underdeveloped, and the speed of nerve reflexes is also slow, much slower than ordinary people, even less than 1/3 of mine. Finally, Her eyesight is not very good, and she has quite serious myopia. From the subtle marks on her head, it can be seen that she has used magic to repair the structure of her eyeballs many times, but because of the wrong eye habits, myopia has recurred many times, and later she simply wore a pair of crystal glasses. Finally, this person may be less than 30 years old physically, but in fact he is at least 800 years old. On the whole, this should be a scholar with slow reaction, blurred vision, and long years of burying his head in books. Belldandy was relieved. I can beat 100 such scholars. The other two women also relaxed their minds. Adela smiled and said, "This is good news." Nellie whispered, "Your Majesty, can you wake her up?" Rosen nodded, "Yes, but her body is severely damaged and is only a step away from collapse. I need to spend some time and energy. Give me 24 hours of quiet time." Since he said so, the three women left the secret room and sealed it tightly. Rosen was very curious about the ancient Dawn Empire, and the scholar in front of him was a living encyclopedia, so there was no reason to watch him die without helping. He concentrated his mind and began to infuse power into the body and soul of the ancient true god bit by bit, and also replenished the various high-energy elements lost in his body. As he operated, the mummy gradually became fuller from shrunken, and various life activities were also strengthened. Its hair had originally fallen off and turned into powder over time. But with the strengthening of life activities and the supplement of high-energy elements, violet hair began to grow on its scalp. The skin also gradually changed from the previous dull waxy yellow to a shiny white jade color. In order to prevent it from not having enough muscle strength to support its body after waking up, Rosen also stimulated its muscle growth. Considering that it was a woman, and it was not good to have strong muscles all over her body, Rosen's stimulation intensity was not high. When the muscles grew enough, he wrapped a layer of fat on the outside to modify the body lines. The other party's eyes were still in a state of myopia, and the degree was not low. After thinking for a while, Rosen did not repair it, but made a pair of gold-rimmed crystal glasses with a suitable degree for it. Just like this, repairing and nourishing little by little, about 6 hours later, the body of the ancient true god returned to the appearance of a normal young woman. But this is only external. The damage to her brain and soul is still very huge. So she is still sleeping and unable to wake up. Because she is an elemental life, the damage to her soul is essentially caused by brain damage, and the structure of the brain is very delicate, and ordinary mages are basically unable to repair it. Even if it is repaired, there will definitely be various sequelae. But she was lucky to meet Rosen. Rosen used 90% of Lai Fu's computing power and borrowed the help of the natural scepter to repair the brain bit by bit from the molecular level. He vaguely felt that the status of this ancient true god in the Dawn Empire should be not low. And he knew almost nothing about the achievements of the Dawn Empire's life magic. But what is certain is that there is a high probability that he is stronger than him, and even if he is not, the difference is not far. In this case, secretly placing a control backdoor in his brain is just playing tricks, which is easy to be greatly backfired. Therefore, Rosen simply showed his sincerity, leaving no control backdoors, and repaired it as perfectly as possible. In this way, another 10 hours passed, and finally repaired half of the damage to the brain. Theoretically, Rosen can completely repair it. But the essence of repair is reconstruction. It seems that it has been repaired, but in fact it will cause the other party's soul to lose a lot of precious original information. Therefore, Rosen only repaired the part used to support life and basic consciousness. The remaining 95% will be discussed after the other party wakes up. At this time, he clearly felt that the other party's brain activity became very active, and the life activity naturally became much more intense. The breathing became heavier, the heartbeat accelerated, the body temperature rose, and it was only a moment away from waking up. It was obviously not decent to let him wake up naked like this. Rosen activated the elemental projection technique again, and got a decent set of clothes and a pocket-sized sun heart to maintain the natural consumption of his divine body. After the mage carefully dressed him with his hands, he felt that this ancient true god scholar was about to wake up, so he summoned Adela and others in. Adela came in and took a look and made a comment. Her facial features are quite exquisite, and she has a sense of traveling through time, with a sense of ancient sculpture. Belldandy said, "I found that this ancient civilization likes purple very much. The hunters are dark purple, and the keys used to control the hunters are also dark purple. Now even people's hair is purple." Nellie said, "The power is really weak, only 7 rings." Rosen explained, "This is to save physical strength and to avoid mistakes. I only repaired the deepest and most critical injuries, and let the rest of the unimportant injuries recover naturally. But according to my estimation, Without external help, it will take at least 20 years for her strength to recover to the legendary 19 level naturally. Adela smiled and said, "That's good. If something goes wrong, it's easy to subdue it." As everyone talked, the eyes of this scholar from ancient times began to move, and the trembling of her eyelashes intensified. After more than 10 seconds, she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of strange eyes shining with dark purple broken starlight. She didn't say anything, and she wasn't surprised by the current situation. Whether it was her face, eyes, or soul, there was no ripple. Her eyes turned to the 4 people in the secret room one by one, and finally fixed on Rosen. After looking at them for a while, she spoke. "My prediction was a little off, 500 years too early, but I finally waited for you." Her voice was clear and her tone was calm, like a watcher who traveled through time. Chapter 350. A 2-kilometer deep underground chamber. Prophecy, waiting. These 2 words made Rosen and others look at each other in bewilderment, feeling a strange sense of fate. A prophecy that traveled through 11,000 years was already very outrageous, and the mage who hid in a hunter in advance and waited because of this prophecy. Either a crazy gambler or a confident genius. There is another strange detail. This person has obviously traveled through a long time, but as soon as she woke up, she immediately learned the language they are using now, and she spoke it without any stiffness, as if it was her mother tongue. There was no sign of madness in her demeanor. So, she is most likely an extremely extraordinary person. After a while, Rosen asked, "Madam, can we know your name?" Tila Liline star eyes. As she spoke, the woman stood up. She first looked at her clothes, then raised her hands and feet to do a few stretching exercises, felt her recovered body, and finally took off the gold wire crystal glasses on her face, looked at them carefully, put them back on her face, and then nodded calmly. "Your body has recovered very well, your clothes are beautiful, and especially these glasses, I like them very much." Without waiting for questions, she looked at Rosen again and began to introduce herself in detail. "I am the magic advisor of Sephinos, the last emperor of the Dawn Empire, and one of the 7-time perceiving mages of the Imperial Round Table Mage Council. My highest duty is to assist the Emperor in making the most correct decisions to continue the glory of Dawn to the greatest extent." At this point, she paused, raised her hand to rub her forehead, and frowned slightly. "Oh, the long time has greatly damaged my soul, and made me lose many memory details. But it doesn't matter, the clues of memory are still there. As long as I am given enough time and detailed hints, I can always recall them." At this point, she began to ask back, "Sir, what is your name?" "Rosen Saxon." After hearing the name, the so-called time insight mage's eyes became blank and began to mutter the name. This look is like a scholar who is completely immersed in his own world. Nellie whispered, "Your Majesty is absolutely right. This girl has no fighting ability." Beldandi shrugged, "I feel that I can defeat her with just one finger." Adela did not despise at all. Scholars master the power of wisdom. In the right environment, they are more terrible than 1,000,000 legendary warriors. On the other side, after repeating it many times, the ancient sage suddenly spoke. The name caused a strong vibration in the thread of time, and the fact that it can reach such an intensity means that at least billions of people know this name, and have various strong emotions about it. She raised her hand to push her glasses, and stared at Rosen. Usually only the Emperor of the Empire has this kind of influence. "So you have an empire, right?" Rosen was more and more surprised by the other party's means. "Yes." "Ah, my prophecy has come true again." Tira Liline showed a hint of joy on her face. "So, your empire has obtained some high-powered power, right?" "Obviously." "Great." The joy turned into a little excitement, but the excitement soon turned into worry. "But I'm afraid you don't have much time, because the abyss is about to completely break through the shackles of the time stagnation and return to the mainstream of time again." "Oh, not good. I vaguely feel that there are stormy waves in the river of time, but my power is greatly limited. I can't see clearly. I can't see anything clearly." She fell into her own thoughts again. She clenched her fist with one hand and hit her forehead with some force, making a pu-pu sound. But this action obviously did not help to increase her strength, so she hit harder and harder, as if she wanted to knock the answer out of her head. Rosen hurriedly used the magician's hand to stop the other party's slightly crazy behavior. "Miss Tyrallalin, don't be too anxious. It won't be too late to wait until your injuries recover." Tyrallalin's worried expression deepened greatly. "Your Majesty, you are right, but I'm afraid there is not enough time." Rosen immediately asked, "I don't quite understand. Can you explain it in detail?" Tyrallalin thought for a while, and said carefully, "The characteristics of time are extremely complex. I will try my best to explain, but I'm not sure if you can understand it." While speaking, she raised her hand and made a vague stroke in front of her, and a light band composed of thousands of threads appeared in the air in front of her. The endless threads of time form an endless river of time. The river flows forward all the way, never looking back, and there is no way to make it look back. However, just like a real river, the speed of the water in the river of time is not uniform. Some are fast, some are slow. From the perspective of the entire star realm, this speed difference is huge. 1 second in some places may be tens of millions of years in other places. Of course, this is the entire picture, and our solar star realm only occupies a very small part of the entire realm, so small that it can be ignored. Speaking of this, the time traveler adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses again and looked at the 4 people who were listening in front of him. Among them, Belldandy and Nellie looked blank, Adela was thoughtful, and Rosen urged, "Then what?" "Then, under normal circumstances, the long river of time around our solar star realm has almost the same flow rate." Rosen nodded. "We have the same understanding at present." Tylaulan raised her eyebrows, and she realized that Rosen could understand what she meant, so she spoke faster. "But through some special high-energy time spells, the speed of time in a local area can be greatly changed. We in the Dawn Empire have mastered a spell with similar functions, called time stagnation. 11,500 years ago, the war between the Empire and the Abyss had lasted for 200 years. Finally, the Empire collapsed, and on the eve of the collapse, Emperor Sephinos gathered all the remaining power of the Empire and cast a plane-level time lag spell on the 3 planes controlled by the Abyss. Under the influence of this spell, 1 year of Abyss time has passed, and 1,000 years of normal time has passed. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. They were shocked by the great power of the spell, and also shocked by the huge impact of the spell effect itself. Adela whispered, "So, in the eyes of the Abyss Strong, only 11 years have passed since the end of the Empire War?" Tylaulan nodded, but corrected. "To be more precise, it is 14 years, because the effect of the spell is gradually weakening, and the speed of time in the Abyss is constantly accelerating. I estimate that the Abyss will be able to break free in 50 years at most." Belldandy said, "50 years is not a short time." Tylaulan smiled lightly, and said in the tone of an elder to a younger generation, "Child, for an empire that masters high energy, 50 years is just a moment, and it is not even enough to transform a planet." Belldandy subconsciously refuted, but opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything to refute, because the other party's knowledge was indeed much greater than hers. Tylaulan turned to look at Rosen again. "Your Majesty, how long has your empire been exploring the high-energy field?" "Less than 10 years. If it is calculated based on the time it takes to build a mature solar core, it is even less than 6 years. Tylaulan sighed lightly, and anxiety appeared on her beautiful face again. "Then, even if your empire develops at full strength for 50 years, it will not have any ability to fight against the returning Abyss." Rosen only believed half of her words. The other half was not to doubt that she was lying, but to doubt her ability. After all, her soul was severely damaged at the moment, and she only had the power of 7 rings. And even if she recovered from her injuries and her power returned to its peak, she would definitely not be omniscient, otherwise the Dawn Empire would not have fallen. So, her words were not the truth, but just her personal opinion. So he smiled and said, "Ms. Tylaulan, 50 years is not a short time. There may be countless unexpected situations during this period, and there must be other ways besides the confrontation between the 2 poles. The real world is not a game of chess. If you can't win with normal means, you can still use strategy. If you can't win with strategy, you can still join. After all, the Sun-Star realm is very large and can accommodate high-energy planes. So, I think what you should do most now is to rest." Tira Leland's brows trembled slightly, and the purple star-shattered eyes under the exquisite gold-wire crystal glasses looked deeply at Rosen. "Your Majesty, aren't you worried that the Empire will be destroyed by the Abyss?" Rosen smiled faintly. "If worrying is useful, then I will immediately issue an order to let everyone in the Empire worry with me, but this is obviously not the right way to solve the problem." Tira Leland nodded slowly. "You are right, but my physical condition is still good now, and I don't need to rest for the time being. So why don't you tell me about the current situation in the star realm?" "This is simple." But Rosen was busy for more than 10 hours, and was too lazy to say more, so he signaled Adela to do it for him, and he himself used transfiguration to create a few stone chairs for everyone to rest. Next, Adela began to talk in detail about the current situation of the various planes in the star world. She is knowledgeable, has a broad vision, and is well informed. Her introduction is very detailed and in-depth. Tylaulan closed her eyes, and listened carefully. After Adela finished speaking, she sighed softly. It seems that the power of the abyss is much stronger than we expected. Even though they were hit by the time lag spell, they still did so many things. If there were no constant interference from the power of the abyss, the second high-energy empire might have been born long ago. This is true. In the past, many promising civilizations were indeed destroyed by the abyss. Rosen was also very curious about the situation of the Dawn Empire, so he asked, "Madam, please forgive my presumption, but I want to ask, how did your Dawn Empire fall?" Tila Lilin showed a trace of pain on her face. "Your Majesty, this is really a question that people don't want to recall. But for the wise, history is the best teacher, so I am willing to share this painful past with you." After a pause, she spoke again. "Half of the credit for the destruction of my Dawn Empire is due to the Abyss. The Abyss is the first civilization in our solar star realm to set foot in the high-energy field. They started very early and went very far. When our Dawn Empire was not established, the Abyss had already fallen and activated a certain self-restraint mechanism. But the power of self-restraint is limited. About 12,000 years ago, the power of restraint began to fade away rapidly, and more power escaped from the Abyss. At the beginning, they sent many spies to infiltrate the Empire from the dark, which greatly accelerated the corruption of the Empire. When the Empire fell into chaos, they formed a powerful Abyss army and invaded from the front battlefield. The external army and the internal spies cooperated with each other, causing great damage to the Empire, and ultimately greatly accelerated the destruction of the Empire. Speaking of this, Tira Lilin's face showed an unbearable regret. To be honest, I once optimistically thought that the Dawn Empire was invincible, but the cruel facts told me that only time is invincible in this world, and everything else is just a wave in the flow of time. Hearing this, Rosen raised his eyebrows. Then, who contributed the other half of the credit for the destruction of the Empire? Tila Lilin took a deep breath. The other half is because the Empire is old. The Abyss was formed by the fall of the ancient gods, and our Dawn Empire is actually following this old path. To be honest, the power of the Abyss has always been bound. Although the power from the Abyss is very strong, it is not invincible. If it was 5,000 years ago, when the Empire was first built, no, it should be said that 3,000 years ago, when the Empire was at its peak, we might have paid a heavy price, but we would have won in the end. But the old Empire, like an old man in his twilight years, can't withstand any ravages of wind and frost. Emperor Sephinos wants to revive the Empire, but he is too young and too weak. His ability was also greatly insufficient. Facing the challenge from the Abyss, he made too many wrong choices. Each of the 7 time-sighting mages, including me, has his own ideas, and we all firmly believe that what we see is the truth. We waste too much time on endless quarrels instead of concrete actions. The marshals and generals of the Empire did not get the right advice, and they acted recklessly like headless flies. In the end, they even stopped listening to the Emperor's orders and became warlords. The soldiers did not know why they were fighting, and the people did not know where the future was. In a stupid and helpless chaos, the Empire that had been glorious for 5,000 years collapsed. Speaking of this, Tyralin took off her glasses, and her slender white fingers gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eyes. "You must want to know why there are so many bones around here, right?" Everyone nodded. Tila Lilin looked sad. This was once a huge underground shelter of the Empire, and the civilians hiding here were the Empire's civilians. Because of a series of unexpected coincidences, and the result of my personal deliberate control, I also became a refugee. At that time, the Empire had completely lost order, and Emperor Sephinos' life and death were unknown. I also fell from a high-ranking Round Table mage to a wanted criminal of major warlords. Then, Marshal Lawrence of Killing came. His legion developed a kind of Doomsday Sun flow. He wanted to test the powerful high-energy weapon against underground defenses. So he threw the weapon on the ground. Although the weapon exploded on the surface of the earth, the force of its explosion went vertically downward, passing through thousands of meters of soil and reaching the shelter. In just a moment, the terrifying destructive force completely evaporated the flesh and blood of millions of people, leaving only piles of bones. I foresaw all this in the time stream, hid in the hunter's protective cabin in advance, entered hibernation, and waited for the prophesied rebirth. At this point, she looked at Rosen. "Your Majesty, your empire is still very young, right?" Rosen nodded. "I am the founder of the empire." Tira Lilin laughed immediately. "Great, I predicted it right again." Beldandy couldn't help asking. I said, "You mentioned your prophecy again and again. Can you tell me the full content of the prophecy?" Tira Lilin thought for a while, and nodded. "On the eve of the dissolution of the Round Table Council, I spent a lot of energy to see the direction of the time flow. I went downstream, kept looking, and all I saw was darkness. Of course, this darkness has nothing to do with barbarism, backwardness, ignorance, and evil. It simply means that the light of the high-energy kingdom has not been seen. The power held by those ordinary mortal kingdoms is too weak to illuminate the dark starry sky. I have been watching for more than 10,000 years before I finally saw the light appear. I vaguely saw that shortly after the light appeared, a ray of light came to our current location, so I came here in advance to wait. I also found that with my ability, I couldn't see the end of this sea of light. Even if I looked out for another 5,000 years, the sea of light still did not dim, and even became brighter and brighter, turning into an extremely brilliant sea of light. Belldandy was happy to hear this. So, our natural empire will defeat the abyss and become the greatest country in history? Tila Liline shook her head. I'm not sure. I can only say it's very likely. Belldandy was stunned. Why are you not sure? Because time is the most treacherous existence in the world. When you think it's right, you often find that it's just a prank of time. Speaking of this, Tila Liline sighed. For example, there is another possibility that the abyss completely breaks free from its shackles, restores the glory of the god realm, and successfully unifies our sun-star realm. Everyone was speechless, thinking that the time prophecy spell of this time inside mage was hard to describe. Say she's not accurate. She really waited for Rosen. Say she's accurate, not to mention that she waited for many more years, and many conclusions are still ambiguous, making it impossible for people to use them as a reference. After a moment of silence, Rosen asked, Madam, what are you going to do next? Tila Liline seemed to have been waiting for this sentence. She immediately said, I have lost a lot of high-energy magic memories. If possible, take me to visit the homeland of the Dawn Empire. I need various information tips to help me recover these precious memories. In addition, I also hope that your majesty can continue to use the observer staff to help me recover my strength. In return, I will share my recovered high-energy knowledge with you without reservation. This is a win-win cooperation. Although there are certain risks, it is worth the risk. So, Rosen simply nodded in agreement. As you wish, ma'am. Chapter 351. The next day, the expedition team returned to the ground again. Then, Tyrallan saw the Royal Dawn Guard controlled by Rosen. She was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of nostalgia appeared on her face. I never thought that after such a long time, I could still see a living Imperial warrior. As she spoke, she walked towards the Dawn Guard and looked up and said, Warrior, report your number. As soon as the voice fell, a layer of faint dark purple light appeared on the surface of the Dawn Guard, and a purple-black beam was projected from its head. After the beam quickly swept around Tyrallan, the Dawn Warrior actually knelt on the ground and made a sound. Warrior D58211 salutes you, respected Miss Tyrallan. This situation immediately shocked everyone's heart. Especially the 4 people with divine bodies. Their nerves were tense to the extreme at the first time. After all, they had just met not long ago, and the two sides did not trust each other enough. The Dawn Guard was so powerful that if the other party had any bad intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Belldandy immediately grasped the hilt of the high-energy Krypton gold sword. As long as Tyrallan made any unusual movements, she would definitely kill her with the sword at the first time. Rosen's heart of the God of War alert level was also raised to the extreme in an instant, but he remained calm on the surface, gently raised his hand to signal Belldandy to calm down. Then, he slowly walked to Tyrallan and smiled. Madam, to be honest, I didn't believe your words before, but now I completely believe it. Tyrallan, the scholar, was very slow, just like before, completely immersed in her own spiritual world, and did not notice the tension of the people around her at all. She looked at the Royal Dawn Guard kneeling in front of her, her face full of emotion of the vicissitudes of life. Your Majesty is dealing with me for the first time, and it is reasonable for him to doubt me. But I want to say that I neither like lies nor think lies are necessary, because in front of the eye of time, any lie is as invisible as a shadow under the sun. Then she said to the Royal Dawn Guard, Warrior, report your current status. The Dawn Guard immediately began to report his status parameters, detailed and cumbersome. Tira Liline listened carefully, while Rosen monitored the dynamics of both parties at all times. After watching for a while, he found that there was nothing abnormal about the power of the Dawn Guard. Tira Liline was a little abnormal. She seemed serious, but her eyes were full of confusion, just like the expression of a student who couldn't keep up with the teacher's lecture. About half a minute later, the Dawn Guard finished the report, and Tira Liline raised her hand to cover her forehead, with a bitter smile on her face. I have forgotten too many details of the spells, and I can only understand a small part of it. However, the stimulation of this information is very effective, and it has restored many details of my memory. Then, without waiting for Rosen's response, he turned around and continued to say to the Dawn Guard, "Warrior, report the status of your legion." The 5th Dawn Legion, a full complement of 100,000 soldiers. Among them, 57,198 soldiers have been damaged, 22,023 have rebelled, 20,128 soldiers have been dormant, and 651 soldiers are still performing defense tasks. Ah! Tila Lilin sighed softly. The Legion's strength has almost withered away. Turning around to explain to Rosen, "Your Majesty, before the Empire was destroyed, there were 10 fully staffed Dawn Legions. The Dawn Guards, numbering up to 1 million, formed an almost indestructible Dawn defense line. In fact, we won with fewer troops on the front battlefield. But unfortunately, the indestructible defense line on the battlefield was eventually defeated by the power outside the battlefield." Then he turned to the Dawn Guard and said, "Continue to obey the orders of the current manager, Warrior." "Yes, respected Miss Tyrallalin." After saying this, the Dawn Guard stood up and followed Rosen as a silent follower. Tyrallalin asked again, "Your Majesty, what are your plans next?" There was nothing to hide about this matter, so Rosen told it all. "Fight for the artifact released by the Gate of Creation, the Gate of Creation, the Gate of Creation, the Creation of Creation." Tyrallalin muttered to herself, and once again completely immersed in her own spiritual world. This time it took a particularly long time. She didn't come back to her senses. It was like she had lost her soul. Rosen felt that there was no need to wait like this, so he said, "Keep going. This time we shouldn't worry about the Dawn Guards attacking. We can use magic to speed up the journey." As soon as the voice fell, Tira Lilin suddenly spoke. "No, we still have to be careful, even more careful. Because there are still many Dawn Guards who betrayed and were controlled by warlords. I concluded that there must be a lot of warlord forces that betrayed." Rosen turned his head to look, but saw that her eyes were still blank. At least half of her thoughts were still immersed in some kind of memories. This made him feel that he had dug out a nerd. But the information she provided was also very important, even a little scary. Because one Dawn Guard was so difficult to deal with. The warlord, who controlled many betrayed guards, was simply an irresistible force. Even if Rosen has the Super Sun heart, he is far from being able to resist the high-energy army composed of the Dawn Guards. Adela and others obviously thought of this, looked at each other, and felt a chill all over their bodies. Adela pondered for a moment and whispered, "Your Majesty, we have gained enough on this trip. Why don't we go back first and explore after we are prepared?" This statement was unanimously agreed by Beldandi and Nellie. Rosen was also a little tempted. After all, the situation has changed, and his previous preparations are far from enough to deal with the current situation. But the problem is that the Gate of Creation will open in more than a month. If you go back to prepare again, you will definitely miss this rare opportunity. While he was considering, another voice came from his ear. "No, you can't give up the adventure easily." Tira Lilin spoke again. Her eyes regained some clarity. "Your Majesty, I remember a little bit. The location of the Gate of Creation should be the address of the Royal Creation Bureau. This is an automatically operated high-energy magic factory, which contains a large number of high-energy achievements of the Dawn Empire. And the reason why the Gate of Creation is open regularly is because the equipment needs to be reorganized. I still remember that the last order of Emperor Sphinos was to let the factory produce as many conquest warriors as possible. The purpose is to expedition to the abyss. So, we must take advantage of the opportunity of reorganization to enter the factory and gain control of the factory and the conquest core." When she said this, her violet star-shattered eyes turned to Rosen. "Your Majesty, the Conquest Warrior is the most powerful warrior of the Dawn Empire, much more powerful than the Dawn Guard, and has all-weather and all-region combat capabilities. If you can obtain the Conquest Core, it will be of great benefit to the cause of fighting the Abyss." This really made Rosen very excited, but he also felt that this was too risky. If you covet treasures without the ability, you will be struck by lightning. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at Adela. "How often does the Gate of Creation open, Adela?" "Since records have been kept, it has been once every 500 years. "What is the strength of the magic ring around the Gate of Creation?" "It is an extremely dangerous high-energy magic ring area, and the magic ring's strength is higher than the 12th ring. For thousands of years, countless explorers have tried to enter it, but no one has been able to walk out of it." Adela whispered, "Your Majesty, perhaps this is indeed a precious opportunity, but the price of this opportunity is too high, and it is not worth the risk." Tyrallalin immediately refuted. "The thread of time told me that this is the only chance in 500 years to help His Majesty greatly improve his war power. It is a very precious opportunity. As long as there is a glimmer of success, we should seize it tightly. Belldandy was very dissatisfied. Hey, fortune teller, your power is only 7 rings now. You said you couldn't see clearly before. Why are you so confident now? I think you are simply persuading us to die. Nellie said, yes, if we lose our lives, then everything else will be meaningless. Tira-Lilin did not back down. The Royal Creation Bureau has immeasurable and irreplaceable value, because it gathers the highest high-energy magic achievements of the Dawn Empire. To obtain these achievements, hundreds of millions of magic talents need to make outstanding efforts, and countless magic resources need to be consumed to conduct various extremely expensive experiments. Finally, even if this series of conditions are gathered, it will take at least 3,000 years to explore, accumulate, and climb. I can proudly say that the Royal Creation Bureau is not only the crystallization of the wisdom of the Dawn Empire, but also the supreme treasure of the entire Solar Star realm. And I, as one of the 7 great time insight mages of the Empire, and as one of the 7 sages in front of Emperor Sphinos, will do my best to assist your Majesty in obtaining this treasure. Finally, she turned her head and stared into Rosen's eyes. Your Majesty, what do you say? Rosen remained calm, his heart as calm as still water. As the Emperor of the Natural Empire, his subjects often fight openly and secretly in front of him because of different opinions. He has seen too many scenes like today where both sides have their reasons. It is naturally very important to listen to the voices of the subjects, because listening to both sides will make you wise. But you can't just say whatever the subjects say, otherwise the Emperor is not the Emperor, but a yes man without his own opinion. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, what you ladies said makes sense. Ms. Adela understands the superficial performance of the Dawn Empire today, and Ms. Tira-Lilin understands the deep state of the Dawn Empire in the past, but these understandings are one-sided and not the whole picture. Obviously, this decision has a very significant impact, and even concerns the fate of every mortal in the entire Solar Star realm. We must be very cautious, and first of all, we must do the most in-depth and comprehensive investigation. So, I decided to continue to the Silver Sand City in the north to learn more relevant information, and then decide on the next specific action. No one could refute this. Adela whispered, yes, Your Majesty. Tira-Lilin still insisted and whispered, Your Majesty, I think. Rosen raised his hand to interrupt her. Ms. Tira-Lilin, you think it's useless. We have to respect objective laws. Tira-Lilin had no words to refute, and could only nod, yes, Your Majesty. Rosen pointed in the direction of Silver Sand City. Then let's keep moving forward. Chapter 352. 7 days later, the team arrived at the southern suburbs of Insha City. More than 20 miles further north is the urban area of Insha City. Here, the fine silver sand has become a Gobi desert with sand and stones, and many drought-resistant and heat-resistant plants have appeared. For the sake of safety, the team did not continue to move forward, but found a secret valley to build a temporary camp, and sent some Saint scouts to the city to inquire about the situation. Rosen also opened Lai Fu's void vision to assist in the exploration. In addition, he also took this opportunity to treat Tira-Lilin's injuries and help her recover her strength. In the tent, Tira-Lilin lay flat on a deformed stone platform, while Rosen sat on a chair beside the stone platform and placed the natural scepter on the forehead of the Time Insight Mage. He did not treat it randomly, but followed the other party's guidance to repair the damage bit by bit. Tira-Lilin was very relaxed. While using magic power to guide Rosen, she could also chat out loud. Your Majesty, your healing skills are amazing. Even in the Dawn Empire, there are few healing mages who can match you. Most of Rosen's healing work was done by Lai Fu, so he was naturally relaxed. Maybe it's a talent, but ma'am, your guidance speed is quite fast. Aren't you worried about making mistakes? In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. I just follow the guidance of the thread of time, and try to choose the best recovery path at the moment. Rosen was a little surprised. Ma'am, aren't you worried that the precious memories in your soul will be destroyed? Don't worry, because my memories are not hidden in my soul. Or to be more precise, what exists in my soul is just a memory index, and the real knowledge is hidden in the long river of time in a special way by me. When I am strong enough, I can go get it back. This sounds a bit mysterious, but to be honest, there are actually many ways to achieve it. Some of these methods are not very difficult. For example, store the memory in an elemental medium such as a CD, and then keep the CD properly. If it is not safe to save one, save more. As long as there are enough, there will always be a lucky person who can travel through the long river of time. So, Rosen did not ask more about the details, but discussed the details of perfecting the magic ring. So, it is difficult to complete the 23-layer magic ring at one time, and it must be upgraded layer by layer? That's right, and the more power is needed in the later stage, the higher the difficulty will be. How many rings did the Dawn Empire finally upgrade to? 22 rings. The 23rd ring has not yet converged, but we have found a way to upgrade. What about the Abyss? The Abyss has gone one step further than us, and has successfully created 23 layers of magic rings. At this point, Tyrallin sighed lightly. Your Majesty, I know you want to ask for details, such as what kind of energy is used. But I'm sorry, the relevant memory is lost. The only thing I can be sure of is that it is not the essence of the sun. Okay. Rosen felt that now was not a good time to ask, so he buried his head and focused on treatment. According to his estimate, with his assistance, the other party can regain the legendary power in at most 1 month. But although Tyrallin is a scholar, he has a mouth that is not very idle. Your Majesty, I notice that you often have fun with your followers. When Rosen heard this tone, he immediately thought of the moral gentlemen in the country, who were particularly keen on admonishing him. In order to avoid trouble, he simply turned Emperor Rosen into a perfect moral model. But that was the punishment of the puppet substitute, and his real body didn't want to be a gentleman. Madam, this is my personal matter. I know, but the Emperor has no private affairs. Your every move involves the fate of countless citizens. Rosen sneered in his heart. He had long been accustomed to similar admonitions, and he had plenty of words to respond. Immediately said, Madam, are you using these red tapes to bind His Majesty Sephinos? No, His Majesty Sephinos has the perfect and pure morality of a saint. He is a holy emperor. Let's not talk about whether he is a holy emperor or not, but there is no doubt that he is a king who lost his country. Tila Liling frowned and said seriously, Your Majesty's words are too harsh. The destruction of the empire is not the fault of your Majesty alone. Rosen grinned, but at least it shows one fact, that is, the greatest virtue of an emperor is not perfect morality, but the achievement of expanding territory. If an emperor loses his empire, then even if he has thousands of advantages, it is just flowers decorating corpses and ruins, which is meaningless. Tila Liling pursed her lips and refuted without words. Rosen won the debate, but he was not proud at all, because he could see at a glance that the other party was not good at debate. After about half an hour of treatment, the day's treatment was declared over. Madam, that's all for today. Have a good rest. After saying that, he stood up and left the tent. When he reached the door curtain, Tyralin's voice came from behind him. Your Majesty, you and Sephinos have completely different personalities. Rosen smiled. Since you can see it, don't treat me the same way you treat him in the future. After leaving the tent, the Saint Scout who went to Silver Sand City had not returned yet. After thinking for a while, he went to find Beldandy to kill time. Compared with Adela's gentleness, Beldandy was passionate, just two extremes. Relatively speaking, Rosen preferred the former because he preferred to control the situation in his own hands. But he would often change his taste, and enjoy the leisure of passively accepting services. Just when he and Beldandy were getting along well, the Saint Scout came back. The news was reported to Adela, who then came to find him. Rosen lay flat on the floor and let Beldandy toss. What is the specific situation in the city? Adela had become accustomed to Rosen's deviant and almost absurd behavior. Anyway, the other party had never delayed his work because of it. After so many times, she turned a blind eye. The city is very lively, with many expedition teams from other planes. Except for the Witch and Gamalel, all other great ones have come here in person. Beldandy immediately asked, Is my father here too? Yes. Beldandy shrugged. He must be very surprised to see me now, and he might even envy me. After all, she has a divine body with infinite growth potential. Adela continued, In addition to the Great Gods team, there are also many lone plane-traveling mages. These people are basically here to try their luck. Rosen nodded to show that he understood, and motioned for Adela to continue. In addition, a full 20 black hunters were found in the city. They serve as strategic locations to guard the Guardian City Lord's Mansion and Silver Sand City. Rosen had already seen it through the Void Vision, so he was not surprised. The Black Hunters should belong to a traitorous warlord, right? It is very likely that everyone in the city says that Beryl, the Lord of Silver Sand City, is a servant of the Black Death god Sanlo, and the residents of the city usually call the hunters the Angels of Death. Before she finished speaking, Tyrallin, who was wearing a purple dress, also walked into the tent. She looked at Rosen for a while, and then immediately lowered her eyes. Your Majesty, Sanlo was once the Earl family of the Dawn Empire, and Sanlo is his family name. And the longest existence time of a normal soul is about 8,000 years. Considering the accidental damage, this may be the third generation of the Earl of Sanlo after the collapse of the Empire. This is a serious matter. Rosen immediately patted Beldandy's arm and asked the latter to suspend the service. So how powerful is this Count Sanlo? He was just a small warlord with no sense of existence back then. I don't know what the situation is now. Adela immediately added, the current Black Death god Sanlo is not simple. It is said that he controls more than a dozen cities, like Silver Sand City, and the area within a radius of 1,500 kilometers is his territory. Even the Gate of Creation is within his territory. The intelligence also said that the Black Death god controls at least 2,000 angels of death. Rosen listened carefully and interrupted Beldandy's little movements. It seems that the former small character has grown into a big player. He looked at Tyrellilin. Madam, as far as I know, synthesizing solar essence requires the construction of a large high-energy factory. Do you think there are factories with similar functions in this plane? Tyrellilin shook her head simply. No, not even one. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. The tremor of the thread of time has fully proved this. In addition, before the Empire was destroyed, His Majesty the Emperor almost used up all the solar essence in his inventory in order to perform the time lag spell. Rosen understood. It seems that the power of these angels of death should be very little, or even close to exhaustion. Adela nodded. It is very likely. Because the angels of death in the city are motionless and in a dormant state. Are there any other important information? Adela nodded. There is another piece of information, which is likely related to Ms. Tyrellilin. She paused. Her face looked a little solemn. Beryl, the Lord of Silver Sand City, issued a new bounty, and the content of the bounty is to find the so-called blood of ancient sages. There are not many descriptions of the blood of ancient sages in the bounty. There are only two, namely violet hair color and strange eyes with violet starlight. Rosen glanced at Tyrellilin. Madam, this is for you. Tyrellilin frowned slightly. How is it possible that after so many years, how can you still detect me? Is there still someone alive? Rosen was moved by what he saw and immediately asked, Madam, you were wanted back then. Why were you wanted? Tyrellilin hesitated a little, but finally spoke. I hold the complete key to the secrets of the Empire's supreme magic. This is the important task entrusted to me by His Majesty. The purpose is to find an opportunity to restore the glory of the Empire. Rosen understood, and this news was accidentally leaked and reached the ears of the traitorous warlord. Yes. Tyrellilin nodded. Rosen immediately felt that the problem was more serious. Madam Adela, is the reward for the reward generous? The bounty is a death doll. You can get it as long as you provide clues. Its function is to resist the misfortune of death. The response in the city is very enthusiastic, which shows that this death doll is very useful. Rosen turned to look at Tyrellilin. Madam, it seems that you have to disguise yourself well. Maybe I should help you change the color of your hair and eyes. Tyrellilin nodded. Then I trouble your majesty, but this can only be hidden from ordinary people, because my enemies have noticed my return. After a pause, she said, Your Majesty, my biggest enemy is probably Cicero Sophinos, the head of the 7 sages who betrayed Sophinos. He is the cousin of Emperor Sophinos. Hearing this, Beldandy couldn't help but sneer. Is this emperor stupid? He actually gave such a great honor to his potential competitor. Tyrellilin showed a trace of sadness. Cicero is a genius in magic, while your majesty is mediocre in magic. This is a helpless move. Rosen smiled. In the twilight years of the empire, the imperial power is weak, and there are many powerful ministers. There will always be all kinds of strange phenomena. It's not surprising at all. Then his face straightened. It seems that the ancient rebellion has not been quelled yet. The wildfire in the hearts of the ancient betrayers may spread to the raging fire of the entire plane world at any time. An obvious fact is that we can't stay out of it. As long as you control Tyrellilin, you will become the mortal enemy of the betraying warlord. You can also give up Tyrellilin, but it means giving up the qualification to fight for the Star Realm, and you will inevitably become a slave to be enslaved in the future. Since there is no way to retreat and settle down, then fight for the top. He stood up and made the final decision. Miss Tyrellilin, I have decided to enter the Royal Creation Bureau. Chapter 353. Obviously, entering the Gate of Creation in the high-energy magic ring area is an extremely risky and difficult task. Although Rosen made the final decision, how to achieve this goal still needs to be discussed carefully. So, Rosen, Tyrellilin, Adela and other 5 magicians with divine bodies gathered in the tent and carefully discussed the specific action plan. But this is only a small part of all Rosen's actions. As an emperor of a great empire, since the final decision has been made, it is natural that he will not play small games like playing house. Not only is he ready to gamble his life, but the entire natural empire is also ready to gamble the fate of the country. Therefore, before the discussion on the lost plane officially began, Emperor Rosen, who was far away in the natural plane, took the first step directly. He quickly entered the Empire's high-energy magic research base, urgently summoned the heads of various laboratories related to high-energy element synthesis, and held a secret meeting. The goal of the meeting was only one, which was to increase the production of solar essence at all costs in a short period of time. Half an hour later, the secret meeting ended. After the responsible persons returned to the laboratory, specific execution orders were issued one after another. Following these orders, at least more than 100,000 mages in the entire research base, as well as at least 500,000 related staff members in various supporting facilities outside the base, quickly moved like Legion soldiers entering a battle. The goal is to work hard and fast at all costs to get as much solar essence as possible. This is the foundation of the entire plan. To do anything in this world, you must have enough power. Without real power to support it, no matter how nice it sounds and how perfect the plan is, it is just an ideal country floating in the clouds and cannot land. This is not enough. Although the solar essence is good, the related industry is not mature after all. Even if everything is done to produce it, the output is limited. Therefore, the solar essence synthesized urgently must be used carefully. Good steel should be used on the blade. Then the back of the knife, the blade, and the handle should also be made of steel. What to do? Naturally use fission cores or small fusion cores as ordinary steel instead. In terms of energy density per unit mass, fission fusion cores are naturally far inferior to solar essence. But the related technologies of these two things are relatively mature, and the quality gap can be made up by scale. Of course, to do this well, it requires massive resources and investment, and the entire empire must cooperate. So, after Emperor Rosen returned to the lakeside study in Swan Castle, he immediately convened the Cabinet Council to hold a parliament. The theme of the meeting was urgent preparation for a cross-dimensional expedition war. While he was meeting with the cabinet, the four women in the tent did not know about Rosen's actions in the natural empire. As a top figure in the Dawn Empire 10,000 years ago, Tira Leeling first expressed her thoughts. After all, more than 11,000 years have passed, and I have very limited knowledge of the current situation in the plane, so I don't know what to do specifically. I can only try to talk about what preparations we should make in advance. First of all, relying on hard means will definitely not succeed. Because our current strength is too low, it is not enough to safely enter the high-energy magic ring. We must try our best to increase our strength, and have at least 12 rings of strength. At this point, she looked around and said, "There are only 40 days left before the gate of creation opens. The only two people who can increase their power to 12 rings in 40 days should be your majesty and me. No one else can do it." Belldandy frowned immediately. "In other words, only you and your majesty can enter the gate of creation?" "That's right." Adela was also a little hesitant. "Ms. Tyrallalin, it's not that I don't trust you. Well, we have known each other for too short a time. I just don't trust you. I am very worried about you and your majesty going together, especially in a completely unknown high-energy ring area." Tyrallalin looked calm. "Your concerns are reasonable, and I personally can't gain your trust in a short time. But I have to say that if you want to obtain the secrets of the Creation Bureau, this is what you must do. So let your majesty make the decision." So, the four looked at Rosen. Rosen sat lazily on the temporary stone chair, his face calmer than Tyrallalin, like an old monk in meditation. "There is no need to spend time on this step. I believe in Tyrallalin and my own ability. So, let's continue with the second preparation." Tyrallalin looked at Rosen seriously and sighed. "Your majesty has the courage that his majesty Sphinx does not have. If Sphinx had not hesitated at the beginning, the empire might not have collapsed." Rosen was calm and did not feel any joy of being flattered, because he had heard too much. "Madam, clear the twilight of the Twilight Empire in you, talk less nonsense and do more work. Now tell me, how to quickly and safely upgrade to the 12th ring." Rosen has a thorough understanding of the 11th ring, but only superficially understands the 12th ring, so he needs Tyrallalin to provide the corresponding knowledge. On the other side, Tyrallalin was stunned for a moment, showing a trace of embarrassment on her face, but she immediately adjusted her mentality. "I don't have the method to upgrade the 12th ring yet. I have to wait until my power is upgraded to legendary strength before I can get it back." Rosen understood. "Oh, do you need our help in this step?" Yes, because I am not strong enough, and the risk is too great. Rosen nodded. I understand. Are there any other points? Tyrallin immediately said, secondly, before entering the Gate of Creation, we have to incite a group of rebellious Dawn Guards. We must obtain at least 100 Dawn Guards to deal with the defense force inside the Royal Creation Bureau. Of course, 100 is just the base number, the more the better. There are two ways to achieve this. The first is to snatch it directly from Count Sanlo. The second is to use our existing Dawnbreakers to search for those dormant comrades. Adela interjected, this seems to require a lot of solar essence. Tila Liling nodded, it does require a lot. According to my estimate, it will take about 20 kilograms or more. Rosen's eyes twitched. This amount is a bit too much, and it seems to greatly exceed the consumption capacity of the Dawnbreakers. Based on the current output power of the Dawnbreakers, each weighs 50 grams on average, and 100 of them weigh only 5 kilograms, which is enough for a long time. Tila Liling explained, Your Majesty, depending on the strength of the environmental ring, the Dawnbreakers have multiple operating intensities. The current Dawnbreaker is at level 11, so the energy consumption is very low, but there are also levels 12, 13, and even 22, which require a huge amount of power. Of course, we don't need to activate it to level 22. Level 12 is enough, but the power consumption is still much higher than it is now. Rosen understood, and silently estimated in his mind that it would take about a month to prepare enough solar essence. I will be ready before the Gate of Creation opens. Tira Liling was very happy. Finally, we have to be prepared to fight Cicero head-on. Like me, Cicero is a time-perceiving mage. His time power is stronger than mine, but not much. Because the environmental magic ring has been greatly reduced, his current power is most likely only 12 rings, and no more than 13 rings. If your Majesty and I join forces, there is a great possibility that we can defeat Cicero. Beldandi immediately said, Why does your Majesty have to face Cicero directly? Can't you use the Dawn Guard to fight for your Majesty? Tira Liling shook her head. No, because his last name is Sephinos, and the Dawn Guards cannot attack any member of the Sephinos family. This is an iron rule that is burned into the bottom of the intelligence core. On the contrary, we are always facing sniping from betraying the Dawn Guards. This is another reason why we need to prepare enough Dawn Guards. Therefore, defeating Cicero is a very critical and extremely difficult task. Rosen frowned a little when he heard it. The power estimate is too inaccurate. There is a big difference between the 12th ring and the 13th ring. Although he didn't know much about the rules of the high-energy magic ring, he knew roughly the strength. For every level of the high-energy magic ring, the strength will increase by an order of magnitude. There is a tenfold difference between the 12th ring and the 13th ring. The former is easy to fight, but the latter is life-threatening. Tira Liling sighed, Your Majesty, there is nothing we can do about it. Because we are facing a high-powered mage ranked in the top 10 in the history of the Dawn Empire. No matter how we prepare, it is impossible to be perfect. We can only rely on the favor of the goddess of luck. In this case, Rosen said, then prepare according to the strength of the 14th ring. It is always right to be lenient when predicting the enemy. Adela commented, You are risking your Majesty's life. Tila Liling spread her hands. You are right, Ms. Adela, but I want to say that it is not just your Majesty, I am also, and you are the same. Once the Gate of Creation is opened, I need you to find a way to attract and even contain the attention of Cicero's minions, and reduce the pressure on me and your Majesty as much as possible. Adela frowned. Oh, although I am willing to do so, it is not a big deal to deal with ordinary minions, but we don't seem to be able to fight against the Dawn Guard. Tila Liling sighed. I will try my best to make you capable, but how far you can do it depends on you. These words made the faces of the three women show tragic and heroic colors, and they were obviously ready to die in battle. Seeing this, Rosen smiled and said, Girls, have you forgotten my identity? Adela spread her hands and sighed. Your Majesty, of course we haven't forgotten, but this is the Lost Plain, and we are facing a high-energy battle. Even if you send people to help, the number of people is limited, right? Rosen smiled. Indeed, not many. In fact, I plan to send a legendary army of 100,000 people. This is the result of the discussion of the Imperial Cabinet Council. His original intention was to send an expeditionary force of 10,000 people, but when the cabinet ministers heard that the situation was so serious, they felt that 10,000 people were far from enough. After some discussion, the expeditionary force was expanded tenfold. If it was still not enough, they could continue to increase the force at any time. But the number of 100,000 was already very scary. Adela was shocked. Your Majesty, are you right? A 100,000 legendary army. Yes, it not only includes the army, but also a large number of heavy weapons, some high-energy weapons, and sufficient logistical supplies. To be precise, this is a half high-energy and half legendary army. Belldandy also said, "Your Majesty, we still have a month. Is this time really enough?" She was born as a general, and she thought she knew a lot about military affairs. It is extremely troublesome to mobilize a large army of 100,000 people. Even if it can be transported here, it will be too late. Rosen smiled. "Don't worry, there's still time." This time, it's not his personal adventure, nor is it a small fight like Nawat, but a war involving the fate of the Empire. Since it's a battle of fate, we must use all our strength. Seeing that Rosen was not joking, everyone's faces suddenly showed deep joy. Tiroliline also looked much more relaxed. With the assistance of the Legion, it would be great. Belldandy said, "Your Majesty, the elves still have more than 10,000 lava warriors, and they can use the heart of the sun instead of lava for energy. Why not transfer them over? Lava warriors are still very capable." Rosen nodded in agreement. "Okay, this lava legion will be handed over to you to command." Belldandy's eyes suddenly lit up. "Yes, Your Majesty." Adela immediately asked, "Your Majesty, what can I do?" Rosen had naturally made arrangements. "In order to accommodate the Legion, I will urgently build a giant underground military base. In this base, there is a large underground treatment center to quickly treat the soldiers' injuries and restore their consumed strength." Adela understood. "My life field is suitable for this. As long as there is enough power supply, it is not difficult to treat 100,000 people a day. She couldn't do it before, but after having a divine body, she can quickly absorb power and do it." Rosen smiled and said, "There will be enough power to supply you, Ms. Adela." After that, he looked at the Dream Lord Nelly again. "I need your dream to nourish the damaged soul of the warrior and let him quickly regain his fighting spirit. Is that okay? Dreams have everything. It is low cost and high effect to make a beautiful dream to appease the warrior's soul. It can be said to be a great profit." Nelly nodded. "No problem." Then, each of the powerful people with divine bodies has his own mission. Rosen looked at Tiroliline again. "Is there anything else to prepare, ma'am?" Tiroliline asked back, "Your Majesty, you just said that your legendary legion has mastered some high-energy forces?" Rosen nodded. "Master some controllable high-energy forces, and not so controllable high-energy weapons." Tiroliline didn't understand for a moment. "Uncontrollable high-energy weapons?" Rosen explained. "Elemental fusion explosion bombs. The Dawn Empire should have used this thing in history, right?" Tiroliline immediately understood, and a happy look appeared on her face. "Indeed, it has been used. Although the side effects are great, the power is still quite good." She immediately asked again, "So, how far has Your Majesty's fusion bomb progressed?" This was originally a top military secret, but there was naturally nothing to hide at this time. Rosen said, "If necessary, I can assemble a directional bomb equivalent to 1 kilogram of solar essence. 1 kilogram of solar essence is equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of deuterium nuclear fusion, and 1 kilogram of deuterium nuclear fusion is approximately equal to 150,000 tons of TNT equivalent. In other words, Rosen's current limit is to assemble a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 250 million tons, and with the help of magic, it can achieve a 60-degree conical directional explosion." Tiroliline's face suddenly became much more joyful. "Good, great, similar directional bombs like this, I hope Your Majesty can prepare more than 10. "As you wish, ma'am." In the Natural Empire, the synthesis of solar essence is still a difficult task, but more than a dozen deuterium extraction factories have been built, and the total output is already very high. And because of the assistance of magic, the deuterium utilization rate of the fusion bomb is as high as 90%. So let alone 10, 100 can be produced. Such a high power is naturally insignificant to a complete Dawn Empire upgraded to 22 magic rings. But it is more than enough to deal with the remnants of an empire that has collapsed for 11,000 years. Tiroliline was excited and immediately said, "Your Majesty, time is precious. Let's start preparing now." Chapter 354. 2 days later. 300 kilometers north of Silver Sand City, about 1,000 kilometers from the Gate of Creation, the desert. Everything seems normal on the surface of the desert, but about 800 meters deep below the desert, an extremely large underground space has been opened up. Or more accurately, it is a secret underground military base under construction. The early construction work was basically done by Rosen, because his super giant transformation spell is extremely efficient. At this moment, the preliminary preparations have been completed. There are 2 main facilities. One is a large-scale non-living element projection room. The other is a super-large life phase transmission array. With this thing, Rosen once again played the advantage of the Emperor of the Natural Empire and began to mobilize people. The Natural Empire had naturally made preparations long ago. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The super-large phase transfer started to operate first. It takes 10 seconds to transfer once, consumes 20 million Rosen's power, and transfers about 500 people. It was transferred 100 times, and 50,000 people came. These 50,000 people are not soldiers, but the magic construction team of the Imperial Construction Bureau. Among them, 40,000 are construction wizards, who are proficient in special deformation construction techniques, and 9,000 are responsible for various logistical work. Another 1,000 are legendary architects trained by the Empire at great cost. Soon after the 30,000 people arrived, a large number of construction tools and a large number of underground base design drawings were sent to the element projection room. With the addition of these people, the construction progress of the underground military base was accelerated sharply. Rosen was not idle either. Because ordinary construction teams are only responsible for the main structure of the building, many special function facilities need to be supervised by him personally. For example, the supergiant element projection room that can transport 500 tons of materials at a time is used to transport various war materials and large war instruments. Another example is the small fusion core component with an estimated output power of up to 1 billion Rosens. Although the energy density of the fusion core is far less than that of the solar essence. But the power is not enough, the quantity makes up for it. Although it is a small fusion core, its diameter is still more than 50 meters. Compared with the solar essence, it looks stupid and thick. But the power is real. The extreme strength of 10 billion Rosens Legend 19 is enough to supply the consumption of the underground base. Then there is a power array composed of a series of fission cores. The energy density of the fission core is lower, but the advantage is that the structure is simple and the volume is controllable, which can be used as a backup and redundant power source. In addition, there is a high-intensity phase confinement array covering the entire underground military base. Although this will consume a lot of power, it can prevent the Dawn Guard from sneaking. Finally, it is routine to help Tira Liline recover her strength. 2 hours a day, it is expected that the strength will be raised to the extreme level of legend in half a month. Adela, Beldandy, and Neri are naturally not idle. Either they build auxiliary magic circles, or follow Tyrallan to learn and familiarize themselves with the combat methods of the Dawn Guard. There are also 36 live saints, a small half of whom help in the underground base, and a large half of them are scattered around to gather intelligence. In short, everyone is busy. Time flies, and half a month has passed. The underground base was completed as scheduled. It is divided into 3 floors, each 20 meters high, and a single floor covers an area of more than 80 square kilometers. The deepest floor is 1,000 meters underground, and there are many fast passages leading to the ground. The strength is also very high, and a large number of emergency isolation walls are installed. Once the isolation wall falls, even if a large-yield fusion nuclear bomb is detonated, the other side can be safe and sound. After completion, the construction team evacuated in an orderly manner, and the legendary Legion quickly entered the scene with its equipment. Whether it is the super-large phase transfer array of the Descendants, or the giant element projection array for transmitting materials. 24 hours a day, without stopping for a moment. In order to ensure this, both the Empire of the Natural Plane and the superpower core of the underground base have invested enormous power. Such a scale of power is unimaginable for the chemical civilization of burning black stone, and it has initially possessed the atmosphere of a high-energy magic empire. Seeing one warrior phalanx after another appearing and one rune war machine after another being transmitted, Tyrallan's expression became more and more surprised. Adela and others were even more shocked. But Adela didn't understand why Tyrallan was surprised. So, she found an opportunity and asked curiously, "Ms. Tyrallan, this scene should not be a big deal in your eyes, right? The Natural Empire has just entered the high-energy field, while the Dawn Empire has been developing in the high-energy field for thousands of years." Tyrallan took her eyes away from a group of high-spirited young warriors and said softly, "In terms of scale and strength, the Dawn Empire is indeed far superior, but in terms of mental state, Your Majesty's Natural Empire is far superior to the Dawn Empire." This kind of vigorous mental outlook probably only appeared in the first 300 years of the establishment of the Dawn Empire. Speaking of this, Tyrallan sighed deeply, her face full of emotion. Alas, the Dawn Empire has ended, but the Natural Empire is just rising. I just don't know how far the natural empire can go. Adela thought for a moment and said, I think it will reach an unprecedented level. Tila Lilin smiled. To borrow your majesty's words, you think it's useless. You have to respect objective laws. Adela raised her eyebrows and said seriously, the reason why I think so is that your majesty has unparalleled control over the natural empire. It is almost a dictatorship, but it has hardly caused resistance, which is enough to show his superb means of rule. Tila Lilin retorted, personal wisdom and power are limited. There will always be shortcomings of one kind or another. Dictatorship is not necessarily a good thing. Adela shrugged. If it is an emperor with mediocre talents, it will naturally be a tragedy, but you and I can see that. He is never stubborn and is very good at learning from the experience and lessons of his predecessors. He will do his best to avoid the pitfalls of the Dawn Empire and the Abyss. He will also try his best to learn from the advantages of his predecessors. He is also never blind and will not be influenced by others. Even if this person is a high-powered wizard with extremely high talents like you. So I believe that as long as the Creator gives a little more favor, he will definitely be able to sail the ship of the natural empire to a distance that no one before him could reach. Tila Lilin nodded slowly. You have a point. His Majesty Rosen has indeed shown talents far beyond His Majesty Safino's. The two people's completely different performances made me clearly feel the difference between the first emperor and the last emperor. At this point, she looked at the time and turned to walk towards a secret room in the underground base. Sorry, Ms. Adela, I have to receive treatment today. The underground military base is deep underground, and there is a strong aura of magic circle power, so Tila Lilin doesn't need to worry about casting spells. Using a drift spell, she rushed to the secret room. This is a treatment room. The healer is naturally Rosen, and the patient is naturally Tila Lilin. After entering the secret room, Rosen was already waiting. He gestured to Tila Lilin to lie on the soft single bed, picked up the natural scepter, and touched her forehead, and began treatment as usual. When the treatment is completed today, your strength will be restored to Legend 19. I feel it. Tila Lilin continued. I have also roughly located the place where the memory is hidden, somewhere in Silver Sand City. Rosen was very curious. So what is your memory stored in? A very inconspicuous artifact, originally hidden deep under the earth. I don't know which lucky guy dug it out. Tila Lilin complained with dissatisfaction. Rosen shrugged. You only prepared one? I mean, don't you have other backup memories? Of course, but it has been too long, and only this one can be located in a short time. What they lack most at the moment is time, so they can only go to Silver Sand City to find it. After a while, Tila Lilin said again, I can also feel the breath of Cicero's power. This breath tells me that his current strength is only the peak of the 11th ring, and he is not far from us, and it is even possible that he is in Silver Sand City. Rosen raised his eyebrows. If I were Cicero, I would definitely not leave the high-energy magic ring area easily. Tila Lilin glanced at Rosen. Your Majesty means that Silver Sand City is Cicero's puppet substitute. That being said, I think so too. But even so, it's very difficult to deal with. Rosen had another worry. Can you feel him? Can he feel your location? If they can sense each other, then things will be very troublesome. He can definitely sense my presence, but I can't sense my exact location. Because I am the most sensitive one among the 7 sages in front of the Emperor, much better than the other 6. It is precisely because of this that His Majesty Safino's entrusted the important matter to me. Rosen was relieved. That's good. He began to focus on treatment. But Tila Lilin was a person who couldn't sit still like Rosen, and soon broke the silence again. Your Majesty, before we set off, we have to disguise ourselves carefully. Rosen had a different idea. I think we don't need to take risks. It's better for you to point out the location, and then I will send someone to get the artifact back. This is a safe way, but for some reason, the signal released by the memory artifact is very weak, which makes it impossible for me to accurately locate the location of the artifact. I have to go to Silver Sand City. Rosen's heart moved, and he asked, Is it possible that Cicero can recognize your memory artifact? Tila Lilin showed a trace of embarrassment. Yes, and it is very likely. This is exactly what I am most worried about. In other words, Cicero is likely to take Tila Lilin's memory artifact and wait in Silver Sand City. But the memory artifact must be taken back, because it contains the knowledge of safely advancing to the 12th ring. Rosen felt that this matter was a bit tricky, and at the same time there was a worry. Do you think that the memory in the artifact will be destroyed by Cicero? If it is destroyed, although they can be promoted to the 12th ring, the difficulty and risk will be greatly increased. Tyrallin thought for a moment, and gave a good piece of news. This is a 22-ring artifact. Unless Cicero retains the power of the 22 rings, he will not be able to destroy it. At the same time, the signal from the artifact also told me that it is intact. Rosen was relieved immediately. Okay, it seems that I have to plan carefully. Chapter 355. Silver Sand City is an earthen city built on a low rocky beach. It is low, dry, and full of dirt. When the wind blows, dust will fill the sky. People who live here can go without clothes, but they must wrap a towel around their heads to block the sun and sweat, as well as cover their mouths and noses and block dust. In the northern suburbs of the city, Rosen and Tylaulan stood side by side on a dirt slope, looking at the earthen city in front of them. After watching for a while, Rosen commented, although it is very simple, it is still quite large, with a radius of more than 5 kilometers, and at least 70,000 to 80,000 people gathered. At this time, there were less than 10 days left before the Gate of Creation opened. Most of the Outer Plane explorers went north, which made Silver Sand City much quieter. Tylaulan looked a little lonely. It is simply a ruin. There is no trace of the glory of the Dawn Empire. There is still a little bit. Rosen pointed to a black Dawn guard standing at the northern entrance of the city. Come to think of it, as an old friend of yours. If we enter the city, will it recognize you? Intelligence shows that there are 20 such black Dawn guards, which is a big problem. Tylaulan shook her head. Don't worry, all the identifiable features on my body have been modified. It can't recognize me. After that, she walked down the slope first. Let's go into the city. Rosen immediately followed. Can you feel the location of the memory artifact? It's clearer than before, but it's still impossible to locate it accurately. We have to get closer. Rosen didn't want to take the risk of entering the city. You said that the memory artifact is a 22-ring artifact, so ordinary high-energy weapons should not be able to hurt it, right? Tylaulan understood Rosen's plan as soon as she heard it. Your Majesty, are you going to use high-energy power to flush this kind of city? Rosen did not deny it. I will always consider it as a backup option. He is not a merciful saint. If the situation requires it, he will use it. Tylaulan did not have any empathy for the gray city in front of her. It was not the first time she had seen a high-energy war, so she was not surprised by Rosen's idea. But she raised objections from a practical perspective. Your Majesty, high-energy weapons, such as the fusion bombs you have. When they explode, the intensity of the center will reach an extremely high level. If hit head-on, it will be enough to destroy any artifact. In addition, although high-energy weapons are extremely powerful, there is a shield for every spear. There are many high-energy spells in the Empire that can defend against high-energy weapons. I believe Cicero will definitely think of this and make targeted defenses. Even if it's not him, even if I have lost many memories, I can think of many ways to defend against fusion bombs. For example, hiding deep under the earth, or hiding in the protective cabin of the Dawn Guard. Rosen was convinced and spread his hands. Okay, I'm ignorant. After a while, the two arrived at the outskirts of Silver Sand City. The earthen city has no protective walls, so there are a large number of entrances that can be freely entered and exited, but the residents in the city are very vigilant. Once a stranger is found entering the city, he will be regarded as an alien by the locals. After walking for a while, Rosen whispered in his soul, the city is too small. Our whereabouts are being watched by countless people. There is nowhere to hide. Those pairs of eyes watching him made him feel like he was returning to his hometown in the countryside to celebrate the new year in his previous life. But this time, the usually talkative Tylaulan did not answer. Her face was heavy, her eyes were weak, and she walked as if she was sleepwalking. Rosen immediately found that she was not in a good state, and hurriedly grabbed her arm and shook it hard. What happened? Tylaulan's body shook slightly, and her scattered eyes refocused. I just played a time game with Cicero. He already knew that I was coming, but he hasn't found my specific location. But Insha City will be on alert soon. Rosen frowned slightly. So, have you determined the location of the memory artifact? I am sure that the artifact is next to Cicero, less than 5 kilometers away from us. But I haven't found a specific hiding place for the time being. Tylaulan sighed. I don't know how he discovered my secret, let alone when he discovered it. But one thing is certain, if I want to get back all my memories, I must completely defeat Cicero. At this time, Rosen had discovered the changes nearby through the void vision. The Black Dawn guards in the city began to activate, and the city guards also began to search for foreign travelers on the streets. The dangerous tide was rushing towards their location. Rosen naturally made a response plan for this. In fact, according to different situations, he made many response strategies, including legion attacks, nuclear bombs, etc. But from the current situation, there is no need to make a big move for the time being. He planned to try a lightning raid while the opponent had not fully reacted. The first step of the raid was to ensure that he had a safe retreat. While the Black Dawn guards were not fully activated, Rosen began to contact the Dawn guards under their control through ghost resonance and set corresponding combat orders. Although they only have one Dawnbreaker, it has an advantage that other Dawnbreakers do not have. That is, it is loaded with a full kilogram of solar essence, and its power is far more abundant than that of the Black Dawnbreaker. When needed, this Dawnbreaker can urgently enter a higher intensity combat mode. Of course, in order to avoid scaring Cicero away, Rosen would not use this killer move unless necessary. Then, he grabbed Tyralen's hand and walked quickly into a tunnel entrance on the side of the road. These tunnels are very deep, leading all the way to a depth of at least 1,000 meters underground, and many tunnels are connected in a crisscross manner, forming an underground city like a maze. Its main purpose is to avoid the ring of magic storms and various bad weather. It was dug out by the surviving remnants of the Empire generation after generation. The underground Silver Sand City is much cooler than the ground, so it is quite lively, even more lively than the ground. There were many glowing crystals on both sides of the passage, and pedestrians could be seen from time to time, most of whom were locals of Insha City, and a small number were travelers from other places. Rosen and Tyralan naturally received a lot of attention, but not more than the attention they received on the ground. Rosen rushed all the way to the depths of the underground passage, very fast, and seemed to be in a panic. After running for a while, Tyralan was a little confused. Where are we going? Although her strength has been raised to the extreme of Legend 19, at the same level as Rosen, her void vision range is far less than Rosen's, and even less clear than his. In this situation, she can only see the surrounding area within 200 meters. In contrast, Rosen can clearly see about 2 kilometers, almost covering half of the city. Of course, he was not running around. He explained in a low voice while running. Of course, before Cicero reacts, find his hiding place from the underground passage. He reminded again, during this period, you'd better not use time magic, so as not to expose our position. These days, he also learned some common sense of time magic from Tyralan, and generally knew how to deal with the detection of time magic. But it was just common sense, and he couldn't learn it. Because time magic itself is extremely profound, it also needs a mysterious time talent to support it. According to Tyralan's description, there were 8 billion people in the entire Dawn Empire at that time. Only less than 2,000 people had this talent, and only 7 people finally reached the master level. On the other side, Tyralan was still confused. But if I don't use the time spell, I can't determine Cicero's exact location. But he can't determine your location either, right? Yes. Very good, then tell me now, what does Cicero look like, or what obvious features does he have? Sorry, it's been too long, I don't know. Rosen was not disappointed. Okay, then we can only ask Beryl, the Lord of Silver Sand City, for directions. He could see clearly that this guy was in a spacious underground hall about 1,800 meters ahead of him. There was a rather tortuous underground passage directly connecting the two sides. Even without using spells, it would only take less than a minute to run all the way there with the physical strength of the divine body far exceeding that of mortals. In addition, for safety reasons, they could not use spells at the moment. Because once they used spells, they might be discovered and targeted by the awakened Black Dawn guards. As Tyralan ran after Rosen, she said, Cicero is hiding very deep. City Lord Beryl may not know Cicero's location. You are right, but do you have a better way? No. If you don't, just follow me. Without causing any chaos, they ran forward as fast as possible for a kilometer, and guards began to appear in the passage ahead. The guards were already on alert, but their vigilance was not high, and they were constantly checking the foreign travelers in the passage. In this situation, it was difficult to get through with ordinary means. Tyralan was a little panicked. Your Majesty, the plan has changed. Why don't we retreat temporarily and discuss a better tactic? If the plan fails, I will retreat, but not now. Rosen stopped running, took Tyralan to a remote corner, pretended to be intimate, and whispered softly, Don't move, cooperate with me. Tyralan didn't know Rosen's plan, but there was no better way, so she could only cooperate and let Rosen's hand reach into her clothes to grope. In order to make it more realistic and to attract the guard's attention, Rosen deliberately tore open her clothes and exposed a white thunder to the air. After a while, 2 guards came to the two of them. Seeing this situation, the two subconsciously relaxed their vigilance. Just as he was about to interrogate, Rosen turned around like lightning, and a deep purple light flashed on his hand. With 2 puffs, the 2 guards were hit on the side of their heads. The 2 guards fell to the ground without saying a word. It was a pocket-sized law-breaking hammer made for Rosen by the Natural Empire High-Energy Laboratory to imitate the law-breaking blade of the Dawn Guard. Its powerful magic-breaking property easily broke the magic amulet on the guards, like a hot knife cutting butter. Because it was a blunt weapon, there was no big fight with blood splattering everywhere. But the skulls of the 2 guards had been shattered, and part of their brains had been smashed, and they were dead on the spot. Rosen quickly raised his hand to grab the guard, who was about to fall to the ground, leaned him against the wall, and then pulled Tira-Lilin forward. After running for more than 10 steps, the latter reacted, pulling his clothes to cover his body, and asked, "Your Majesty, aren't you a magician? How can you use a hammer?" Rosen smiled. "I learned a little bit of everything." Learned a little bit? Is this a little bit? Although she didn't know how to do it herself, her vision was sharp. The 2 guards just now had 8 ring souls, and their temperaments were extremely tough. They must have extraordinary skills, but they were killed by Rosen in a face-to-face encounter, and they didn't even have time to scream. So this is basically a master-level cold weapon fighting technique. She felt vaguely that in terms of close combat alone, perhaps even Belle Dandy was not Rosen's opponent. Rosen certainly would not explain that this was the effect of Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War, and this also made the latter once again improve his evaluation of his talent. Later on the road, Rosen encountered 4 waves of guards, who were checking him. Because the underground passage was narrow, and the light was dim, all these guards were killed silently by Rosen with a spellbreaking hammer. No matter how strong the guards were, even if they were legendary warriors, the battle process was no different. Anyway, it was just a hammer to end the account. From beginning to end, Rosen did not use any spells, and naturally did not attract the Black Dawn guards. About 5 minutes later, the 2 came to a relatively spacious underground passage. There were 2 rows of 10 guards standing in the passage. These were elite guards, each of whom was a legendary warrior. They wore fine sand lizard leather armor, and unknown hard metal pieces were attached to their vital parts. Their weapons were also much better than those of ordinary guards. In their left hands, they had a strangely shaped artifact fragment shield, and in their right hands, they had an artifact fragment spear, which could be used for attack or defense. It could also be felt that there were 2 people in the hall at the end of the passage. One of them had a tough soul with a legendary strength of 10, which matched the description of the Saint Scout about the city Lord Beryl. The other had the power of a legendary 19, but did not have a divine body, and his specific identity was unknown. Rosen used his fingers to write quickly on the back of Tira-Lilin's hand. "Is the memory artifact in the hall?" Tira-Lilin shook her head and wrote in the same way. "I can feel that I am very close to the artifact, but something is interfering with the signal, so it is difficult to accurately locate it." Rosen wrote again. "Do you know the other person in the hall in front?" Tira-Lilin wrote on the back of Rosen's hand with her backhand. "I feel the soul characteristics of the Sangluil family." In other words, that guy is from the Sangluil family of the Black Death God. She then wrote, "The situation ahead seems to be very tricky. What are you going to do?" Rosen replied, "Try it, and if it doesn't work, just force it." To be honest, the current situation is quite complicated and confusing, but since we are preparing to launch a lightning raid tactic, we can't care so much. Rosen took out a stack of flying knives from under his cloak. No more, no less, exactly 10, and they were also made of the materials of the magic-breaking artifact. Tira-Lilin was startled, and looked at Rosen with strange eyes. The meaning was very clear. "You can also throw flying knives?" Rosen grinned and said silently, "I said, I can do a little bit of everything." Compared to various sophisticated and cumbersome spells, the difficulty of close combat skills is simply child's play. Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War only needs to invest less than 1/10,000th of computing power, which is enough to make him a peerless master of cold weapon combat. And the power of cold weapon combat depends largely on the strength of the weapon. The upper limit of the law-breaking flying knife in Rosen's hand is naturally far inferior to the law-breaking blade of the Dawn Guard, but when dealing with legendary and lower powers, the effect is almost the same. He suddenly rolled out from his hiding place, and before he got up, the flying knife in his hand had already been thrown out violently with the momentum. When throwing it out, 10 fingers fine-tuned the direction of each flying knife. Hiss, hiss, puff, puff. Like lightning, 2 waves were thrown continuously, and 10 guards were hit almost at the same time and fell to the ground. Rosen did not stop for a moment, and rushed to the door of the hall at full speed. Before he appeared, something was thrown in. It was not a flying knife, but 2 broken magic balls. Puff. The 2 people in the hall had heard the movement outside the door, but they did not expect the opponent to come so quickly. Before they had time to respond, they were hit by a broken magic ball in the head and fell to the ground. The powerful body gave Rosen a speed far beyond that of ordinary legendary warriors, and there was no movement of any spells, which made the two people in the hall have a fatal misjudgment of the opponent's strength. So, Rosen got two high-level captives. Chapter 356. Silver Sand City Underground City, City Lord Hall. After knocking the two men unconscious, Rosen could see their appearance clearly. One was a tall bearded man, and the other was a tall, thin, white-faced, beardless gentleman. Both had a red bump between their eyebrows, which was a scar caused by the magic-breaking ball. This was the result of Rosen holding back, otherwise he could have smashed the two unlucky guys to death. Rosen immediately stripped the two naked to ensure that the other party had no weapons to resist. After that, he slapped the bearded man 3 times. The bearded man woke up. "Name? Who are you?" the strong man asked back. "Name?" Rosen took out a magic-breaking dagger and pressed it against his throat. "Baril. Who is this guy next to you?" "Laseo, Count Sanlo." "Why are you here together?" "According to the order from above, arrest someone." "Who to arrest?" "I didn't know who it was before. I just knew it was an unknown foreigner. Now it should be you." "Where is above?" "I don't know." "Who knows?" "The Count may know, but I have to say, young man, you are finished, you." He was knocked unconscious again by Rosen's fist before he finished speaking. Rosen used his big mouth to wake up the thin, tall man with a white face and no beard. "Laseo, Count Sanlo, long time no see." The thin, tall man showed a frightened and confused expression on his face. "Who are you? Who is above?" Rosen asked instead of answering. At this time, Tyralalyn also entered the hall. As soon as she saw Laseo, Count Sanlo, she immediately whispered, "Count, you are still alive." Laseo didn't recognize the disguised Tyralalyn. "Do you know me?" "Pa." Rosen slapped him to come back to his senses. "Answer my question." "The one above is His Majesty Safinos." Rosen raised his hand to signal Tyralalyn to keep silent, and then asked, "His Majesty Safinos died a long time ago, so how can there be any majesty?" Count Sanlo quickly corrected, "It is the newly appointed His Majesty Cicero Safinos." Tila Lilin finally couldn't help but scolded, "He is not His Majesty, he is a despicable usurper." Count Sanlo immediately retorted, "No, he is not. He is a natural emperor, and Ortez is an incompetent waste, not worthy of being an emperor at all." Rosen didn't have time to listen to the two people talking about ancient grudges, so he asked Tila Lilin first, "Is this the Count himself, or a substitute?" Tila Lilin observed carefully, and said, "It's the real person." Rosen continued to ask, "Where is Cicero now?" "Of course in the Dawn Palace." "Pa." Rosen slapped him without hesitation. "Don't beat around the bush with me. I count to 3. If you don't speak within 3 counts, I stick this dagger into your urethra." The dagger moved down and aimed at the position. Count Sanlo's face suddenly showed great fear, and his body suddenly began to tremble visibly. He was a nobleman of the last dynasty, and such nobles are often the most spineless and have the lowest resistance to torture. Because they have been struggling in the land of pleasure for too long, and have mastered a great deal of social resources, all problems can be solved by exchanging resources. His Majesty is really in the palace, but he sent a magic puppet. "Where is the puppet?" "In a secret room in the Silver Sand Underground City. But I don't know where exactly." After saying this, he almost cried and hurriedly emphasized again, "Hero, I really don't know where it is." Rosen snorted and sneered, "You may not know the exact location, but you must have a rough idea of the location. I count to 3. I tell you. I tell you." Count Sangluo pointed to a corner of the hall. "There is a secret passage there. Go in, and go all the way down, and there is a secret room. Your Majesty's magic puppet is in the secret room." Rosen looked at the corner of the hall, and saw a very hidden small door. He took back the magic-breaking dagger, and swung a knife flower. The bright knife light made Count Sangluo shiver all over. "Get up and lead the way." Count Sangluo's body trembled violently again. "No, no, no, there is a terrible magic trap hidden in the secret passage. I dare not go in." Rosen chuckled. "It is because it is terrible that I need you to help lead the way. Hurry up." Count Sangluo collapsed on the ground like mud, and could not get up at all. Rosen directly grabbed the neighbor and lifted him up, opened the secret door, and threw him directly in. "Ah!" Count Sangluo screamed, but the sound was very strange. It was a sharp scream at first, but it quickly turned into a low scream, and then it could not be heard. Tila Lilin immediately said, There is a time lag trap in the passage, and Cicero's substitute may really be hiding in it. While speaking, she immediately said, "The trap has been triggered. Cicero must be alarmed, and the trap range may expand at any time. Let's hurry up." Without her saying anything, Rosen had already sensed the terrible crisis, and he summoned the Dawn Guard without hesitation. Buzz. The Dawn Guard teleported in. At the same time, Rosen took a step forward, hugged the still chattering Tyralan from behind, and jumped back at the same time. Guardian mode, open the protection cabin. The chest of the more than 4-meter-tall Dawn Guard quickly cracked open, revealing a slightly narrow cabin. Rosen, who jumped back, fell into it, and Tyralan sat on his lap. The two were a bit crowded, but the space was barely enough. The protection cabin closed quickly, and Rosen issued a new order at the same time. Activate 12-ring strength. Switch from automatic combat mode to manual control mode. Click. The moment the cockpit closed, the Dawn Guard opened the 12-ring high-energy combat mode in the ordinary law ring environment. The whole process was very fast, and less than 2 seconds passed. When the 12th ring strength was turned on, the basic consumption rate of the sun essence directly increased by 500 times. At the same time, the upper limit of the Dawn Guard's attack power per second also increased from 1 million rosens to 20 million rosens. With the current power reserve of 1 kilogram of sun essence, it can only sustain 10 hours of full-strength combat. If you observe the Dawn Guard from the outside at this moment, you will find that the surface of the Dawn Guard is covered with a layer of dark purple light fog that is as solid as a substance, and the outermost layer of the fog is also covered with a layer of fine lightning clouds. In the lightning cloud, thick lightning is occasionally splashed into the surrounding air, and continuous thunderous sounds are emitted. This is the power of the high-level ring power escaping to the low-level magic ring, accounting for more than 80% of the total energy consumption. Just like an incandescent iron block at super high temperature appears in the air at normal temperature, and heat waves will roll around. It is precisely because of the existence of the power escape phenomenon that the energy consumption speed is so terrible. At this moment, the enemy counterattacked. The first to arrive was the teleported Black Dawn Guard. At this moment, the Dawn Guard was controlled by Rosen, who was familiar with the control and combat methods of the Dawn Guard these days. In short, the two sides are connected by soul power. After the connection is completed, the Dawn Guard will become a super combat armor of his. The Black Dawn Guard broke through the air, and came directly to Wutai. While it was not yet established, Rosen took the lead in attacking. With a thought, he released the 12th level Dawn Guard's unique combat technique Magic Ring Shock Wave. Buzz. A layer of swirling light ripples that were as solid as substance spread in all directions, and instantly washed over the body of the Black Dawn Guard. The power of the 5 Black Dawn Guards was very limited, and they could not resist at all, and they were paralyzed on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the time lag trap in the secret room began to spread. Rosen felt a subtle but condensed spell fluctuation, and at the same time saw a dim halo extending towards his position at a very fast speed. Wherever the halo passed, everything was almost stagnant, not even light could escape. At this time, Rosen had two choices. First, phase teleport and run away immediately. Second, confront the spell head-on. The first way is naturally very safe, but the raid plan also failed. In a split second, Rosen chose the second way. Time spells are also spells, but they are a very skillful kind of spells. And the duel of all spells depends on both skills and strength. Time spells are almost at the extreme in terms of skills, but this advantage can be offset by a huge strength advantage. The Dawn Guard is loaded with 1 kilogram of solar essence, and is still at the 12th ring strength, while Cicero has only increased his strength to Legend 19. Even if he can call power from the remote power core, this call is limited due to its own strength. Rosen bet that his spell can't trap the 12th ring Dawn Guard, who is outputting at full power. With a thought, the output power of the Dawn Guard is increased to the extreme. Output 20 million rosens per second, and the power of 12th ring strength bursts violently. The 12th ring wall shield is activated, wrapping the body of the Dawn Guard. The Dawn Guard, with his legs merged, turned into a spell-breaking spear, used his body as a weapon, rushed forward at full speed, and rushed head-on into the time lag trap. A moment later, the guard rushed into the trap with Rosen and Tyralan. This process is very strange. Except for the light dimming slightly, there is no other abnormality. But the dimming light only lasted about 2 seconds before it brightened again. Rosen knew that he had made the right bet, and the time lag trap had been broken by him. So he did not stop for a moment, and with the superior tracking ability of the Dawn Guard, he followed the magic fluctuations of the time lag trap, and tracked the opponent, who was hiding in the dark and controlling the trap. Once the positioning was completed, Rosen immediately started the phase transmission. Buzz. The image outside the protection cabin was slightly blurred, and then it became clear again, and we arrived in a slightly narrow underground secret room. From the transmission parameters displayed by the Dawn Guard, the distance from the previous City Lord Hall was as far as 3 kilometers. In other words, the small door of the secret room next to the hall was basically a trap. But the opponent obviously did not expect Rosen to have such a powerful Dawn Guard in his hands, nor did he expect Rosen to be so decisive. In this instant battle duel with a split-second decision, he was one step behind and was successfully blocked in the secret room by Rosen. Rosen felt that his combat ability was much stronger than Tyrallin, but he was still a scholar rather than a warrior after all. Swoosh. The huge law-breaking blade pointed downward and pressed against the cheek of a black-robed man who was about to teleport away. "Don't move, or I split your head." Rosen saw at a glance that this was a flesh and blood magic puppet. The black-robed man sneered and continued to teleport away. "Hee, the Dawn Guard can't hurt me." Rosen certainly knew this, and threatening with the law-breaking blade was just to distract his attention. Click. The protective cockpit opened, but it was not completely opened, and there was only a gap. Rosen in the cabin waved his hand vigorously, and threw out a law-breaking ball. Poof. The black-robed man was hit by the ball on his forehead without checking, and the teleportation was forcibly interrupted. But because it was a magic puppet, it had strong anti-stun ability, so it did not faint, but was hit so that its head tilted back slightly. He was about to restart the teleportation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rosen quickly jumped out of the cockpit, picked up the magic-breaking hammer, and hit it hard in the face. Crack. Bone-cracking sounds rang out intensively, his facial bones were greatly shattered, and his brain was hit hard. The injury was too severe, and the flesh puppet could not bear it. He groaned subconsciously, covered his face with his right hand, and retreated repeatedly, but his left hand did not move, always covering the things in his arms. Rosen immediately hit his left shoulder with a hammer, immediately crippling his left arm. Crack. A wooden box fell out of his body, and after falling to the ground, the lid opened, and a fist-sized, irregular, green stone fell out. Tyrallin immediately shouted, "My memory stone." Rosen immediately picked up the stone and put it in his pocket, without entangled with the magic puppet, and immediately jumped back to the Dawn Guard cockpit. Buzz. Directly phase teleported away. Chapter 357. Underground Military Base. Your Majesty, we have discovered that a huge number of indigenous warriors are gathering around the Gate of Creation, with a number exceeding 300,000. They have blocked all the ground, and even underground entrances to the Gate of Creation. In the meeting hall deep in the base, a Major General-rank Legion intelligence officer was reporting the latest military information to Rosen. This was within Rosen's expectations. In an environment full of warlords, since Cicero dared to proclaim himself the Emperor of the Dawn Empire, he must have controlled a large number of legions. But he is just an empty shell as an emperor, because he does not really master the high-energy magic achievements of the Dawn Empire. The only way to break this embarrassing situation is to obtain the secret key of the imperial power. And Tyrallin is the key manager, so he naturally has to do his best to capture Tyrallin, and at the same time, he has to do his best to prevent Tyrallin from entering the Royal Creation Bureau. It is also entirely conceivable that this legion of 300,000 indigenous warriors is definitely not all the forces he can mobilize. Sure enough, the intelligence officer immediately reported the second piece of news. Your Majesty, we have received 2 important pieces of news from the magic ring detection stations secretly set up in various places. First, within the 1,000-kilometer range around the Gate of Creation, there are very strong magic ring waves, and the closer to the Gate of Creation, the stronger the waves. Tests have found that no phase transmission can be performed in this area. A transmission restriction with a radius of 1,000 kilometers? That's a big move. Obviously, this one is used in conjunction with the first one. If transmission is eliminated, you can only walk all the way, so you have to face the interception of 300,000 indigenous troops. But relying on the native army alone is definitely not enough, so Rosen asked, what about the second one? In the 72 hours after the formation of the teleportation confinement, the ring detection station reported a total of about 16,481 special ring ripples caused by phase transmission. After screening, 2,181 different transmission characteristics were found. In other words, Cicero mobilized nearly 2,200 Dawnbreakers and granted them special transmission permissions to cooperate with the native army in the battle. However, The ring transmission confinement is two-way, which can prevent Tyralan from teleporting, and of course, it can also prevent the Dawnbreakers from teleporting freely. So, Cicero is likely to have set up a large number of special anti-interference transmission arrays around the Gate of Creation. In other words, although the Dawnbreakers can teleport, they certainly can't arrive as quickly as before. Of course, this is Rosen's guess, and actual observation data must be confirmed. Show me the ring float map. The intelligence officer was well prepared and presented a huge scroll to Rosen. After opening it, it is a very abstract diagram of the law ring, which is extremely rigorous in the eyes of professionals. Or it can be called the mortal version of the void vision. Compared with Rosen's void vision, this void vision is far less clear than the latter, but it also has an advantage that the latter cannot match. That is, the former has a lot of information collection sources. A law ring detection station is an information collection point, and the Legion has secretly opened a total of 500 law ring detection stations, scattered around the area around the Gate of Creation. Therefore, Rosen's void vision is equivalent to the human eye, with high configuration and clear imaging, but narrow field of view. The Fahuanlantu has insect compound eyes, with low configuration of single eyes and fuzzy imaging, but with many eyes, it can also see many truths. Rosen looked at it carefully for a while, and confirmed his guess. It is indeed achieved through a special teleportation array, and most of these arrays are hidden deep underground. Hidden deep underground, hidden, safe, but easy to be buried alive. The Dawn Guards will certainly not be buried alive to death, but it takes time to get out of the soil. This will greatly slow down their support for the Indigenous Legion, and the speed of mutual support. Rosen thought for a while and said, "Continue to send out scouts, cooperate with the data of the Fahuan observation station, and find out the exit location of the Dawn Guards. When the situation requires, he will use the unmanned explosive aircraft to carry directional blasting nuclear bombs to damage the exit." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Dawn Guards are a mixed blessing. The bad news is that the Dawn Guards are very difficult to deal with, and can pose a huge threat to the natural Legion on the battlefield. If one is not handled properly, it will cause huge casualties to the Legion. The good news is that according to Tyralan, he needs a group of Dawn Guards, but he doesn't know where to find them, and now they are delivered to his door. Any other news? There is one more. The intelligence officer said, the Indigenous Army and the exploration team of the Great Void Gods have also joined forces, and are looking for the criminals who invaded Silver Sand City a few days ago. Rosen's heart moved slightly. This is good news. This means that Cicero didn't know that he had an army in his hands, and only thought that he was a lone ranger who went out into the world alone. The enemy is in the dark, which is the best state. He nodded. I understand. Continue to collect intelligence, but try to avoid conflicts with the Indigenous Army. Yes, Your Majesty. After the intelligence officer left, Rosen summoned Tyralan again. After sharing the latest military information with her, he said, "Obviously, Cicero intends to capture you alive, and I plan to build a trap based on this to specifically trap the traitorous Dawn Guard. Do you have any suggestions for this?" At this time, 3 days had passed since Tyralan obtained the memory artifact. She had completely absorbed the relevant memories, and transformed them into specific power. She also shared with Rosen the knowledge of safely advancing to the 12th ring, and a lot of 12-ring laws as agreed. At this time, both she and Rosen, although they are still at the extreme power of level 19, can be quickly promoted to the 12th ring by absorbing power violently in an instant as long as the situation requires. The 12th ring is a real high-energy ring. After the promotion, the strength and scale of the soul will increase by a large amount, and the power that can be freely controlled will also increase by a large amount. For example, Rosen previously had to rely on Lai Fu to help him cast a supergiant spell with more than 1 million Rosens. But now, even without Lai Fu's help, he can easily control a single spell with more than 5 million Rosens. If Lai Fu is added, it will be directly over 100 million. This is a power that was unimaginable before. In addition, a 12-ring strongman can freeze mana with his bare hands, solidify specific spell rules, and create a 12-ring magic tool with special functions, or also called a first-level artifact. Of course, being able to create an artifact and creating a high-quality artifact are two completely different concepts. Just like the same ability to write, some people write a bunch of shit, while others write a word worth 1,000 gold. But no matter what, this ability is already amazing. It is simply a rebirth, an evolution from a mortal to a god. At this moment, Tira Lilin's temperament has obviously become much more confident and calm. She also completely removed her previous disguise, showing her violet hair and purple star-like eyes again. At this time, she bowed to Rosen first. Your Majesty, I am the best bait. As long as I show my traces, I will definitely attract a large number of Dawn Guards. This is natural, but before the actual operation, Rosen has to make sure of one thing. He sat on the temporary throne, supporting his cheek with one hand, and staring down at Tira Liling's exquisite and classical face. It's not difficult to trap the Dawn Guards, but today, when the Gate of Creation is about to open, I must find out what your ultimate goal is, Miss Tyralelin, as the former 7 sages of the Dawn Empire? Is it revenge? Or restoration of the country? Or some other unspeakable purpose? Tyralelin was stunned. What does your Majesty mean by this? Do you not trust me? Rosen smiled faintly. You can understand it this way, but as the helmsman of a great empire, I can't take risks with the fate of countless citizens. I must make sure that you are on the same side as us. So I formally ask you, what is your ultimate goal? Tyralelin blurted out without hesitation. I will fulfill my oath to Sephinos and restore the glory of the Dawn Empire. How to restore it? Choose a new emperor candidate who is capable of the task for the empire, let him inherit the empire's supreme treasure house, and then use this wealth to restore the glory of the empire. Rosen raised his eyebrows. Are you going to choose me? Or someone else? Tira Liling's scholarly face showed a trace of confusion. After a long silence, she said, Your Majesty, no matter from which aspect, you are indeed the best candidate, and it seems that you are also the only candidate at present. But I am still a little confused. You are indeed ambitious, and have great talents, and you can always achieve extremely difficult goals seemingly easily. Cicero, who once oppressed Sephinos to the point of suffocation, was also easily defeated by you. I believe that if you succeed in inheriting the treasury, you will most likely achieve a higher achievement than the Dawn Empire, and even have a great chance of defeating the Abyss. But the question is, what happens after defeating the Abyss? At this point, Tira Liling looked at Rosen. Your Majesty, if you succeed in defeating the Abyss and lose all your enemies, what will you do? Let your empire continue to degenerate over time, and become the new Abyss of this solar star realm? Rosen shook his head slowly. No. What is your goal? Rosen raised his finger to the sky, and spoke in a calm, but firm tone. I will try to break this cycle of rise and fall. Every star in the starry sky is a sun, and our sun is just an insignificant star in the endless sea of stars. So my ultimate goal is to break through our solar star world, enter the real sea of stars, and become a true god. Even if I don't succeed in the end, I will set up a spiritual monument in the long river of time for future generations to follow and emulate. I know this is very difficult, and future generations may not succeed. But if you fail once, you can do it twice, 3 times, or even countless times. I firmly believe that as long as time continues, there will always be enough outstanding descendants who can successfully realize our ambitions. Tira Liling subconsciously clenched her fists, and her body trembled slightly because of her excitement. She didn't speak, but just looked up and stared at Rosen. Rosen also looked down and stared at the 7 sages of the Lost Empire. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Tyralelin slowly knelt on the ground and said in a serious tone, Your Majesty, I swear by time that as long as you don't change your original intention, I will always follow your footsteps. Rosen was very satisfied and nodded with a faint smile. Okay, from today on, you are my chief royal sage. Chapter 358. The meeting hall deep in the base. After thoroughly confirming the monarch and his subjects, the two began to discuss the specific trapping plan. Rosen asked, So, how can we turn these rebellious Dawn Guards against us? Tyralelin was well prepared and took out a square rune artifact. Use our 12 ring guards to defeat them and reset the internal puppet spirits. This is the reset artifact I made. She handed the artifact to Rosen. Rosen took it and examined it carefully, and found that the structure was extremely complex, and the core also involved a lot of detailed knowledge of time spells, which made him frown slightly. He could roughly understand other things, but the knowledge of time spells was beyond his knowledge boundaries. So, this artifact was in a state of substantial out of control. The out of control of the artifact means that the Dawn Guards are also at risk of out of control. But the power of the Dawn Guards is very strong. Once out of control, it will directly rewrite the fate of the Empire. No emperor would allow such a big uncertainty factor to exist in his own camp, because this war is tied to the fate of hundreds of millions of citizens. So he asked, Does the puppet spirit also need to use time magic? Tira Liling nodded. Doing this is to defend against the opponent's time magic. Second, it is to greatly improve the reaction speed of the Dawn Guard. She explained in detail. The greatest combat advantage in the world is speed, so the second effect is particularly important. The spell that achieves this is called Time Torrent, which can increase the reaction speed of the Dawn Guard by a full order of magnitude. Time torrent. Rosen repeated the words softly, and yearned for the powerful power of time magic more and more, so he asked, Ms. Tira-Leline, is there any way to let me get the talent of time? The gift of time is very strange. It seems to be a power existing at the subatomic level. It cannot be observed by the natural scepter at all, so it cannot be studied, let alone copied. This is not the first time he asked this question. The reason why he asked it for the second time is because Tira-Liline's power has increased, and he has gained new memories. Tira-Liline pondered for a long time, and gave a different answer from the last time. Your Majesty, the principle of time magic is extremely complicated. Even I can't figure out the source of this power. I can only classify it as a gift from the Creator. But according to my new memory, I found that there is a way to transfer or share the gift of the Creator. Rosen was very interested and raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it. We connect our souls, and conduct each soul resonance in the time-frequency domain. If you are lucky enough, then the time talent in my soul may be imprinted into your Majesty's soul through resonance. Rosen understood. In fact, he had experienced a similar soul connection before, that was in the Republic of Nawat, with the guardian mage Elena, and afterwards, both sides had some uncontrolled memory transfer. But now, listening to Tira-Liline's description, this should be a one-way transmission, so he was immediately very excited. What is the probability of success? It's hard to say, because the time talent is very precious, so this kind of resonance transfer is rarely carried out. In the entire history of the Dawn Empire, it has only happened 206 times, and only 11 times were successful in the end, and the effect was not very good, only allowing the person being shared to get the basic time talent. That is to say, the success rate is about 5%, which is not high, but not low either. Can it be done many times, or only once? It can be done many times, but if it fails once, it probably won't succeed even if it is done many times. Rosen understood and asked again, are there any side effects? Tira-Liline shook her head. It's just a matter of luck, there are no perceptible side effects. Your Majesty, do you want to try it? Rosen certainly wanted to try it. Tira-Liline said, first of all, you need an absolutely quiet secret room, without any interference from magic, not even the slightest fluctuation of the magic ring. Rosen didn't know how high the requirement for absolute silence was, so he asked directly, is there a place in the base that meets the requirements? There is a ready-made place, which is the Dawn Guard's protective cabin. Of course, that place is a little crowded. It is indeed a little crowded, but barely acceptable. The most important thing is that time is very tight now. There are only a few days left before the opening of the Gate of Creation. There is no time to build such a high-demand quiet room. If it doesn't affect the resonance ritual, then the protection cabin? Tira-Liline didn't care. As you wish, Your Majesty. Soon, the two moved to the Dawn Guard's protection cabin and activated the guard's ring wall shield, so the protection cabin became very, very quiet, and no spell fluctuations could be felt. The protection cabin was also very crowded. Because of the need for soul connection, the two had to sit face to face in the narrow space. After squeezing a few times, Tira-Liline trembled and said, Your Majesty, I hope you can keep your mind calm. Now that they were doing business, Rosen would not be idle. Wait a moment, it will calm down naturally. So, the two began to sit face to face in meditation. They sat for 20 minutes. The first 10 minutes were to wait for Rosen to calm down, and the last 10 minutes were to wait for Tira-Liline to calm down. Because this royal sage was deeply disturbed by the divine spear. After 20 minutes, Tira-Liline breathed a sigh of relief. Next, our souls will be connected together. It is not an ordinary connection, but a connection unique to the Dawn Empire. You say I do. Tira-Liline began to guide the connection. She said a sentence, and Rosen followed a sentence. About a quarter of an hour later, Rosen felt that his soul and Tira-Liline's soul were tightly entangled, like two tightly entangled double helix gene chains. In this state of connection, the souls of both parties were almost completely indistinguishable from each other. Rosen could clearly feel the thoughts emerging from the depths of Tira-Liline's soul, just like bubbles floating from the bottom of a clear pool. I believe that the other party is roughly in the same state when looking at me. But the strength of the connection is still limited. Each other is still an independent individual, and can only see the thoughts generated, but cannot see the specific content of the thoughts, let alone the situation in the depths of the other party's soul. This is good. Rosen does not have to worry about the exposure of Lifu in the deepest part of his soul. After a while, Tira-Liline's thoughts came over. Now, Your Majesty, don't have any thoughts, and I will try my best to keep my thoughts absolutely quiet. Rosen did so. Then, the bubbles in the clear pool water gradually disappeared until it was completely calm. Immediately afterwards, the sole resonance of the time frequency domain appeared. Ding, ding, ding. Just like the sound of a bell telling time, it was deep and magnificent, ringing in Rosen's soul one by one. As the sound of the soul, with a strange frequency, continued to vibrate, Rosen felt some subtle changes in his soul. He immediately realized that he had won a bet, with a 5% chance of success. This made him happy, but he immediately suppressed his joy and continued to maintain a state of no thoughts. Ding, ding, ding. In the sound of the bell, changes were taking place little by little. After about an hour and a half, everything stabilized and no new changes occurred. After about a quarter of an hour, the voice of Tyralin's soul came over. Your Majesty, congratulations, you have been favored by the Creator. The voice was slightly happy, and it was obvious that she also hoped to resonate successfully. After that, she slowly untied the soul connection state. After the connection was completely disconnected, Tyralin raised her hand, and a twisted light ball like a glass bead appeared at her fingertips. Weak time stagnation ball, one of the simplest time spells. Your Majesty, give it a try. Rosen nodded and began to cast the spell according to her instructions. About a quarter of an hour later, a twisted light ball also appeared on his fingertips, but although the volume of this light ball was also the size of a glass bead, the specific time stagnation effect was very slight, far inferior to that of Tyralin. Tyralin carefully sensed it, and gave her evaluation. Your Majesty, your time talent is very weak. With the same time spell, and the same power consumption, the final time spell power is less than 1/5 of mine. The potential for future development is probably also very low. If nothing unexpected happens, you can only master some simple and crude time spells such as time stagnation and rapids, and you may not be able to get involved in time spells that require subtle control such as insight, prophecy, time and space changes. Rosen was not greedy. This is enough. What he feared most was that he could not even enter the door, but as long as he could enter the door, he should be able to find ways to improve. Even if he really couldn't improve, there was still a way to use force to overcome cleverness. Now, let's continue talking about traps. Tila Lilin twisted her body. Your Majesty, don't you think it's crowded here? Rosen was in a good mood and immediately wanted to tease her, so he pushed forward, causing the latter to exclaim, It's not bad, at least you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Tila Lilin adjusted her slightly crooked gold-rimmed glasses and whispered shyly, Your Majesty, you don't want to have fun with me, do you? Rosen knew there was a play as soon as he saw the other party's state. There was no one else here, so he asked directly, Is it okay? Tila Lilin thought for a while and said, Yes, but only you and I know, and it must not be known to a third person. Rosen was surprised. Madam, are you shy? He looked carefully, and in the dim light, Tila Lilin's face was indeed full of red, and her heartbeat was very rapid, and he immediately found it very interesting. Who would have thought that the 7 sages of the Dawn Empire would be shy about such a small matter? Tila Lilin whispered, I spend all my time assisting Emperor Sephinos to save the Empire. The Empire is collapsing day by day, and everyone is under tremendous pressure. I wish I could use every second as a day, but I don't feel like being as dissolute as your Majesty. That's true. The Emperor wanted to save the country in the last empire. As a loyal minister, he must be under great pressure. Rosen understood, but was a little surprised. Why do you want to relax now? Having fun is a matter for both parties. If the other party doesn't want to, Rosen won't force it. The current situation is that Tila Lilin is obviously willing. Tila Lilin panted and said, Because your Majesty is strong enough, you won't keep sighing and asking me what to do when you encounter something. Rosen understood. Obviously, His Majesty Sephinos did this, which brought great psychological pressure to Tila Lilin, a scholar and mage, and naturally he had no mind to play. During the conversation between the two, Rosen had already skillfully put the sheath back, and the former royal sage holding the sheath suddenly couldn't bear the pressure, trembling violently, and breathing unevenly. Rosen thought to himself, Hey, this is even more vulnerable than the Banshee Queen Nephronia. It was naturally impossible to talk about business in this situation, so Rosen focused on having fun. They waited until the matter was over before they officially started discussing the plan to trap the traitorous Dawn Guard. When the plan was discussed, and they were about to leave the Dawn Guard's protection cabin, Tyralin suddenly said, Your Majesty, the talent of time is inherited, but the inheritance strength is random. You may have mediocre talent, but you may also have a genius. Rosen glanced at Tyralin, only to see that her cheeks were red and her eyes were looking straight at him, which showed that there was something behind her words. As a flower walker, he could naturally hear the other party's hidden meaning, and smiled and said, "Obviously I am lucky. Otherwise, how about we try our luck again?" Tyrallin nodded slightly. "Yes, your majesty." Chapter 359. 5 days before the Gate of Creation opens. South of the Gate of Creation, there is a vast and boundless silver sand Gobi desert. In a hidden and desolate valley, there is an inconspicuous camp, which is the war camp. In the camp, in addition to many war saints, all the mortal descended bodies of the war god system are also present. There are 5 people in total, namely the 18th level Lord of War Hegrid, the 14th level Wilderness Hunter Arnold, the 14th level Eternal Defender Siren, the 13th level Goddess of Love Margaret, and the 12th level Field Doctor Beyonce. In other planes, this is an extremely powerful force that can easily determine the rise and fall of a mortal kingdom. But in the Lost Plane, the 5 war gods are all nervous, and they feel like they are walking on thin ice on the lake. In the camp, Hegrid chewed the hard jerky, and felt that it was really hard to chew, so he drank a sip of slightly sour light fruit wine. The fate of the multidimensional world has reached a terrible dividing line. After this line, our power will become insignificant. The tone of the Lord of War was very calm, but there was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Arnold, the Wilderness Hunter, said, "My lord, I don't understand." Hegrid whispered, "If I remember correctly, the woman Cicero is looking for has a very special identity, and may be the key to Cicero's complete inheritance of the imperial power." This sentence sounds simple, but no one present really understands the deep meaning of this sentence. Even Hegrid himself has only a vague understanding. Margaret, the goddess of love, whispered, "Dear, where did you get this news? Did you bring it from the abyss?" Hercules nodded. "Yes, it was the abyss that was engraved in my mind. The memory is very vague, disjointed, but this memory tells me that if I have the chance, I must find a way to destroy this woman." The Siren of Eternal Defender asked, "My lord, are you going to do this?" Hercules shook his head. "Of course not. Our strength is not enough to intervene in this dispute. I may be able to kill that woman, but after killing her, all of us will die." After a pause and a sip of light fruit wine, he whispered, "But we can't retreat easily, and if we have the chance, we can't just stand by and watch. Because the outcome of this dispute will profoundly affect the fate of the plain world, including me." Field Doctor Beyonce said softly, "My lord, I still don't understand." "You said dispute, who is fighting with whom?" Wild Hunter also said, "I was just about to ask this question. It is obvious that Cicero is besieging a mysterious ranger. This level of conflict doesn't seem to be a dispute, right?" Hegrid grinned. "I didn't quite understand it before, but after so many days of investigation, the truth has been vaguely revealed. If I guess correctly, this so-called mysterious ranger is the natural emperor. He has currently mastered this special woman and coveted the lost imperial power of the ancient Dawn Empire." As soon as these words came out, the 4 powerful gods present were shocked and felt incredible. Wild Hunter Arnold was drinking, and was choked and coughed repeatedly. Is the natural Emperor Rosen crazy? How dare he compete with Cicero for the imperial power? Originally, Cicero was an extremely mysterious figure, hiding behind the scenes and basically unknown. But these days, he frequently appeared, frequently showed amazing high energy and power, and clearly showed his ancient royal identity, which shocked the void gods who came to explore the Lost Plane. The great gods could barely keep their minds steady, but the powerful gods unconsciously formed an inherent impression that Cicero was invincible. Now, a mortal country that was still unknown a dozen years ago is going to compete with such a terrible person, which makes the powerful gods feel very outrageous, and subconsciously think that the other party is extremely arrogant and is simply seeking death. The goddess of love Margaret looked worried. "Dear, what are you going to do?" The other 2 gods also looked at Hegrid. Hegrid was silent, staring at the jumping bonfire in front of him with his eyes surging with lava light without blinking. After a long time he spoke. "First of all, we must make one thing clear, that is, we must get rid of the control of the abyss." His eyes swept across the faces of the gods one by one. "In my memory, the abyss is the darkest place in the world. It is full of bottomless conspiracies, endless greed, and the most thorough indifference. There, the only person you can trust is yourself. When you sleep, you must open your eyes, hold a sword, and wear armor. When you eat, you must carefully examine any object at any entrance, because every object may be filled with poison. The little man will be skinned for looking at the big man for a little longer. The big man will be betrayed for saying a harsh word to the little man. Everyone's heart is filled with an inexplicable but endless desire, and driven by this desire to do all kinds of crazy and unreasonable evil things. So once I got out of the abyss, I never thought about going back. He drank a sip of light fruit wine and continued, "The current situation is that the Dawn Empire, which was lost 10,000 years ago, may regain its glory because of this special woman. The difference is, who will take charge of this glory?" At this point, the situation is very clear. The goddess of love Margaret continued to ask, "Dear, who are you going to support? Cicero or Rosen?" Hergrid did not answer immediately. He looked around at the four gods again. "What do you think?" The wild hunter Arnold snorted coldly. "I personally think that Cicero is better. He is a member of the royal family of the Dawn Empire, and should inherit this glory. And that natural emperor is just an upstart. He can never be Cicero's opponent." Hergrid shook his head slowly. "Arnold, the natural emperor is indeed an upstart, but the upstart being rich does not mean being weak. Therefore, your judgment is not justified." Arnold shrugged. "Sir, well, I admit that I have some personal bias." At this time, the Eternal Defender Siren said, "I think Emperor Rosen is better. First of all, this Emperor Rosen has been fighting with Cicero for quite a while, and there has never been a winner, which shows that the difference in strength between the two sides is not big. Of course, Cicero must be stronger, because he has been attacking, but he does not have a crushing advantage. Secondly, Emperor Rosen is in charge of a completely unified empire. Cicero's subordinates are either warlords, who act independently, or barbaric natives, who have completely lost the glory of their ancestors. There is no future for development at all. Without a future for development, there is naturally no way to fight against the abyss." Field Dr. Beyonce said, "I agree with Siren's statement. After all, we are not judges. We are not qualified, and have no need to evaluate the rationality of inheritance rights. We just need to see who is more beneficial to us." Arnold shrugged. "If you say so, then Rosen is indeed better, but it still does not prevent me from hating him." The goddess of love Margaret said, "I also think Rosen is better. Because he is young, the pursuit and persistence in his heart have not disappeared. And Cicero traveled through thousands of years, his heart must be as withered as ashes. If he inherits the ancient glory, I am afraid that a new abyss will appear in this world." Hergrid nodded slowly. His tone was much more relaxed. "I'm glad we can reach a consensus, because this is also my idea." But the relaxation only lasted for a while before it turned solemn again. But not everyone thinks this way. Gamalel's lackey Atumen is not one of them. The god of destruction Karl has always been a follower of Gamalel, and must support Cicero. As for the god of order Talos, his attitude is ambiguous. So once we choose to support Rosen, we will become mortal enemies with Gamalel and Karl. We must pay attention to this when dealing with them in the future." The gods nodded one after another. Hergrid looked at the goddess of love Margaret again. "Atumen has been very close to Cicero recently. I bet he will definitely use Cicero to deal with Rosen. My dear, find a chance to pass this message to my daughter." "I will." Just when the war gods unified their ideas, other gods were also making similar choices. Atumen, the Lord of the Sun, directly found Cicero's substitute. This time, he did not find it empty-handed, but brought the Sword of Destruction. He presented this second-level artifact directly to Cicero's substitute. "Your Majesty, I know you must have powerful artifacts, but one more artifact is better than one less. This Sword of Destruction is a rare weapon, even in the God Realm glorious glory. I will present it to you, hoping it will be helpful to you." Cicero's substitute still wore a black robe, and a pure black rune mask on his face. He took the Sword of Annihilation, admired it carefully, and smiled faintly. "I never thought that my former mortal enemy would become my helper." To be honest, he actually lacked artifacts, because the most powerful artifacts of the Empire were sealed in the Royal Creation Bureau. So, this sword was of great help to him, but of course he would not show it. On the other hand, Atumen, who knew a lot of inside information, naturally knew it well, but of course he would not expose it. He smiled apologetically. "Your Majesty, there are no eternal enemies in the world. The hatred of the past should also dissipate after more than 10,000 years of time, and wind and sand." Cicero snorted and laughed. "Dissipate? How can it be so easy?" He stared at Atumen, and a cold light appeared behind the mask. "The only way to dissipate hatred in the world is never to forget, but blood. So, I took your sword because it is very useful, but you—" Before he finished speaking, the blue-white sword of annihilation flashed suddenly, and cut off Atumen's head directly. Atumen came as a mortal body. After his head fell to the ground, he was not dead for a while, and even smiled. "If your Majesty feels that this can relieve your anger, I will send a few more saints for your Majesty to test the sword." Although he smiled, he was fearless. Cicero snorted. "You dared to show off your little tricks of the void life in front of me. You are really courting death." As he spoke, He raised the sword of annihilation and poked it into the air in front of him. The front half of the sword sank directly into the air and disappeared. When he pulled it out again, the head on the ground was no longer smiling, but turned into astonishment and pain. He asked with all his strength, "Your Majesty, I don't understand." For this meeting, he set up a full 4 control springboards, thinking that even if the other party saw through one level, even if it was a double springboard, he would not be able to hurt him. Unexpectedly, the opponent ignored the existence of the springboard and stabbed his original soul with a sword. Cicero smiled faintly. "I know the use of this magic sword better than you, so thank you very much for giving it to me, because it really helped me a lot." Atumen could no longer hold on, his void soul collapsed, and his mortal body completely lost its vitality. Cicero sneered, "Anawanji has a good dog. As for this sword of annihilation, it is indeed very powerful, but it is far from being able to exert its maximum power in the conventional magic ring. It must be used by his original body in the high-energy magic ring to exert the true power of the second-level artifact. Then, Tyralan, I will wait for you at the gate of the Creation Bureau. The best-case scenario is that his warriors successfully capture her alive, and then he takes this opportunity to inherit the Creation Bureau. The medium case is to successfully prevent her from entering the Royal Creation Bureau, so he has a full 500 years of spare time. In this way, he can free up his hands to deal with the troublesome natural emperor. The worst-case scenario is that the powerful emperor escorts her to break through the blockade and successfully come to him. That will naturally be a fierce battle. I hope to fight again. The last time he fought, he underestimated her and was defeated. He was very dissatisfied. This time he will go all out and make her taste the taste of despair. Chapter 360. Underground Military Base. Your Majesty, in the high-energy magic ring, whether it is the elements, souls, or magic power, they are all very condensed. Therefore, in the high-energy magic ring, the noise caused by the explosion of various forces is much smaller than that in the ordinary magic ring. In a training room, Tyralan was instructing Rosen on the key points of the battle in the high-energy magic ring area. It's like the same fusion bomb. The noise caused by the explosion in the earth is much smaller than the noise caused by the explosion in the sky. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. Tyralan continued, "But small noise does not mean weak power. Many seemingly insignificant spells are very likely to contain amazingly strong power. Once misjudged, they will fall into extremely dangerous situations, or even death." Rosen felt that he had no intuitive impression, so he said, "Give an example of a 12-ring spell." Tyralan thought about it, and with an idea, he used transfiguration to dig a fist-sized stone from the ground and turned it into a nearly perfect sphere. "Look at this stone ball, it's only the size of a fist, and its surface is as smooth as a mirror. It's hard to tell whether it's rotating just from the appearance, right?" Rosen nodded. Tyralan began to continuously release strengthening spells to the stone ball, increasing its strength to an extremely strong level. Then, she used pure force spells to make it rotate at high speed. About 10 seconds later, she continued, "Look, this stone ball is just floating in the air motionlessly, seemingly very calm, but in fact, it rotates at least 50,000 times every second. Obviously, it contains a huge amount of power. If ordinary people touch it with their hands, they will definitely be greatly hurt, right?" Rosen nodded again. Tyralan continued, "Within the 12 magic rings, with the combination of time torrent and time-space transformation spells, the same sphere can be accelerated to hundreds of thousands or even millions of revolutions per second. Once its balance is broken, it will instantly explode into extremely lethal fragments." Rosen was amazed. Does Cicero know such a spell? In fact, what I just said is the basic principle of his most proud spell, Sphere of Destruction. Perhaps your Majesty doesn't know it yet, but time and space are actually a more essential existence with multiple faces. Similarly, rotation is far from as simple as what we see with our eyes. Its essence is actually a kind of symmetry. The time-space transformation spell developed based on these 2 points can do some very amazing operations. Tyralan couldn't avoid the character of a scholar after all. As she spoke, she explained the profound principles of magic to Rosen, and even wrote complex magic formulas in the air with light and shadow magic. Fortunately, Rosen is also a master of magic, and he can barely understand it. If you don't understand something, just ask directly. Tyralan naturally tried her best to answer. About a quarter of an hour later, she wrote the last line of magic formula. "Your Majesty, based on this fine transformation of time and space coordinates, a ball can be given a strong rotation attribute in all 3 spatial dimensions, thereby storing extremely amazing power in it. And once this quiet ball is disturbed, Its stored power will be directed from the fourth dimension through the time and space transformation technique, forming a terrifying high-energy jet. Its power is so great that it can easily penetrate the 12-ring strength Dawn Guard. Rosen now clearly realized the power of the fine time spell. The spell structure of this ball of destruction looks very complicated. How long does it take to cast? At least half a minute. Oh, that's not bad. If it can be cast instantly, it would be really scary. Tira Lilin reminded him in a serious tone, but he can prepare in advance, and can prepare 3 at the same time. Rosen immediately asked humbly, then, how should I defend? Tira Lilin was a little worried. To be honest, I can't think of a reliable defense method. Although the space-time lag shield is a very effective defensive spell, Cicero is extremely proficient in magic combat skills, and has a very fast casting speed. I am not his opponent at all, and your time spell is too weak. Rosen understood and smiled. The power conversion efficiency of my time spell is indeed not high, but the power is not weak, and the casting speed is not slow. While speaking, he urged his thoughts, and the multi-line combination casting supergiant casting was superimposed. In less than 1/5 of a second, 1 million Rosen's mana was poured into a space-time lag shield. At first glance, there was no change around his body, but when Rosen moved, a group of strange afterimages appeared around his body that moved continuously. At first glance, it looked like the overlapping shadows on the screen after a graphics card suddenly froze. But when he stopped, it immediately returned to normal. This is the time-space viscosity phenomenon unique to the powerful time delay flow spell. Tira Lilin's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, that's enough. Then, she continued to explain. The two of them taught and learned, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Okay, I've taught you everything I can about the 12 rings. Now it depends on your performance in battle. Rosen nodded, but didn't rush to end the lesson. Lilin, do you know the Sword of Annihilation? Tila Lilin nodded immediately. Of course I know. This is one of the high-energy swords of Antawanji, the Lord of the Nightmare Abyss. Once injected with high energy, it can exert extremely amazing power. But then again, although it is amazingly powerful, this sword is only suitable for single-player duels and small-scale battles, and has little impact on large-scale battles. Seeing that she knew, Rosen immediately said, I recently received a message that Cicero may have obtained this sword, and I know almost nothing about the performance of this sword. This news was told to him by Beldandi, and Beldandi's news came from her mother, the goddess of love Margaret, and along with this news, there was also the desire for cooperation from the war gods. In this regard, Rosen temporarily took a friendly attitude of acceptance. As for what would happen next, it would depend on the other party's subsequent performance. On the other side, after hearing the news, Tira Lilin's eyebrows jumped slightly. Your Majesty, this is really a bit tricky. Introduce the performance of this sword. First of all, this is a second-level attack artifact, which guarantees its extremely powerful attack strength. Secondly, its effect is only one, that is, the attack will hit the target. As long as the Sword of Annihilation is stabbed out, even if the target immediately transfers planes, or escapes into the void, or uses any known means of escape, it cannot escape its attack. Therefore, as long as the power strength is lower than that of the Sword of Annihilation, it is difficult to escape death. After listening to her, Rosen also felt that it was difficult. Do you have a solution? There are 2 solutions. One is to have a strength higher than 13 rings and fight head-on. The other is to not let the opponent find your true body. After a pause, Tira Lilin added, if you can make the opponent's weapon fall out of his hand, or let him pierce the Sword of Annihilation without any hindrance, it can also be regarded as a solution. But Cicero is very good at fighting, and is one of the most capable sages in the history of the Dawn Empire. It is almost impossible to shoot down his weapon. Rosen did not comment on this evaluation, and he continued to ask. Then if he finds your true body, and cannot stop his attack, you can only wait for death? Then, there is another solution that is not a solution, which is to run, keep running, run faster than the opponent's sword, until the opponent's strength is exhausted. This is really a stupid way. Tira Lilin added, the time lag shield is effective against it, and can slow it down. Rosen understood immediately, and his fear of the Sword of Annihilation disappeared by 90%. After a while, he began to receive messages from the generals of various legions one after another. Your Majesty, the Lava Legion is ready and can attack at any time. This is Beldandi. The total number of 12,000 lava warriors, wearing special high-energy reinforced magic steel armor, greatly improved their defense. They also carried focusing jets, which greatly improved the range and power of their main attack method Lava Jet. They also carried special ghost resonance magic tools, which could obtain power supplies from the eternal heart of the base at any time, greatly improving their combat endurance. Finally, according to the situation of the Lost Plane, they also added the blessing of supergiant tough souls, which could resist the magic ring storm to a great extent. This is the strongest air force of the Natural Empire at present. Your Majesty, the enemy's underground transmission ports have all been locked and can be attacked at any time. The next person to report was the leader of the Explosion Corps. The main weapon of the leader of the Explosion Corps is the unmanned explosion aircraft. Among them, there are 10,000 ordinary explosion aircraft and 600 directional fusion explosion aircraft. The equivalent of the latter is as high as 500,000 tons of TNT explosives. If it is directional, although it cannot destroy the Dawn Guard, it can exhaust its already limited power and force it into a dormant state. Your Majesty, the first Apocalypse Corps is ready and can attack at full speed at any time. This is the leader of the Chariot Corps. Its main weapon is the Apocalypse Chariot, which is specially strengthened for the situation of the Lost Plane. The chariot weighs 150 tons and carries a total of 20 soldiers. Not only is the body of the chariot extremely sturdy, it also carries a ring wall shield powered by the solar core at the rear, which can resist the invasion of the Ring of Lost Storm and ensure all-weather combat. Because of the urgency of time, only 2,000 vehicles were reinforced, and a 10,000-man army was divided into 500 vehicles, a total of 4 chariot corps. Because the ground to the north is a wide and flat Gobi Desert, it is very suitable for chariot warfare. Therefore, the Apocalypse Chariot Corps is the main force of the large army's ground advancement this time. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Chariot Corps also took their positions. As the various combat corps took their positions, Rosen also accurately located the coordinates and status of each soldier through the assistance of magic tools, faith, or vehicle communicators. After these data were gathered together by Lai Fu, a dynamic real-time battlefield sand table was formed in Rosen's mind. Based on this sand table, Rosen can monitor the movement of the Corps at any time and issue real-time tactical adjustment orders according to the battlefield situation. The orders were not issued randomly, but the result of Lai Fu's calculations and deductions. To some extent, this is more powerful than Hegrid's war chessboard. At this time, there was not much time left before the Gate of Creation was opened. Since everything was ready, Rosen issued the order. All troops attack target, Gate of Creation.